Legendary teams, major players, and electrifying tactical action are back in CSGO Regional Major Rankings 2021. From June 27th till July 4th, 10 teams will clash in the thrilling showdown for the prize pool of $100,000 and slots at the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. Who will win more rounds? Who will show the most furious play? And who will claim the major prize? Find out at the CSGO Regional Major Rankings 2021. And don't forget to reload.
We're back, and it's the final day here of the StarLadder CIS RMR. My name is James Banks, and I'll be your host throughout all of today. Joining me is Foreign and Vendetta, as always, to break down these matches. And we get to enjoy the madness that is this CIS region. We get to see these long, drawn-out games once again, Duncan. I know you love a bit of that.
Here's the thing, I like it when it's a real long drawn out game. The problem I have is obviously there are some games where it's a mixture of being late at night and more importantly the way the economy works in the game right now. Like obviously one thing I hate is when the better team is on the CT side and it's like an even score game because they just have to play like 1.5 times better to win at that point in time. I think the problem as well is like it makes it hard to translate that to fans, I think, because a fan just looks and thinks, right, it's just the numbers on the scoreboard. You know, if I'm at 14 rounds, I'm only 2 rounds away. But the economy is always like the ultimate sort of amplifier or, you know, whatever the opposite of that would be in terms of the actual like difficulty of winning the game.
Oh, yes, it is a problem, this good old economy. And we got to see NAVI yesterday, Vendetta, make a lot of mistakes on their economy, which hopefully they're going to fix today when they got to go up against Spirit again for this rematch.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, yeah, we hope to see them fix it, but it's Navi. I think Duncan mentioned it yesterday as well. They've just had a trend of doing these buys for many, many years already, and for some messed up reason, it seems to work out more often for Navi than it does at any other team. So I think they've kind of gotten to the place where they've conditioned themselves to thinking like, yeah, this is a fine buy, where every other team would be like, no, this makes no sense. So I don't foresee that being, you know, sorted out, and we're going to see a more conservative Navi in that sense. But again, it's working for them. So, you know, until it goes horribly wrong over the long, over a long period of time, I guess, you know, they'll just keep trucking on.
Working for them, though it did cost them the game yesterday, right? They're 2 games
yeah, it is true.
In a big way. But we're going to take a look at our RMR standings, see where we're at, because it's the all-important points that these teams are trying to grab to get themselves a slot at the major. And for Gambit right now, they sit in the grand final, Duncan, and if they can get the win here, they're going to skyrocket upwards, and they are looking solid right now.
Yeah, and obviously it is worth pointing out, technically the points, it doesn't matter if you're number one, it just matters if you get to go to the major. I would say in this context, they want to be number one in the sense they want to win the RMR and win the, I think it's 40,000 for first place. So it's not exactly like there's no money on offer, you get a little bit of money. I would actually say of these names here, the mad props I have to give is to Team Spirit, who would have thought they would be number one on the RMR at this point in time. And obviously they may yet go on to win the RMR for all we know, they're still in the competition.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? When we look at Spirit, they're still here. Yes, this is a matchup against Navi again that they already lost, but they have shown us that they can put up a good fight. And we were speaking to Dexter yesterday, Ben, right? He understands the woes this team's going through, but they also seem to be understanding of the hard work, which seems to be a constant theme within the CIS region that these teams want to put in.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's an exaggeration or a wild assumption to say that the CIS region and just the players within it probably puts down more time on average than other regions. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing such a massive improvement as well, because you don't have to go too far back in history to be at a point where, again, like these regional qualifiers kind of felt a little bit unnecessary because you didn't have, you know, the wealth of skill that you do today to have, let's say, you know, X amount of worthy competitors actually qualifying through to a major. But now I don't think anyone can really make an argument for CIS, you know, not deserving the spots with teams that they're capable of sending through to a potential major. So it's fantastic to see, and I think it's been echoed by more or less every player we've interviewed so far throughout the RMR as well, whether it's Forz, Gambit, Spirit, and so on, that, yeah, no, it takes a ton of hard work and they're willing to do it all.
the grind is real for some of these teams. But on your screen right now, you can see all of the games that we've seen throughout the playoff stages so far here. Obviously, the 5th place decider came up as a bit of a surprise, and Tropic not able to get anything done at all was a bit of a disappointment for those guys. K23 at least challenged Spirit overall, but they were going to be eliminated, the first team from the playoff side itself. Then we went through all the semi-finals, upper bracket final yesterday, which was a banger in the end, considering Navi actually managed to win Dust 2 and then drop everything else. And we're now set up again for the... Basically, we could get potentially 2 rematches in here if Navi is able to take down Spirit. But that's the big question right now, because this Navi that we saw yesterday, the team performance, maybe Simple not going absolutely supersonic with it all here, Duncan. That's one thing that we praised, because finally he's getting some help with it. But even that wasn't enough to take down Gambit yesterday.
No, I mean, I will say it's not like he was at his, like, you know, 10 out of 10 level. Like, he probably was at, I'd say, like an 8 out of 10 or something. Maybe at times halves were 9 out of 10. No, but here's the problem. There's 2 ways you can look at it. The fact that they lost the series is a bit underwhelming, because you think to yourself, if everyone turns up, it should be easy, right? With that said, you were playing the best team in the world. I would say there is a positive to look at, which is we've waited so long to have games where 3 people turn up, and sometimes on some of these maps 4 players were all on the server, relevant, could win rounds, getting kills. So I would say there's definitely a lot of bright spot to look at, but the ultimate result has to be a disappointment when you consider so many sort of boxes were checked.
Now, when we go through these series, right, I'm going to stay on just the Gambit Navi situation, because Gambit right now, when they go up against other teams, they definitely seem a step ahead. And it's not like they're not a step ahead of Navi, but they do struggle more against them, Ben, and I can't put my finger on it.
I mean, I'm not even sure if Gambit can either. I think, you mentioned a tweet that Hobbit put out after the match that he seems to be aging rapidly, you know, every time they play Navi. And I can understand why. Again, a team that's heavily focused on doing their prep and kind of being able to reliably understand what their opponent is doing, you know, that's a comfort zone for them. And I don't think they get to experience that all too often versus a team like Navi, because you have a lot of X factors just with the individual skill that some of the Navi players possesses, and kind of like the awkward and wild situations that you get yourself into. Because again, there's no necessarily rhyme or reason to what Simple does in a 1v3 after plan. Like he'll just take the game where he wants it to go, and that might not make sense to Gambit players, for instance. So those kind of things, I think it's going to be or remain a problem for Gambit in terms of never really getting comfortable playing Navi.
Yeah, they are definitely unpredictable and uncharacteristic in comparison to what Gambit are, right, in terms of setups and everything else we see going through there. Now, we're going to take a look at some of the recaps coming out so far that we've seen. And this game, right, when we look at Gambit taking on Navi, the thing that really surprised us initially was just the fact that obviously Dust 2 came into full effect, and Dust 2 was where Navi actually made Gambit look human for once, Duncan, and we haven't really seen that.
No, and it obviously added a totally different dimension to the matchup, because normally Navi, quite frankly, against almost every single team, is open to picking Dust 2 themselves. So once they didn't, they stayed away from it. Gambit tried to almost force them, thinking, you know, that's some sort of weakness. But in doing so, amazingly, it was a whitewash by the guys from Navi. It was actually the only map that wasn't close at all, really.
And that's when it gets kind of wild, right? And you start to think, okay, there's a world in where Navi might have been able to take him down. We then obviously went on to Inferno, and it was in Navi's hands, but Gambit do what they do best, and they never give up. They always pull back in their games, and they adapt Vendetta. Yeah,
no, they really do. Again, Inferno started off in a rough fashion for them, going down 0-5, but once Gambit kind of got into the swing of things on their CT side, there was just no stopping them, and they did it in so many different ways as well. It wasn't just like one set static setup that they went to find success. They literally changed up stuff all the time, which kept Navi guessing. And again, a little bit of a luck to kind of get go, or a little bit of a lucky break to get going on the T side with a Tech 9 buy working out for themselves. But again, once that they found that little hole in Navi's defense, they kept using it to no end, and that's what good teams do.
Now, the other things we've got to touch on here, right, is K23, which we're looking at now. They obviously went up against Spirit, and K23 was not a team that many of us would have pitched to be in this position, to even be at the playoff stages. But they managed to make it through on the conditions of how Group B went down, and they made the most of it, and they certainly actually put up maybe more of a fight than what we thought. I at least personally, Duncan, thought it was going to be just a 2-0 for Spirit.
No, I think you actually saw in that series, there's definitely a world where they even could have won and could be playing right now.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting thing to me was they did have a better individual performance than we saw previously when they were in the upper bracket. But I think the interesting detail to me was contrasted against the skill of Spirit. They actually seemed like they almost had more team cohesion at times. It's just eventually they didn't have overall the better players.
Yeah, that was the hard part for it. Then when we also look at Spirit as a team, they have so many capable players, Vendetta. They are so individually skilled, but then they lose some rounds that are kind of like the messy rounds that they should not be losing, right? Things going to get away from them when they're ahead. We often see it. Then it falls apart from the need to play some catch up again.
Yeah, no, Spirit have been a strange team so far, and they've put themselves in immensely tough situations where, yeah, they'll let the opponents get ahead and get off to a great start and then have to grind their way forward. We've also saw them in the decider map versus K23 that they actually got off to a fantastic start, and you'd think like, okay, this is going to be, easy going for them. 13-5 lead, you're all set, playing on a with a solid economy and everything, and that ends up going all 30 rounds. So Spirit have been very up and down, in multiple occasions just within the scope of one game. So understanding what kind of Spirit we're going to get to see today, only time will tell. But you kind of hope that you get to see their A level and that they actually come in feeling a little bit refreshed. I mean, we got the sense from talking to Dexter after the match that obviously they're aware that they're inconsistent, and he was particularly hard on himself. The fact that he knew that he's not the same player, or he's not playing at the same level as he did to start off the year right now. So, if they could put those woes behind them, if they can actually deliver a good match versus Navi here, that would be fantastic. But from what we've seen so far, it's hard to be too hopeful about it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It is always a factor, and maybe we'll get some different maps coming out here, because when we look at that Spirit Navi matchup that we're going to be going into next, right, it was two pretty close games. Like Mirage was a bit more convincing for Navi, then went into the overtime on Overpass, which was Spirit's pick coming here through, and then we had the Nuke game where Navi just rolled over them, right? Navi were able to bully and abuse everything that Spirit did, and they did not have the answer at all, and they truly crumbled, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I think overall is Spirit definitely can hang with Navi, but you look at whenever it gets into the details for me of like the maps, like the problem with that veto there was that's not a perfect veto for the guys at Spirit. Like, I don't even know why they're trying to at all get cute in the veto. They should just stick to the obvious, which is you want to play maps like Dust 2, Mirage. That's where you can just literally bring Navi into your world and you have a chance to beat them. So I think generally, like, Spirit does what they can. Like, they don't have a million options as to what they do. I don't think they have kind of like any extra tools in the toolkit, as it were, but the ones they've got are perfectly fine. They can win the game with them.
They can win the games with them, and now they've got to try and make that happen here. And the thing is, when it comes to Navi, it's more like Navi's expected to win in this game, obviously, but it's like they have these problems where if you just have a couple of players go off on the Spirit side, we spoke about this already, Vendetta, right? They could at times have more firepower. Yeah,
there's no denying the skill that's on the side of Spirit, and as well, I think this is where the entire map cycle comes into, or in the map pool for both teams comes into play as well. Again, I'd imagine that Navi might feel confident about their Dust 2 again, because they banned it in the previous matchup versus Spirit. But obviously yesterday we saw 4 out of the 5 on the screen right now pretty much popping off on Dust 2, and there was nothing the best team in the world could actually do against it. And that's a terrifying notion. So Navi, maybe they've got some, they feel reinvigorated on the map and will let it through. But again, if you don't have a similar result where Simple, Electronic, Bit, and Perfecto play excellently, then you might be in for a bit of a rough time, because you are going up against Spirit. And I'd say on an average day, there is more skill possessed in that Spirit team than pound for pound than what you have on Navi's end.
And then moving on to the Spirit lineup, it actually, when you look at it, it's just more scary here, Foreign, when you think of it. Yes, Simple and Electronic do their thing, but the lows for the rest of the players on Navi are certainly something that you would say Spirit has an advantage over.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense if you think of their careers, because the people who came into Navi in the latter period were basically unknowns. Even the teams they came from, they often weren't the best player on the team because of, contract issues, I assume, getting bigger names. The people who made it into Spirit have all climbed their way gradually, by the way, on LAN as well, through the CIS scene for the last 3 or 4 years. Like, these are players where beyond people like Magixu and Dexter are a little bit newer. The others we've seen for years and years and years, including in and around majors, and they've just kind of made like a super team of skilled players.
And it's all about Spirit trying to harness these super team players, right? And put them together. Because the thing is, like we say about Chopper, and he maybe is not the most strategical in-game leader coming out there, but he's trying to make this work with the 4 players he's got alongside him. But it's how do you get that working in a system where you can regularly take down the best teams, Vendetta? Because we've not seen it here from Spirit, right? They can have these moments where you go, oh, this is good, and then it just falls short.
Yeah, I think a problem that they're going to run into is that, again, if you try to approach what people would look at as a more consistent way of playing, that might take away from the strengths that are already making them, a contender to beat a team like Navi in a series as well. So you don't want to, hamstring them too much in the sense of what they're allowed to do, how freely they can actually roam around, because you do have 5 really, really solid individual players. So it's a weird one. It's a weird issue to have, the fact that you have so much skill that you might need to tone things down a bit. And I'm not really sure if the current 5 would be the right makeup to kind of make the switch to become a more Gambit-esque, if you want to put it that way.
Now, last time around, we saw Mirage overpass and Nuke, and straight away we're going to see Navi ban out overpass and Spirit get rid of Nuke. Spirit do not want to face them after that absolute demolishment, Duncan.
Yeah, sadly, I actually did check. They already sort of spoiled this on HLTV, but basically, you just get the classic. Like, Navi does the Mirage pick because obviously, like, they feel strong on the map. They've gone away from Dust 2. Remember, Spirit is the team that logically should actually pick Dust 2, no matter what you see from the opponent, because Spirit is something absurd, like, 15 and 2 or something on the map. So they do win an absurd. Look, so you see there, 88% win rate on this map, so, and with a decent volume size, and we're talking about the best teams in the world. So I think it's a logical pick. Obviously it's dangerous, but quite frankly, if the other teams pick a Mirage, you're in an equal scenario. You're both in danger of potentially losing each other's mix, and that's basically what Navi does for fun anyway. Then you just have to look, what could the decider be? But if you look at what's left, Ancient, Vertigo, or Inferno, neither of these teams really want to play Vertigo. They obviously all perma-ban it. So if the other one bans Ancient, we just get Inferno as a decider. I think it's a pretty nice set of maps all in all, especially bearing in mind it's Spirit that's banned out Ancient, because there's zero world in which Navi's picking Vertigo. As you can see there, neither team's ever played it.
Yes, neither of them are going to do it, but they float it the whole way through. We get Inferno as the end decider. Now, we spoke about Inferno for Spirit here, Vendetta, yesterday. It is less than great. Like, I don't want to be horrible, but I don't understand how a team cannot play Inferno when it's such a key map in the map pool.
I mean, it's completely fine, being honest, right? We have not been impressed by Spirit in any sort of way when it comes to playing Inferno. And yesterday we saw Dexter, Magisk kind of just giving themselves up for free without doing anything at all.
Yeah.
Mir and Sundayoung basically playing, hide and seek with the K23 team in terms of, or just in hopes of holding on to their weapons going further. And you're not going to win a whole lot of CT rounds off of that. So it is a really weird one. I don't know, maybe, again, considering how bad your form has been on Inferno as of late, do you dare to float Ancient, considering the fact that it was left open for Navi now to go with it as a first pick? And again, Navi have talked about it in interviews, how they feel really confident about it. They've tried to pull it out on several occasions already. Maybe that's your go-to in that sense. But, if you're Spirit, now if Navi are still going to go with the Mirage, maybe you can think to yourself, like, okay, maybe Navi aren't actually as confident as they give off, or as the impression they give off on that map, so we can decide to float it. Because if I'm Spirit, I'm not loving the fact that I'm going into Inferno as a third and deciding map.
Yeah, less than ideal from them. Maybe having to do this 1 in 2, unless they suddenly have a miraculous understanding of the map, which I don't expect at all. But what we've got for you guys at home and everyone watching right now is, if you want to partake in something and try and win some prizes in here, we're giving away a bunch of skins, including some knives and everything else. But all you have to do is spam your hashtag for the team you are supporting. So you can use hashtag Navi or hashtag Spirit in Twitch chat right now, and you will be picked at random. We'll be able to have some winners in there and grab yourself some goodies with that. Now, on to predictions for us, guys. If I'm right, I think we all went for Navi on this one. We went for the logical decision. Yep. So no hope for Spirit, at least in that side of things. With this maps though, right, when we touch on the Mirage and we touch on the Dust 2, there is a world in where Spirit, if they can have some good momentum, they can all be firing correctly, and maybe if Navi start off slow, there is a world in where Spirit could try and get this done. But on Inferno, I just don't feel like there's any hope here for him, Duncan.
Certainly, I mean, listen, Navi are miracle workers. They could probably make anyone able to win one map against them in a certain key case. But I do think that just the way it's set up, funnily enough, this is basically exactly what you'd want. It's basically just a shootout. Like both teams have just said, right, we're both going to pick these, in theory, looser maps that we're both good on. Let's just see who wins. So there is a world where if Spirit comes out in sparkling form, Navi has any kind of like a letdown or someone doesn't show up, they could lose 2-0. That's on the cards. I would say, in theory, though, if you're Navi, that's the nice thing about both the first two maps being like that. It kind of means it doesn't matter which one of them you lose. As long as you win one, if you can get to the third, as you say, you're more heavily favoured on Inferno.
Yeah, quite heavily as well. But when it comes to Mirage, okay, we look at this, it's a lot of playing in your own region on these teams, at least for the last few matches. But win rate slightly favouring Spirit, less of a sample size in there overall. But we have started to see, Vendetta, that Navi want to maybe pick more Mirage, less Dust 2 coming into it. But still, for me, is like, probably that one of their best maps or most impressive maps is Nuke. And yet a lot of teams obviously veto that out very early on. So Navi's map pool in general is still not strong when you're opting for these type of maps.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit marginal. And again, that I think that's something that could be very well showcased when they might have a rematch versus Gambit in a potential finals later on today. But yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. But again, they've kind of turned things around on Mirage as of late, and they've predominantly done it through excellent CT halves. So again, if that's going to be a consistent hallmark for them, then I think there's always going to have a chance to kind of just run and gun in a couple of rounds on the T side as well, in almost any setting in any matchup. So again, I could be okay with Navi's map pick here, but it can swing heavily. We've seen Navi get off to so many slow starts, and that has me a little bit worried because I don't see a world where we get this repeat of what we had in the first series between these two in the playoffs, which is where Navi basically go and shut out Spirit completely in the second half. Like I have a hard time seeing Spirit being that off on the T side, even though they didn't impress necessarily versus K23 either.
Now, when it comes to both Spirit and Navi, obviously Navi, we're always talking about simple and electronic, right? But for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at Bitter in more detail here, because especially when we saw him on Dust 2 in particular, picked up the AWP a little bit and was doing some big damage in there, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I found interesting about him is they do seem like they give him a little bit more leeway than they did when Perfecto first came in the team. When Perfecto came in the team, it was obvious they really did that thing of like, you get all the worst spots and good luck playing it, basically. But he somehow made it through that. With Bit, it does look like actually he has some sort of freedom as to what weapon he uses, how he plays. He certainly seems like sometimes he takes his own initiative and gets some kills from it. So I think he's starting to integrate himself in the team, bearing in mind he is a vastly inexperienced player for this level.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He has kind of gone through the trial of fire, has Bit. But on the Spirit side here, Vendetta, who are we looking at as the ones to stand out and step it up? Because for me, Dexter's going to be vital as always. But then we need that second wind. And there's multiple players on this roster that can do it.
Yeah, no, you could pick randomly one through 5, and any of them could be the guy to actually do it for Spirit. Well, I guess one person who we haven't necessarily put too much of a spotlight on throughout the playoffs, but who has actually delivered a couple of good games is Samda Young. You said it yourself. It's not that he's underrated, but it's that he gets kind of forgotten every now and again. So Samda Young, usually a very consistent contributor. If he can have one of these, I wouldn't say standard games, but one of these games where he kind of shows his true potential, then there's absolutely plenty of chances for Spirit to win this.
Well, let's see if he can on the opening map. We're back with Sadakist and Moses as we jump into the rematch as Spirit taking on Navi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. James Banks, Thor and Vendetta. You guys are lovely as well, and we've got a lovely game to start things off because Spirit wants this rematch with Navi. They played them very well the other day, but so far today, at least in this first round, it's Navi that gets the first blood as Simple starts it off with 1 kill, Boomich to follow it up. Chopper will get at least 1 back in return, Jason, but Bit is there to find Mir. Good morning, Mr. O'Toole.
Good morning, Mr. Sadakist. Yeah, a beautiful day for I'm going to try and hang out at this beat bomb, but he's got a split catwalk. Chopper's going to hit something spectacular. Oh, and they both do just that. This turned so quickly. Electronic left in a 1 versus 2, and Chopper hits another banger. 1-0 for Team Spirit.
1-0 indeed. And good start to turn it around. They were 2 men down at the start of that particular round, and still they come away with it.
Yeah. That looked like Navi was going to have that pistol round in the bag there for a moment, but good shooting from Chopper. That USP was perfectly placed and some critical headshots with low HP. So Navi's going to be on the back foot to open up Mirage. Down 0-1 and not having any kind of full investment in this round. No armor picked up behind these Deagles. Looking for some early kills to create some gaps. We'll see if anyone's going to be able to do just that.
Bit's gonna hold underneath in the underpass position. SDY already with the MP9 at connector. The only rifle right now in play, the one for Chopper, but the MP9 goes out. No mistake made by SDY as he takes down Boomich. Looks again for more as Bit does get the only kill so far for Navi. It's Mir and Magic to close it out. Pretty straightforward. They get 2 kills on SDY, despite that he goes down, so the MP9 will quickly be upgraded onto a rifle. You'd expect, okay, actually, they're going to throw him over an MP9, and that'll allow him full utility. I'm surprised by that, actually, but fair enough. They get the other rifle onto Mir. I guess that allows, like I said, they allow him to get more utility and armor, and therefore he doesn't have to spend all the money all at once. Which I suppose makes sense, Jason. That's smart. Spread out the wealth.
Yeah, share the wealth. Spread it all around. Everyone gets a little bit. Navi's lining up immediately for a split towards the A bomb site. Boomich in middle, working his way fast to connector, and Bits got a double kill. He delivers early on, and Chopper, this time there's going to be no heroics because Boomich has a perfect timing. He knows the kills that Bit has provided will give him free access to just walk through the smoke, and Mir's got to back away. Mir and Magic's both want nothing to do with the fight, going to try and save these weapons. Still enough cash built up for a buy in the next round for Team Spirit, but this is an early setback, a very convincing setback.
Magic inside of the ladder room to hold, and right now bomb already planted on the A site. They're just checking to make sure the perimeter is clear. No one going to be sneaky inside the site and go for any sort of defuse. But what a turnaround. First gun round, Navi immediately with the 2 kills on Bit. That's the M4 as well. It was now picked up onto him. So Navi just going to tread lightly on this one. I don't think they're going to chase too much here, but again, just still holding on, making sure that bomb ticks away. Good start. As we say, Team Spirit, Navi, they played each other the other day. It was, again, Team Spirit that had the substantial lead on this map, Jason, and then we saw that all fall apart very quickly. As it was the, 10, 14, I think it was 14 rounds in a row to bring it back. It was 10-2, yes. And then Navi just absolutely slaughtered Team Spirit in the second half. So Spirit's definitely going to have a chip on their shoulder from that game, but we'll see if Navi can get a better start, because ultimately that shouldn't have had to happen anyway if you look at the 2 teams on paper. But Spirit, again, we talked about this a lot yesterday. They are the RMR leader based on the points from the last CIS RMR and the fact that there was a carryover for some of those teams. And now, you know, if they get a top 3 in this, that's great. But if they can get into second, if they can get into the finals at the very least, man, oh man, they're going to be brilliantly set to make it through it. Because I think, like you said, there's one more RMR before we do get to the October date for the Stockholm Major.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch that all play out. Dexter has the AWB towards ticket booth at the A-bomb site. And almost a peek from ramp from Electronic. That's a good find from Bit. Again, back-to-back rounds opening kills for Bit. Last round it was 2 headshots. This round just 1. And he's been dinked, so he's going to have to back away. He's going to turn into a real hard lurk. You can see at the top of mid. Electronic, almost a chance for Chopper, who sideswipes into his view. Dexter is back there with the AWP. And Electronic spotted him out in the open. That's exactly what he wanted. He knew that Chopper wouldn't be able to get away, and now Dexter has it all to do, and Navi's going to back away just a little bit to readdress and light up some utility, and Team Spirit, again, already calling the save. Dexter's out of there.
Yeah, Dexter's going to have to leave. AWP, they want to carry that over for the next round, so Navi going to tie this game on 2 pretty quickly. Bomb's just going to work inside of the site now. Electronic to plant it. They still have coverage, although late smoke, to be fair, at connector, but they did have players facing that position down, and Magic, seeing that smoke in position, knows that he's likely safe to grab at least the M4, so they'll carry that over and get the 2 rifles back into play. We are seeing the AUG quite a bit, more than the Krieg, and I think that makes sense, right? Because even during that meta, and look, it's been changed for a while, but The AUG made this, I think, gave the CTs a bigger boost than the Krieg did for the Ts, if that makes sense with the headshot potential.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Krieg first bullet accuracy was pretty nuts at that time. But yeah, the
It was
ability.
super nuts.
Yeah.
But I don't think it changed too much of what the Ts were already capable of doing in terms of taking sites. There was a little bit less execution, more picks, but the CTs, I think, can hold angles a little better with the AUG.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Am I crazy?
No, you're good. Well, I mean, you are. But
All right, cool.
Not,
Yeah.
This isn't necessarily the biggest indication of that.
Okay, cool. All right, good. Because I'm trying to hide the other ones as much as I can.
Yeah, keep those ones hidden. Keep those ones buckled down. Boomich going to be chatting with the boys. It's a 2-2 score line and a tactical call for Team Spirit. Going to take some time to discuss things. They have managed to save enough weapons to keep scraping together some of these buys, but that option is slipping away. Very, very low on funds after this round's investment, and that's why they want to talk things over. They want to make sure it's as efficient as possible. And really, I mean, it's a couple kills towards A, actually 3 kills off A ramp in the past 2 rounds, and Bit with 3 opening kills in the past 2 rounds as well. He's done a really good job, so we'll have to figure out exactly how they want to handle that situation. Dexter does have the AWP. Last round it was at Ticket Booth. This time he's going to go towards the mid window. Actually, excuse me, towards the B bomb site.
Early morning for Na'Vi. You can see it by indication of Boomich's apartments. That's in Moscow, and we've seen them in the dark a lot of the games that we've had to cast Na'Vi. They've had most of the afternoon games when they are on our stream, but today could be a very long day for either of these teams.
Yeah.
Boomich, 23 HP. That's the big thing about Gambit winning yesterday. As great a series as that was, they get a map in hand and they get the morning off.
Yeah, they get to avoid a best of 3 to start the day. I'm sure either one of these teams would have loved that opportunity, especially Spirit. They cannot be feeling good right now. That's a really cool call from Na'Vi out of the timeout. You know Team Spirit's coming up with a plan and chatting about something and adding a few more details into whatever they decide they want to do. And Na'Vi just hit him with an A rush right up the ramp, getting out before the utilities even laid down. And the timing of it just annihilated Spirit. They only had 1 defender at the A bomb site, 1 defender in jungle. It was an immediate call for retake, and Na'Vi takes most of their guns away. All but 1, all but Magic's. And a 1-round lead for Na'Vi.
So sitting in the lead now, Na'Vi. Boomich very aggressively moves forward, but yeah, the round got a little sloppy toward the end of it now, as it's no kills yet for Perfecto, but Dexter, the same result on the other side. We're still getting we're still very near the start in this, so we won't read too much into that. I think yesterday from Na'Vi, one of the things we did see in that Gambit series was a contribution from almost everyone, which was really nice to see. At Point Simple was actually bottom fragging in that series, and it just goes to show how competitive the whole team needs to be, especially against a team currently in the form of Gambit. SDY in a great start this time as well. Mir, a little bit quiet so far. He's typically been the consistent player for Team Spirit, and I imagine they'll want to get him onto an AWP as soon as they can afford it, but right now, again, they'll sit with that single rifle saved and nothing to work with otherwise, as you say. So, good job done by Na'Vi. And they've got 2 rounds in hand right now in terms of buying. So, like we say, you get 2 in the bank, the bonus starts to build up. You don't really have, this is like a very tough job for an objective for Spirit to do in breaking down their economy.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. It's going to take multiple wins in a row. Na'Vi taking this one very, very slow. Very cautious as Perfecto comes through underpass. It's this 1 rifle that they need to find. There is a player at top mid as well, but it looks like Na'Vi's content to not fully take control of middle, at least initially. Molotov in towards the door. There's utility towards top con, and flashbangs out mid. That's going to allow Perfecto to creep up, and ooh, Magix wasn't ready. Mir as well gets baited. The swing to try and trade the initial kill, and Chopper goes down as well. So Team Spirit, again, quickly out of a round, and this is going to be another clean sweep. 4 kills for Boomich, just pivoting in mid. And that is what...
Oh, yeah. I would flex on that camera, too. Nicely done, Boomich. Well done. Get the camera showing us those 4 kills. I agree.
Team Spirit's
That's the audience falling over backwards in his presence.
Team Spirit's got 2 kills in the last 4 rounds, Matt.
Yeah, not ideal. Again, going back to that economy we just talked about, they're just letting Na'Vi snowball at this point. But Boomich, good to have him have a start as well, because 7 kills on him. Yesterday, at times, he was the slow one to get into the game, so Yeah, headshotted so hard in that round, even his camera got taken down. So now we'll wait and see if they can respond as they get back onto the guns. It's Dexter, actually. So interestingly enough, Mir was, and I mentioned him on the AWP. Dexter has been the main, but yesterday we saw Mir picking it up a lot. So Dexter, obviously, on Mirage is what they're going to stick with. SDY with the smoke down bottom connector is going to look through the top of it and see if anyone's going to push through. He'll also have spotted the smoke going by on the top of his screen to see into the window, but flash in his face, the quick peek from Bit, he's forced to fall away, and the bomb's still waiting at Horseshoe. Should stay there for a little while. I think Na'Vi knows, okay, they'll pick it up now, but I think Na'Vi knows they can play picks at the start of this round and get a feel for what the defense is presenting to them in terms of money, in terms of AWP, utility, all the rest.
Well, the nice thing for Team Spirit, as we can watch Na'Vi circling back through T-spawn for an A-hit, Dexter far back has all the counter utility that he could possibly want. He's got a flashbang for himself. He's got a smoke to put on any Molotov that comes in his direction. He's got his own molly if he wants to block off access to the site. He can do a lot of different things, but he's got to stay alive long enough. And actually, now that he's moved himself into the site, he might not have that timing, especially because Chopper's gone down. That's a good pivot. That's a good follow-up. And he knows there's one more in holes. Oh, but the switch away is unfortunate. Electronic has taken scalps.
Yeah, I don't know why he switches away in that situation. He needs to be ready for the fight at all costs. Sure, you might think the pistol, but Electronic's able to swing so quickly. 3 kills for him as they open up the site again, and Bit takes them down. That was their best chance to steal around back, and Magic now trying to fall away and save his gun will sneak through the doorway of Checkers and be gone. Be gone, my friend. 5-2, Na'Vi looking rather aggressive in this game. Remember, the pistol as well, they started off with the 2 kills, and Spirit did convert, but that's the only 2 rounds they have so far, so Na'Vi's almost played this flawlessly to start off this game, and Simple's gonna find Magic as well. No guns saved, 5-2.
Well, we've had Bit now with some stellar opening kills. We've had Boomich with a quad kill round in mid, swinging around and killing everything that shows up. Electronic just with those 2 incredible shots in quick succession. I mean, just on an individual level, Na'Vi seem to be firing on all cylinders early on in this game. We'll see if Spirit can slow that down or put a complete stop to it at some point. Fast B split. Na'Vi's trying to exploit both bomb sites, both sides of the map, and Mir misses a shot.
Perfecto already inside of the smoke. Boomich holding from the arch. Dexter, quick shots. Nothing happening with the Deagles so far.
They want nothing.
Although Perfecto.
They want nothing to do with this fight. They're just
It's so, yeah, I'm so surprised at how passive they're being in a lot of these rounds, but they are going to set up for exits right now, and that's a smart thing to do with the Deagles. At least get a gun down from Boomich. Don't know that they'll be able to grab that gun. Good shot as well onto Electronic. Did that? I'm sorry, I don't think the wood does that much damage. Maybe it was a body shot. I thought it was a headshot through the wood, and that's why I didn't get the kill, but Simple's going to slide out and catch out SDY. I guess it doesn't matter. Ultimately, he doesn't get the kill, but the point being he had good accuracy on both shots with that Deagle. So only the 1 kill in the end of this, and they'll actually not even challenge that position. They're going to just leave through Checkers, and it's going to be 6-2. Na'Vi looking very good. Maybe mornings are good for them. Maybe they're a morning team.
Well, you know, it's not morning where they are, I don't think. It's morning where we are.
Okay, look, I get it. Okay.
It's earlier in the afternoon.
It's morning
for sure.
in the gamer hours, okay?
Yeah,
the context
that's
of gamer
good point.
hours.
Yeah.
We're just on the, like, normal people hours right now, which is weird to me.
Yeah, adult hours. Yeah, this was a good shot. I thought this was a dink through the wood. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's what I assumed.
Yeah,
it was.
I think it was. I don't know,
6-2.
and I admit, I'm sure there's someone out there who's done all the math and gone into the servers and knows all the damage distribution and, you know, penetration numbers and knows that that was a dink. But for me, I don't know what it is through the wood there, so I'm not 100% sure. But I think it was. I think it was a dink. I'd love to be more confident in telling you that, but unlike Anders, I don't spend 80 hours in an empty server.
Yeah, Anders is a special character.
He is a character's a good word, right? He's like an NPC. But like he's like the boss of the NPCs.
A chief NPC.
Yeah.
Ooh, Electronic as the smoke fades. Take it away then.
Yeah, good contact. I was just going to say, trying to go straight up for the fights because they know they have that confidence. We're seeing how passive Spirit's been, but now that they're back on the rifles, Chopper's going to get close to a main. Swing out, good flash. Bomb as well. Simple's the one that they catch. So not only do they get the op down, but they've got a presence sitting on their doorstep that they're going to try to do something with, at least buy some time. They can't really afford to hold it aggressively per se, and that's why Electronic immediately goes back up to grab it because he knows that situation is the truth. Chopper's going to check as well and confirm that it is gone. And Simple's op still sits on the ground, though, so they know that that's not in play. They know it's going to be rifles they're going against, which suggests perhaps a fast play. There's only one nade as well left over, so best round for Team Spirit in a while as they can try to hold on to this. And they are going to creep toward B. 2 players waiting, however. Magic is one of them. He's up on the balcony already, and Murr just waiting toward the bench will be able to cover out Catwalk. In fact, take that back. Magic has just dropped down, so sorry about that. Minimap misleading me, but he's certainly in a position of power and readiness. But Molotov, no, they don't have. They've got the nade only. Boomich gets the kill. Good jumping play to get the position as Electronic then goes inside of the site and is able to trade off his teammates on Catwalk. Has to watch window. They get the bomb plant down. Dexter, timing just barely off. Nearly got the shot. And Perfecto, escaping death, is able to run out and deliver it to Chopper instead. And Dexter finds himself suddenly in a 1-on-2. Good mid-round adaptation from Navi. Good take on the site. Trades. And now coverage from one another as Dexter is going to try this. No kit to work with as he sneaks in with the AWP. Desperate play. Electronic as well as making the angle harder and harder to find as he walks around at the bench. He's going to know surely that he's back in that direction, but again, they can't find each other on the other side of the pillar, and now Dexter's going to try and run. That gives Electronic a chance. Good shot back to at least get another kill, and Perfecto wants to catch him out. He wants to try and take this AWP down, but murder hole, not going to happen. It's going to go 7 rounds to Navi either way.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal job by Perfecto. First getting that initial lurk kill in the middle of the map and being able to hold on to it, allow his teammate to pivot around him through T-spawn, and then also the follow-up on Catwalk in a 2v2. That's really, really nicely done from Navi. Using Electronic to jump out the window to bait out the shot from Magix, and just everyone from Navi still individually hitting the shots whenever they're presented to them. That's what's amazing about this, is Navi just hitting the standard shots, but they're not missing. Flashbangs and utility out. Chopper with the Deagle is blinded up for the moment. There's Bit. Again, just an opportunity presents itself, and not a particularly difficult shot. Again, everyone from Navi being able to deliver in these fights.
Trying to deliver at least. Dexter just waiting it out with the AWP, trying to see above the smokes. As that blanket, rather annoying textures. Don't often see that boost, but they tried to make it work. Perfecto, meanwhile. Just waiting to hold. Simple. It's got Magic's. Good shot. Electronic will take out Murr instead. So with Mir down. It's all on Dexter. Navi's going to win out another round rather emphatically as well. All 5 alive. They leave the bomb alone, and so too will the CTs. Navi's looking untouchable at this point right now, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an 8-0 run, and there's only been a single close round in that. And even that wasn't all that close. That was the 2v2 we just witnessed in the previous. Close, only one player surviving, but Team Spirit didn't even really have a chance at retaking and defusing that bomb. So another timeout is called by them as they have to try and come up with some new ideas again. Double op setup might be an answer. Although, I mean, Dexter's op hasn't really felt too impactful. Same with Simples, actually. The ops haven't really had a whole lot to... and we haven't had to sing their praises too much quite yet in this match. It's been guys like Electronic, Bit, and Boomich delivering some stellar shots with AKs that have really taken over this game. 6-round lead for Navi. And they're going to go for a bit of mid control. 3 players, Boomich, Simple, and Bit to swing out towards the top of mid. SDY, utility behind the boxes, and there it is. The opening kill with the AWP. Nice shot from Dexter.
Gets things started this time. Maybe they can actually add to it. and build on it, but Simple's got other ideas as Mirror's gonna be caught out. Bit gets SDY. Everything that they get, Jason, on the Spirit side is immediately answered. Dexter, though, good shot through the window, through the wall, quite literally, into Perfecto as he spotted them trying to get information from the underpass. Electronic, inches away from being spotted by Chopper.
That was bold. With the knife out, the back turned as well. That's a bit cocky, but he does just sneak away. He's going to go meet up with Bit, who has the bomb. Simple close to underpass and mid. Actually, Electronic's going to come back. Oh, and there's the win. It was Chopper caught sleeping. So up inside the bomb site on Dexter, up in middle on Magix. But both of them going to pay attention to the A bomb site side of the map.
It's a shot from Bit, though. Dexter gone. Now he's got to clutch this back. Finally, a 1vx situation for for Spirit to try and win. And yet they may not, but Magic gets the shot instead. Bit goes down, and it will be the round to Team Spirit. They'll find their third finally. And they're trying to decide exactly what they want. It's going to be the AWP naturally pulled over. As the defuse will come in. But that was close, still tenuous, and the fact that only one player survives is going to make this still very uncomfortable for Team Spirit as they try to make amends. There's the man who did the work as we look in on them, but Dexter, to start this off once again, was able to get 2 brilliant kills. That one as well was very quick reactions, and his AWP was certainly worth saving as they'll give it back to him to try and make the most of it. There's the perspective from Perfecto. Not really much he could do and react in that time.
No, those first 2 kills from Dexter were spectacular shots. They had the money to go back into the double up setup, but they chose not to. Dexter had plenty of cash to drop one over. They're just going to keep the single AWP. I don't think the double up, that setup actually had too much impact in the previous round. Just great shooting from Dexter. Pretty standard from Navi with a lean towards the A bomb site. One player passively watching for mid pushes. Perfecto as well coming through the underpass. Him and Boomich going to work together to get some kind of semblance of mid control. Topcon smoking. Flashbang, and here comes the A-ramp exit. That's a big win from Chopper. A tough win, and he's naded by his teammate. Miscommunication from Spirit.
Mir's still waiting, though, at the ladder. He's going to try and work his position back out on Catwalk. Down below, there is a presence. Mir gets actually above on Catwalk as well. He's able to get caught out. It is a good presence from below, but watch out for SDY. Knows he's got Perfecto, gets the call that there's 2, and he immediately strikes before any response can happen. Now, the problem is, they may have taken back middle. They give up A in doing so, and Simple's able to just walk in, up versus up, and SDY will come to the same position at the same angle, but with only 19 HP and 2 kills to find. He does have a kit. He does have an incendiary, and he's going to try to make this work out as SDY sneaks back in from jungle, holding his nerve. Simple's holding the angle better still, and Navi find 9-3.
Yeah, 9-3, and they regain economic control. I mean, they never really lost it, but they at least put Team Spirit back in the tough situation. They're back to a full losing bonus, but only winning 1 round with 1 player surviving and then losing the next. So it'll have to be Deagles and Armor, SMG. I mean, they kind of have to put, you know, some stuff together, some kind of a buy together to be able to fight because they need rounds. They need rounds real bad at this junction of the game. Dexter spamming that Deagle through the mid smoke. That's a prayer. And Boomich is fast up Catwalk. Good cover. Nade at the base of Catwalk. Smoke, or I mean, excuse me, at the base of Connector. Smoke at the top of it. And here comes a split. 2 players up. Catwalk already turning the corner. Boomich and Bit to find the entrance on Demir, and Perfecto gets Magix. Dexter's arrived, but he's only able to get the 1. And Navi continue to be convincing.
Yeah, exactly. Chopper's going to do what he can with this Deagle to try and find some exits, but Navi is all over Spirit in this round. This is not what we saw from Spirit. And Navi seemingly are motivated today. This is very much, at this rate, at the speed this series is going, and this game's going so far at least, this map is a warm-up for Gambit, is how you could look at it from Navi's side. It's just a death match right now. They're just getting all the kills.
Yeah, I mean, this map has generally been relatively close for this matchup. I mean, Spirits even beat them on it back at the previous RMR. And it was, as you outlined earlier, a very close matchup the first time these 2 teams met, where Navi had to win 14 rounds in a row, came back in a big way against Spirit. But there's none of that here, or at least it's picking up where they left off on that streak. Seems like something in that run really showed them the light on how to just overcome Spirit on this map, or at least it broke Spirit. A 10-3 lead. And really, there's been no issues. There's been no complications for Navi. They've gotten everything they've wanted.
Three, as you say, back into play. Dexter holding in middle with the run boost going by him, but still try and hold it as Boomich gets into a better position, holding with the smoke now ready for the window. They'll spot that obviously came directly from the boxes. The double op both in mid. Mir could actually catch them off as the Molotov will go down, bounced, and holding and containing that position. He won't be able to swing out and see past the smokes. Meanwhile, Electronic, how great has he been entering into the bomb site so far today? 11 for him, by the way. And he'll try and work out this in this round as well.
Well, they better get some good fights here on Navi's entrance. Chopper's gonna have a real tough task. Molotov underneath. Boomich jumping around the corner. Mir's got the op shot. Traded quickly. Dexter's still alive. Back towards ticket booth and spawn stairs. But Electronic isn't gonna vacate. Simple's coming from the other angle and he's got him. Dexter never saw him. Never saw him at all. Simple's kind of stuck out in the open right now. He's got to find a way to get this bomb planted. They're already trying to retake. There's Electronic. There's a Molotov, and Simple backs away. That pulls him out of the vision of SDY into a 2-on-2.
Simple trying to get back around with the AWP inside of the site. The Molotov goes deep. Mir's got the shot onto Simple. Bomb dropped as a result. It's all on Perfecto. Another 1vx. Surely this time they have to win it as well. They managed just barely last time to do so, but with the time on their side, exactly, Perfecto's not going to be able to do anything. Baits out one, at least gets the kill. Tries to go for the 1v2. Ooh, okay. I thought Mir was going to try and cross over and go toward the vent. That might have allowed Perfecto the angle to see him, but it's a survival of the winner in this case, because obviously by staying alive, Team Spirit pick up their 4th round, but only their 4th round on the CT side. And the op will stay up for Dexter, but there's still not a lot of money. 2 MP9s to go with in round 15, Jason.
Yeah, they haven't had a clean win. Like, that's the second time they've won a round with only a single player surviving, and an op brought into the next round. They've had nothing go their way in this half. On top of Navi steamrolling them, they just haven't gotten any luck either. Flashbang in, it's a deep smoke, so Dexter can see in front of it. Good trade up A ramp though. Oh, and this isn't good. The A bomb site's in a lot of trouble. Second player up ramp, that's Electronic, and he hasn't missed those shots too much in this game. Molotov in towards the position of Dexter, so he's got to back away. A follow-up grenade, but the flames won't spread.
Magic back upside the site, holds and checks firebox just to be sure no one's already got in there, which would be peculiar timing, but he'll hold in that position instead. Meanwhile, they'll rotate off as Dexter and Mir. Look at Boomich already in B. Are going to hold mid. This could be huge. I know he's low HP, 16, but just that information, just that ability to hold the site. He's not going to push too far forward in this situation because of that HP, but Perfectic and Simpo. I love mixing up words this week, apparently. Are caught, but Electronic, therefore, could rotate the bomb back over. They still don't have any information. In fact, inside of the lovely little corner of Checker, that's where Boomich will wait and allow Electronic the bomb plant. So good call to rotate back over just strictly on this position alone, and now the rotations will come on, and we'll see if this is going to work out for Boomich. The nades would be enough to take him down, and there is one. Magic has it, but do they check it? No, they're going to walk in, they're going to make noise, they're going to line up and perfectly killed and executed. It was actually Electronic that got the second kill, but Boomich did all the work.
That is probably one of the more dominant halves we've seen throughout this week at the RMR.
I would agree with that, yep.
That's actually wild how dominant that was for Navi. A pistol round and a second round for Spirit, and then 2 gun rounds that are won with a single player surviving. It doesn't get much more comprehensive than that. 11-4 is the lead at halftime. And you're right, it is looking a little bit like a warm-up game at the moment. This is a huge contrast to the previous time we saw these two teams meet.
That's the huge benefit of the pace of it, because two things. One is you beat them quickly. You don't have to be mentally exhausted. It's a good warm-up to get the muscle going, to get the blood flowing, to make sure the team's on the same page. And if you do beat them quickly, you get a little bit of a break before that best of five. So, yeah, this is fine in a lot of ways, considering the long day. Sure, they got to be out of bed maybe a little bit earlier, but that's fine. Whereas if this was a long series that gets stretched out, and it still could be, let's not rule that out. If it gets stretched out 3 long maps and then they don't have a break and they go straight in against Gambit and mentally they're a little more strained, yeah, it's a bit of a different situation. Look at this situation, though. Simple 3 kills. Just annihilates them in mid. As again, it was Electronic that went down early. Pistol looked like a contest at the start, and suddenly it's all on Chopper. Bombs lost in mid. Smoke down top connector. He won't even be able to see through it. And as a result, he's just going to go prodding towards CT spawn, but on his way is Simple. Unfortunately, Simple was already low on HP from his earlier engagements, so Chopper will at least get that kill, but I think this round might be too far gone.
Oh, yeah, it should be. Unless he opens it up with a... I mean, he probably had to hit the advantage headshot, so... 1v3, bomb is dropped in perhaps the worst position possible. It can't get much worse than that. Just a matter of time. So it's likely to be 12 in the favor of Navi. We'll see if Chopper... He could have a timing here on this. Oh, Perfecto's actually outside the window. And his teammates will spot Chopper turning the corner, so this is all good. It's not a huge deal. Shoulder peek spots him out. Chopper jumps down. Never expected Perfecto. 12-4, 8-round lead. He's so good. He's such a freak. 12-4. Navi is just going to march on, and I think they're just going to quickly get us over to the second map in the series.
I think that's very much the case, given that they win this pistol as well. We have seen them lose a few second rounds, but no bomb plant, no purchase power, so it's just Glocks. I'd say they're probably pretty safe this time. Simple to wait it out inside a connector, can pop his head up and see toward Palace whenever they want. Run boost goes in front of the boxes this time. That just gives big 2 quick kills. Simple came over to support it though, and as a result of that, gives a bit of pressure toward Boomich. He'll go down as all of the guns are firing that direction. Good bomb plant. Spirit at least get that achieved, so they'll be able to purchase in this next round rather strongly, but it will be Navi already on 13 rounds.
At least the plant's going to help this next round buy for Team Spirit be a little bit stronger. They can actually even get an AWP now off the back of that extra $800 and feel confident with some armor and some nades behind it. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they take things. Pretty standard round altogether, though. Navi only losing Boomich. And here we go. No AWP in play. It's 5 AK strategy for Team Spirit. All the utility, all the nades they could possibly want. We're going to start out. SDY heading towards top mid. Aggressive defense from Navi, though. They don't want any breathing room for Team Spirit. Bit and Electronic. The aggressive in mid. Electronic's got the first kill. Can't find the follow-up. Spam doing a bit of damage, and he's going to be able to get away. He bails out. Mir still thinks he's an underpass. That's how sneaky Electronic was, and that's well worth the 33 damage they took to get that opening kill.
Shot from Electronic takes down Chopper as he'll swing back into the site. Mir is with an AK at middle, hoping desperately to find someone. Even checking underpass at this point in time, but no one there. Bomb outside of A main is going to try and work toward the site, but they need some support. They need some help inside of middle, and Boomich already up on top of the... Oh, good position, good angle, off angle, up on top of the planters, is able to get the shot down toward the A position, and it's all on to Mir. Bit is actually going to get found. Simple as well. Mir's making this somewhat awkward, but needs an ace. A 1v5 ace at that to try and make this round possible. Smoke out to jungle will at least give him a bit more room to move, but I don't think he's got the time. With 39 seconds, Bomb still in the possession of the CTs. It's going to take a miracle, Jason.
And he's got Electronic that he has to find and kill, and Electronic is just a beast right now. He's like the Terminator. He just literally moves wherever he wants to on the map and finds a kill. And for whatever reason, sometimes they're even just never looking in his direction. Nice find right at the end. 14-4. And whew. Looks like we're gonna get a quick finish. And if you're Team Spirit, I guess it's... I mean, it would be nice to see them maybe string a few rounds together and show a little bit of life at the end of this map, but also in the back of my head, I'm just like, well, Dust 2's next, and that's been far and away the best we've ever seen Spirit play. As much as we've questioned Team Spirit throughout this event, not on Dust 2. So maybe it's even a good thing if we could just get them quickly onto their map pick where they have a huge 88% win rate.
Yeah, that is a massive win rate, isn't it? I think Duncan spoke about that yesterday, that at any level of a win rate that consistently on a map such as Dust 2 that pretty much everyone has to play or has played or has in the pool at some point in time, that's pretty significant. Simple, meanwhile, in the B apartments at the window is going to look down the hall. And on Catwalk, Bit will wait and see what he can do with the position. SDY, meanwhile, sneaking up with the Tech 9 as Navi looks for map point.
This is Spirit's plan B. They wanted to go to the B bomb site. They wanted to do a set piece and execute into B. This is like a whole different audible changeup. And actually, they're just going to go back to the B site. So nades used in mid, they can come back and clear their flank and make sure nobody's circled around them. And then it's right back to the initial strategy. We're shied away initially due to the aggression of Simple in the B halls, but now they're excited to go back.
Perfecto. Done so far from him, but he doesn't need to. His teammates in great position. They rotate around. All five stay alive. Perfecto takes the most amount of damage, but also took the aggro, and Bit's able to get the hat trick inside of the sights. Just like that, we find map point already. You're right. We might have to look forward to Dust 2 already, Jason.
Yeah, I think Spirit's got to be happy about that at this point. This is so wild. I can't believe how dominant Navi looks right now in this opening map. It's really, really cool to see. I mean, you got to feel for Team Spirit, though. Like in that, it's just been solid from Navi. Individually, their players are carrying this game, even if it's nothing crazy tactically. Nice kills from Mir and Dexter. Bit gonna swing out, find one kill, find a little bit of a return, but look at the HP it's costed to get those kills. Like they might not even technically be on top of this, even with a man advantage. It's gonna be so easy to multi-kill against this Team Spirit team if Navi can get to the right position.
Perfecto inside of the ladder room. SDY. Already inside of B, once again. Just as Boomich did in the first half, the B player could be everything they need in the round, and it's going to be very similar because SDY, although he has 100 HP this time, so unlike Boomich, who is weak, is already going to be going in toward checker room as well. He's just double-checking Catwalk. He doesn't want to call his teammates in and say, hey, guys, wide open, and then they get caught off when they do arrive, but that means he's not quite in a good enough position to get... Ooh, I was going to say Bit coming inside of checker, but does hear him, gets the noise cue, gets the kill, and Bomb was thrown into the site, but now they're going to realize that it's safe to go and grab as well. They'll go for the plant. Perfecto. Bomb has been planted. Hasn't spotted them cross just yet. Bomb is planted. He's not really sure where to go, so we should have one more round on this. I can't imagine Navi trying to pull this clutch back given the positions, even though the HP's low, and I don't know that they'll want to because they've got some guns to work with, including 2 AKs picked up and carried over.
Yeah, and I mean, fair play. They've got a lot of rounds to play with, obviously. 10 more chances after this, and certainly feeling supremely confident. So a little bit of a life for Team Spirit here at the end, lifeline, as they extend the game by a round, at least for the moment. Good find though, and good reposition, good opening kills in middle, even if it did cost the HP, doesn't come back to haunt them. Electronic, you could see 20 kills, 106 ADR, 104. As it changes as a bomb explosion. 17 kills on Bit and Simple. And if you go over to Team Spirit, the highest kill total is SDY with 11. Next up, Dexter with 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone double digits already. Navi, I say already, we're on round 20, sure. But the fact of the matter is it hasn't been that much of a contest. So certainly looking decent. Flash out toward mid. Smoke already down on Catwalk. Dexter's able to cross over as a result. Dexter's cover out in mid with the flashes in position. Mir was able to throw that out. He's popped out and taken down Electronic. Watch for the spray of the AK as well toward the window, and he knows there's a player on the right side trapped at this point. So a smoke out defensively to try and move him in out of that position, but the Molotov down. Okay, there's the smoke from mid. I was going to say, he's going to have to throw that sooner or later, but because of the Molotov, he wasn't able to throw it far enough. Gap for Simple to work with, but also means Bit can't cross cleanly. He knows he's going to be being watched, though, and Simple goes for the kill that will protect, but they may not know Magic is also in that position, and he's going to sneak toward the connector as well. Man down on the Spirit side, but good position, and Magic could rip this wet round wide open. Gets into jungle. Bit was ready, but Magic's got the headshot, cover off murder hole, bomb to rotate back over toward A. This comes down to Boomich to hold the site as he sits back at the ticket booth. The rotation, I think, from Simple has to go to CT at this point as well with that smoke in position on the vent. Get the AWP to the line of sight. They don't want to leave B yet, so Perfecto's just waiting to make sure this is absolutely going to be an A hit with 38 seconds left. There's a Molotov and 5 flashes. That is all for the T's. So there will be contact. There will be a brawl. There will be a fight to get inside of this site. And Chopper might be the one to start that off if he swings to check CT. Jungle clear, knows his teammates there. Simple's going to look that direction, needs to be aware of the fact that he could be peeked from jungle. But they're not sure where they are, and they're backing off of this, considering that it might still be B. Now the Molotov goes out. Flashes. That'll hold Simple back for a moment. Can't get the angle, but Bomb just getting into position now. Again, will not have any coverage, so they have to go aggressive as well toward connecting with Perfecto. Tries to get through, but they're not elevated enough. Magic does get the kill. Bomb goes down. That allows Boomich back in, though, as they're all distracted, and this game's over.
Yep, it's over. And what a way to end it. An excellent retake from Navi right at the end. Good patience as well. But that is dominance from start to finish. That first half was a thing of beauty for Navi. It didn't even feel like Spirit had a chance, not only in the match, but just in even the individual fights being taken. Electronic was a monster, a team effort out of Navi. Clinical Counter-Strike wins the day, 16-5. And that's going to take us to Dust 2. And Spirit's got to be so happy to have that map behind him.
Yeah, I would say that's absolutely true. Spirit, get that one out of the way. Get that one out of the mind quickly. Dust 2, though, we know Navi are super capable on it. It's an incredible win rate, 88%. But it is a map everyone can play. And they're going to need their economy. They're going to need the ops firing. They're going to need Mir to step up, as always, Jason. But yeah, this is a phenomenal start. You can see that lovely Navi logo for a lot of the fans in the crowd. There's a Canadian Maple Leaf. That's kind of cool. This is actually taken straight from Twitch, so it's not linked to Steam. So everyone in Twitch with an avatar has a chance to show themselves in the crowd. Pretty cool.
Nice.
I like it.
Cool.
Look, I know it seems like a silly thing to harp on about, but it's just nice to see some visualization of community right now during this pandemic. So it's kind of nice. It's kind of cool. It's a good touch.
That's a really sweet, heartfelt sentiment, Matt. I like that. Well done.
Yeah, I can be wholesome every now and then.
Yeah, every once in a while. Well, you know who else can be wholesome is Banks, Vendetta, and Duncan. All those guys are known for their wholesome personalities, positivity.
Don't know what Jason's on about, you know.
No, he's
Maybe
right.
Ben-
I actually think that Spirit were positively trash. So there you go.
Of course. Yeah, to be fair, they didn't play up to par. No one was actually really that active, and you can't even give credit to like one player tried his best with this one because they got manhandled, and Navi were one step ahead from just after the first couple of rounds went by, Duncan.
Yeah, and the thing to me that was a bit tough was, like, on the Navi side, these are obviously incredible signs that we haven't seen, I think, in the entire time they've had even this core together. Like, legitimately 3 players having, like, top-level performances, map after map. This is actually what you've been waiting for if you're a Navi fan. But I do think Spirit helped them on this map, because so much of the game was on CT side of Mirage. Like, at the end of the day, like, you have to hit the shots when the guy comes in your crosshair. You have to be able to reposition. You have to be able to adjust to the hits, etc. Like, you can't only give that to Navi. It's not like they like masterminded the whole game. Like, I think Spirit definitely had some individual laws, as they said there, the casters at the end. Like, Mir just didn't really show up in the game, unfortunately. Normally he's like the most consistent player in terms of what you expect to get on the Spirit side.
Yeah, definitely. And we're just going to remind everyone in Twitch chat right now that you've got to keep voting for your team that you want to see win, the team you are supporting, using hashtag Navi or hashtag Spirit, because you'll have a chance to win yourself some skins. And there's a few knives in there and plenty of other good stuff. So make sure you give your chance. We're seeing, okay, there's quite a few Navi ones in there. They got it above their pictures in there. Anyone going for Spirit? This is our poor Spirit, you know.
I think most of the Spirit fans might have been, ran out of the stream by now, because that was just brutal.
Yeah, it really was, Ben. And the thing is, right, okay, it's like Foreign was saying just then, having 3 players on NAVI, Bit now coming into his own and things looking good, that's fine. But we just spoke about Spirit and some of the individuals on this team, like, you should be able to at least fight back, right?
Oh, no, absolutely. And again, it's like Duncan said, it's not like Navi did something revolutionary or completely outplayed them strategically or something. A lot of it was just basic mid openers and then crunching in on A or quick A plays for the better part of it, right? The B side was primarily untouched unless it was against an anti-eco or something to that effect. And there was very little resistance from any of the Spirit players. If we want to talk about, first duels, those kind of things, it just felt like there was an open passageway for Navi, and they were like, okay, we'll take that and run with it.
This is just like an entry killing like simulator. What is this? Like it's just every entry to Navi from every player.
I think the first 9 rounds you had I think within the first 11 rounds you had a single instance where Spirit got an opening frag that wasn't immediately traded, and in total, they had 2 entry frags at that point. So that just kind of goes to show the kind of domination that was coming out of Navi. And yesterday we saw, even though Bit played a great game on Mirage, he didn't have a lot of success in his opening duels. Today, completely different story. He just started, opening up Spirit like, he had a kitchen knife at hand. So he had a very easy going of it, and Spirit just never got into things. It just seemed like they got caught out of position, caught looking the wrong way, or just sleeping at the wheel. So this felt like a bit of a walkover, honestly, for Navi, and they have to feel great about it.
And they want this to go as fast as possible, right? If they can make this a 2-0, remember, they've got a best of 5 with Gambit having a 1-map advantage, potentially, if they are able to win against Spirit here. Now, Duncan, I want to come back onto Mr. Bit a little bit here, because he's the young 18-year-old. He came into a team and had to play Tier 1 very early on, didn't really get a chance to, rise up on another team. He just got brought in from the junior roster. This guy is developing himself, certainly, but you can really see it that he's taken a few more, positions and space away that, was never really given before. He seems to be confident in his own decision-making now.
For me, I think the key was in the past when they kept trading in and out, him and Flamey. The problem was Flamey, people forget, at that point in time, he'd been in the team, it's 5 years. So he'd sort of started to transition into more of a veteran, role player role. Whereas to me, one of the things they needed, which Flamey was never really able to deliver, was the consistent third player who could deliver and be an X factor on the scoreboard. And so you've brought in Bit, supposed to be one of the young talents of that Navi junior squad that you referred to. And I will say, he had probably the most brutal jump up in terms of the level he's expected to go to. But I think in light of the fact that they did give him that baptism of fire for all these tournaments in a row, now you're starting to see, it's only a few months in still. I mean, how long has he really been in the team for? 3 months or something? Maybe
I think it was
less
since
than
the March right after Flamey went.
Yeah, exactly. So he didn't get a full starting spot. You saw what happened to Bobski. He had to go a level up once he got his starting spot back. So I think now you're actually starting to see the dividends being paid for the investment that you made into this player.
Yeah, and this is now a player that can flourish and shine in this way. And another thing is, this guy, not outside of just team practice and tournaments, if you look on the FPL side of things, he is always playing Vendetta, right? He's grinding, so he's clearly very highly motivated to find some success here. But is this enough for Navi to be able to kind of put him as the third star? Do you think this is going to be the one?
He might be, again, from what we've seen, kind of how he's grown into the playoffs, at least for this tournament. It's positive signs all around. And again, I think obviously it's helped by the fact that you're also getting contributions out of Perfecto and Boom, which I think, even though they taper off towards the end of this game, they were where they needed to be to start off Navi to get into a great start. Because, there wasn't a need for Simple to do anything for the first 10 rounds or so. He could just kind of hang out and chill and save energy for when it was needed to close things out, and they did so. But it definitely helps the player in Bit's situation to feel like he's not going to be the one who has to carry an extremely heavy load in terms of being that problem solver if Electronic and Simple can't get things going. So he's probably pretty happy about the fact that he's seeing Perfecto and Boomich getting off to strong starts as well, because that will make his game easier as well.
Certainly will. We're going to take a look at the kill leaders throughout this, and it will be mainly Navi up there, as poor little Sumdai Young, he did his best, picked up 12, wanted to do some damage with it, but You're looking at Mir, you're looking at Dexter, and I think Dexter's a vital one here, Duncan, in not being able to perform on the. When I look down his stats as an individual player, it seems to be Mirage is something he's not too comfortable with. Yet actually, that's such a necessary role for him to be good at on this map.
Especially because they don't have a very wide map pool in Spirit. So if you're going to be a star player, they need you to be good on these 3 or 4 maps that is going to be played consistently. I think he had basically that one round where he sort of set up the clutch at the end for Magics. That was all right, but I agree. Bearing in mind how many times this guy has the AWP in his hands, I want more firepower out of him. Like I always say, there's no such thing as a sport AWP. It is a weapon that's about killing people with the weapon and justifying the expensive cost of it.
And it's not just about justifying the expensive cost of it as well. For me, it's like looking at Dexter. I don't know if you agree, Ven, but he needs to be able to take some more challenges to position himself better, because Mirage is a tried and tested map. You should be very comfortable and at home with that.
No, absolutely. And it's weird as well, because if you look at Dexter in his previous teams, when he was playing for Espada, he was very much a point man in terms of finding stuff and getting things going for a team, whether it was T or CT side. He was never afraid to actually go into duels. And Mirage is a map that perfectly lends itself to that. Just that. I mean, you see, all kinds of operators being aggressive, whether it is doing the mid window jump up to catwalk to try to get an early pick, just moseying around in towards A Palace to see if you can find someone kind of weird off from or wearing off from the rest of the team. Those kind of moves, you don't really see them coming out of Dexter as of late. We saw, or I had the same complaint at least for yesterday as well on Overpass 2, the fact that he was so, content with just either hanging out by bathrooms or standing back at like the flower bed at day long, and that was kind of it. So you never really felt like Navi were put under a ton of pressure by an opera who we know have an incredible skill. So try to make it difficult for them, because if you allow Navi to get the amount of space that they're given right now, they're going to flourish. They have no problem with being allowed to get up into sites and so on. They're not worried about getting pinched or having to deal with crossfires. So something needs to be different. And one positive, obviously, going into Dust 2 is the fact that we did see more of that against K23 in their matchup yesterday. So maybe it's just Mirage being a really awkward one for him. Some players just have maps that they can't get comfortable on, nearly no matter how much time you give them. But yeah, you kind of have to hope that's the case, and he's going to come out guns blazing on Dust 2. Otherwise, I think Navi runs away with this without dropping a single calorie. Pretty much, this is going to be a breeze to where they can conserve energy going into finals versus Gambit.
But we know what Spirit's Dust 2 can be. Just while you were talking, when I was looking down across the maps, and like his average rating on Dust 2 is 1.29, right? Which is ridiculous anyway.
That's really good.
But like on Mirage, they're playing against a lot of lesser teams as well, and even then his stats are just not that high. Like when he replays like a decent enough team, he's just not there. So something that certainly needs to be figured out. But moving into Dust 2, we obviously did see Navi play extremely well against Gambit on it yesterday, but with them going up against Spirit now, and we know how insane Spirit can be, Duncan, I'm looking at this as more of, this will tell us if it was more Gambit yesterday or more Navi.
Yeah, the thing is, Navi is a very good team on Dust 2. It's the reason why they were picking it themselves. Like, even when people point out, like, they've lost, like, 4 of the last X, it's like, yeah, look how many of those are to Gambit.
Gambit
Just kind of breaks the matrix in that sense. So, I think it's for me, this is in theory the biggest 50-50 map of the two. I want to see, like, I've seen enough from Navi now, the last, let's say, 4 or 5 maps that I've watched them play in this tournament. I expect they can bring a good performance. On their end, I'm just looking for the mental equation. We've seen this many, many times. If Navi wins map 1, especially if they win easily, map 2 tends to be where they get into a 12-12, 13-13 game, and then they have the mental relapse because they think, there's still the 3rd map. And those are famous last words for a lot of teams in Counter-Strike, because you never know how the other map's going to go. If you have the opportunity, you've got to crush the team. So for me, I want to see how Spirit perform now, because there's no excuses whatsoever on this map. This is their map they love. As you said, people like Dexter have phenomenal stats on it. It basically activates pretty much their entire team. And Navi somewhat seems to love losing Dust 2 games. So what more do you not want if you're Spirit?
And for Spirit here, then, they're going to be obviously looking to exploit the T side of Navi there with this slow pace that wasn't really shown as much against Gambit.
No, absolutely. I think one thing that cannot happen on the side of Spirit is that they can't deliver to the same level as they did versus K23. They got 6 rounds yesterday, and that felt like a very weak 6 rounds. It was not something that you could feel confident about. You probably come out of that first half saying Spirit are lucky to even get that many. And that's not very typical for that team. They're a team that kind of prides themselves on being exceptional on the CT side compared to other top tier Dust 2 teams. So you'd usually look for them to win out halves. And I think that's going to be a necessity as well versus a team like Na'Vi, especially when you saw how insanely good Na'Vi can be if they get the ball rolling, because Gambit had no answer, and eventually Na'Vi has the freedom to do whatever they want. And when they get into that kind of a flow state, it's kind of hard to reset them. So Spirit needs to come out early. They need to be set in their ways, and they need to not be slouches, because what we saw versus K23 is not going to do any sort of damage to Na'Vi.
Yeah, but obviously when we look at this here and we're seeing the last few games Spirit have played against it, the two legit ones there are on Virtus Pro. Obviously they're falling down, or maybe not in the best form right now. But then even when we look at Navi's, right, the one to Namigri, I would say, is a little bit concerning. Very close game versus fours, and this is just the problems we talk about with Navi and Dust 2. It's the up and down mentality of how it will be played out. But I will give them the credit, like what you were saying, Duncan, on terms of having their backs up against the wall, and then they start to perform when it comes to a third map. At least maybe here, because it's the lower bracket, then maybe that they've already got their idea of their backs up against the wall, that they can avoid that.
Problem is, like, you will always know in your back of your unconscious mind, like, I am not going to be eliminated in this map now. Now, the problem with that is I personally think that's actually the hallmark of a great team, is the great team knows that they don't have to win this map, so they win it anyway, and they just 2-0 you. It's what Gambit does to most teams not called Na'Vi, if anyone's watching. So to me, that's like that shows that you can sort of force yourself to top performance. The problem with Na'Vi, it's one of the things we kind of harped on in a lot of these conversations during this one tournament, is they are a team that somewhat need to be sort of forced to play their best game. So if anything, I would just hope that Spirit bring an awesome match, and that Na'Vi as a result has to sort of rise to the occasion. Yeah,
bring up the level of both of them throughout. But are we at all worried here then about Spirit not being able to perform just off the back of this? Because, like, one thing, when you look at the last Mirage game, it was 16-10 to Na'Vi in the end, and it was at least a fight in there. But this was such a blowout that I'd be very worried about the tilt factor, because we saw the faces on the cameras.
Yeah, and again, we saw frustration even when they were doing well yesterday versus K23.
Yes.
So, to me, it's just a worry from what we've seen in group stage, what we've seen in the playoffs as well. And this is something Jason said too. Like, yeah, they're winning, but they're not looking good doing it. And that's gonna take you, to a certain point. But when you get towards the top, then that's when you have to raise your level. And so far, we haven't really seen much of an indication that Spirit are going to be able to kind of flip that switch and make that happen versus the likes of Na'Vi or potentially Gambit. So I'm very worried if I'm Spirit right now. And yeah, you got battered on Mirage. At least you had a bit more of a fight in the first bout you had on Mirage versus Na'Vi, even though the second half ran away from you. This time, you didn't have any say whatsoever. So what kind of confidence are you coming into Dust 2? In that sense, that's like the mental scarring that we've spoken about earlier as well. That might be tougher to kind of put to the side, even though you're going into your absolute favorite map.
And I also want to take a look at that. We touched on Bid as a player, but I'm really interested to see, maybe is he going to be focusing still on this double AWP some more? Is this something they're going to stick to? Because obviously it worked out so incredibly well from last time, though.
I think that also is like a byproduct of the fact that they had like a ridiculous roll on CT side of the map, though. Like, when you just get that many, you're going to pick up extra ops as a result. You're going to basically have a full economy. That's also the reason why I don't think you can take that map against Gambit and expect it to play out the same way. Usually it's the CTs that are having to scramble a little bit more careful with the economy. So if anything, that was like a bit of a one-off from Na'Vi, I think.
Okay, so we'll have to wait and see if it is possible, if they are able to get it done in terms of the economy side of things. But do we imagine that Spirit have it in them to bounce back here, then? Do you still believe in this? Because I'm just very worried of how much of a kick in they took.
Well, you sort of have to believe. They've made it to this point, and they haven't played well, and it feels like they're due. They're due for at least one solid map where we get to see the Spirit that we constantly bring up pre-matches. We talk about them having incredible skill across all five, and we've yet to see that actually come to fruition. So for them to drop out of the tournament without having at least one map where they get to show their true self, that would be very disappointing. So just off of that, I'm crossing my fingers and hoping, even if it's not going to amount to a win, that they can at least make it a very, very close, well-played map.
Yeah, certainly make it competitive as well. Now, We also touched on Boomich a bit yesterday, right? And the fact that even when they were able to pick up that map at Dust 2, he wasn't the one to do the big damage in there. But how are we viewing him now on these T sides that at least over the last couple of days have looked a bit better? Are we putting it more down to him or just more down to the players at this point, Duncan?
The problem I have is just I can't really comprehend that an in-game leader plays in the sort of roles and space creation that he does. Like that looks to me more like almost like a Sanchi style entry player. Like the idea he's supposed to be the bait, or he's supposed to literally just get information, and then the other players can sort of move into that space. So I would say they were able to effectively play off it yesterday. Like actually on Mirage particularly, had a bunch of scenarios where it was working pretty well. It sort of threw Gambit off a bit. I don't really buy that it's like a viable long-term strategy though, and I don't really know what has to do with his role. So it's one of those things where Navi themselves are always quite unclear about exactly how the like breakdown of the roles goes. So we can only speculate.
And
or contact that Nip marketing guy, maybe he knows. Or is that just for Nip? I don't know. I don't know the rules anymore, mate.
The rules have gone out the window, Duncan, a long time ago. There aren't none anymore. Ben, I was going to say about Chopper, though, right? As an IGL, he's very different when it comes to Dust 2. This is a man that is the first one through, or maybe the second one through most of the time, and he just leads the charge, right, and waits for the follow-up of all the heavy hitters behind him. He's obviously the opposite of Boomich in that sense, because Chopper can end up with some very good stats on his Dust game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. For their T side, again, we spoke about one of the biggest strengths that Spirit has is kind of having the belief in your team as a whole that when one of us runs out, a second player is going to be right behind you to follow up on whatever happens. And if Chopper is able to create some space for the others, that is excellent. But he also has it in him, as you said, that to actually create openings, not just by creating space, but actually finding frags as well. So for the T sides, I think Spirit are still going to be able to be competitive. CT side, a little bit worried about the tendencies we saw with their long defense, but we'll see how it plays out.
Well, let's see how it plays out indeed. Let's see if Spirit can bounce back after a heavy loss on map 1. We're back with Sadakist and Moses.
Back indeed, and back in business, hopefully, for Team Spirit as we get underway on a map that they have a much larger success rate, but Simple already getting aggressive with the pistol on Catwalk. Jason?
Yes, he is. Now, peering towards the underpass, it's pretty quiet. Electronic's ready to pounce, and they're going to be able to take the same fight at the same time on Simple's spot. Electronic choosing not to swing quite yet. Well aware, I think, of the pace that Spirit has started this pistol round with. He's hesitant to overcommit when he'd be exposed all the way to T-spawn, but Simple still standing tall, still ready to challenge. There's the swing, there's the fight, there's the second one, and quickly they give it up. They had what they wanted, they didn't get it, and now they get it back away.
Electronic with the pistol to sit back. Does go back for contact. Surprisingly, 56 seconds left in this round, and we haven't had a kill yet. Okay, I speak, and it shall change.
And, yeah, and the grenade hath been delivered.
Well, it's delivered with success, but so too are the bullets from Dexter and Magic, and now Mir, because Electronic goes down. He was the only one that had the kill with that nade. As Perfecto finding one in the round, at least will get taken out by SDY, and it's all on Bit in a 1 versus 3 bomb plant down, and Team Spirit might win a pistol to take their first lead in a map in this series. I take that back. They won the first pistol last round. It just seems so far away since it was 5-2 immediately after that. But yes, of course, they did start off well on that map as well. Good kill again for Bit to get one more down. It was low HP on SDY, so that one wasn't too hard to do. But 1-0 for Team Spirit.
Yeah, don't you ever forget the Team Spirit had a
I'm
2-1
sorry.
lead on Mirage.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, does seem like so long ago. Starting out very similarly so far here on Dust 2. Pistol round won by Team Spirit. You could see, I mean, Simple and Electronic didn't commit to those fights. Electronic didn't even commit to with the 2 flashbangs that Perfecto threw. I wonder if that was a bit over-eager for Perfecto. Nice tag from Simple with the scout, blinded. Blows off an ankle and backs away. Boomich wants to stick around for the fight, though, as the smoke plumes in the double doors. That might give him the courage to swing around the edge of this smoke. It's going to clear pretty soon, and then they have to make their decision.
Well, the decision right now is to get kills. Magic gets one immediately onto Boomich. Be pretty sick if you could jump onto that canopy, too. Wouldn't it, Jason?
It would be pretty sick. Seems like it'd be very strong.
Yeah, it looks like it's well built. Good engineering.
Yeah, no collapsing.
Depends on the welds, but I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. Ooh, simple. That is pretty sick. Only the head to shoot at with the scout, and that's exactly what he hits. Chopper does get him immediately back, however, on the AK-47, and Mir will do the same to Bit. So we find ourselves now 4-on-2 in favor of Team Spirit. Deagle shot plus nades. Not enough to get a kill. Magic, though, taking damage from Electronic is going to go down. Mir's found, but Electronic still on the site. Bombs dropped as well. Buys himself some time. Not a lot of space as he wants to continue to battle, and he knows they're going to be getting closer. Could even go for the boost in the backside of the smoke, and he's more than aware of that. Spots out one immediately as he wraps around, but Mir holds the angle and gets the shots. Good effort from Electronic.
Oh, man, he had both those players at low HP. One tag to the chest could have done it on either one of them. That's a close call. Spirit get away with one, especially that engagement back towards CT spawn. That could have easily gone the other way. Nicely done from Navi. 2-0 for Team Spirit, and nade, smoke, flash picked up in terms of utility for the CT side. A couple nades, actually. Looks like that'll be for long A. Both HE grenades leading the way. SDY is going to be past it, and there's the MAC-10. Grenades didn't get delivered in time, and kills coming out in the favor of Team Spirit. Although Boomich was a hard target to hit for just a moment, it's just down to Simple.
Yeah, Simple in this one's going to concede, I think, at this point. Just try and take guns out of their hands because they'll have them for the CTs in the next round. Spots one top middle. Shots. Does a little bit of damage to Mir. Small sliver of hope to see through the smoke, but a flash comes out his direction instead. And they've already crossed over with the bomb, so as we say, this round's pretty much done. Simple's just looking to do economic damage at this point in time. Better still if he could get an exit kill and get an AK to carry over to the first gun round for the CTs. That would be pretty remarkable.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That's still a long way off. He's got a player to find and a lot of players to avoid after the fact, and especially with Chopper meeting up on Catwalk towards Xbox. And now he's been spotted, so now it should be basically impossible. Simple. Just going to go down through the mid doors. 3-0 for Team Spirit, but the rifles and the guns and the utility going to come out for Navi now. I think Simple should be able to afford an AWP, so we'll see where he decides to take that one. He started out in the Gambit matchup yesterday when they played on Dust 2. He started out on point with the AWP, playing very good at the 8-bomb site, very strong at rail and at car for any kind of cat execution. Navi did a great job to open up Dust 2.
Perfecto over toward B. This is where he shone yesterday against Gambit.
Yep.
He was so good inside of the site, so effective.
Him and Bit together did a great job at that B site, not just defending B hits, but mid to B splits as well, which can be so difficult. Simple's going to give up the angle, and this is a pretty standard defense if they were to stick around. Electronic close up and Simple with the AWP, but they're kind of in no man's land. One fell back, one stuck around, and Simple goes down. Ooh, and Electronic, that timing, real unlucky for him, and Boomich is in an impossible scenario. There's no escape route at long either, because Chopper is ready and waiting. And that is a very, very strong hit, but I think it's mostly due to the timing and the shifting of the Navi players at that moment. I think they just got caught in a really awkward transition into a new setup.
Good shot from Bit to at least get SDY down and back to a 3-on-3, but bomb still ticking away as Navi is just looking to try and again make economic damage a factor in this game. Boomich even holding down in dark. I should say suicide. It's not dark. Dark's lower tunnels. It's very confusing, Jason.
Yeah, extremely.
That's how it'll end. Say again, sorry.
I was just saying it was 4-0 for Team Spirit.
Oh, yes. That's factual. You are speaking truths.
Yeah.
So a great start for them. Ah, yes. This is why it's 4-0. They've got the bananas out.
Yep. That's what it was. They realized between maps not enough potassium.
Well, they'll get themselves going either way. So, good start. Navi, like we said yesterday, played excellently on this map. They beat Gambit on it. They stole it away. And it's a factor. It's certainly a factor. in this match that they have to get a good start against Team Spirit and not let this spiral out of control. So they're going to go to the AUG for simple. No AWP. They still do have the AK for Boomich, as we saw at the end of last round. He was able to hold on to that. Smoke will go down at the long cave position. Flash out, meanwhile, in B, and that'll just keep Perfecto in side of the site. Has to respect that. But we know he's been pretty good about anchoring that. We did see a few times yesterday he did rotate out to mid a little early, but they still had good awareness of what was going on in B, and they didn't want to lose this position. Bit, meanwhile, is the one to hold it this time. Self-smoke for Electronic. He's going to get back inside of the site, and Bit's going to have to make a play in this. But as he does, and as he wants to, he's also being held because Chopper's waiting for him to push back through. So they've got a little bit of time and space in middle, and Bit and Chopper will engage in warfare that does not lead yet to a kill, but it makes things a little bit awkward as well because the timings of the smokes are leaving. And the flash coming out, Bit now has vision. He can see the window, but Chopper up close is able to get the kill. Simple has to respond, and they aren't through the window yet, which means Simple's in a perfect position as Electronic takes one down inside of the site. And that AUG, oh, he's going to burn alive. I was going to say, could be enough, but they'll burn, or rather nade, Magic back. Instead, it's Dexter that finally wants to come in from tunnels, and just like that, B site is open. Boomich last alive. It was a good effort from Navi, but I thought it was going to go so much better. And yet they still fall shy in the end, but boom, oh, he gets the call. Boomich gets the call that it's outside the window, and he gets there just in time. A great team communication for him to change his position and not go for the kills inside of the site, but still, he's unable to read the last position as Dagster comes back out and gets Spirit number 5.
What a tough round for both teams. Spirit does such a good job just holding positions, and unfortunately for Navi, it's not a bad defense by any means. They actually win a decent amount of those fights, but the problem is they never fully took care of either one of the hits. They never fully took care of the tunnel portion of the attack. They never fully took care of the mid portion of the attack, and so they were always just stuck. And two parts of that defense, one in CT spawn behind the smokes, that was Bit and Simple, and then Electronic and Perfecto inside of the B site. They could never really get connected. That's a tough round to swallow if you're Navi, but now Simple's got Not back in hand. Light on nades, but a pretty strong defensive purchase for Navi. And that's the difference. Yesterday, remember, when we talk about how good that B defense was, especially at stopping mid to B splits, they were getting aggressive outside of the doors and at least handling the mid portion of the attack. They would come out with utility, eliminate the mid players, and then address the retake later. This time, they weren't actually able to get the timing right on fighting outside together. Potentially because it was Electronic and Perfecto there.
So Catwalk takes Simple for the drop-off shot. And he's got it. Too slow on the peak. No utility as well. They just try to face it. And shoulder bait. Simple makes no mistake on it. They'll try and set for execution, though, knowing that he has repositioned. But he goes not only down below, wraps right back around and comes up to Goose. And that's all due to the fact that they still have a presence at long. Boomich is there, as he so often is, and has not yet seen anything thrown his direction. So Simple knows the focus has to still be on Catwalk. And as a result, they'll put out additional smokes as well and buy some additional time because there's only 27 seconds left. That smoke's going to be there until about 18 seconds. And now the T's will try and work through it. Electronic is aware and gets close. He's also going to hear them rotating back on that. He's got that call. Oh, has he, though? B players are certainly ready. Yeah, they have to. This is a mid to B. Bit's going to go out for it, but look at the amount of kills coming in. My goodness, Team Spirit just absolutely ripped them apart. Straight through CT. They get off everyone 6 seconds. Perfecto just has to stay alive, but there's too many players on the case, and Spirit get away with one.
What just happened?
I don't know. I would love to see an overhead of all those kills at once. That's foolish.
They all died at the same exact time. Just coming out mid, and Team Spirit gets all the kills. That time, Bit is using flashbangs from Perfecto to peek window to try and fight towards middle, but Team Spirit was still so far away from where that flashbang would have been effective, and I think some of them were even turned to fight up towards the spawn ramp towards the A bomb site, but Navi just getting clapped. And, I mean, it's almost like Navi gets to experience exactly what they did to Team Spirit on Mirage just a few minutes ago.
Well, now Perfecto waiting inside of the site. Yeah, absolutely. 6-0 start. Shoulder peeking. Oh, timing. Okay, you didn't see it. I didn't think he did. Smoke will go down, and he tries to fire into the corridor. toward the tunnels. No one going to catch that. Bit's going to push up, though, on the back of this, and they're going to take catwalk control with the pistols. I don't think they'll be giving it quite so freely, though. That will absolutely be thought of and considered. Good shot by Magic as well to take and make sure that Bit goes down as SDY follows into Boomich. Round pretty much, I think, is secure at this point.
Oh, yeah. Perfecto and Simple have no chance of even getting together to work together or anywhere close to each other on the map. So it's just going to have to be an individual heroic effort. I don't think Perfecto spotted that either. He might have. Let's see what he can do with the Deagle. First kill. He needs one more quick. He needs a headshot. It's not going to happen. Body tag on SDY. That's the bomb site lost. So, yep, 7-0 is in the cards. And surely Spirit's going to be aware of the big flank as Simple rotates over.
And he's just going to stay and hold that the B, or rather the T car, excuse me, and make sure that no one gets anything from him. Maybe walks out that direction as bomb detonates, and he'll get the headshot instead. But
what kind of car is that,
7-0 for Spirit. That looks like... I'd have to see the back of it. Almost like a Pinto, maybe a Lancia.
All right. That's what I was going to say, too.
I thought you were. I had a feeling.
This is great from Spirit.
It kind of has like, actually, you know what? It kind of has like a look of a Golf, but not really shaped right. Like the original like Mark. It almost looks like a Mark 4 or Mark 3. Sorry. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's your answer, Jason.
Yeah, Mark 3.
The back of it's shaped more like a Pinto, though. It's more slanted.
This is great for Spirit. This is one way to rebound and put the previous map behind you. Not a whole lot of production coming in from Navi. Not a whole lot of success to be happy about. And Spirit's starting to get to the point where they've established success pretty much everywhere on the map. Electronic's going to get aggressive. Want to stop the control, a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, and even Simple goes down. I think he got flustered when he got shot in the face through the corner of the wall. And look at Bit. He's got 2 angles to deal with. Excuse me, not Bit. That's Boomich. Well, Bit's got problems as well, and now Boomich behind the flames. They know his position, and he's the last one left that hasn't been dealt with yet. Good kill, but 3 HP. This is most certainly going to be an 8th round for Spirit.
Slow it down, Navi. Call a timeout. Do something. This is not what I expected when we came off of Mirage, because they were dominant on that map, and now they're just getting absolutely obliterated.
I actually don't even mind the call. I actually like the fight from Electronic. I like the idea that Navi's saying, okay, let's go take something, let's deny something and fight for some of this ground. I mean, 1-for-1 trade is fine. It just seems like on some point, the biggest contrast from Mirage is some of these fights just seem like they're coming at really uncomfortable timings for the Navi players. Like they're not feeling the flow of the game as well as they did on Mirage. Boomich almost able to double that up towards long. That would have been just to keep the gun alive. Team Spirit is up by 8.
Mir able to showcase a few kills on Cat. Remember, we almost killed his teammate, but whatever. He's doing his job. We talked about him at the end of the last map as someone who definitely did not have a great map for Team Spirit, and such a factor he is, starting to turn things around this time. Aggressive toward B. They're going to run right at him, and the other 2 think better of it. Oh, Boomich, you died? All right, cool. We're just going to stay here. I don't feel like dying today. As Bits does better than that. Let's Magic go to him instead. The closet position. They may not read the both are there. And SDY, he's killed his teammate trying to get the other additional kill. It works out because they get the trade as a result of it, and they even follow up and get the kill in response additionally. So that is still worked out. It's unfortunate that they couldn't get one more on the Navi side and bring this to a 2-on-1 now, as it would be. An Electronic, though, without the bomb planted, still outside of the door. Smoke down at door will be redressed, and the Molotov additionally toward window buys additional space for the bomb to be planted. So 9-0. I did not expect this at all.
You know, I'd like to see Electronic go for this. You know, you have the full losing bonus. You're going to have a buy in the next round, and yeah, the armor's there, but I mean, you're down 0-8. Teammates have to be telling you they've tagged a couple players of the Deagles, and it looks like he's going to prioritize trying to get a weapon at the end. It would have been nice to see him at least go for 1 kill and see what he can create from there. Back in towards Hulls, and Dexter's got the AWP at an off angle. They're going to exit together. Here it comes. SDY is low, and Dexter has the trade.
All right, what's it going to be, Navi? Guns brought back out, AWP for Simple. And this has to be around, surely. I have to do something.
Doesn't have to be, but it would be nice. Vendetta's passed along the info, Matthew, that the car in T-Spawn is actually a Renault 5.
It could be a Renault, yeah, I could see that, but the headlights don't really look Renault-ish. Yeah. Look, it's a car. They made a hatchback, and they put it there, and I doubt Valve really cared about what kind of car it was.
I was just asking.
Although Gaben is a big car guy. He owns,
Is he?
yeah, he owned part of an IMSA Porsche team for a while, or supported one. I think he was actually partners with Proton Dempsey Racing, but I'd have to look it up. As it's going to be Magic with 2. Gun rounds aren't doing anything. Navi's still getting battered and bruised. They can't win a duel. They just can't win position. Spirit looking like a completely different team from what we saw on map number 1.
Yeah, thankfully for them, not thankfully for Navi. And STY's even gone and opened up the B bomb site. He's just marched right in and he's got it clear. So Spirit's going to take their time, fall back. They'll leave a lurker on Catwalk, a lurker at the long corner as well. And you're right, Navi can't buy a frag. And now they've tried to defend and they've tried to do some different things on Catwalk. We saw the round of Electronic getting aggressive right out of the gate with a flashbang to turn the corner. Now we see a stack with the AWP on the railing to bait. Electronic and a teammate on the stairs as well along the wall. And both of them get doubled up by Magix. Good entries from him turning the corner. And no matter what Navi throws at it, they just can't stop anything.
Simple trying to work back. Good angle from Digster as he's able to just look over top of the box. That was a death looking at Simple when he walked around the corner. He would have known it. And it's all down to bits to try and win finally. Around. Good shot on Mir. That was a sexy one tap toward Gandalf. And he follows up on SDY. Wants the AWP. But having reached for it twice, he realizes it's probably not ideal yet as he's going to be under threat. And in fact, he does get it. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get it. I thought he was going to go back. I thought he was going to get it after the bomb. But he'll keep the AK instead. I'm surprised he doesn't commit to that. But yeah, 2 good kills gets money down. I know I get excited about it because that was a sick shot, but really it doesn't matter in the context of the overall game at this point because it's 9-0 and Spirit obviously have tons of money. Excuse me, in fact, it's 10-0 now. That's the 10th round, and they have tons of money at this point.
This is wild. Get excited when you can, Matt, because this is a freaking sweep.
Yeah, there's not much else to get excited about unless you're a massive Spirit fan right now.
Yeah, here we go with a B rush as well. No one's in the bomb site, so Navi, I mean, well, that's a nice kill. That's a good find. 5 on 4 now, but it still feels like they've already kind of lost right out of the gate. Double Molotov towards the window. Gonna be a difficult retake regardless of the man advantage. They do have some utility to play with, but the weaker pistols might be a problem late. Only 3 players actually in the site for Spirit, though. The 4th is way back towards T-Spawn to watch the tunnel lurk, and he's gonna get some action. That's going to be Magix, and Dexter will have to turn around.
Shot Magic, able to get Boomich down.
Ah.
Perfecto. Deagle trying to work back out and around to the position at window. Does get there, but Perfecto gets the kill. Or rather, excuse me, gets killed. As I get it backwards once again. Look, things are weird. Things are backwards in this game compared to Mirage. That's what's confusing me, Jason, because again, just an absolute obliteration.
Yeah, just about. I mean, it actually is exactly what Navi did to them. They're just returning the favor. There's been a few more closer rounds, I guess, but I mean, at 11-0, that doesn't mean anything at all. So here we go, round 12 underway. Navi still trying to get rid of the goose egg.
Can't imagine you win so dominantly on Mirage and then lose 16-0, Jason.
Well, now that you've said it.
Okay, yep. I've ruined it, and I'm sorry.
Who knows? They might be playing well enough to counteract the curse. This is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the Navi side and say that it's surprising, but you have to give Spirit a lot of credit in this game. This is a massive turnaround from them, and they have been executing so well. Again, it's Perfecto down, just absolutely removed from the map, and Magic, they're hitting everything. They're just destroying. Is this even fair? Is this,
had, like, he was spammed down to 12 HP as well. He, like, had to hit instant headshots in both of those, and Navi just lose again.
Does it be? Electronic is leading the way with 7. Oh, yeah, wow.
Hey, look, it's like both teams just traded maps to be just gods.
Pretty incredible stuff from Team Spirit. So I wasn't going to mention it when we were on Mirage, Jason, because I didn't know that we had a chance to need it or talk about it, but Inferno's the third map.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And I mean, hopefully it'll be a competitive one, but not seemingly likely with the way things are going right now. Both teams just sweeping their own map picks, and I think the scary thing is if you're Spirit, you know, Inferno's not a map that you've shown any real proficiency on. Navi, despite not having a great win rate on it, you know, just in terms of the statistics, 57%, it's still a very dangerous map to play them on. They're very, very good at it. Spirit's only got a 22% win rate on it. So, yeah, it's nice that you're winning Dust 2 and all, but you're just kind of giving yourself a chance to have a really, really difficult, grinded out third map.
Electronic. Back away on this bit as well. Very passive, no hold in middle. Could be a mistake. For Team Spirit, minute 13 on the clock. Boomich is still out toward long, but no one challenging at this position as of yet. They are already through the mid doors. Magix is just standing there waiting to see if anyone's going to go that direction. And it's, again, it's so passive. The op is in the hands of Simple. He's playing a goose, not even looking down towards CT, and that's where all the utility is going to be thrown as Bit tries to get himself back in position. Flashes high in the sky to peek over, but they're already up close and behind the box, so they're not going to be blind. And Bit is removed immediately despite his best efforts as Perfecto gets one back at least, but look at the nade come in from Mir. Goodbye, Perfecto. Electronic comes through the middle smoke and says, wait a minute, where is everyone? Oh, well, my teammates are dead. And the T's have gone back through the tunnels, so he tries to get the door and cut off the cross, but I imagine there'll be utility going in that direction as well, as they've been so swiftly using it throughout. In fact, they even throw the bomb over to Chopper, and the rest will get in position for the post plant.
Navi hasn't even moved. They haven't had any intention to go for this the entire time. It's just Electronic here. Simple still at the railing. Boomich out towards long. 13-0 for Team Spirit.
Back away, Electronic. Molotov down at his feet, and you're right, they're not moving. They want that AWP. He's going to at least grab the M4 and upgrade his gun as he backs away from the sight bomb. The detonate, 13-0. When does this stop, Jason? Is Navi just playing a game? They're like, all right, let's 0-15, guys, and then see if we can come back and win.
Yeah, maybe. Not a strategy I would advise in any way, but...
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone would.
That's an explanation. That is a explanation. I don't know. The hard part is Magix has been doing so good on the entries. You saw it earlier on towards Catwalk. We've seen it out mid a couple times. Like, he's just a beast at the moment. 16-8 for Magix and 13-4 for Mir. So some cat aggression. This hasn't been effective, obviously, for Navi throughout the half, but they're continuing to try to get aggressive and find ways to give themselves an advantage. This is a nice touch. Electronic towards the top of Catwalk. Yeah, you're taking a risk. Yeah, there's a timing on it, but this can definitely catch Spirit off guard. Simple to at least spot into lower dark. The flashbang being utilized gives away the game. Electronic's going to turn around, take that fight, and now he's got to fight and retreat at the same time. He's got a double kill. He does eventually fall. It's Chopper to find him and clear him out. And Navi, with that death of their teammate, are going to back away and play more passive setups.
Well, they've got a man advantage finally. Let's hope they can actually convert it at this point in time. The drive early on Dust 2 down in this round. Magic is removed. So is Mir. 2 top frag. Then so is Electronic on the Navi side, and that's all they've had really going for them. If you could argue they have anything going for them with this scoreline. Bit with the nade, thinks about throwing it toward tunnels. We're in good time to do so. Sees them now and will, but he needs to get Perfecto into a position of relevance. The flash will help him do so. I think it actually caught Perfecto. No, it didn't. Okay, he did get behind the car. At box, that angle might have caught him no matter where he looked, but it's 2 kills and the bomb down. Dagster with the dig will come back in and find the kill, and the Molotov toward the window with the smoke down. He smokes himself as well, but Simple gets in position. Ooh, Dagster knows that he's coming for the kill and brings it to the one-on-one. He legs him as well. Boom, it goes down to 4. What a round already as Dagster tries to win this back and keep the shutout going. Time will expire and Navi just barely get one.
Oh my god. I can't believe he almost won that. Even Boomich has to laugh about it because why not? What was that, like 13 HP away from just losing that round as well? Simple did not get in time to stop that plant, and Dagster almost wins the 1v3. It's beautiful. This right here, ooh, we didn't get to see it. I think it snagged him in the body through the door, so just barely not enough damage.
Foolish effort. Good attempt. Smoke as well to make them think that they're committing, and he catches Simple out completely, but Simple makes up for it this round through the flash, gets the kill. Navi looking to try and make this at least 13-2 before half. Simple hoping you'll see some feet, some little booties on the other side of mid doors. No one there as of yet. Flash. Already on the catwalk. Chopper gets the shot on Simple to start it off. That's significant. Boomich now has the other AWP in play. And the smokes are coming thick and fast onto catwalk. So too is the response. That gives a gap toward Gandalf, and Boomich needs to hit this. As Spirit have slowed it down long enough to pull this back into a 4-on-4 despite Chopper's HP. Boomich. Advantage inside of the smoke for Mir. Does get the shot back, thankfully, and slows the take further, but now they have to rotate back off it, and Electronic has given away his position on the ramp. Bit's gone. AWP found the kill in the hands of Magic this time, and Mir's still waiting from the wicker baskets to try to get the shot out to Electronic. The team Molotov doesn't actually go behind the boxes, so that's going to hold him in position a bit longer, but that allows Magic to walk up the ledge. And magically, he presents himself a lovely kill and falls away and out of the aim of Perfecto, which reveals his position. And now, just like that, Team Spirit have turned it again. Despite losing the last round, you could argue they've had better brilliance at all moments in this map so far, as Perfecto has a flash in the sky and fire on the boxes. Damage again, but they still survive. Rubber bullets from Perfecto as he tries to get closer to the AK. That's better. That'll shoot real metal. As he tries to find it yet again. It's Magic on 3. He might have a chance. Perfecto finally winning actually a clutch. Not a time round this time. They'll get the defuse and it'll go 13-2.
Yes, Team Spirit gave him a lot of respect coming up catwalk. They could have double peeked at any moment. And they let him get all the way up to the boxes where he could isolate those 1v1s. So good win from Perfecto, but they've only bought themselves 2 rounds of breathing room. The final 2 rounds of the half. That was a crazy, crazy thing to watch. Team Spirit bouncing back from that Mirage loss in a big way. And a long way to go for Navi. Not even worth really talking about quite yet. And we'll get the second half pistol round underway. And Team Spirit's looking to force a third map. That would be on Inferno. Magix leads the way, 18 and 10. Dagster and me are both tied at 13. On the Navi side of things, it's Electronic at 11, Perfecto at 8, Simple at 7 for the top 3 fraggers.
Mir waiting as well. Win this pistol, win this round, win this game, I would say. Smoke towards CT. Mir's going to back off on the B side of ramp and actually goes out perfectly timed with a flash off chopper. Simple's just absolutely smoked. This is so good from Spirit. They've got to know they can win these duels. Mirage may have been slightly concerning for them, but going into Inferno, yeah, I would have all the confidence in the world. They'll be riding sky high. I almost said Cloud9, but we know in Counter-Strike that's not always the best. As Mir will get Boomich down. Perfecto's going to take out him in return, and we get a one-on-one that ensues with 50 seconds left. And thankfully for Perfecto, okay, I was going to say he has the bomb to plant. He checks CT quickly first, but he needs to get that down because all he's done is actually let SDY get closer, and now he knows that surely has to be Catwalk. Spots him as well. Glock at range versus USP. And we know how that's gone in so many occasions in the past, but Perfecto knows that he also has the bomb, and therefore SDY has to come toward him. He comes toward him, and he peeks out, and Spirit now have 14. This should be quick, I think, Jason.
Yeah, this should be nice and easy. Plant's gonna help. Navi's gonna have a full buy in the next round, so that'll be the one final obstacle for Team Spirit to overcome. But they've answered the bell every single time they've been called upon. They've got a 12-round lead. A pistol round that slips away from Navi. Actually, a pretty nice job fighting themselves back into it with these Glocks, finding some critical kills. That's a dangerous crossfire, and Boomich handles it well. So, 2 AK-47s on Boomich and Simple, Galil on Perfecto, Deagle and Tech9, the other two. And for Team Spirit, it's only one rifle, 3 SMGs, but a decent amount of nades and Molotovs.
Dexter waiting, flash through. He tries to fire anticipatingly into that, but Chopper knows that that information is keen enough to attack middle. Throws out a nade. It goes a little bit deep behind the box. Still does damage onto Boomich, but it's the first kill this time for Simple as he finds Mir. Dexter holding in CT spawns. Smoke hasn't bloomed yet. He's got to be careful. Nearly caught with a nade out, but does throw it in and do some damage. Damage that won't be contributable or capitalized upon, because at B, they already get the kill, and this one's over. I thought Spirit might have a chance in this, given that they won the opener, but as we saw, the bomb plant does allow the T's to buy up quite aggressively, and Navi might just keep this off overtime point for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just a little bit longer. Still way too many opportunities for Team Spirit to even be worried about this lead quite yet. Nice round from Navi, though. Opening kill provided by Simple. I get the 3M4 over to Bit. Perfecto gets an easy one right at the end as Chopper's looking for some exits. Actually, Navi all seem to be, I don't know, I don't want to say hunting, but they all are kind of pushing forward towards taking guns away. Simple is still here to deal with, but Magic's not going to show himself on either side, so he'll get away with the SMG. 11-round lead now for Team Spirit. Ooh, that's pretty brutal. And SDY was brought down low. It was a headshot anyway, so it wouldn't have really mattered.
Simple. Side middle this time as Boomich already out toward Long, the position he tried to hold, and actually didn't get challenged at a lot, to be fair, in the first half. It wasn't like Long was the problem. It was everywhere else that they were getting wrecked. Boomich never really had that many fights to take, in fact. It was kind of interesting that Spirit didn't put a lot of pressure there. It was B-site that certainly was one of the spots. This time it's going to be a problem for them on the aggressing side as Mir and SDY are finding kills. I thought SDY got both on the MP9, but one was with the M4. The M4 picked up. Doesn't do as well for SDY, but Dexter is there and was able to get the shot in return with the scout. Boomich, 1-on-2, 36 HP. Team Spirit looking for round 15. A bomb down inside of the site. They're going to get it as well. This map looking very quick.
Yeah, nice little double peek there at the end as well. Into the tunnels, and Boomich had no chance. 15-3. You're exactly right. Navi can't put them together, so looking like we're going to get to Inferno sooner rather than later. Inferno third map, and I think everyone should just be crossing their fingers and toes during the break and just hope for a close affair. These two have been blowouts from a series that just a couple days ago actually delivered us some really competitive Counter-Strike.
Mirror with the shots. Magic, though, has got the kill that matters right now in terms of trying to keep this round alive for Spirit, because still Navi managing to have an advantage. SDY grabs the AK-47 that's inside of middle, and he'll peer through the doorways, but no one will. Oh, I was going to say no one will appear. They'll look back directly at him, and Perfecto actually wins the duel. So all on Magic now. 1 kill already in the round. Needs 4 total. Bomb down at top mid. They'll be grabbing that any second. Right now, they're just trying to figure out the map a little bit more as Electronic works inside of A. Not spotted, not seen, and Magic spotted in turn. Oh, nice headshot. I was going to say might have been dropping down, but he actually was still on the ledge, and that gave him the accuracy. All he needed as he goes back around and Simple gets removed. How do they not hear him running through CT spawn? Perfecto now has to win out a one-on-one, and he will. We stay alive for at least a round longer.
That's a really awkward from both sides. Obviously, the headshot on Electronic didn't spot him dropping down off catwalk, and Simple gets caught unawares. He was trying to throw a smoke to maybe slow down the rotation over to the B bomb site so they could go into tunnels, not have to worry about anything, but that got real dangerous. Follow-up investment from Team Spirit. 2 scouts, M4 on Mir, Deagle on Magix and Chopper. And here we go. Long A under attack. Flashbang comes out, pops at 148. Dexter's blind at the corner.
Blind and taken down. Perfecto gets Chopper. Slow things down a little bit. 1:18 on the clock. Just trying to wait it out at elevator, the boost. Didn't actually go onto the site. He was too blinded, too much utility. They can still go for it. They still have that position to work with. Instead, though, it's Magic that gets above the boxes on the smoke, trying to look toward Goose, knowing they're going to be wrapping around and looking for him in turn, and they'll find him. Bit and Boomage with the kill. Simple. Work late middle, spots the feet at elevator, tries to go for a very long distance spray and gets SDY for it, but Mirror gets the kill onto him in return. 32 HP only for him. Bomb already planted. Navi looking to find 15-5. Jason?
Yeah, but that didn't even seem like that quick of a fight from Simple. Mir, ooh, jumps up. No chance in that follow-up fight. Bit up above on top of the boxes. So 10 more rounds for Spirit to close it out, but I think we're going to have a pretty chill round here for Navi. Maybe one they get to have some fun with. It should be unarmored USPs for the Team Spirit side as the losing bonus builds up. It's currently at 2. Next round should be a decent buy for Team Spirit, but they won't be able to afford an AWP unless they get some good amount of kills here in this round. All 5 players crossing over to the B bomb site. Smokes down to allow the cross and deny the information. Navi haven't sussed it out just yet.
Nothing to work with for Spirit, so Navi just taking their time. It has been one of those games where, honestly, they might lose to this. They might lose to a full save. No, just why not, Jason, right? Oh, Electronic already getting a dink for it, see?
Yeah. Don't give him any kills. For no good reason, really. Or come at him. Try and take the guns away. Let's get into it. Let's brawl. Out in mid we go.
Yeah, a little bit costly. It's starting already, Jason, but Boomich gets 3 kills this time. 4 in total, actually, in the round. So they'll hold it together, and all right, they're still in good spirits. A little bit of smiles and laughter on the Navi side.
I mean, you have to. That's the only thing you really can do when there's a game like this where you're just so far behind. And I mean, again, strategically, it looked like Navi was doing. I thought they were doing some really cool things. I thought they were trying to switch things up and trying to take care of some of the problems they were having. Just, I mean, they caught Team Spirit on a really good individual map. It was the same thing on Mirage. It was like some of these fights, like On Dust 2, Navi haven't had any chances. On Mirage, it was the Spirit players who were getting killed before they could realistically respond. Navi now finding a gap, getting up catwalk very, very quickly. 3-man defense for Team Spirit at A. It's Dexter at the railing with an M4. No AWP on the board for this defense. And Chopper with the FAMAS is playing the rotator in between long and catwalk.
Magic holding at the pit position. Another sort of drop spot, if you will, similar to that what we see on catwalk, as you can hit it, drop down. That's what he's going to try and do, but Electronic too quickly walks back out, and with the flash help from Simple is able to get the kill, although that wasn't really a blind kill because still had vision before that flash actually even went off. As Chopper holds on catwalk, looking at long, needs to be very aware of the fact that the smokes beside him mean they can walk through, and the gun barrel actually shows up on his screen. Hang on. Where did that come from? Oh my god, it's Boomich. She's got 2 kills, and just like that, SDY and Mira backing out. MiG-6 bugging out and going home, Jason. Yeehaw, Chester's dead.
Yeah, Chester's dead.
Get your butts above hard deck and back to base.
Oh no. Navi could have even waited out that smoke. That was a really tough position for that defense to be in once Magix goes down. Remember, he was the guy hitting those like lightning fast headshots in the first half as well, so cooled off a little bit. Engagement with Electronic doesn't go his way, even though it seemed like he had the jump on the fight. And Navi looking to take all these weapons away. Pop flash over mid. Here comes Mir, only the one. Simple trades him off, and they know SDY was around. They know he's in tunnels. It's just an SMG, but it looks like Navi's thirsty for blood.
So Simple getting the kill on SDY at the end just to ensure that he goes down, but the MP9 gets a little bit more kill money for the CT side. Suddenly it's 15-7. I'm not going to get too carried away just yet because all Spirit needs is one single round and this is over, but a little bit of life late from Navi. Remember, Inferno is the next map if we need it. I think we will. I'm still going to sit on the side and say I think we will.
We need it. Team Spirit could probably just randomly win around blindfolded. They've got so many to play with. They've been at 15 for so long. So many chances.
Electronic with a good spray is, yeah, gonna get 2 down. Chopper's gone. Headshot straight up on the second one. Bit, meanwhile, sneaking up middle, needs to be aware. The thought of Mir, he does walk out now. I expected he was actually gonna do that a little bit sooner, but Boomich with another kill on the board. Simple collects the kill at mids, and some die late this round. Although still relatively early, there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds.
He hits this. Woo. That would have been good stuff. All right, 7 more chances for Team Spirit to close this one out.
Well, 7 is still a large number, Jason, so we'll absolutely expect that they will still, again, till they get sort of 11 rounds, I'm not going to get too excited. And even then, if it was 14, I'd say, whew, let's go, game on, Navi, but I mean, Spirit has to close it. They can't do what they did on Mirage, right? It can't be the same thing again. 14 rounds in a row, Navi, to try and win this back like they did then. Yeah. I mean, that would just be foolish. It wouldn't quite be 14 in a row this time because they won 2, and then obviously they went back and forth, but be a similar sort of situation for them. Simple's going to wait it out and cover off the players that are trying to cross over to the Xbox in middle as Bit checks it with the AK first. They haven't jumped up just yet, the trade catwalk. In fact, Bit looking more and more like he wants to walk through that mid position, but just checks the close angle instead.
5 rounds straight for Navi in this game so far. Molotov on catwalk to force back any defense there. Flashbang as well to take an op off the angle. It's a double up setup. Dexter has 1. That's over towards Goose. SDY with the other. That's at the B-bomb set at the big box on platform. And Navi haven't committed yet, but they are moving on the map. They've established cat presence. They've established that they could have taken it, that they could be setting up and executing a set piece. They've even thrown a mid to B smoke, but it's back to the B bomb site.
why. Oh, flashed himself, but still turns around to get a kill somehow. But he's completely under pressure, does have a teammate in closet, and that's Mirror. And Mirror put against the wall as Bit breaks him down, and Chopper has to come back around. 3-on-3 still. Bomb to be planted. Team Spirit want to close this game out now with guns, but at the same time, money's not great, so if they can't find a pick fast enough, they may concede. Chopper starts to spray in. Simple's got the shots on the AWP. What's the call? It's looking like they're going to back away and save again, so it's 15-9. Navi are starting to close up ever so slightly on this scoreline.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So long ways away. I thought that defense was going to be good. The Molotov, the smoke in the B tunnels, and Navi just come right through it. I think SUI was caught a little bit off guard, which is why he looked flustered for the follow-up after the initial kill. They want to take the weapons away now as well, but Magix is there to put a stop to it. So that's a little bit of a bright spot at the end there, but this is, yeah, SCY didn't really know where to go. Position Molotov, they were coming through the smoke, flashbangs as well. He had no idea of where to move next after the first kill.
And can we get to double digits, or do we end now? Simple's gonna find out early as he heads to long. Oh my goodness, the anticipation, the pre-fire even, I think, came through that time. And it was indeed Deegster with the AWP that was the one that was there, so it would have been an op-to-op battle. Chopper, not going to play that drop at all. They've conceded long, so they need to take back Catwalk, and that's exactly what they'll try and do now with both Chopper and the AWP in that position is Simple. Already crossing over backside pit, will hold on top of platform. Hard scope, peek. Nervous, but goes for it. Self-smoke to contain the position on A as Magic lines that up. Waits as well for the call now from Catwalk. He's got his teammate in position. Slow to react. As Deeksher spotted two of them, he does go back for it, and there's why the self-smoke was in position. He wanted to elevate himself up in the boxes, but Electronic was too close, saw that coming the whole time. Didn't see a smoke get thrown, and suddenly it bloomed. It must have come somewhere within it, and they looked directly at it to get the kill.
Oh. That's an important nade. That makes this doable. Molotov is put out. Mir at long is going to have a huge job to do, but he's got a big challenge with Simple with that AWP, but he's blind. Good utility from SDY and Perfecto. They might be able to spot him on top of the box. He drops down. 1 versus 2 to keep the map alive for Navi, and here comes Perfecto. Smoke clears, and he can't find either one. That's going to be it. Team Spirit, just too many rounds to play with, and admirable for Navi to stick in it the way they did and claw back with, I think, 6 rounds in a row. But Team Spirit going to take map 2.
And they do exactly that. We look for Inferno next, which is exciting, I suppose, in some ways, because it's a great closer for the series. But Navi missing a huge opportunity. Look at all the Navi symbols in the stands this time. But yeah, absolutely. It's something we have to consider in the fact that this was an absolute brawl, and Spirit just took so many duels. Navi showed a little bit of life late. But after Mirage, great turnaround. We said this was going to be a warm-up. It was going to be quick. Navi were doing everything they could to play against a best-of-5, although it's 4 maps maximum because there's a map in hand for Gambit. A little bit later on, and now they've got a slightly longer series and have to actually consider Inferno a lot more seriously than what they just played on Dust 2.
Yeah, well, at least Dust 2 and Mirage have both been quick. You know, it's been pretty fast opening maps, so
That's
yeah,
true.
hopefully we get a competitive one on Inferno. We haven't had one yet, but we've got the desk ready and waiting, so we'll give it back to you, James.
Oh yes, another quick map, an attempt at a comeback from Navi, but it wasn't going to be good enough on the superior map pick of Dust 2 for Spirit as they continue their domination here. But for all of you at home, if you're trying to get involved and win yourself some amazing CSGO skins, or make sure you're using the hashtag in chat for the team you want to support. It could be hashtag Navi, could be hashtag Spirit, and maybe later on you'll be going down the Gambit route as well, because one of these 2 teams after Inferno will be facing Gambit after that. But Duncan, that was a taste of their own medicine, mate. Like, Navi were not ready for what Spirit had to throw at them.
Yeah, that was the ultimate example of why you never take like the momentum of map 1 and just automatically apply it to map 2. It's a different map, you get the reset between then, it changes the dynamic of who has the pressure on them, who doesn't. This was like a prime Spirit performance. You can see now why they have like an 85% win rate on this map, no matter who they play, because they're just absurdly good. This time, it was just a T-side masterclass. Like, they just put so many rounds up in the first half. It looked close at the end on the scoreboard, but Navi was still quite a bit away from actually winning this map.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? When it came to looking at a CT side, we normally praise this Vendetta when it comes to Navi, but they were just being blown out every single time.
Yeah, no, Spirit just had a different level for this one. And to be fair, their T-side versus K23 did look excellent as well. They shut out K23 completely, and they nearly did the same thing to Navi. And for the situations we were talking about on the first map, where it looked like, well, there was nothing really Spirit could do, they were just getting manhandled, it got, raised to the nth degree here on Dust 2, because I don't think there was a legitimate chance for a lot of these Navi players to actually shoot back. Like, you could have as good as a reaction time as you want, but players like Magix and Mir for that first half were just insta-giving, and it was absolutely insane. I love the fact that Spirit didn't necessarily fade away from what was working either. You could see that they tried to really, really hammer down on that B bomb site repeatedly, and they found success doing so. So didn't really see any reasons to change it up too much, and just kept battering them, whether it was through B pops or actual B splits, or B splits through mid. Just absolutely wonderfully played from Team Spirit, and I'm happy we got to see it, because throughout these playoffs we haven't really gotten a typical Spirit performance, and that's or not of the positive kind. So getting to see this Dust 2, that just makes me happy, on their behalf.
Now, I'm going to come back to that interview we did with Dexter, right? Because he said about, like, they feel very comfortable on Dust 2. Obviously, we know that side of things, but it's the timings, right? It's when they go to attack, and they just seem to get so many of these openers where Navi's not even in a position at the time to even fight back, right? They're sat there kind of almost guessing what's going to come next, and instead it's just Spirit running you over. Duncan, it's ridiculous how good they are on Dust 2, considering what we always say about this map.
I mean, if you just look at this highlight package here, how many clips is just someone running in with an AK, just two bulleting the first two people they meet straight in the head? Like, when you take the catwalk like this, it's supposed to be a hard position to take on the T side. They make it look easy, because the first guy running in, like, kills the AWP when he's peeking over the box. So, yeah, when you've got the skill that these players have, and then you've got a million reps on this map, like, T side is basically your office.
It really is. They made it look so easy, but for a team that we hold in hold in high regard like Navi here, then, like, we expect better from this, especially even when they're getting their backs up against the wall. There should be more focus on whatever timeouts they need to take and trying to change things up a bit, because they just kept falling for the same trap.
I mean, in terms of having to use the timeout, I think in terms of what adaptations they were doing, it wouldn't have mattered a whole lot, because again, if you're giving a split second to actually react to anything, otherwise you just die. You could pretty much set it for anything at all, but it's not necessarily going to matter. What I would have liked to see is what you mentioned about timeouts, just kind of taking a bit of a break from the game to not let Spirit feel like they're doing whatever they want, because we've said it, they're an aggressive team, and especially on Dust 2, they're one of the teams who will very brazenly just grab map control that usual teams would, necessarily set up for a couple smokes, pop flash here and there, and be a little bit more methodical about their approach. But Spirit knows where the gaps are early on in rounds, and they're happy to take that chance and play with that high risk. I mean, you saw one of their B splits where they end up kind of just posting up outside of the entrance to B and awaiting rotations from Navi and so on, and just like having taken that space way earlier than most other teams would ever dare to do so. You might say that Navi should have done something differently. For me, just kind of trying to slow the pace down is the best they could have done, but in the grand scheme of things, if Spirit plays like this, I don't think there's many teams in the world that can actually beat them on Dust 2.
Yeah, but I'd like to see him get more chances to play Dust 2 against other teams, just to see how it would go at this point, right? It's a wild set of action coming out from the Spirit guys. And actually, when we look at this now, you think for Spirit, it's like if your map pool was stronger and you can kind of do these kind of things, if you can replicate this kind of success and what Dexter was talking about of testing it out on more maps, they could be such a dominant team, because they do have these monstrous players, Duncan.
Sure. I mean, one of the problems is, though, like, their players also can get overrated due to, like, raw skill. Because I have to say, like, if you watch the Magic's clips that we just showed in the highlights there, everything's straight to the head. It's, like, pinpoint accuracy. But then you look at his stats. He's not actually a statistical monster in most games. So that suggests to me there's leaks elsewhere in the game, like experience, understanding how to play your role, and understanding how to win around without just shooting the opponent in the head. Like, there's more to Counter-Strike than just, flashy aim.
Yeah, you might need a bit more of the brain training in that one. We're going to take a look at our kill leaders throughout this, and a surprise appearance from Boomich up there, then.
Yeah, I mean, he got his frags, and I guess that's the case for most of the Navi players. They prettied up the score towards the end of the game, but in the grand scheme of things, I think more or less the frags on the side of Navi are completely irrelevant here. There's no real threat of a comeback in these scenarios, and yeah, sure, you pick up a couple of eco frags here and there once you reset the economy of Spirit, and that's kind of what gets you up there. But when the game was actually on the line, none of the Navi players really came forward.
Yeah, that was the huge problem when it went through on all of this. Now, one thing that would be good to see is Dexter at least having a good game to go into this third and final map of Inferno. But it is nice to see Dexter just at least be able to get some room to get the job done. I was seriously worried about him when we were coming out from Mirage into this.
I mean, he didn't have to obviously take over the game. He had phenomenal help from his teammates on this one. I think that's part of what people don't seem to appreciate about the burden of being a real primary AWP who uses it every time you can. Is that means when you're having a bad day, you still have to use a weapon that is only about precision. Like, remember, there is no extra technique to the AWP. Like, there's no I'm not feeling like my headshot aim with an AK, so I'll just spray to the bot. There's nothing. You have to hit the shots. And also, most teammates will play around you as if it's your best day ever. They expect you to hit certain shots. So I think what you're seeing now is there's very, very few players can deliver every single game with the AWP.
Now, this tells quite an interesting scenario. Actually, we're saying what happens when Spirit just running on a pin there, but still a fair amount of entries going the way here of the Navi boys, but that didn't really matter at this stage then.
Yeah, well, a lot of these entry frags that they're listed with here are from the CT side. So yeah, sure, you get openings and pistol round counts, the anti-eco rounds count as well. So a little bit inflated stats in that sense. Yeah, like more or less it was Spirit running the show on their T side in terms of finding openings. So it's not like Navi dropped the ball necessarily by giving up too many advantageous situations right there. So yeah, a little bit of a misleading statistic if you just were to look at it, as it stands right now. But at least they are getting into advantageous situations on the CT side and gradually fight their way back. But no, on their T side, I mean, and that counts for something.
Now going into our MVP of this map, and Magic's grabbing it. Solid performance from him overall, but you were mentioning it, Foreign, right? He's not normally one where you look at to have great stats in there, so still maybe a bit to learn for this player as he works his way up if he wants to find himself on the best teams.
And also, it's not just on the player themselves. You've also got to look at their teammates, who's their in-game leader, who's their coach. Like, there are other pieces involved that just being around those people will train you how to play the game, will show you a different philosophy on the match. Right now, he's doing what he should do, which is his skills got him to this point in time. He's just playing off them. But his problem is, if he wants to ascend to the level of a Gambit and Navi, eventually you've got to become one of those players, because when you see the stars of Gambit and Navi, they're well-rounded players. They're not just flashy aim or mechanics.
Yeah, a little bit more than just being able to shoot when it comes to it. Take a look at our comparison as well as the players leading the charge in this one. Obviously, we touched on Boomich just getting as much done as he could with it all and how well Magic's has done. But I'm going to direct the conversation over to Inferno now, because although we've seen Spirit do well here, then I have zero understanding of what they're even going to try and do on Inferno. Like, what are their options? Because we've seen it. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been great as of late, that's for sure, and especially their CT side has been incredibly unstable. So I guess one positive, Magic's having a good game right now. Yesterday versus K23, he looked pretty damn lost as soon as you got into actual buy rounds. And the fact that he and Dexter shared kind of the same fate, and they were playing towards the same site, that obviously leaves for a massive hole for your opponents to take advantage of. They can't have that kind of a performance again. Didn't work versus K23, definitely not going to work versus NAVI. So that they have a bit of a confidence booster that they can have, in the back of their head going into Inferno, that should be good. But yeah, no, it's completely right. And I think, you could always make an argument for statistics to be somewhat misleading, but I think in this case, the kind of the red wall on the side of Spirit tells the tale.
Yeah, like the only two teams they've ever beaten in the last 3 months on this is someone called Banker Pepsi. Cool, nice one. And then it's you guys. It's you guys. They beat you then. What happened?
They did. No, to be fair, like that, they played better, to put it mildly. And there is a significant difference between a Spirit that has, Dexter one-tapping people with a PT50 from T-pit up mid on a force buy round, and obviously him dying first every single round otherwise. So a lot of it, again, comes down to the individuals on the side of Spirit. That's their blessing and their curse, right? They don't necessarily have that much trickery in terms of strategic strength to fall back on if they can't win duels.
And I guess the thing that bodes well now for Navi here going into it is that they've, at least more recently, been trying to pick it right. They've tried to pick it against Gambit. Okay, they lost it. It wasn't a great game. They lost it the last 2 times they played Gambit. But at least Navi have the understanding of the map for it. So this should be one right they'd be able to walk away with, as long as they can stand strong mentally, I guess.
Both halves, like yesterday, were actually completely fine. It's just the fact that, unfortunately, they were playing against Gambit, and both halves, Gambit was able to find some answers to what they were doing. Like, I actually think if they could play anywhere close to that against Spirit, it's probably easy. I think they could just waltz through this third map. I even think as well, a key thing for me is this tournament, it seemed like Electronic has gotten better and better and better as we've watched him play the matches. And this is a map in particular where I just watch him on the CT side when he's in the pit. I don't think he ever dies without at least getting his man or doing damage to the second guy. So he's basically like securing that A site almost single-handedly. So I think it's going to be very, very tough for Spirit. We're going to have to basically see a highlight package like that where the first guy in is just headshotting someone with an AK every time. Yeah,
trying to get rid of Electronic is going to be a difficult thing to do. But when it comes to the B site was being exploited last time for Navi, then they really did struggle to deal with that time and time again.
Yeah, and I think that's going to have to be the idea in the back of the head of Spirit as well. Mir is going to be the guy leading the charge up towards Banana most rounds, and he, again, similar to Dust2, is going to be very offensive and aggressive in the way he plays, in terms of like trying to get past the early Molotovs from CTs and so on. And we know that Navi have a bit of a weird tendency towards that B-bomb site to have Boomich play sandbags, but not with anybody near him necessarily. They'll have maybe him, his teammates setting up for pop flashes over by coils, and if the timing's off on that, Mir gets into that little pocket of space prior to any sort of pop flash being ready from the Navi side, then yeah, all of a sudden you're looking at a very leaky B side, and that, if they maintain the same mentality as they had on Dust 2, that could definitely cause problems for Navi and a bit of a run on the side of Spirit.
So it does seem quite difficult, right, for the Spirit team from what we're saying here. But in a world of where they'd be able to find some strength, who are we looking at? What players are we pointing out here, Duncan, as the key ones?
I mean, again, with Spirit, you can take your pick, pretty much all of them. Like, for me, the best player on the team probably is Mir. Like, you just look, even when his aim isn't on, he seems like he knows what he's doing in the game. After that, I personally am a big fan of Sun Dae-young. I think he's a really talented player. I think Dexter has, like, an amazing actual, like, raw mechanical skill with the AWP. You can see he can literally go head-to-head with most players. Magix is almost a lock shoot at this point in time, but you can have maps like that where the eye test really pops. And then Chopper, I mean, listen, for an IGL, he's a bit like Boom. He's just making any moves he wants in the game. Like, his perception of what doing IGL in, it's definitely not the support player at the back, and it's not just only an entry player. So I think the interesting thing about Spirit is you never know. I'm sure they don't know themselves where performance is going to come from. So I personally would say if you have a game where Mir and Sun Dae-young both do well, I think you'd have a hard time losing that for your Spirit.
Okay, so there's a way of the individuals can be strong on it. And on the side of Navi, then, what are you looking at mainly? Because we've got to be fair on this, is that Simple can deliver these performances, but he has had a couple where it's, I guess, under his level, still very good, but under what we normally expect from the map.
Yeah, I guess luckily for him, we have seen consistent performances from most of the other guys on the squad as well. I think what Duncan highlighted earlier, Electronic and Pit is going to be absolutely vital for them. He can potentially be such a big nuisance for a T side that they'll actually just opt out of trying to attack the short side entirely towards A. So you'll see a lot more wraps. You'll try to see maybe Hulse pops where they hope to kind of catch him being flashed or something like that, or just slowly put focus on B instead, because that's going to be much easier than spending 5 rounds in a row trying to figure out how are we actually going to get rid of this guy. So Electronic being so good at that A-pip position, makes it even more important for someone like Boomich over towards the B-bomb side to not get caught out of position and create a lot of room for Spirit to work with.
Certainly less mistakes need to be had here from the Navi guys for sure. Now, the interesting part for both these teams, right, is neither of them would have wanted to go to 3 maps considering they got a grand final to play afterwards. They really, obviously, even with the games going a bit faster in terms of scoreline, Duncan, are going to be looking to try and end this one nice and quick. They don't want to have a drawn-out game because they want to be keeping themselves in as best form as possible for trying to even deal with Gambit.
In theory, like, listen, in a perfect world, I would agree, but it's also Navi, so I've no doubt every bloody half change will take like 5 minutes extra. They'll do the timeout where it doesn't even seem like anyone talks in those. It just seems like they just sit there, and then I imagine they'll run the clock down in 25 seconds. So it's a day ending in a Y.
Ben, you thinking the same?
Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
Accuracy on that. Well, hopefully they do get in the server and we can get this game underway as soon as possible for it. I do fancy Navi's chances with it. We all went for Navi on the predictions overall, but it would be nice to see Spirit at least show us that they can do this, because it's still such a weird thing with their map pool, isn't it, Ben? That, like, of all maps they've got, they're in a similar situation as Navi, where like they're limited on these more tactical maps. Yeah,
and kind of the weird evolution of their Inferno as well is the fact that they used to be really good on Inferno, but for the last 3-4 months or something, just things stopped clicking for them. It might be actually down to what Dexter mentioned. He's not in the same kind of form as he was at the start of the year, so we'll see.
Well, today is the day that they would ideally want it to click. Let's see if they can make it work. It's the 3rd place decider here to see if we're going to get a winner between Navi and Spirit. Moses and Sadakis, take it away.
Yes, today is the day that they were going to throw it back to you, Jason, but then I took it, and we get started on the pistol round.
You've taken it from me. You've stolen it. Ooh, Dexter rips the soul out of Electronic. Simple responds onto Mir. And that's a good deep nade, but Simple's got all the kills. Oh, nice. Perfecto. 2 nades come down, and Perfecto's got a double.
Yeah, double indeed. Boomich still trying to work up on the other side of the map, backing away as Magic is already inside the boiler position. Boomich doesn't need to be aggressive in this situation. 1 on 4. Good shots to close him out. Bit gets back in position. Navi with a lead. Much better start than what they had on Dust 2. I think that goes without saying, as we will not see a bomb plant, so we likely will not see much brought out by the way of Team Spirit in this particular round. Gambit, no doubt, will be watching now and being well aware of this series, getting ready for their matchup coming up.
Yeah, although, I mean, at the same time, they've played Navi twice in this tournament already. They've played them so much recently. I mean, these two teams know each other so intimately. You wouldn't even need to watch this to know what's coming. Simple with the first kill around the corner, bounces a grenade, keeps the spacing, and it's 3 kills for the man as he falls away.
I think they'll just be watching it because it's Counter-Strike, and everyone wants to watch it. No, you're right. They have played each other a lot, so much so that it prompted Elige to tweet about it. But at the same time, honestly, I think it's the best game going on right now during the online era, and people have got to play Counter-Strike. I think as well, we've seen a lot of spiked viewership for the Brazilian region, for the Russian region, and I think a lot of that is due to the fact that the CIS teams, there's a lot of a scene that we don't see as much in the Western world or the European land scene. A lot of these teams we're seeing in this RMR that are constantly playing online anyway. So there's lots of stuff already going on in those 2 regions. And Brazil's the same thing with such a big country and so much Counter-Strike being played, not necessarily just in our tier 1 world, so to speak, that it just seems natural for them to continue in that fashion. And I think that has a lot to do with why we're seeing the popularity grow, because there's just much more going on in those regions in terms of games. So look, I like the rivalry, online or not. I think it's great. It is, to me, the best storyline right now that we've dug into. So, yes, they're playing each other a lot, but it also means that when we get to LAN, it's going to have twice as much importance.
Yeah, it's going to be really... I mean, there's a lot of matchups. There's a lot of teams that I'm really actually excited that we haven't been able to see on LAN, at the peak of their rise. Gambit's just one of them. That's going to be really, really fun to mark that. Just coming up next week as well. It's right around the corner. It's waiting in lane Flashbang over for Magix to clear brackets and take control. There's a smoke at left mid to protect him, and the Molotov's going to hold him at bay just for the moment. Bit's going to stay close up with the SMG, and he's got Electronic and Simple behind him with the rifles to be able to pick up the pieces.
Bit waiting inside sight, rotates around, Simple gets the opening kill. Electronics has been so good in the pit in so many occasions in this particular tournament. Becoming one of the best pit players, I think, in the world. Twist was up in that argument for a while, but now Bit's got to go aggressive. Sneaks through smoke, save, as Magic get him down. Turns around, and that gives Chopper some breathing space, and they attack towards Simple. Boomich only with one. Chopper gets the return, and Team Spirit take round number 3, 2-1 scoreline.
As they had some decent fights there, swing on rap side, just couldn't win them. Couldn't clean up the battles. Nicely done from Spirit to respond immediately. They had the benefit of going up against some SMGs. Now they have the benefit of going up against a bunch of FAMAS. Unfortunately, Simple's going to have an AWP, so that's a scary weapon, but the 4 FAMAS around it, a little bit weaker for those mid-range duels with the rifles. Yeah, 3-on-3, and it felt like those fights could have been good for Navi, just couldn't coordinate them well enough. Oh, there's a peek down mid, and Simple's got him in a 5-on-4.
Boomich with a couple of nades down toward the tree. In fact, one of them bouncing off that will do damage onto Mir. And a jumping position on the half wall works out. Mir walks back into the position, and Boomich quickly collects the kill. So that starts us off rather brilliantly for Navi in this round, because 2 kills to their name and their side. As Bit spotted out leaving the library, is not going to repeat just yet, waits for the flash instead, sees a player getting in toward the arch, and makes no mistake of getting that call to Perfecto to find the kill. Boomich there, however, has to back off in B because he's left alone. As a result, they'll go seemingly for the flower boost. I take that back. I thought Boomich was actually waiting for Perfecto to come over and give him that aid, but instead they put some utility out to slow things down with the smoke.
Not really a whole lot for Team Spirit to do. A little bit of utility, but there's way too many Navi players here ready to go. Perfecto's even here with a flashbang. If Simple gets in any trouble, he'll be able to help out. Simple doesn't need it. Triple kill on the round to start the 3rd map in a good way. 3-1 in the favor of Navi.
Much better start this time. Boomich camera not getting knocked off the rails. Simple with a very fast opening shot. Good rotation. So Navi looking well in control at this point in time. No guns again for Spirit on this round. As Bit will go aggressively toward middle. Going to flash himself out for a peek down towards stairs. Not going to spot anyone. But it's all toward the apartments. Interestingly enough, a very aggressive stance toward B from Navi early on. Fortunately for them, they're already rotating back, having not seen anything on that side of the map. Just a couple of standard smokes toward Banana. And that means they won't be caught by this because Team Spirit's not rushing it. They're not running it toward the A site. So Electronic already back inside of the pit with Bit above him. Should mean this round is fairly straightforward with guns, but could have been a bit awkward. They will lose Electronic as Miro. Okay, now he's actually got Simple as well as making it costly with the deagle, but he'll get taken down. Navi now up 4-1.
That's not bad at all. Good on Navi, keeping some weapons in hand. 3 players survive. And a good solid lead here. A whole lot of danger as they try and come out halls. All right, AKs are back in business for Team Spirit. AWP on Simple still. Remember, both these maps, if you're just joining us here on Inferno for the 3rd map, the first 2 maps were blowouts. Navi blowing them out on Mirage, Team Spirit blowing out Navi on Dust 2. And we're all kind of hoping and praying that this is going to be a competitive affair between the 2 teams because we've seen them have some very good games earlier in this tournament against each other. And a good series just a few days back. Navi more torch tips and holding down to the rap side.
You know, Jason, I just wanted to give everyone a sample of what it was like when we were gone before we came back for this event. So that's all that was. But look, we got the production issues sorted. We should be back and back underway, just as this game is. Team Spirit, bit of a comeback, bit of momentum. In fact, winning one round broke the economy, and just like that, although Simple has 19 kills already in 9 rounds, it's still Team Spirit, only 1 round back.
Not the 19 kills it's got me, it's the 201 ADR.
Yeah, holy hell, I just saw that too.
That's so wild. That is so wild. I mean, it works out, just the maths of 19 kills in 9 rounds. It's a great performance from Simple to help get Navi out to a good start. But I mean, he's kind of carrying through these early stages, and now you can see it's it's a little bit difficult to sustain that for too long. So the rest of Navi really needs to kind of pick it up and catch up with them so they can start putting more rounds on the board.
Well, this has been a look back at some of the action that we've seen so far as we have a pause in the server to try and get things situated and back underway again. Navi obviously losing out on a lead. Team Spirit giving up a contest here. Definitely pulling back slightly and a lot of action toward B. I mean, Simple, this is what you'd expect from him, right? But it seems like every game lately that he does go off is exactly when they can't seem to win it. And it's not like the kill totals are down on their side either. Everyone else across the whole server is pretty even. It's just the trades have been outstanding, and Mir's looking very good and very solid as well on the T side.
That clutch from Bit as well, that unlikely 1 versus 2 is what's keeping Navi in the lead. If he had lost that, it would have been 5-4 in the favor of Team Spirit. Would have reversed it just a little bit. So, yeah, it's the Simple show right now, but a little bit of impact from Bit earlier on. There's a timeout as players get some things figured out. It is a tech pause. And then we'll get the action underway.
And we'll never leave you again.
Never, ever.
We're back. No, I mean, this is very important contextual game in terms of, again, we say RMR. If Navi doesn't win this, again, Team Spirit leads the way on RMR points from the last event. Navi would be under pressure for the third one as well, just to secure. Virtus Pro is the team that I think has to be sweating it right now about getting to the major.
Yeah, that poor performance this week in the group stage, going out in last place, not getting any RMR points, that one hurts. Now, they did have a decent amount of points already built up, but certainly not adding any to your total is going to be brutal when we do see the finished standings at the end of this week.
So here we go. No AWP this time for Simple, and he has been absolutely astonishing on it so far. Let's see what the play will be to try and get that to work for him again, though. That same impact early on. He crosses over middle, smoke down. He'll get toward the boiler position. Actually, want to boost on quad. So that means Bit will be the one in transition in the rotation. Electronic is the one that's forward, so he's not anchoring Pit per se this time. In fact, he's trying to get aggro from Simple to work with. Now go to the box stack over at B. Just going inside of the pit might be a problem. They check it, but they check low, and he's left high. He does get 2. Finds it over the half wall of Pope. That's a decent shot to get on Magic, but SDY is easily able to collect. And it's now the man advantage, and a save has to be called from Navi as they go 5-4.
Oh, this is good stuff from Team Spirit. 4 in a row. Yeah. Strong win in this round as well into that A bomb site. Now they'll have some money build up as well. Navi's going to have to put a start to this, but it feels like they haven't really had the money or the funds or a solid buy to be able to at least put a stop to this run. Hopefully the next buy is going to feel that way. But that might be 2 rounds from now. Next one, I think Navi's going to go for a light investment of no head armor, but upgraded pistols and utility. Team Spirit's starting to look good. Remember, this is a map that they're supposed to struggle on. This is a map that they haven't looked convincing on, that their win rate isn't anything to be too happy about. And at the moment, they're taking it right to Navi. What an odd series this has been.
Yeah, very odd. The way that this has gone both directions and now come back after a very astonishing and dominating Mirage from Navi and then absolutely getting slaughtered on Dust 2. I mean, sure, the scoreline looked closer at the end just simply due to a late bit of momentum, but that was all Team Spirit. And you're right, now they're playing well on a map that typically they don't. Now I'm starting to question the comfort of Navi in this morning's game.
Still got a long way to go before this one's decided. Plenty of time for Navi to snap back into shape. Umich and Perfecto with the only 2 weapons. Smokes picked up on Bit and Electronic as well to help kind of try and delay things. Simple has the Deagle, obviously, because we know that thing can turn around on its head for no good reason. Boomich just waiting for any indication. He's the sole B defender now, so his job is delay at all costs.
Smoke's going both ways. Simple has to sit and wait at Arch. So economic advantage to Team Spirit after going down 5-1. It didn't take them long to claw back in. Simple wants to be aggressive with that deagle, has the coverage behind him of one of the two rifles. Smoke screens to conceal the arch at the front of library. In fact, that one goes right inside the doorway, so they'll still have a bit of wraparound advantage. But that also means the CTs will be able to spot that direction bit specifically as Electronic now starts to scurry his way over on the opposite side of the pit, but Simple's the one in the hot seat. He knows they're right there. You can hear them all. AK's shooting out toward the other side. Intimidation in those AKs, perhaps, as it's only the deagle to work with. Electronic knows they're also coming toward the apartment position. He's got the first. Finds a second as well because the first one gave him an AK. Fell on his feet. He was able to pick it up before they could land and get the shot back into him. Simple does go down, but Perfecto has Chopper in return. That was exactly why the rifle was set where it was and positioned accordingly, and time's run out. That is not a round Spirit can afford to run out of time on. That doesn't make any sense against an eco.
Yeah, they didn't get anything, did they? So much defense there. What a job from Electronic. The desk highlighted how important he'd be in that pit position, and he's so strong and delivers here again. Double kill, hold them at bay. And yeah, so late in the round when they begin that attack that there's no time to recover from it, no time to find something new. That's a huge benefit to Navi. Look at the money now, where once it was really labored and struggling, so many weapons that they picked up in that round for free means Boomage, Perfecto, and Electronic have another buy after this already built up.
So Boomage toward the sandbags position. Molotov down. He'll use that to get a smoke out instead. And he goes aggressive on it and sprays into the smoke that they've deployed at the bottom of Banana. Sissy smoke, that is. Doesn't use it to run all the way down, however, and does get a little bit of damage onto Chopper, but falls back now, and they'll hold with two players in beta. Take bit back across the map. Electronic, meanwhile, popping out. Aggressive this time. We'll get Magic down and a start for Navi of 1 kill to none. As Simple now with the Molotov wants to peek and see if he can find more. No information. They'll go back to more defensive stance. And with that kill as well, they're going to leave a player on highway to see if they can rotate more quickly. And things slow down. 40 seconds in the round.
40 seconds and back to the A-bomb site. SDY towards the end of holes. Not a whole lot of flashbangs. They do have smokes to use to block off certain angles, but it's going to be clean fights. It's Electronics flashbang that helps Simple get a kill on a flying Chopper. All of a sudden, just down to 3 players. Oh, and Simple almost adds more inside of the flames, and he doesn't go down. Survives with 12 HP, and I feel like Dexter just can't believe it. Throws away the AWP, doesn't want to give it away for free, but this is 100% going to be a loss for Team Spirit. His position now known, the timing is not great, and he backs off.
Backs off indeed. 2 seconds left in the round. Second time it'll be a time certain finish. Dexter not only needs to keep this AWP but not go down. He gets 4250, but still you want to keep that money rolling, and now that'll build him up a little bit. 7-5. Navi pulling back a lead ever so slightly after a great start. Simple with a nice flashbang thrown by Electronic was able to get the first kill and control middle very easily in that round. Not a lot thrown back his way aside from a Molotov. 23 kills he finds himself at now. Foolish.
Oh, that's insane. One of those games for Simple. It's weird seeing him with that many kills with only 12 rounds completed, but like the score's still close. Score like that, you'd think this team would be dominating. It's just not happening. 2-round lead for Navi. Good find from Boomage through the smoke, and they're happy with that little bit of luck, and they'll back away. Dexter also down to 20 health without really even seeing anyone from the Navi side. So a 5-on-4. And keep in mind, the full HP players, Magix and SDY, only have pistols. Not even rifles on those two.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Dexter staying on the AWP. Okay, he's low HP. He's got the kill on Boomage. That works out, but yeah, you could argue getting a rifle over to the hands of Magic or SDY. Mir still has the AK to work with, now in a 4-on-4, and Dexter, I guess, primary op. Look, I agree with you. You could justify it anyway, I think. Flash out. Perfecto. Up above. Suspected a second flash coming through. Was not wrong about that, but it was the wrong timing, as Mir's able to get him down, but they never check for Nubox, and they don't get the bomb plant either, as Simple denies it by taking out both Mir and SDY.
That's tough.
Yeah. That is tough.
If you're Team Spirit, though, you're saying we killed the B defenders. If there's going to be a third player here, he's certainly going to be like spawn side. He's going to maybe be at coffins. You don't think he'd ever be at.
And now he's going to go on the hunt as well inside of the smoke, elevating himself on just one they'll never expect it. He knows Magic's got in somewhere. Somehow Electronic wasn't ready for that. Simple. You would have thought made that call, and he doesn't see Dexter slipping underneath. That might cost them 11 seconds, and it's bit in a one-on-one. AK on either side. And he's got to commit to this bomb plant just barely in time, and he's going to get it down as well because Bit doesn't commit to it, expecting that if it is a fake, he might get taken out. And suddenly it's winnable, and winnable indeed. Simple. Could have cost them the round with that information at smoke.
Yeah, no one from Navi slowed down and played the time as a teammate. Way too aggressive. And yeah, it was maybe Electronic getting caught unawares. It was Simple jumping up on top and overexposing himself. He's got 25 kills, though. He's feeling real confident. And even Stone Cold from Magic's putting the bomb down with just 4 seconds left and trusting that Bit's not going to push him. That is a stunning win for Team Spirit. And that's not a round you want to let slip away in this kind of a series. For a spot in the grand finals. And I think every single Navi fan right now is like, not again. Like, surely we're not going to have another game where Simple dominates, but somehow we still manage to find ways to lose.
Yeah. I'm not even going to get into that. Those poor, poor fans. Saw a number of them in our virtual crowd as well, because you are able to, through chat, dictate which team you support, and then it'll show up above your little avatar in the crowd. So it's kind of cool that we're doing that. That's why there was so much Navi support. Electronic on the backside of the railing at balcony. It's Boomich that has to wait oranges 2 this time as well. There's nothing yet thrown that direction. There's a good amount of players inside of Banana. 49 seconds and still really not much happening in the round. Both teams have utility to work with, although the CT is a little bit less. They've got 3 smokes left, 2 kits in play. And the T's start their approach now toward B with smokes down at CT and coffins. No response as of yet from the defensive side, but now they will put out the first of their utility in the form of an incendiary. Perfecto. Takes a little longer. So 7 seconds on the first, 17-ish, 15-ish, I suppose, on the second. As Perfecto gets inside, they run right by. One did get by, so they'll know there's a wrap toward the chapel position. Boom has to be well aware of that. Good snap back as he finds 2, drops down, gets away. Dagster falls as well. Boomich has done more than enough. And surely Navi have won the round with 0 seconds left on the clock. Chopper just needs to stay alive, and he'll hide behind the pillar to do so. Great round by Boomich.
Yeah, even if he didn't get that third kill, even if he just had the 2, I think he already won the round simply by time. Good on him to tuck back into second oranges as much as possible. Another really late execute, and Boomich, that triple is huge. Dexter goes down, and yeah, I don't even think the Opera would have been able to put the bomb planted. So 8-6, 2-round lead for Navi, and trying to extend that to 3 heading into halftime. Boomich towards the B bomb site with Perfecto and Banana, just the 2 of them, and Bit. Looking for a timing nade towards all mid. Simple always sees the barrel, hears the footsteps, and he's got an easy opening kill.
Simple. Smoking off top side mid. Is going to rotate back around with the AWP. Perfecto has burned Chopper alive. Well, actually, he's dead now, so he's burned him dead, Jason.
Yeah, burned him dead. Extra crispy. A little bit of damage from Boomich helped ensure that kill was going to go to the Flames. Mir. Ooh, he had the chance. He had the headshot. He had the peek he wanted. Still a tough shot to hit. 3 on 5, but Spirit does have like some weird knack of being able to turn these rounds back in their favor. A little bit of a boost up, and Electronic spots it before committing to a fight. So that's going to be rendered ineffective.
Boomich. The shot on Mir successful. And it's a 5-on-2. So Navi looking to take a 9-6 scoreline at half as Perfecto will drop down a smoke nade as well because he knows the timing of Setch. They could run right through that, and Boomich Gets the shot before the smoke does fully deploy. SDY tries to use that to his advantage and actually does. Boomich loses track of him inside of the edge of the smoke. But I think this round, Jason, is done. There's only 12 seconds left again, so much slower pace to this map, certainly than the last two, both in terms of score and in terms of round, as we look at Simple. Looking a little bit more comfortable at 9-6, and heck of a half from him. He finishes at 27 kills, and we're only in the first half.
Yeah, but what kind of a loser doesn't get to 30, you know?
Good point, yeah. If he doesn't hit 40 this game, might as well cut him.
This is so ridiculous. And it's a close affair, so this could go down the stretch. Simple could be chasing a record.
Ooh, what is the record right now?
I actually don't remember.
I used to remember this. I used to know it, because I think it was like something like 37 or something, and maybe it's 41. I can't remember. Peter from HLTV, hit me up, buddy. Well, it's Mir that starts it off by getting bit. Simple's gonna try to go for more. P250 to work with, obviously, as you say, feeling confident. They've given him armor to work with as well, but he's gone. Chopper's got the kill onto him. Perfecto found SDY before that, but Perfecto isn't done there. He finds Mir, and we saw that very quick snap over to Electronic for an equally snappy kill, as he got one on the backside of the site. Chopper to rotate around in a 1-on-3 with no kits, has a smoke and a flash, but it's about as good as a smoke and a pancake in this round, Jason.
Bong and a blintz, pipe and a crepe,
yeah,
flapjack and a cigarette.
Good for you. How many more is there?
I'm actually not sure. Cigar and a waffle. Missed that one, I think. I think that's all of them.
I'm impressed. Well done.
I've seen that movie way too many times to be healthy for any individual. Nine to 6, about to be 10-6 as Navi take the pistol round. Off to a good start here on the T side. That's both pistol rounds now won by Navi, and they did get out to a 5-1 start in the first half. Got a little bit sketchy in the middle portions of the opening half, but they got back to it at the end. We're gonna get a pause right before the second round begins, and I am not entirely sure why, but either way, just admire the scoreline of Simple. 156
yeah, well, let's
ADR.
be honest. Like, wow, but it was 201 before, right? And like, honestly, like you say, he didn't hit 30 in the first half, and he didn't get a kill in the pistol, so.
So how impressive can it really be?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to figure out what the record is for like a single game.
I know that's also skewed too, right? Because like if you get a blowout, there has to be some consideration for rounds played.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess regulation's regulation. But yeah, like if you win 16-0, obviously you're not gonna presumably have less kills than if it was, 16-14.
Here we go. Round number 17. Investment from Team Spirit. 2 FAMAS, upgraded pistols, a scout as well. Trying to get a tag, missed the shot. The AK swings, and that's a big, important trade for Mir. Simple goes 1 for 1. Mir's at about half HP, and Electronic has crept up close. Oh, and he almost had it, and he does find it at the end. An odd engagement that Electronic comes out on top of, and they might just apply a little bit more pressure and leverage to this A bomb site. It's only one defender here. That's Degster.
And he's already repositioning as he gets inside of the pit to try and cover off with a bit more safety, a bit less angles to look at, a bit more coverage to use in his favor. Chopper gets at least around toward Library. He'll go toward the site itself with its Eagle to smoke toward the apartment position. Dexter down. He was just high of the mark on the crosshair placement, and Boomich gets the shot instead with the Galil. Chopper, knowing now what is around the corner, will not dare step foot forward as he has to wait it out. Goes now. Patience pays off, and when he goes, Boomich not ready that time, knew exactly where he would be, or at least presumed, based on the last kill and call. Chopper gets one on the deagle and falls back. Good position to be in. Stays forward this time, though. Wants to be at the carts because he knows exactly that. The utility's going to go over his head and try and clear back by Pope. And as they fire shots speculatively in that direction, it's giving SDY the chance for the flank. Perfecto hears him coming in time, and he'll take the round into his own hands to get the second kill as well.
Yeah, that's nice. That got a little bit dicey. If he was able to get one kill, that would have allowed Chopper to pounce from that hay cart, and that could have been a weird place to get trapped. Opening engagement. The follow-up from Electronic. Mir just walks right into his crosshair. And Team Spirit never able to claw it all the way back. So, 11-6. And nade stack coming in from Team Spirit. Are they going to head for mid or B? 2 nades coming from Banana. 2 nades coming down mid. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Simple's going to swing, and he's got 2 kills. The nades don't do anything. The nades all miss their mark. And it's a slaughter. 3 kills for Simple. That's going to put him at 30. 31.
That'll do it. That'll do it indeed. So 31, and the next best is 15. He has double the score of anyone on his team and the other team for that matter. As Mir is on 14, and we are having some psychedelic stare downs with the T's in spawn. SDY to the middle with the incendiary to throw down. It's a flash. It's his face first, though. Doesn't quite catch him off, though, as it goes a little bit deep. Smoke covers off on the Molotov. That gives Perfecto a bit of room to play with. Edge of the smoke as he wants to favor the peak, but now clears the fact that, well, they don't know about sandbags, but they've cleared the top side of Banana to a reasonable degree and enough to get at least a position on the half wall, which I do believe. I thought it was going to be Simple. It's actually Perfecto. Take that back. It is Simple that's up above. Perfecto was the one down below, so he's going to hold and see if anyone will walk out in this direction, but they'll give up on that position as well now that they've fully cleared it. And it's back over toward A to see what information they can get from the CTs to force out more utility and force rotations.
Utility over. There's a smoke down in front of Library. That's going to make Team Spirit a little bit nervous about the mid to B wrap. The wrap through spawn. That's brought Mir over to guard against that. Only 1 defender at the B bomb site with Mir and CT spawn. SDY's ready to come through this smoke. Probably on his contact, but now that it clears, it's an easy walk up. No one's going to look for this. Electronic is in some trouble. Electronic goes down. Ooh, bit for the trade because SDY turns away. Mir's got all the way back to B because he knows it's the final gasp of this Navi attack.
Yeah, and SDY could have both if he actually challenged when the smoke was still in position, but plays it slow and smart. That lets Bit get around the corner. As Simple gets Mir down, and you're right. He tried to get back inside of the site and cower up to hold, but Palm will get planted. And despite the rotation of Chopper, he has to just stay alive, and he's still anticipating that Bit's coming from CT. He's still looking that direction. Instead, Bit's going to lurk the other way and flank Banana. This could be huge, because surely they don't expect him to seesaw the map quite so much, quite so quickly as well. As he gets behind them, they're still all looking inside of the site. There's not been a call from CT. At what point do they consider? It doesn't matter. Flash goes out. Dagster gets Bit. He was trying to get there, and now all 3, and it's death by firing squad for Simple as they run him down.
Yeah, that play from Bit to come back to Banana is all to set up Simple. He had 1 flashbang to chuck it over. Ooh, there's no kit. This could be close. Oh, he's got it. Okay. It's all to set up that flashbang so that Simple could have the fight he wanted. Unfortunately, his teammates both went down, and Simple misses the initial shot, which makes it nearly impossible to recover and chain 2 or even 3 kills together. Nice job. Good flashbang from Mir to set up Magix, and then the final cleanup. And yeah, if that engagement went on too much longer without any kits, that could have been real tough. A real tough loss by time. Navi's able to buy back in with that plant. Still $3,000 in the bank on Bit and on Simple, so money for Navi's all right. And they've got a 5-round lead.
So Chopper now with the FAMAS backs up ever so slightly. 5-round lead is right, but not safe. 12 is far from the finish in many ways. Once on down as Chopper gets in a position to at least see them at the half wall. They are pushing up quad with 3 players, so watch for some sort of boost defense from Spirit that Big thing about that is the whole, okay, they didn't get down the apartment halls. I was going to say, although they're up there, there is a chance to sneak in behind at pit, but no one is going to be there, and they've already rotated some Die Young back as well. And they've gone for the new box boost at B. Good play. Oh, I thought the lineup was there. I thought the CT side of AK would be enough as Dexter is inside of this site, but Bit turns around and finds him. Simple 12 HP needs to hold rotation. SDY's gonna check it naturally, and Simple can't quite hit the headshot, but puts him down to 22, and as a smoke is deployed in front of his vision, SDY can do nothing of the bomb plant, but it still is a 3-on-2 retake. Bit goes to the pit.
He's got another smoke as well. He could smoke off small pit if he wanted to one more time. That's gonna funnel the entire retake through lane and halls. There's one Molotov on SDY. That comes out. Bit's forced forward.
He's still getting tagged. It's gonna reach him. He has to get aggressive. Chopper's got both as a result of it, and the round is gonna go to Spirit. Whoa, man, that was tense.
Yeah, I mean, that's just tough. The Molotov is a huge piece of equipment, but also there was plenty of flashbangs for Team Spirit to retake that bomb site. That's nicely done. That kill on Simple was actually massive. Even though he did the damage, not able to complete it. Low HP, needed a pretty much instantaneous headshot. So now Navi's going to be forced to buy up with everything they've got. Still AK-47s, no AWP going to be brought into the field for Simple, as we see on Inferno frequently. They've got good utility, but starting to really dig deep into the coffers. Team Spirit coming back in this one slightly. 2 rounds in a row, both defuses, both post plants, and both with 3 players surviving.
So going the distance on map 3. Gambit waits with a map in hand to play the victor of this series as Simple sprays back through smoke. How's the Bit watch going today, Jason? 9 kills, 8 deaths.
It's not the best episode ever, but it's all right. It's
room for redemption, though, right?
Yeah,
good storyline.
He's had that good clutch. You know, it's just the full package not there today quite yet. But you know, maybe he's saving it all for those grand finals. I think the grand final Bit watch will be fantastic.
Well, you're assuming that they get there.
Not assuming, Matt. I know everything.
Okay, Jason O'Toole says they're going to the finals. You heard it here first. This is my, I don't like skins, but this is my favorite one on this M4 because it looks like Fernando Alonso's helmet.
That makes sense, yeah.
It's got
I
the
can see how
Spanish
that would
flag
appeal
with
to
the
you.
Catalunya blue, as well as the former Renault colors in some ways. So, yeah. Maybe that's actually what it is. Maybe it's an homage to Alonso's helmet, in which case, shout out to whoever made it. You're my hero. Around they go. Boomich will hold it out right now and take the lead from Electronic, who's looking toward, the position at Graveyard. Boomich got SDY, but then was immediately triggered by Magic, who follows up, with a brilliant decision inside pit to turn, spin, pirouette, ballet as he gets all the kills on the AUG. And Chopper and Amir are able to plant the bomb, or rather, to retake the bomb as Simple gets the plant down. That happened so quickly, even I lost track of who was on what side. Somehow, I have to say, Magic kept it together all too well, and it's going to be another round for Team Spirit, 12-9.
That's an unbelievable quad kill. That's a near impossible quad kill. You're not going to see someone in that situation get that many frags all too often. Fine work with the AUG inside of the pit. And if he doesn't get all 4 of those, they probably lose. If that's a 2-on-2, that retake becomes so much more difficult. So shout out to Magix, keeping his team winning. So tough. That one on Rap side, a second one on Rap side, then the spin right at the end. Navi looked like they were in prime position as well. 3 players coming up on Rap side. They had plenty of map control. They had plenty of territory. Even Perfecto pinning down the Graveyard player, preventing him from getting a multi-kill. That's a huge frag to find on the attacking side. 3 rounds up and Navi forced back to Tech 9s.
Oh no, Chopper. Okay, 15. Got away with more than I thought he would in that situation.
Big win for Navi, though. They're happy not only to force him back, but certainly it's going to come into play that damage that was dealt later on in this round. And in fact, they're even going to shuffle Dexter with the AWP over to the B bomb site and try and hide Chopper with low HP from any kind of dangerous engagements.
Yep, that's not a bad decision on their part. Gives them another smoke as well to use on this side of the map, because Chopper obviously had to use his to keep himself alive. Good flash. Dexter is aware they've gotten in, but Dexter cannot find anything yet, as Simple gets one on the AK already with Mir going down. It was sacrificial by Perfecto to get in the site. They'll jump around again. It's the pistols that want to go. Simple finally slides out with the AK to take him down. Good second shot by Dexter. And it's Simple with a smoke. Is he too exposed? I thought his shoulder was showing towards CT. Thankfully, that smoke is not dissipated entirely, but it's Bit that needs to capitalize. Chopper's the low HP. Simple's gone to the AWP instead. Bit down. Simple well and truly alive in the round, and he's going to get another one on SDY. A win for Simple, and another heroic round as he finds himself now on 38 kills.
Yeah, this is one of the great individual efforts, certainly of this event, but in a long time that I've seen. Wonderful stuff from Simple. A massive clutch and a chaotic one as well. This could have slipped away. That double kill that Dexter get, it's reminiscent of the one from Magic's just in the previous round. These Team Spirit players are getting some opportunities. It's when Simple gets put into play. That's an ace as well, Matt. All 5 kills in the round. First with the AK-47, then swapping out to the AWP to finish off the clutch. Brilliance from the best player in the world.
Such an impulsive player as well. Switches to the AWP in that situation and just goes firing. And credit to his teammates, again, they took charge. They knew he had the AK. He was able to trade the entry. That was perfect to get them started inside of the site. Got a little awkward when Deegster was able to get 2 from the backside, but well held. "38 kills.
Yeah. What can you do? What can you even do about it if you're Spirit? They've got a good flank. If they could just hold off this attack, which is easier said than done. So much utility, so many flashbangs, and everyone's here. All the meanwhile, Mir's getting close. Oh, there goes Simple through the smoke. A couple of kills through the smoke, and that makes this flank all the more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's here so quickly, you're right, timing everything. Bit's gonna spot it, though, as he's already positioned back toward Emo, so looking slightly toward that direction. Whether or not he considered it, gets the kill on it, and it's going to be he and Boomich setting up a crossfire with Electronic, looking for the information from them. Smoke goes down, goes off top side, CT flash behind it, SDY gets Bit, now Electronic goes, needs to play off that, still low at 2-on-2. And they've isolated Boomich, but he knows he can play the bomb. He needed a kill from Electronic, surely, and he'll get toward the closet. He knows they're there, and he knows they're going to be running away. No Kit gets the... okay, I thought he got the AWP. It was actually Magic that picked that up. So Dexter, the AWP player, will go down, but the op stays in the round for Team Spirit. We get 14 rounds for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and the nightmare now for Team Spirit is the money situation, too. Weapons taken away out of their hands again. Dexter's left on 1,700. Chopper and Mir both at 1,900. They've only got a 2-round bonus, and this is not the time for that when Na'Vi is 2 rounds away from taking the series. There's a little bit of Bit watch for you. Only 11 kills, but impactful 11 kills. I don't actually know.
I don't know anything. I'm just here because they asked me.
Yeah, it's all just fun as we go along.
Well, the AWP, a Mag 7, and FAMAS to try and keep this away from overtime point. Magic, good position, gets out of which he's been pretty sharp in this second half. For Team Spirit, leads away with 16, one ahead of Mir on 15, but Mir heard me say so and had to change that, obviously, as he gets Electronic down on the Deagle. He'll back away from middle smoke on top of the gun. They won't be able to take it, and Bit's already in the pit, and that could be it, as he takes out 2. Smoke as well to cover off the library. Chopper can't get back in cleanly, although he's considering it still as he proposes the option of getting behind the smoke. No one there to boost yet, and the only one that would be there would be Magic. AWP and AK. Now put the AK up instead. Simple. Does he spot this? It's crawling ever closer. It's 2 kills to hit 40. Excuse me, 1 kill. He's on 39, so Magic's got Bit down. Simple could get more than that right now. 40 kills established, and 41 as he jumps up on the box to celebrate. 15 rounds for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Simple's not let him lose this game, Matt. That's why I was so confident a few rounds back. It's just one of those games where you can tell he's going to put this team on his back and carry him all the way if need be. It's what, 25 kills more than the next closest player to him? It's absolutely disgusting.
see if he can get 45. 46 even. Another ace. Electronics already got 1 kill. In this, what could be the final rounds. As Simple sits at the bottom side of middle. You could, honestly, Observer, just leave it on Simple, and you might catch every kill this game. As Bit, he's done it too. He's like, all right, cool, I'll go back to Simple. As he challenges top middle down to 28 HP. Boomich, meanwhile, does go over toward the balcony, and that's where he and Bit are coming through. And Simple does get 42. Bit's got SDY, and there's 1 to find. Magic is the last, and guess who's the closest to him? But wrong side of the smoke as Simple goes hunting. He's already going to sneak toward top middle Magic. But NAVI on the back of Simple are going to find themselves in the grand final. And I do dare say that his grand total in the end is 42 and 14. Electronic gets the last kill. Incredible performance from one man. And NAVI will get through in a rather bizarre series, Jason.
42 kills on Simple, but it's that ace clutch just a few rounds back that really sealed it. That was like the exclamation point on an incredible individual performance. Yeah, that's brilliant. That's a treat to get to watch a game like that for Simple going absolutely nuts. And yeah, very weird series. Blowouts in the first 2 maps. Third map wasn't really, it was close for a good amount of time, but I mean, it seemed inevitable that Simple was going to take over eventually. We saw that performance building up throughout all of Inferno. So good on him. That's when you want your best player to be able to carry you through a series and finish it off to get you into the grand final. So they'll take a little bit of a rest, and we'll take a little bit of a rest as we give it back to the desk and chill before the grand finals begin.
A well-deserved chill after that series. Thank you very much, Moses and Sadakist, as we just watch Simple do what he does best. And this is why he is one of the greatest players, because he can just take over a game in a ridiculous way. 160 ADR he ended on at the end there, Duncan. And without him, well, it would probably be a Spirit win, let's be honest.
It was certainly looking like it towards the end. Like, towards the end of the game, it's almost like his teammates wanted him to win the record or something and break like Convict's record, because it looked like they were never going to win a round he wasn't alive in. I will say, like, Electronic still had a decent enough game. All in all, people by the end contributed enough. But it actually was looking a bit worrying there, because as people will have seen, he was already up to, like, you know, the 20 kills, 25 kills, going to 30. When the score between rounds was pretty close still. Like, it was actually looking like if he took his foot off the gas at all, maybe Spirit sneaks back into it. But luckily, NAVI was able to hold. At the end, they just had a few nice rounds, just broke the game wide open.
There was one point in there, Vendetta, right, when we were saying this, like, okay, Spirit, they're actually being able to play this. You know, we touched on the fact that their Inferno had not looked great. And at least if you look at that first half, you go, all right, that's a respectable T-side coming out of this. 9-6 isn't bad at all.
Yeah, and it honestly should have been better. Obviously, you can go back and forth about it. I mean, if you look at the first half, you know, in isolation, Simple had 12 rounds with multi-kills out of the 15, and they still only got 9 rounds. But on the other hand, one of the things that kind of got them back into the groove of things after a hot start and Spirit responding was one of the weirder anti-ecos we've seen in a good while coming out of Spirit, where they literally sat top mid for the better part of a minute, not doing anything, not finding information, and then eventually just running into a 4-man sack from NAVI, handing over a bunch of guns, actually securing the economy of NAVI in an impactful way that actually helped them get to 9 rounds. So definitely a lot of swing moments that could swing the entire half in each team's favor. But I just feel like, you know, there was balance in the universe that Simple would actually come out of this with a victory, because, you know, you can't understate the kind of impact that man has. And sure, you did get contributions from Electronic on the CT side. Same thing with Bit, winning out a couple of important clutches, but there's no chance NAVI win this if Simple doesn't do Simple things.
I mean, look at this round here.
Yeah, everything he does was everything he did. Like, he set up his team in such a good way in every single round that it's kind of hard to fathom that they couldn't get more than 9. But one of the issues were something that we highlighted prior to the game starting as well, that the fact that the B side of NAVI is a little bit shaky. So you'd see them actually moving over towards that A-bomb. I couldn't quite come to terms with why Spirit wanted to attack that A-bomb site as much when you're 6 rounds into the game and Simple is already up to 20 frags or something. But it doesn't seem like a good idea. So, and they didn't put enough pressure on the B side early to get rid of the utility that Boomich and Perfecto were holding on to, which led to awkward late round scenarios. So that kind of left me wanting from the side of Spirit, but, you know, in the end, it's a better showing than what we'd seen prior. on the map. And again, it's always going to be insanely tough when you have Simple doing what he just did.
Hear me out. Maybe this was the plan, right, Duncan? Because you were saying about like the other team members not being able to step up there. Maybe they just went and said, we needed a break before we go into this grand final. A bit more than you, Simple, because you are who you are. So we'll just let you do all the work. Maybe that was just the handshake.
I mean, I feel like they take those breaks, you know, fairly regularly from James. I'm sure at this point in time they need to not be off break, you know. No, I think another thing that actually makes Navi quite weird is when you watch a game like this and the game against Gambit, you would think they're really good on Inferno. Why aren't they picky Inferno? Because face it, if the terrorists go to the A site, you have literally Simple and Electronic play there, so they can absolutely destroy any attack. The problem is, eventually every team figures out, maybe we should just funnel B. And if you go B, like Perfecto's all right, but again, it's not a site that you really want people who are not putting up big frags in. And Boomich, I think, makes some really questionable decisions on CT in that site. So unfortunately, they don't really have the proper balance on this map, and I feel like it's going to always be a little bit streaky for them. I don't think they can rely on it.
Yeah, and a huge problem with that, right, is like you're never going to take Electronic away from Pit. You just look through the highlights and you saw so many kills from him, like you mentioned. He will just be good for at least one, most likely two coming into it. And then obviously, maybe it just needs to rely on having Simple move around a little bit more to have that B site secure, or maybe you just have to give up and change Simple over to the B site. Ben, is that an option at all? Do you think that could solve any problems?
I mean, if Simple says he wants to play Arch, you let Simple play Arch. I don't think you make too much out of it, again, because he's shown that, you know, even though he doesn't play the B-bomb site, he can save the B-bomb site for you. And you kind of just have to go off of that. Put your best player in his most comfortable spot, even though he probably would do a better job at the B-bomb site than his teammates. But again, activate Simple as much as you can. Put him in, the places he wants to be, and kind of deal with it from that point on. Because you can't always have Simple bailing out his teammate in every single scenario. I mean, we saw it with the older iterations of Navi as well, right? Like when they had Zeus in the team playing Mirage, for instance, it got to a certain point where teams would just attack that B-bomb site over and over again because Zeus was the weaker link, and eventually Simple has to jump over and just kind of take care of business. But you can't put Simple, you know, holding B-abs as a regular thing on Mirage. He needs to be all over the place. He needs to be active, and he needs to constantly strike fear into the hearts of his opponents that he actually can be anywhere, instead of just being a static placeholder towards a site that's not ordinarily played that much. And so for that reason, I think it's more down to Perfecto and Boomich kind of going over how they played the B-bomb site and trying to figure it out more so than changing up what Simple does.
All right, I get it. I'm fully with it. For Spirit, though, obviously this is the end of the road for these guys. They will find themselves being eliminated, but still a very decent amount of RMR points here for them to grab. They walk away with 1,750 and then $12,000 as well up there. So it's not bad for another showing here on the RMR side of things, Duncan. They can be very happy with what they're going to end up on.
I mean, the goal at the end of the day is just make it to the major. They're also a team where it's not like the players in this squad have, you know, had deep runs in majors and been super, super relevant. So they're another team that has benefited from the online era. They've gotten their name out there. They've become relevant, but now it's time to actually go to the major if you want to prove it.
Yes, that's it, right? That's all the goal on that side of things, to see what they can try and do here. When we're looking at our kill leaders, though, obviously Simple, we've touched on the massive work.
A little bit skewed.
Yeah, just a bit. We don't often get to see one as wild as this, right?
Yeah, and you can only imagine what would have happened if Spear were actually able to fight back. Again, let's say they don't let Simple ace necessarily in that force buy round, but they actually, you know, managed to get a couple more rounds on the board. I don't think Simple's going to stop fragging out. So that record that Config held, or still holds, probably would have been in danger, and it would be against a legitimate top team in Spirit, which makes it all the more crazy. A KD of 3 just isn't meant to happen, really. That happens in open qualifiers and that kind of stuff, but it's not meant to happen at this level.
Yeah, you wouldn't think, right, if you just like looked at the stats and you took away the name that it was Spirit, you wouldn't think they'd be playing up against those guys with it at all. Now, though, Navi's got a tougher task on their hand, a much tougher one that's been the bane of their existence throughout this year, right? It's Gambit who time's able to take maps from. They've had a couple of series wins in there, but Duncan, they're now having to do this off the back of a very long, drawn-out series and a lot of energy spent already.
Yeah, and of course you have to add that Gambit starts one map up, so Gambit only needs to win 2 maps and the series is over. Meanwhile, on the Navi side of the equation, they have to win 3 out of 4, so they're going to be in a really, really tough spot. And let's be real, of all the teams in the world, Navi's not actually particularly a very good team at sort of winning without giving the opponent chances, so it's going to be very rough.
Certainly is. Let's take a look at our MVP, and well, it's probably no real surprise in there. 106, I said 160, it was 162 ADR he ended up on, and just an incredible performance. Simple doing what he does best, but it's going to need his teammates alongside him for Gambit, isn't it, Vendetta? There's no way even he can do it on his own.
Oh, yeah. You could have Simple going full Undertaker mode, and it would still be a daunting task to tackle a team like Gambit. I guess upside here, now we've gotten, every facet of Navi that we want to see throughout the playoffs. We've had everyone contributing at some point, and on many occasions actually doing it in the same map. And now we get that, Super Saiyan performance out of Simple as well. So the positives are racking up for Navi in that sense, and yeah, you'll just have to kind of hope that continues going into the next matchup, because it's been so consistent from the side of Gambit in terms of having performances from Shiro, Exile, and Hobbit, and even Nafani and Inters. So that needs to be a team effort, and then as a bit of a cherry on top, you hope that Simple can at least have something similar to what he just did versus Spirit on Inferno.
Yeah, he needs to be able to scare away the competition quite literally with these kind of performances if he's able to get it done. But a well-deserved MVP. It'll be interesting to see who can get it in this grand final. It's we're not sure quite yet on how long the break will be between this series and what, because certainly we want to go make sure Navi be able to get themselves ready for this game. But even in terms of how the veto will go down, will not be ideal. But we'll take a look at the updated RMR points, see what Spirit ended up on so far. Remember, it's 2,000 for the first place team. We'll take the win here today. Navi obviously still now on top overall. So let's see, in terms of these being updated, that can't be right, because Spirit should have gained a...
No, they've continuously updated it. So this is
because Navi
that's why
gains by going to the final.
Cool.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
perfect.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, because 125 over.
Yeah, and pretty much whoever wins out of Navi and Gambit in this one should be at the top by the end of the day, unless I'm doing my math incorrectly.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so I guess no real big surprise to see the three names you have at the top being where they are. I think regardless of outcome, or even before you started the first RMR, you would have pegged Navi, Spirit, and Gambit at least to make it through in one of the 5 spots that the CIS RMR provides for the major. But I think the most interesting thing is obviously who can get the top 2 spots, because that obviously gets you one step further into the entire major system, and then obviously that very, very fought for 5th spot that Force is currently holding.
And the other thing here, right, is obviously the RMR points go up. We're going to still have one more to come through, and that will be a big one in terms of any teams that may want to try and be able to leapfrog, because Gambit and Navi are going to be very large and in charge of this one, and even with Spirit carrying over all their points, right, it's going to be very difficult for them to even try and hold on to that position. They'd have to be making huge improvements, don't they?
I mean, if you basically already have to be a team 4 to 6, and you basically have to win the next RMR. There's no two ways about it. So the good news is, in theory, all the best teams from CIS are going to be at the next major. It's just about where they're going to be ranked. I'm not sure how it affects what seeding you have. I think it's if you come 5th or whatever, you get a different place in. It's like going on the first round of the Swiss system. So ideally as well, we're also primed that hopefully Gambit and Navi, assuming they can continue to deliver good performances, we want them to go as deep as possible in the major, not start in the first round.
Yeah, definitely, right, because of how well they've been throughout all of this. But I just want to get us back, right? We're nearly there. We're not too long away from LAN starting to happen again. Then it's been a long time, man.
It's been a long time coming, and I think it's going to do a lot just for the general excitement around the matches as well, right? Because obviously there is always going to be an asterisk surrounding online results and online form and so on, and especially considering how many new profiles and new teams that you've seen rise through this year and a half as well. Like, how are they going to adapt to a whole new environment that is kind of where you find the cream of the crop? We know obviously that Navi are going to be able to handle it. They've always done so. They finished up the last line we had in style. But for some of the other newcomers, it's going to be really exciting to see. And then we kind of get to really flesh out who's really meant to be the top contenders going forward.
But we'll get there soon enough. But next up is our grand final. It's a best of 5, but Gambit have a 1-map advantage against Navi in this series. We're coming back in just a few moments, hopefully working out exactly when this game will be. So stay tuned. We'll see you in a few.
Legendary teams, major players, and electrifying tactical action are back in CSGO Regional Major Rankings 2021. From June 27th till July 4th, 10 teams will clash in the thrilling showdown for the prize pool of $100,000 and slots at the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. Who will win more rounds? Who will show the most furious play? And who will claim the major prize? Find out at the CSGO Regional Major Rankings 2021. And don't forget to reload.
It has all led to this here at the StarLadder CIS RMR, and once again, we get the incredible matchup in Gambit taking on NAVI. It has been a matchup that we have seen many times throughout this year so far, a bit of back and forth in it, but right now, Gambit are the true kings, and they are the best team in the world, Duncan, and realistically, they sit in the driving seat, not only because of the one-map advantage, but just because of the map pool in general that they have for themselves.
Yeah, it certainly helps that they beat Navi most times they play them. In fact, but it's not just like they play them regularly. This is going to be the third time just in this tournament alone.
This tournament,
so, yeah, basically these two meet each other every other day, it feels like. But somehow it's a great game every time. Now, what's bizarre about that is all the flaws we always contrast with Navi. You go over to the Gambit side, you have to basically trip over all the superlatives. You have to get a thesaurus out and figure out a new way of saying they're all brilliant and amazing. So to me, this is a perfect example of how, even though it is number 1, number 2 in the world matching up, it's more about like the direct head-to-head stylistic matchup and the different strengths of the teams. That's what I think makes this matchup so fascinating. And it's just like they say in combat sports, like styles make fights and they make Counter-Strike matches too. So when you have such different teams with such different compositions, it what makes actually the best and the most interesting storylines.
I absolutely love that. Very good explanation of that. Thank you, Duncan. Before we go any further, though, what I have to do is tell you, all of you guys at home, that if you do want to try and win yourself some CSGO skins, but all you have to do is get involved. You can see the Navi side of some of your heads. These are all pictures taken from Twitch chat. Which team are you supporting? Which team are you going for? Use the hashtag Navi or hashtag Gambit, and you'll have a chance to win. But Vendetta, we've been round this already. We have seen Navi fall before when they had the game in their hands. Technically, if they played like what we all consider normal Counter-Strike, they would have won and they would have been in the grand final right now with the one map advantage.
Yeah, no, it's been a topsy-turvy road for Navi in that sense, and yeah, they've definitely been within a reasonable shot to actually take that spot and beat Gambit. And it's not like, obviously we're phrasing it now, Gambit coming in as big favorite and so on, but it's not like Navi haven't beaten Gambit in the past in big games and when it's mattered the most. And that's what makes this a bit of a dream finals. Usually you don't get to see those in, RMR tournaments because you'd have teams from different regions being the ones at the very tippy top. But I guess we just luck out in this instance. And the fact that they've played each other so much, I think that kind of adds an additional layer of intrigue to it as well. Some might say like, oh, but they're only going to play the same maps over and over again. But yeah, now you get to actually see the ingenuity of the individual players. Like, how are they actually going to make adjustments? And now we're not talking like changing the entire layout of how your team plays Counter-Strike, but it's more about the micro adjustments coming from individuals in pressured situations that's going to be the difference maker.
Oh, by the way, just to make this clear before we start, since this is the final, like, don't take the fact that we've pointed out all these flaws about Navi to mean that this is like a foregone conclusion, it's going to be a boring game. This is literally and factually the best team at beating Gambit. But right now, very few teams can beat Gambit. Maybe someone can give them a good game. Navi not only has beaten them a number of times and on a number of the key maps we will see in this series, but more importantly, they take them close every time. So it's also a very entertaining matchup.
It certainly is, Duncan. This is just looking back at the road we've had here in the playoffs, including our 5th place decider, going through all the games and what has led us here to this grand final. Now, they met in the group stage as well. Gambit won that. They met in the upper final. Gambit won that. But we know what Navi can do. You've just touched on it, Duncan. They can come through and have some huge success. But let's start by looking at this Gambit roster, right? They came together as the youngster team. They found huge success. They added Hobbit in. They brought in a more veteran player to bring some more of that experience alongside it. And I'm just going to start with Hobbit here, Duncan. This man pretty much has become better than he's ever been. Not only does he look younger and better as he's got older, he's playing better as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, yeah, people will forget that he actually was kind of like a flash in the pan when he first came along. Like, he hadn't played for very long in terms of tier 1. He was actually at sort of like a tier 2, tier 3 level. Then he got into the team of Gambit when Zeus came along, basically peaked around the time that they won that major, PGL Krakow.
Yeah.
I mean, this time we're talking 4 years ago. Funnily enough, the next major will be PGL, actually. So it'll be very interesting to see if he can sort of bookend his career. But then you look in more recent times, this is the difference, is when he came up, he was maybe in the position that someone like Axile is now. Now he is not only one of the better players in the team, but also a veteran. So you can also see with the way he plays in the game, like, he does seem like he's a player who has a little bit more responsibility, who understands basically some of the more nuanced elements of the game, because obviously he is playing with a literal but also metaphorical group of youngsters in terms of their experience in Counter-Strike.
And then we come on to some of the other players on this lineup, like Axel, for example, right, who's just been superstar moment, probably the one of the best riflers in the world right now, if not the best rifler. But these players have to go up against this Navi that we've come to know and be confused about many times. And I'll actually start with Simple this time, because normally we just kind of gloss over him. Vendetta, what he put up in terms of numbers just now against the Spirit Boys was ridiculous. And if he can bring any sort of that level, like even get close to that, right, it's going to be an insane game.
Yeah, because that was actually one of the things we spoke about, and one of the things that left us not disappointed, but longing for more. When you think back to the upper bracket match that they had versus Gambit, the fact that you had finally things coming together for the 4 others, you had big contributions all around, and Simple was just playing mortal, like a mortal, and that, him obviously being on an average day probably would have put them over the top, and you would have had Navi with a map advantage in the finals. Luckily, it doesn't seem to have phased him. Obviously, he absolutely had his way with Spirit in this one, and knowing Simple, that's not something that's going to make him, underperform in a finals. He's not going to be, out of battery or out of juice coming into a finals like this. That only kind of feeds into his motivation. It's like, yeah, I've done this versus Spirit, now I'm going to do it versus Gambit 3 times in a row. That's his mindset. Yeah. So I'm really excited for it. I think, again, if Navi can get that extra little push from the likes of Bit and Perfecto and Boomich, they have a real shot at beating Gambit here. And from what we've seen so far in the playoffs, that's not too far-fetched to think is going to be reality.
And the other thing here as well, right, is that we saw this same thing happen. Obviously, Gambit wasn't in this tournament. When we saw Navi go and win the global finals for Blast, they hit the lower bracket very on, went on this crazy run, and they were also not wanting to take a bigger break. They were happy to just play through these games, and it seems to be something these guys have to do, keep this warmed up momentum going. Now we're going to get into the veto and see which maps we're going to get here. Sadly, it's already spoiled on HLTV, so don't go look at that. Watch the show, because that's much more better. Let's not have these mess-ups go on continually throughout this, as we'll see Navi start off with the Vertigo removal, and that's no surprise there at all, is it, Duncan?
No, I mean, it's fairly obvious we should have Nuke and Vertigo banned here. I actually haven't checked on myself on HLTV, so I'm interested to see myself, because obviously after the first series where shockingly it was Gambit that picked us 2, but then got smashed at, we don't think they'll be doing that again. But the question becomes, I mean, would Navi really gamble on an Inferno pick again? They have just had a great game on Inferno, sort of. Will they try the Ancient pick? Who will ban the Ancient? There's actually still a lot of questions, because for me, especially because it's a best of 5, it's not really about the maps, it's more the order of them. So actually this will tell me way more about the psychology of both teams. If you Gambit, obviously you want to crush the best of 5 really quickly. If you're Navi, you can't afford to gamble at the beginning probably on an Ancient. You probably have to leave that till 2nd or 3rd. So we'll really see actually what they really have in their locker in terms of the picks at this point in time. I mean, that's a very, very bold pick, because let's be real. Like,
that's a ban.
That's a ban, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, yes, that's a ban, right? So
that makes more sense.
Yes, that makes a lot more sense. I was going to say, because this is one that, like, Gambit has had their number a bunch of times on that map, and it has not looked very good for the guys. So, okay, we're actually going to have the pick of Ancient here.
That is actually really spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, it was Gambit who picked it the first time when they played back at Blast, but then Navi smashed them on it 16-7. So that actually made it seem as though they maybe scared Gambit off it. But when you've got a map pool like Gambit has, I mean, you can play whatever you want. So I think this is pretty bold to start out with this, because to me, it actually sort of leaves a little bit of a room for Navi to even up the series early, and then you're not playing at the map disadvantage at that point in time.
Yeah, this is the thing, because Ancient feels like a bit of a gimmick map as of right now. I don't think we can say that one team has established any sort of dominance on it, and you can safely say that they're going to be be a top tier team on the map. So I'm kind of surprised to see Gambit actually opt in for that so early. I think they could have gone with Mirage, Dust 2, Inferno, you name it, really, as a safer choice going into this.
Like, this is rough because right now, the way these maps go, I can't really know where Gambit's at on Ancient, but then I look at the first 3 maps. Like, listen, that's obviously a gamble for Navi too, but then Navi have got basically the 2 maps they always love to play, Dust 2, Mirage, right out the gate. Now, those are obviously Gambit maps. Gambit literally has beaten Navi on them many times, but it don't get to Inferno until the end, basically. And Inferno's the one which the most heavily on paper I would put over to the side of Gambit. So I'm actually a little bit... Listen, on the one hand, if Gambit now convincingly wins this final, it's even more impressive to me. But I feel like actually they've sort of set the stage for Navi to sort of work their way back into the series. Whereas, in like the fact Navi only just finished playing like an hour ago, if I was Gambit, I'd have tried to be a bit more ruthless with the veto, I think.
So one thing that actually is, again, interesting about Navi's choices here in the Speedo as well, obviously there's a limit of what maps they can go to necessarily, but the fact that they had a fantastic Dust 2 versus Gambit yesterday, but we also said, or Duncan said this today as we opened the show, that you can't expect that to be normality, right? It's not very likely that you're going to see Navi come out, have 4 players giving star performances and absolutely smash Gambit. And obviously we saw them getting manhandled by Spirit, about 2 hours ago. And it kind of just leads into the same mantra that we've been kind of harping on, the fact that we're not super comfortable about most teams in the world having Dust 2 as a go-to pick. And considering the ups and downs that Navi's had on the map so far, I feel inclined to say that Mirage might have been a better go at it. I don't know. Like, what do you think, Duncan?
I mean, listen, they are obviously in real deep shit in the sense that, like, if they lose Ancient, it's already basically going to be very, very rough, isn't it? Like, to ask you to win Dust 2 and Mirage in a row is hard, and as you say, like, even if it's your best map, even if on paper you like it the most, I wouldn't like to have faced the sort of mental pressure of knowing the other guy won the first map, has a map advantage, and now he just has to win on Dust 2. So to me, it's in some ways it kind of shows the way you have to play for your Navi. Like, I've always felt like Navi, when they go against Gambit, in theory, because Gambit's map pool is impregnable for them, there's nowhere they can go in it because, as we know, Gambit's permaban is nuke, so there's not really any wiggle room for Navi. If you're Navi, it's one of these ones where I think you just forget that you're playing Gambit. You just say, pick the maps I want to play, and then you literally just hope that enough people frag out. Like, if you think too much about the Gambit side of the equation, I think you're going to go down and second guess yourself too much.
Yeah, true. The mental games really do play a factor in this series. We've seen many times. The Ancient one, though, right? So now both times these 2 teams have played it, Gambit are the ones that have picked into it, even though Navi had the win on it on its own. This says to me, right, that Gambit, they don't make decisions based on, like, or anything about the other team, right? They do their research, how they're feeling, what they go on with it. We hear this from the Fanny all the time, especially in terms of what the coach and the analyst put in work. So for me, this says that they feel still very confident on it. Like, when they first picked Ancient, I did the interview with the Fanny, and he literally was, you don't see him obviously show much emotion. Duncan, he was laughing. He was smiling about the fact that he got to play it. Like, they enjoy this kind of a map. So I'm looking for some crazy start from them.
I will also say as well, like, when I went back and looked, I was looking, it's not that Navi are actually, like, banning it or whatever. They just have refused to pick it themselves. Yeah. And obviously, because they didn't do it in that first match of the upper bracket final, and we were all speculating in theory it should be Navi who gambles on that. I think in some ways it's actually quite bold from Gambit in a sense, because again, if you want to actually not just win but make a statement, this is a pretty ballsy way to do it. Like, if you, as I said, if you basically just win Ancient and Dust 2 and the series is already over, like, if you're Navi, there's nothing to even complain about. Like, you got your absolute best chance right out the gate.
Ben, what are you feeling about Ancient? I know you don't like the map on its own, right? You're not the biggest fan of it, but you feel like this could be a turning point for at least Navi to have a chance, considering they won it last time? Would you feel like Gambit are going to come in fully prepared? I
mean, you would expect Gambit to be fully prepared, but then again, you expected the same the first time they did it versus Navi, and that didn't pan out too well. On average, I'd say that Ancient right now plays to the favor of whoever has the more individual players doing well for themselves. Again, like, if you have 3 hot players and the opponent has 2, then it kind of plays puggy enough at this point to where I feel like that's enough to carry you over. And in that sense, pound for pound, I would favor Gambit. But again, it's too new of a map for me to feel strongly about any side really going into it.
Now, interesting set of teams they've played against. Yeah, they've both played Forza on it. They played each other on it as well. G2 in there for Gambit where they took a win. Na'Vi taking a loss to FaZe on it. And okay, you can kind of give them that with Carrigan being there, you know, and the tactical prowess and looking at it in that sense. Very even. Good map for them both to start off on here. Duncan, how are we feeling?
The problem is, like, the only result that really matters for Na'Vi there is beating Gambit directly, and I don't suspect it'll be exactly the same sort of game, not least because Gambit has the demo to watch, and I'm sure the fact they've picked it means that they very much thought about what the win conditions were. So I personally think that Gambit's probably a better team on this map, but that's also because Gambit doesn't appear to have any bad maps.
Well, I got to remind everyone at home as well to keep putting in the vote in chat on which team they want to support and win to try and grab your skins. All you have to do is type hashtag Navi or hashtag Gambit, and you'll have a chance to win some of your CSGO skins out. There's knives in there and a hell of a lot of other stuff as well. So good luck to all of you cheering them on. In predictions, guys, where did you go with this? I'm guessing you both went with Gambit.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, like it feels like the one map advantage is so massive, especially considering that Gambit just in general has the better map pool. That you'd see them eke them out, even if it might be a tight contest.
I feel like, right, if maybe Na'Vi can get the win on Ancient, then there's a chance of it. But even if it went all the distance, we went to Inferno in the end, right, you're probably just going to give it to Gambit anyway. It's going to be an interesting series. But imagine how many Na'Vi would have played 7 maps in one day if they had to go to full distance. That's wild, Duncan.
Sure. I mean, I will say, again, in the same way as, like, if Gambit sort of style with how they did the map picks, if Na'Vi can actually win this final, it will also be an enormous statement for, like, mental fortitude, where the team's at as a squad. Like, a lot of other people, obviously, it would basically be an automatic excuse for losing. So if you can actually overcome that, it could be a very character-defining moment for Na'Vi.
Do you think, Vendetta, that, like, maybe Na'Vi kick it up a gear, like something changes in them when they go up against Gambit? Because, like, we talk about their performances against other teams, but against Gambit, we always get bangers.
Yeah, no, it really seems like the two teams kind of egg each other on to bring out the best versions of themselves. And that's why we get close games, because it's rarely the case of one team playing poorly and the other team playing super well, and then obviously having blowouts, or both teams playing bad matches, and that's why it's close. So it's usually of an extremely high quality, and that's what you want out of the top 1 and the top 2 in the world. So wouldn't expect anything of that to change. And I'm just kind of strapping in for a rocket-fueled start to this finals.
Certainly so. And I think with Gambit, right, we saw him get off to that slow start on Dust 2, Duncan, yesterday, but, like, that's just such an anomaly. Like, that's not going to happen again, surely.
I mean, you never say never, obviously. I will also say there's a world in which I don't personally think Gambit is the sort of character that does this, but there's plenty of top teams where you have the map advantage, like you've done a weird pick. Maybe a lot of top teams might even start out slow and thinking we can ease into this series. The problem is, generally, Gambit do actually seem, at least online, to have a pretty good killer instinct. When they have the chance to just crush you, they do, basically. It's kind of the opposite to Na'Vi, except that Na'Vi, bizarrely, against Gambit, they're kind of forced to actually play their A game most of the time.
And that's what it's going to have to be all about. And the thing we have to come back onto this discussion when it is Na'Vi is that it cannot just be simple, right? And it cannot just be electronic. We're going to need to see Bit. We're going to need to see Perfecto. And Boomich going to have to swing in it because we know what Gambit can do here, Vendetta.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it feels like such a reliable thing to say that, in somewhat of a fashion like Spirit, that 1 through 5 can't stop. Just with the case of Gambit, most of the time you do have 1 through 5 actually contributing. And it doesn't necessarily have to be 1 or 2 who does the brunt of the job. And with Na'Vi, that's a little bit more of an anomaly. Again, we've seen positive trends at the very least throughout this tournament, so that gives me hope going into the finals. But again, I think also Ancient as a starting map that can kind of like fluctuate things a fair bit more so than the more common maps, the more familiar maps like a Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage that we're going to get to see later. So I think Ancient is going to be very tone setting for the entire finals, honestly. And if it ends up being a runaway game for either of the sides, then I think that might be something that propels them further.
And Ven, just because I know you've got quite an opinion on the Ancient side of things, how do you look at it in terms of sided map and where it's better to start off with here, considering Gambit picked it? Real quick.
I think, as a basic, I'd say it's CT's favorite map, but it's also extremely easy to kind of just burst and play puggy on it as a T, which with momentum can do lots of good.
Well, let's see how it goes. Navi are the one starting on the CT side, and we're back with Moses and Sadakis to take us through this best of 5.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we are going to get into a best of 5. However, a map in hand, so only 4 maps will be played if this goes the distance, as Gambit came from the upper bracket. And we do start out on Ancient, which is a lot of fun, I think. I personally am really enjoying this map, and glad to see something a little bit different, as we've seen Barrage Dust 2 and Inferno so frequently in the CIS minor. So we get it started out on what is a little bit of spice. Already some spicy play, as we've got Simple working in from the totem, but that's because they're retaking from middle. They're going to retake on the A site, and Bomb goes down because so often the T teams, I know the pistol round, don't have the utility, but don't consider that retake from the mid side, and it's a perfect crossfire setup from Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's all down to the fact that they had to go for that. They had to just fight. No nades, no utility, no flashbangs, no smoke to block off the choke point. So everyone from Gambit was forced to swing and fight while the smoke was still up, at least blocking CT spawn. And that's a tough situation to be in. Good start from Bit. And Boomich is able to add a couple as well. This is just fine shooting. And tough fights for Gambit to win with those Glocks. 1-0 as Na'Vi take the pistol round.
They take it in style. Shots out through the smoke by Boomich. Nade goes deep. Perfecto's got one as well. Watch out for Perfecto. Ooh. Good thing there's one behind him to fall back into, because nearly caught out with the smoke in his hand. Perfecto tagged down to 3 as Hobbit puts some aggression toward him, but here comes Simple from behind, working in through Jaguar, in through the cave. Only gets one. Hobbit's the one he finds, but falls immediately after. So MP9s versus Deagles. And the Deagles doing most of the damage so far.
Yeah, awkward engagement for Simple. Never even saw the second player. Was never able to even consider that battle in that context. Deagles are walking out mid along the deep wall. I think Boomich has spotted it. A little bit of an engagement. Oh, he goes down. Brilliant shot from Exile. And that cuts a line right down the middle of this Na'Vi defense. It's going to be Bit all on his own. With Electronic and a busted up Perfecto over towards B.
Electronic to wait it out as well, back toward the stairs position. Nafi is coming in, but Perfecto the one to hold from the wood. He can jump up in cave and actually spot above that planked wall, but Perfecto shooting early, had 2-3 HP, didn't have time to afford, and giving the engagement away. Good thing Bits rotated around, but Exile extremely low on HP, finds it, reads it as well, and turns back the other direction, but missed shots. And Shiro comes out on top to win the round.
Yeah, that's a really close. That's a really nice attempt for Bit. 4 kills so far in the game, and he almost pulls that one back. Na'Vi, too many early losses. The HP loss on Perfecto really neutralized what he was able to do. Simple only going 1 for 1 on his push out of Jaguar. Not able to recover and come back into it. We're all tied up at 1.
Boomich has been relegated to the P250 while the rest have the Deagles to play with.
Back in
got the water glitch. Yeah, we're back in the sub. We're actually just spying on the game right now. That's why we're in the sub. It's actually how that works.
Periscope's up.
Periscopes are definitely not something we like in the casting world, Jason. Not in the green room, that's for sure.
Yeah, no filming in the green rooms. God bless it all.
This ends the Periscope.
Yeah. Mid-control for Gambit. Slow and methodical, but Electronic. It's going to be a tough clear for Nafany. Oh, he ducks underneath it. Electronic still able to make short work of him with 2 body shots, and that gives, the scout a chance to start tagging some people up. Simple knows one likely got by. 2 tags, but he's dead. But look at the position of Bit. That could be huge. Pushed up in towards A main.
Meanwhile, the engagement resumes for Boomich as well, trying to take back red top middle. position to hold for the T's as well because they're able to capitalize on rotations and also cover off the A site, but Bomb's going to be going over toward B. Perfecto does get one back. Exile extremely low on 32 HP. Bomb, as I say, is going to be planted just now. Perfecto's got the kill down, though, so guns available. It's the 2 Galils versus the 8Ks, surely to be picked up. If Perfecto goes to look for it, they'll grab one now, and Bit will grab the other. It is just the Galil, and it's going to be just the Galil who has to find the kill because Hobbit's got his already, and he is pretty sharp with that weapon, apparently, as he finds both the remaining players. 2 players surviving for Gambit, and not really a lot of money left over for the CTs. They should be able to convert this to 3-1. Yeah, I say should. You never know, but certainly
you never know.
The money favors that.
Yeah, and I remember Simple enjoys having an AWP on this map when he can, or, you know, most maps, so he's going to want to try and save up as much money. That being said, he does invest into a Deagle. Good play from Gambit. 2 players pushed up into the house, into those mid stairs, using that to keep the defense from being able to get back to the B bomb site. Navi was pretty convinced that was going to end at A for some time, but Gambit slow plays the round and gets a free plant.
Yeah, free for now.
Ooh, that's an arm. He chucked that grenade about a quarter mile.
For those 14 seconds in my Honda Civic, I am alive. Actually, if it's Honda Civic, it's like 25 seconds, 26, let's be honest.
All right, Gambit, they have basically free control of all of lane outside of B, and it's going to be just a slow march up. Control of Jaguar as well. All they have to do now is push in. There's no defense here for Navi. They're about to be pleasantly surprised at how easy of a take this is. Nathany at some point is probably going to want to turn and consider his flank. But not a huge amount of danger yet. Navi not even jumping up on those mid boxes to get a true flank in.
Bomb plant again this time. As Gambit get over toward the B site, it's going to be a full rotation for the stack that was over on A. Try and get back around all the way to T-spawn. Hobbit going to look that direction now, and he might get caught out. Might actually get killed off in this situation, which would benefit certainly Navi to get a gun and take some money away.
Nope. Nobody
exit. It ain't gonna happen.
Not today. Not that direction. 3-1. And I mean, again, just clean. Just navigating around the map and not finding any danger. All 10 players survive in the round. No real engagements to speak of. But now we get the guns out. Now we're gonna start seeing a little bit more action. I'm sure we'll start seeing Navi be a bit more assertive and aggressive in their fight selection. It's all FAMAS. And Simple's the last one to buy. Ooh, he's going to stick with the Deagle. He wants that AWP next round, or the next buy. Next round if they win. Here we go, deep utility in mid. Make sure there's no fast play from Gambit, who lined up at a 4-1 out of spawn. Or excuse me, a 3-1-1, just watching for a push mid, but not really committed to it. Hobbit's all alone with this MAC-10, looking for this push, and he's got it. No head armor, and Boomich goes down.
Kill. Boomich is the one to fall, and Hobbit's going to double up on that, find a Perfecto as well. As this gun round is slipping away quickly as well. Not a whole lot of money for Navi as the Deagle for Simple has the kit to play with, but they're already smoked off. This time, unlike this round, Gambit is more than aware of how the totem connector will work. Electronic trying to get back inside of Ruins will also be very wary of his position and the fact that they could be pushing through aggressively. They have so much position in the A site, so they'll surround the perimeter at best in this situation. Meanwhile, lurking, Hobbit's already going for more kills. He can justify it. He's the one on the MAC-10. This is a perfect setup.
Yeah, I mean, and he's already delivered them the win. You know, anything else he gets from here is the cherry on top. 2 kills outside of B, and it's over. Another save from Navi trying to keep these weapons in their hands. Now, Simple has picked up the FAMAS. And Hobbit's going to get one of his own, more than likely. So far, so good for Gambit. Everything according to plan. And Simple, unfortunately, just shy of the AWP. He will be able to drop a rifle over, though. Is he going to save again? Is he going to stay on this Deagle one more time? Like, really wanting the AWP? Just the same exact buy as they had in the previous round. 4 from us and the Deagle on Simple.
Hobbits. Quick grenades go down. 2 Molotovs, in fact, to cover off the ramp. Which will flash high above and see if they can't re-peek on that position. In fact, they're going to push it. FAMAS is again. It's all they've been willing to. It's all they have. Close smoke, nearly a peek. Good secondary flash. And even though it blinds Boomich, it keeps Hobbit from peeking and therefore getting the kill in return. Boomich is able to get both, in fact, as he doubles up on NAFNI. And you can see the support that he had in the form of Perfecto just watching that door to make sure Shiro couldn't peek back in. So finally, an advantage in which they can hold and sustain as they get 2 kills for the price of none, and it was all about aggressive utility. CTs, I think, have to be aggressive on Ancient so far. We're seeing that more and more as Ancient is becoming much like Cash in that regard.
That aggression last round got punished. Just a better job here from Boomich. Double kill for him. Shiro's going to try and find some kills to equalize just a little bit. Boomich in here to his left and Electronic to his right. That's a pretty nasty crossfire to try and break up without any usage of utility. Shiro might get the first, but not even that. Electronic finds the back of his skull. Then Exile. This is good position in middle, but I don't think he has enough teammates to really make this super effective. He might be able to backstab, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to claw them back into this round.
Well, Exile and Enters are certainly pulling it back now. They'll go toward the site, smoke off on Cave. It won't allow any vision, any access. Bomb, though, does go down. Simple finds it either way as he wraps in and manages to come back up from the ramp. They were so focused on Boomich that Simple strikes, and it is now 4-2.
That's pretty legit. I was wrong. Exile did pull him back into that round. If that bomb gets planted or if Simple's not flanking there and Gambit has the time to breathe after the bomb is planted, then, man, they could make a real go at it. That's a good flank. I thought surely the first kill would be enough of a warning for them to react. 4-2. Gambit still in the lead, but Navi's cut it down by 1. Plenty of money on the Gambit offensive side, so they're going to buy right back into this. Simple finally has the AWP in his hand, and he passed that AK-47 over to Electronic. Real dangerous weapons in real dangerous players' hands.
Electronic. Aggressive mid. CTs have to be. They have the access on timing on their side as they can get through red before the T's can get anywhere near middle, which makes Tetris very important as well. We know how aggressive the T's can be. Or, excuse me, the CTs can be in that position also. So, again, it comes down to aggression. It comes down to taking away these map controls. And you can see the utility already having to be used by Inters, but Electronic can't overcommit or get tunneled on that side because he's got to be aware that they are toward the boxes. So instead, he'll cover Totem. That gives Bit a bit more confidence on A, but Bomb's going to rotate back over. And Gambit aware now with not much going on. They have some access toward the Jaguar position. Simple's got Hobbit down. That's at the ramp. Good first kill all the way back from stairs as Hobbit tried to peer back and see what the CTs had possessed. No smokes down. Easy shot. There is a smoke again. Just look at the rotation from Simple. There is a smoke to cover off Cave.
There's another one as well. I mean, all that access they thought they had a second ago pretty much gets pushed away by the ult from Simple and the double smoke in Cave. Now it's on Boomich behind this pillar to hold on for dear life. Up the ramp we go. They spotted him, but Exile can't spin in time. Can't turn around. It's all Boomich. Perfecto falls. He needs one more. Flashbang comes in, but it's too late. And Gambit have found themselves with access, but a quick flank from Electronic. Yeah, this could just stop the round cold in its tracks.
I think it will. I think it will as well. Shiro is peeking that direction, but has to get a utility pulled out to try and shut it down, and he gets the kill immediately. Simple's got the round by taking out Inters, and you're right, Gambit thought they had access. It gets cut off. Boomich falls, but the position as well inside of that site on pillar is so difficult to get right, and luckily for them, Exile didn't spin fast enough, because if he hits that headshot, that's a different round. He goes back towards stairs, bomb gets planted.
Well, I remember as well that they wanted that hit to be more of like 2 coming up ramp, 2 coming through the cave. Unfortunately, Simple was able to pick one off, and the smokes forced those cave players to readjust to ramp and leave one as a lurk instead. You know, it wasn't the exact hit that Gambit wanted to pull off, but it still almost worked.
trying desperately again. Boost it up. Shiro. Smoke down, can't see it yet. And you absolutely, exactly this. That is not a blocked off position. You can get on this plateau. You can get on this garden. And look a little deeper in the site. And that means Exile doesn't have to be quite so predictably exposed. Obviously, there was one there, because how else did he get put up above? And that's why Bit tries to reposition and wait for the repeat. But Exile, absolutely perfect as he walks in and smokes the headshot. Goes down to 34 in the process as they were tagged up.
That's a tough fight for an M4. Simple finds one back. And boy, that was a long time as well for Exile and Shiro to be applying pressure to Bit's position. Really hard to maintain. Navi have found 2 kills, and it's into a 3-on-3. Everyone's split across the map. Hobbit's got control of the B bomb site, but the bomb has to find its way over there, and Electronic is lurking all the meanwhile. 30 seconds.
Great position. We talk about this Jaguar, called that because of the 2 cat murals on the wall. A lot of people were saying it was, I think, cheetah. And then I was told that cheetahs aren't in South America, but leopards are. So I'm going to stick with Jaguar, Jason. Or maybe just cat. Hobbit's got Electronic. And that was the position we thought was going to be decent, but they never head that direction. And Hobbit's well aware they haven't cleared it, so stares that way instead. And with his 20 HP, he'll start working, okay, I was going to say towards square and in the alleyway. Perfecto gets flashed in to peek it. No one at the wood. No one in an open position, and time continues to expire. Both of them do have kits, so if they can get one pick, they can cover off and play the buddy system for trade on the second, but they've got to find one first, and Shiro's not willing to move, nor is Hobbit. Tap the bomb potentially to pull them out. Nope, Perfecto gonna run clear it. I think the time is gone as he taps. This time Hobbit's gonna execute, and not only that, he knows he's got to be behind the pillar. He gives the information to Shiro. Well played.
Man, Hobbit had 2 solid kills, peeking into people who were zoned in and just had him locked down at that exact angle. Those are 2 real big fights to win from Cave. Well done from Hobbit, and well done from Gambit to get through this one as well. And that one on a simple later on. That's a tough retake in the 2-on-2. So Gambit maintained their lead, and Navi's forced back and relegated again to a very low economy situation. Only Perfecto with armor, and only 2 pistols upgraded. Navi really struggling to build up cash right now. Despite the fact that they have a 2-round loss bonus. It's not helping much.
At this point, they haven't really gotten control of any of that economy. So bomb again will work its way to the B site. That seems to be becoming the more popular destination among teams. Boomich. Work his way in with the pistol to try and trade, but it's Perfecto that sneaks out with a deagle instead. Picks up the AK. He'll have that ready in his hands as they wrap back around the corner. Surely they'll check the cubby, but Inters actually peeks further up the hallway, expecting he might still be back in that direction. And now a chance, a slim chance, a very slight chance. And given that Perfecto's on 34, I don't know how encouraged they'll be to go for this. Bit is in the right position at the right time, because even just killing Nafny, okay, Perfecto's a bit too slow. I was going to say, that's sick from Nafny. I was going to say, Bit spotting him and distracting him should at least get them one more kill, but trade's not there at all from the Navi side.
Yeah, didn't come there nearly as quick as they would have liked it. This is good stuff from Nafny. 3 quick kills, and this final one, he knows Perfecto's coming. You're right, though. It was a little bit slow. Wasn't as coordinated as they would have liked it to be. Still, this is the round Navi's been looking forward to. AWP back in Simple's hands. M4s and the FAMAS picked up as well. But they need to get something going. Gambit could really bust open this half and this opening map of the Grand Finals with a win here.
Shots from Nafny will get Boomich, so not only does he get 3 at the end of the last round, he gets the 4th and the starting one in this round. We call that like a natural ace, where it's like a natural hat trick in sports where they get 3 in a row. May not be in the same round, but like...
Nah.
Full house? Can we call it a full house? 3 and 2?
Sure, call it a full house.
All right, sick. I love coming up with new things that no one watching understands.
I don't know, there's a lot of poker players out there, Matt.
Oh, I was referring to the TV show.
Oh, okay. Oh. Well, seems like Gambit have spent enough time repeatedly hitting that B bomb site. They've got a lot of attention from Navi there at the moment. Simple's rotating to mid right now, being very cautious, so he's taking his time to get all the way back towards A, because that's where Gambit looks like they want to end this. Here comes the utility. Here comes the hit. Simple's going to be smoked off. He's going to have to run through Temple. Nothing to slow them down as his teammate falls, and Simple grabs one. 3 on 4, but Simple needs to grab more before this retake can be likely.
Certainly does, as Hobbit is also still just waiting in the wings back over toward B, but he's got to realize sooner or later that no one's there. He's late on the lurk, so this could be a 3-3 straight up retake. Hobbit's made himself irrelevant in this. Exile is not, but Simple will trade onto him after Electronic goes down. NAVI still in such a powerful headshot position toward Ruins, and Simple now creeping in that direction. Has 2 players to fire at, and this is becoming a very common setup as well. One at the box and one up close. It's extremely hard to dissect both, but Perfecto manages it because he comes from the other angle. In this time, however, Hobbit has snuck around, and a low HP on Perfecto while the defuse means he's easily able to get the kill. Was patient to pay off as he gets the shot down, and Simple trying to hold the AWP in response, just tapping Hobbit to make sure he's not on the defuse, and the round is Gambit's to take.
What a finish from Hobbit, playing a very solid game, and that's close. All started with the NAVI opening on B ramp, but that is a great job from Hobbit to put himself in a position that nobody from Navi expected. Took his sweet time. You're right, he almost slow played it too much, but that was exactly what it's designed for, the safety net, and he delivers in a 1-on-2 clutch. 4-round lead now for Gambit here on Ancient.
Boomich with the smoke down in front of him will try and hold off in cave, but Gambit absolutely looking impressive so far and assertive mostly toward the B sites. That plant obviously came back over toward A. Smoke still down in front of NAVI. They can't push through as Hobbit is going to try and walk in and make contact on B. Bit of a pre-fire towards Perfecto that he was hoping would bait the others out. Simple's AWP is what they're most concerned about. Hobbit swinging around is going to spot that, but Simple was ready for it this time. Remember, Hobbit has hit that shot already in this game. Totem, we know how powerful it can be for the CTs. It seems like it's not checked enough, but that time, even though it was, Bit hits the headshot, and Electronic now to rotate over only with the USP. They will plant directly in front of Ruins, which means the planter is very visible, but therefore has coverage from inside of the connector. Even though it's the man advantage, Perfecto has the AK, Simple has the AWP, and the kit. I'm not sure I feel the chances are strong right now from Navi.
Well, they've got Boomich in position on the flank, so it might be likely. They could distract long enough for Boomich to get some of these kills in here.
They need to keep their eyes on Boomich because Shiro is in there as well, and he needs to keep his eyes on the site. They've got him down. Electronic only for 1 so far, and Enters is going to just keep Simple at bay as he backs off. Teammates dead, and round now 8 for Gambit as we hit the 12th round in the game coming up. Substantial lead, 5 rounds ahead right now, and so far as well, it was the pistol round, 4 then for Gambit, then 2 for Navi, so, and then a turnaround for Gambit, so they've only won 2 gun rounds in this. And the kill total, Simple does lead the way on 10 again, but it's not really working out for them, is it?
It's not 42. That's
not
for
42.
Sure.
That's insane, by the way.
Switch, I think that was, I saw somewhere that's his 2nd highest rating in that game against Spirit of all time in his career. So that's something special. Boomich gets stabbed by a teammate, and Navi switching to double up. Simple veering towards the long B ramp, and I think Gambit should be a bit more cautious there. Good on Bit. He found a kill, aggressive, peeking towards A main. Nathani's going to start moving up and getting aggressive in mid. Losing 1 player, trying to find a gap, trying to probe in and see what they can get. The rest of his team rotating back around towards the A bomb site. This kill is all important for Gambit, and Nathani's going to slow play it.
Electronic waiting at the top of middle, and you're right, NAVI can slow play this. The T is having so much control of middle already. We know how important it is for the CTs to have a long rotation back toward A. Electronic running, NAVI hears that. He's just going to start walking in and closing down the gap. This will be a trap, but NAVI needs to also be aware of the fact that rotations will come out from exactly in front of him. I don't... He was spotted. Simple spot. Yeah. Was he? Okay. Yeah, he was, because they turn it around, but then they get distracted back over at the A site. Bit nearly compromised. Electronic down as a result. Smoke in front. I thought Simple might just fire into that line of sight, considering it is a narrow corridor, and chance to find someone directly where the bomb was planted, but so far, it's all about Hobbit going back to the middle because Boomich is coming and making a ton of noise. Hobbit makes no mistake about it. Up on the edge, inside of the display, as Shiro will take down Bit, and a nade for him. Just trying to buy time. Bomb ticking so quickly that I was going to say I don't think they'll be able to get on this. But now they are inside of the smoke. Shiro can't hit it. Tries to wrap around. Smoke still out. Misses the second no-scope. This defuse comes through, and even though Shiro hits a nice shot on Perfecto, it's too little too late, and then an awkward exchange. Oh. It's called a lance, hello, as they go to blows together, and Shiro comes out on top and gets the gun away from Navi.
Yeah, that's a great effort in a lost round. He almost even found that diffuser inside the smoke. It was desperate. Remember, that was a 2-on-4 for Gambit in the retake. The fact that they still lose that round but get all 4 kills is massive. They almost held it at bay. A very fortunate and timely smoke onto the bomb. And Navi's really in desperation mode. Still the op on Simple, somehow managing to pull another one out, but shotgun on Perfecto, SMG on Boomich. This is going to be tough. Bit is going to be alone over at the A bomb site. And Gambit might just march up and hit it again.
Nothing like an op joust to close out the round.
There's no support here for Bit, Matt. They're just going to dump all their utility, and he's got to play really defensive. That's a nice opening kill, and yeah, he has to fall away. Now it's going to be a retake with very sparse utility and no kits. Navi is in trouble here in round 13.
I'm very impressed by Gambit's ability to constantly... I mean, it comes down to utility, but take this A site, because I've said it so many times that I honestly think the plant position could be moved further back to the corner considering how many angles the CTs have, and that it is right in front of potentially 3 defensive line of sights, so... Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Gambit's proving us wrong right now. It really just comes down to the economic warfare. Shiro will get Simple again. Nafny in that close position, but Bit's becoming more and more aware of it as this time he's able to walk in and get the kill, and Bit will get the defuse as well as Inters falls immediately after. And it goes 8-4.
Yeah, that second kill...
Excuse me, 8-5, as they'll get a defuse.
That second kill that they get right before the retake begins, right when the bomb goes down, they find 1 second frag onto the Gambit players. That makes it a 5-on-3, much more manageable even without utility. So this follow-up kill right here that happens in middle, good timing from Boomich, and Hobbit wasn't even looking. And they still, I mean, you could see the potential. If Hobbit was able to be alive in middle and flank that out, like we've seen him do in the past, that's a very deadly. So good on Boomich to find it. Just 3 rounds away now, and a double up setup again for Navi's defense.
Hobbits, with flames all around him, decides, nah, it's not the best place to be. I'm going to go back toward the Tina lures, but Boomich will get down at Nafany. Now Hobbit has a bit more time to work back out toward B. Or Perfecto this time with the AKs back toward the stairs instead. Look at Simple, so aggressive. AWP, he's already inside of... Well, I was going to say inside of the Jaguar position, but he's actually just back further on Cave. So he's got the line of sight either way, and that should be enough. As he'll take down Hobbit, good angle to hold. He's got 2 rifles that he's trying to bait them in towards as well.
Gambit's still hoping
5-on-3 ensues.
Yeah, Gambit's still hoping somebody pushes into these pistols. And now Shiro's going to start making his play. Spots Electronic. That's not a duel you want with the P250. And let the Deagles begin. I'll go. I think Simple was spotted. They've spotted each other. Simple's... Oh, my Lord. The drive-by. Exile's taking his head clean up. Oh, and another one. They won't ever expect Perfecto. But these shots are crisp. They're deadly. And Perfecto holding on for dear life. He's done just enough, but Shiro's got a chance.
Yeah, 29 seconds as well to work with. Exile so good on the entry again, and there's no way he suspects he can get all the way back over toward A, is there? He's not going to. He's going to flash. He just wanted to get an elongated angle. Bait the plant knows. Now there's 1 at least, but only 1 at that alleyway, and surprise, there's 2. Bit pops out with the AWP. 2-round game. Navi pulling this back, as it was a 5-round deficit. Close rounds, but they'll get 3 in a row.
It's just so crazy that they're able to make that round even competitive. 3-on-5 with no utility, no armor, and just Deagles. And like, you know, P250. Exile with those 2 kills is just so stellar. to get them into the bomb site, to give them a chance, and even put Shiro in a position where he could possibly win a 1 versus 2. Here we go. Last round of the first half, quick towards Jaguar. Boomich gonna fall away, but they're not gonna slow down. Exile is in front of the grenade, and he finds the pick and then disappears behind the smoke.
Deep incendiary. Ooh, that's a nice little boost. Spotted, however, but doesn't yield results either way, as Boomich still remains the only player down inside of the round, as Bit looking back toward middle. Has the smoke pop out, and he can't fire the shot. Exile looking in to try and find someone at the cave, and no one going to be walking out to give him that chance this time. Perfecto's the one defending it. As meanwhile, it's going to be a mid-take from the T's, and we don't often see a full mid-take. Usually this is territory contested early, but backing off and so passive are the CTs that they just want to try and waltz their way up and take it free of charge. Electronic gets Hobbit, but that's not information they need. But that said, 38 seconds, no one else down there. Hobbit the only one on straight contact. That is enough indication to rotate for Electronic as he would need. He's still towards CT. If and he does at least get toward middle, but again, there is a player watching on him as Electronic's on the other side of it. Electronic can easily be heard if he were to run too quickly at this point in time. Slow pace, 18 seconds, bomb to go down. Good smoke to cover off Bit. He wants back in position and even tries to fire speculative no-scope AWP shots into the smoke. Nav's just waiting. This is a perfect position for him to try and get the flank, and I think the CTs are aware that the possibility exists as they're putting so much attention in that direction as Electronic, behind the flash and a fading smoke, is able to get one. Perfecto goes down, and here comes NAVI as he's behind. Clean execution on the first follow-up on the second, 9-6. Patience pays off, as the second time in the half, he plays that mid position to perfection.
That house is such a hard position to clear out for the CTs. Like, you have to go so deep to be able to clear out all those corners that NAVI was hiding in. Electronic even came all the way over there. And you actually kind of have to overextend and expose yourself to a lot of danger in mid in order to do it. So that position from NAVI is just so strong to set himself up for the flank once the retake begins. That's tough. Good half from Gambit. 9-6, but nicely done from Navi to bring themselves back in. They did win the pistol round in the first half, so that's not going to feel too good. Gambit losing the pistol and getting 9 rounds they're throwing a party. Now they get to switch over to the CT side. Remember, in this best of 5, they start up 1-0. If Gambit wins here on Ancient, ooh, hold the thought. Dualies are in play. Dualies are looking good. If Gambit wins Ancient, they're just 1 map away from a grand final victory.
I want to know the statistic between which gun in the dualies gets the kill more often, the right one or the left one. And is that predicted or different based on the player model using right hand or left hand, Jason?
You're asking the real questions.
These are the only questions that I want to know.
Yeah, I've never even thought of asking that question.
It's just because I'm thinking on a whole different level, Jason, as always.
Yep.
The level that does not matter at all, as it's a 3-on-3, simple with 2 kills to pull back what was that early exchange, as well as drop down NAVI's dualies. Shiro holding with the P2000, trying to look inside of the site, but they'll swarm and protect the pillar, and Bit and Simple have turned this completely around. 3rd kill for Simple in this pistol, as Exile has to make his way all the way back through CT spawn, and he'll get in position behind the boxes, but he doesn't have a kit, has armor, and he's, I think, yeah, I might just consider saving that armor at this point. There's no chance he's going to work his way back in with so many angles covered off.
Well, good round from Simple with the triple kill on that P250. At least the Navi pistol rounds are going according to plan. Challenge here. Ah, all right. So that happened. 7-9. Perfecto has salvaged the dualies, so fear not, Matt. They're still going to be in play.
Nice.
I want to see these dualie kills. Nope, we're just going to get the Simple show, which is, I guess, fine as well. Can't complain with that. 2 rounds back as Navi. They need to convert the second round. That'd be so massive for them. Weren't able to do it in the first half.
Enters a couple of shots on the Deagle, can't find the landing, can't stick it as he desperately tried to do so. Booch has already taken a good amount of damage. He's down to 44. There's 2 MP9s in play, as you pointed out. There is a bit of weapons. I like how Perfecto goes and grabs those dualies, even though he's got the SMG. I don't know that we'll see them in use as a result of that, but look, in spirit, they exist. As Simple tries to get the shot back toward those stairs, the headshot position that the CTs use so frequently to cover off the B site. Meanwhile, though, they've got a great position, the CTs. You have to stay at middle. And we saw this from Gambit as well throughout the group stage on this map, and they just like to take that mid connector. They like to hold that off. Hobbit's been there so many times that we've seen this game. This time it's Inters. And it just gives them so much availability to rotate quickly, to cover off mid, to know what the T's are up to, and also make sure that they secure A in the process, because the A player can now go deep at long or rotate off, and they don't need all 3 there at this point. They've got the 2 connecting points of the map covered. Now, the only thing I will say is Inters is not peeking. He's actually playing it up close. And excuse me, I keep saying Inters. It's Shiro. He's playing up close, so he's not actually spotting middle, so there is still a chance Perfecto can slip by and get toward red. But even that has some thought put toward it as Hobbit gets positioned accordingly.
Here's the set piece. Smokes down, blocks off the cave. NAVI can do nothing. Although Shiro's got one in mid. Electronic goes down on that flank. Underhanded grenade does some damage, and all of a sudden it's a 4-on-3. Gambit's well and alive in this gap in the smoke. Gets Simple killed. Now it's all on Perfecto and Bit. So far up to the task, and now 1 versus 2. He's being flanked out as well. It's only a matter of time. He's going to check behind him. Perfecto, 7 bullets in the magazine. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be quick, and they both double peek him. Gambit convert the second round again.
Yeah, that hurts. Navi's got to be aware, and that just shows that Gambit really understanding the map and the timings of it accordingly as the defuse will come through. All 10 seconds of it. And 10 seconds for their 10th round. 10-7 overall.
That smoke is just a little bit off. That gap is so brutal. That's 2 kills due to the gap in the smoke.
So Simple was quick at least to get toward the A stairs, the A connecting points, but isn't going to go all the way through it. They haven't really challenged that side Gambit so much in this game, but Exile playing an open angle inside of the site will stare directly into that hallway. And it's Ian Simple over there who have been the hot hands for NAVI so far. Smoke from Exile trying to get up closer. It's precarious because there's not a whole lot of coverage in this position to look away from flashes, but he's trying to give that smoke advantage. And he'll back off on the timing of it. Shiro, meanwhile, once again, still in that totem, has Hobbit to play off of. So Hobbit can swing either direction on this. They are going to work up middle. This will be a 3-2 split on A. Oh, I was just saying that smoke. I think they did spot each other, and they certainly do as the fire exchanges. 2 players there. They'll call that from the T side, but Shiro has the AK. That's good enough. And now Exile will go to work to shut down the main tank. Bomb drop temporarily flash out. He goes early. Perfecto's able to trade it, but Simple's lost in the process. And we find ourselves in a 4-on-2. Shiro late to respond as Electronic pushes the smoke at Totem, but it's all done now, and Hobbit finds the other remaining kill.
I was going to say, from what we've seen from Gambit on this map, they play stylistically a little bit different towards the A bomb site. Exile likes to play at that corner box, that big box in the back left. So on the left side, if you're coming from A main as a T. NAVI, on the other hand, decided to play retake a lot of the times on that. Sometimes it was only Bit playing far, far back. Simple with the AWP. They like to kind of just hold on to that staging area outside CT spawn for the retake. Gambit much more committed to holding on to that bomb site, especially when they had 2 players towards what you're calling Totem. Nice shot from NAVI.
Yeah, I don't like Donut.
Donut, it makes sense. It does feel a little weird considering we're like in a jungle, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a lot of donuts here. Officer Donut, maybe?
Ayahuasca donuts?
Well, either way, Simple's got the deagle, and he's going to be coming with bomb in hand. This could be, well, okay, Hobbit's going to kill him. I don't even think he'll see the bomb from that range, so Bit's going to go grab that if he can. knowing well that there's danger looming on the other side of mid. Meanwhile, Electronic trying to make contact. Actually got one just before we spotted that exchange, but it is Gambit once again with the win, 12-7.
17 kills on Nathany. Nice performance. Simple still continuing to have a good showing. 16 kills there. Bitwatch is going well. 15 kills for him. But as a team, Gambit firing on all cylinders at the moment. It's looking good so far.
I think it's private donut. It's red versus blue. I can't remember if it's officer or private. I can't. It's been a while since I've watched it. Good show, though. Hobbit's so quick to mid this time with the Molotov already down late as well, just to put a little fear into the T's. And waiting on the other side of that, of course, is Electronic. They finally have some guns to work with as Boomich will play up on the scaffolding. Holding, jumping as well, that'll be heard. And look at the setup. Shiro again on the AWP on one side. So now that he has the AWP, he's not over toward A, and the immediate counter off to his positioning or trade potential exists with Inters, who has the AK waiting for them to push through.
Oh, Boomich goes forward. He might just die. I don't think he realizes he's in so much danger. Might just be an easy kill for Shiro. We'll have to keep track of that as this round goes on. There's the nade. Shiro knows the position. Flashbang to get his teammates into the open, and there it is. There's the shot. 2-man advantage in the round for Gambit. No one actually at the B bomb site, but NAVI doesn't know that. And this might set the Inters up for a free kills because maybe they believe the op just takes a shot and falls away. Inter still holds on, which gives Shiro the confidence to switch back and find a new angle, knowing they cannot come through cave.
No, they absolutely can't. They're covered off at this point in time, so Simple's going to try and go hunting inside of the site. Shiro waiting as well for that with the AWP is lined up and ready. Perfecto walks straight into it. Such a sliver of easy hope to shoot at with an AWP. And it's Simple left in a 1-on-5. And down he goes. Shiro gets him as well, rotating over. Smart play from Shiro as he takes down the man who plays it rather simply.
Oh, this second half is starting to look like a beatdown. It's starting to get a little bit out of control here. 4 straight for Gambit after losing the pistol. They've lost both second rounds after winning both pistols. And just haven't been able to have a whole lot of success here on Ancient. Gambit doing wonderful work.
Don't forget that you can win some skins by switching your Twitch profile using hashtag Navi, hashtag Gambit. That will show in our virtual stadium. And at the end, depending on how your prediction's gone, we'll find a way to let you know who's actually come out on top and won some of these lovely looking guns. This Hobbit is a lovely looking player. Jason down middle already has Electronic.
It's a very flowery cast for a man with flowers on his AK. I think they were flowers.
I have no idea, to be completely honest.
It was either flowers or an alien.
It kind of looks like, yeah, like a dragon coming out of the side of the flower, the way the leaves come off of it, but I think it's flowers.
I might just be insane. It's fine. Either way works.
Dude, don't worry about it.
Here we go. Boomich, Tech 9 leading the way in towards the cave. 3 defenders here for Gambit, though. They seem like they rotated just at the right moment, even blocking it off with smoke. So, yeah, that gives Boomich the safety to creep up. But he stopped for the moment as NAVI is readjusting across the map, but still, so many defenders here. Cover of the Shiro's up towards B ramp. This is going to be a real tough hit. Only 2 smokes for NAVI to utilize.
Missed shot by Shiro, smoke to cover cave, however, immediately after, and Boomich, limited by that, wants to smoke, or rather, excuse me, flash through that smoke to get his teammates in a better position as they'll cross the fire together inside of wood. This could be tough. There's utility. There's almost sounds like they go that way, but they don't have any. They can certainly trade it off, but they won't expect to, and Inters will do. He'll find both kills as they walk out from cave, and they double the score 14-7.
Gambit getting all the reads. 3 players there for a long time, doubled up in Cubby, but also a 4th player there with the quickness as well. Just in case anyone from Gambit might have faltered, someone was there to pick up the pieces.
And remember, with the map in hand, this would make the series a best of 5, 2-0 to start things off, and we go to Dust 2 next.
And for a team that hasn't lost a series, but they're like 15 straight series for Gambit.
15 straight series,
yep. Yeah, NAVI would have to win 3 maps in a row, and that seems unlikely.
Hobbit takes down Boomich. Yeah, Gambit's won more series in succession than my IQ. As Perfecto tries to get a peek, but Nafany's gonna put it down. Look, Jason, everyone knows I have a room temperature IQ, and it is damn cold in here today, all right?
Well, yeah, but room temperature, you know, in Fahrenheit is better if you go that route.
That's a good point, but maybe that's why you Americans use Fahrenheit.
Yeah, exactly. Learning all of our tricks now. 14-7, Gambit doubling up Navi's rounds. And Inter's going to try and clear out Electronic in the flank position. Electronic had a tough time doing this role when he was on the CT side. Inter's at least knows he's there now and can hold them back. Mid control for Navi, and that's it. Not even much of control. They spot him at the last second. Bit's going to come back for it. That's real unfortunate for Nafany. He's going to be frustrated losing that battle.
Simple. With the man advantage and an AWP, we'll work with Electronic toward the red room. In fact, everyone's going to go to red room, Jason. That was your shining.
Yeah,
that was your chance.
No, I got it.
Okay, cool. I was hoping you were going to do it again, that's all.
That's not the grand final, Matt.
Okay, well, Axile is going to take care of business anyway. He'll take down Electronic with some red rum, and it's going to be potentially a double red rum as he looks back out to the site. Flash out, and bomb down. Bit had to go aggressive. They have no smoke. This is the problem with that Ruins position. There's so many angles you can dance around on the CT side. And Inter's getting the final kill as he rotates over, puts Gambit on map points.
The other option is just try and stick the plan and hope that Simple's going to be able to cover you well enough that you won't be eliminated while planting. But yeah, no good options there down the stretch. And that's good movement. That's good positioning from the defender. 15-7. And Gambit have 8 chances to close out this map. Make the series 2-0. You're just joining us here for this grand final. For this third matchup of Gambit Navi in the RMR. Navi played an earlier series today, 3-mapper against Spirit, which they obviously came out on top. That gave them the right to fight Gambit.
Yeah, and some people were saying, oh, the map at hand doesn't make sense, or oh, well, Navi's already disadvantaged. They played 2 series. I can understand people maybe being upset, okay, it should be one or the other, play 2 series in a day. Well, first off, we've got to get the schedule done. So this is the way it all works out to make this work for each team. Obviously, there's other obligations. And secondly, I always have disagreed with teams that come into the finals from the upper bracket not having some sort of an advantage because these two teams already played each other. They already had the chance. Hobbit, oh, that is so sneaky. Puts on his Precious and takes it off at the right time because he was undetected in mid to find 2 kills. Shiro gets Perfecto back, and it's a 4-on-2, excuse me. But yeah, I think if you come from the upper bracket, Navi knew what they were playing for yesterday, and I think an advantage is fair for Gambit in this case, so you won't find fault here or blame to be thrown from my side of things. Navi have to do it the hard way for a reason, as Nafany gets 1 kill and Shiro finds the other, and it's 2-0 in the grand finals already as Ancient is won out by Gambit.
Yeah, that's a nice clean win for Gambit, and it looked easy. I mean, losing both pistols, winning both second rounds, but they didn't really have too much trouble once the guns were out. Great job from them rotating around the map on both sides. They were always in position on the CT side and always found the right bomb site on the T side. The Lurks, especially powerful on Ancient. That's a good opening map of this grand final for Gambit.
Yeah, very good opening map, I have to say. And again, 2-0, despite that it's opening map. We just touched on that. It is going to be Dust 2 next. Mirage and Inferno looking very distant at this point in time, Mr. James Banks. All right, well, Jason, I think it's going to be us.
Thank you, Sadicus and Moses. These are our winners, the guys who posted in chat. These are the skins you'll be winning across the board here. So congratulations to all of you guys. Remember, if you do want a chance of winning some skins, make sure you're typing in the hashtag Navi or Gambit, whichever team you're supporting, and then we'll be picking out winners at the end of it. So you guys will be contacted via Twitch, where this is all linked through. And this time around, same scoreline, different winner when it comes to Ancient and Gambit. They looked solid on it. Very smart play, especially on the CT side, just the way they're playing it in terms of the people on the bomb site and the positions they're taking. This looks really strong from them here, Duncan.
I mean, this is an example for me for why Gambit is the best team, because they actually didn't even need superstar performances from most of the players in the team. What's mad is in this game, the fragging was fairly close the whole game, and yet it was a complete stomp, essentially, stylistically, by Gambit. Like, they were just always in every single favourable post-plant position in the first half. Then in the second half, like, there's absolutely nothing Navi could do to even get onto some of these sites. Like, the way that the Gambit plays, it actually reminds me of all the great late round teams. Like, you got the Astralis that everyone remembers, but you can go further back about the SK Gaming teams, the Brazilians that were always fighting. Anytime you get these guys down to a 2v2 with 3v3, you just feel like they're going to win the round somehow. They're always going to make the better positional play. They're going to play off each other. They're going to communicate correctly. Meanwhile, unfortunately, that's probably the weakest area that Navi has, is kind of like syncing up individually.
Yeah, it's the full package when it comes to Gambit here. And one thing we got to give them a lot of credit for, and Moses mentioned it at the end there as well, Vendetta, is these lurks. They are getting it just done almost perfectly. You think of that Hobbit round that he had, right? But it almost looked like he was maybe too far away when all the action was going on. He still comes in to save the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And kind of their approach to how, I think that was one of the big difference makers as well, in terms of how they actually approach taking the A bomb side. You can see a very significant difference between the thought process from Gambit and Navi, and also how it, gave a different result as well. Gambit had a much more efficient way of actually making sure that you can still play around, or you can still play post plants on that A bomb site to a bigger degree, because you have that late lurk. You don't fully commit into it, because the second you smoke off the entrance to Donut, you leave yourself with very few places to go as a T in a post plant situation. So with them having that late lurk and continues to be able to potentially put pressure on, when needed, that gives them an added edge for that entire side of the map. I also think just in general that they are masters at playing without information compared to most other teams, and I think we saw a showcase of that on their CT side here as well. Every now and again, you would have Nafani kind of poking and prodding towards that A bomb site, but B bomb site. I'm sorry, but for the better part, they're so at ease and calm, just playing their positions at sites, playing off of each other in terms of crossfires and so on. And that's just a massive luxury to have. Usually CT sides get really frazzled and razzled when they don't have the information of what's going on the map.
And that's the thing, right? I'm glad you're touching on the point of just like their way of playing off each other, because what you notice with a lot of these Gambit rounds is that you can have a player who maybe, if it was, say it was Navi, just as an example, they'll be looking around and maybe second guessing if that's actually being covered or not. You just see Gambit players multiple times, Duncan, sit there, they know what their teammates do, and they're not concerned about anything else happening or someone coming to just shoot them in the back of the head. They understand everyone's role and where they're sat, and it's a very impressive system.
One of the reasons why, as Vendetta said, they can essentially play sometimes with no information, no one spotted anything, is because the communication is so good that everyone basically has like a visualization of where our players are on the map, where the blind spots are on the map, where the dark areas where someone could be lurking on. And so it just allows you to make guesses that you can't make in teams that have more broken communication. I mean, without naming names, I've heard teams on comms where one player doesn't talk, on some sites another player has to talk for a player or has to be mic-code around the map, and these are top 10. These are teams that have been top 10, top 20 in the world. So if you have the kind of fantastic setup they already have in Gambit and you have great comms, you can also now like basically abuse that luxury. Like you can make lurks into an area where it's like, right, logically there can't be anyone here because I can trust the comms of some of the teammates I've got. You can't always do that at top 4 level Counter-Strike.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that, right? And it's something really incredible that we're seeing from this Gambit system, and long may it continue to entertain us like this. This now also, Vendetta, puts them 2-0 up, considering they have the one map advantage coming from the upper bracket, and it's a very daunting task now for Navi to actually try and think about fighting their way back in, especially right where, okay, Simple was up there alongside Bit, but Electronic again, not looking so good on this ancient map, and I would say that we're still in this point where no one can be that confident, like, oh yeah, I'm a super good and super sick team on Ancient here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously Navi finding themselves in a pretty infamous position of being down, or letting the opponent get to 2 maps first in a best of 5. Historically, that never turns out well. You have, I think, 1 or 2 at the very least, instances where there has been a sweep or a reverse sweep, to put it that way. and they're very far and few in between. I mean, Fnatic did it once in Pro League, that was online, and the only LAN event I can think of right off the top of my head is Mouse Sports in New York. So it's a rarity, and very often you deal with teams that have a tendency to be a little bit up and down in terms of performance, and Gambit is very much not that.
Well, looking at performance, let's take a look at our kill leaders for this opening map. And like you mentioned there, Duncan, right? It wasn't like anyone in particular was going absolutely insane for the Gambit side. It's just everyone was doing their job. Everyone was playing well. And that's almost like the perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I actually think Gambit is a team that's at their best when it's just the whole team goes off, because the style is so smothering. I mean, that's why commentators often use that analogy. They are the Hydra. It doesn't really matter which player you kill. You feel like the beast just keeps coming. It spawns a new head. You have to battle it. So to me, they're not a team that needs certain players to go super, super ham. Like, as you see here, Nafani is the bloody in-game leader. He's top frag in the game. Like, you go, where's Axile? The guys that win all the MVP, he's not needed. They won the map with ease. Whereas the difference is, Simple, I mean, still had a decent amount of kills, but he would have had to basically had a superstar performance to even get NAVI in this map.
And even a superstar performance, right, would still, like, okay, you can get some kills alongside it, but they were just so set up for everything that there wasn't really a way in for that. And I guess it comes to just looking at maybe how comfortable NAVI really feel on this, because probably when they saw Gambit pick it, they were just thinking, oh, cool, look, we beat them last time around. But we know how hard Gambit work, Vendetta. They're never going to be sat there just on the same style of play. They're going to adapt as always.
Yeah, I think if you were to pick one of the two teams who would benefit most from having the data of having played each other once already, Gambit are going to win that out by a fair margin, at least in terms of putting it into play. Obviously, it's not like Blade is going to look through a demo and not understand or not be able to get a grasp on how Gambit plays, but it's a very different thing of having all 5 players on the server kind of committing to it as well and fully understanding it. And it seems like that's one of the biggest strengths Gambit has as well, like their ability to evolve and adapt when they're given the time to do so. So yeah, no, just fantastic play from Gambit all around, and an excellent way for them to start the finals.
And when we talk about map pools in general, just how Gambit approach maps, Duncan, you look at it and say, like, their Vertigo, for an example, now with Ancient as well, these guys could just have the whole map pool under control. I wouldn't be surprised if they're sat, like, secretly practicing Nuke and just have that there for some time, you know, whenever they might want it. Maybe Gambit could just achieve the 7 map pool.
In my opinion, it just shows the strength of the system that they play with, though, because it reminds me exactly of when Astralis was at their peak. So people don't remember, because the map pool kept getting changed, that's how dominant and how long they were dominant. When they started out, they used to play Mirage all the time. Eventually, Mirage became the permaban. Before that, obviously, it was Cash. Then they had a period where they wouldn't play Train. Well, anyone who saw the last major they played knows they basically won the major playing Train. So the thing is, when you've got a system that's as good as this in terms of comms, setup, knowing your roles, shot calling, basically people not overstepping their mark, you can play any map. It work on any map in the game. And as you see here, I don't think Ancient's even a map on paper that should suit Gambit. Neither's Just 2 and Mirage for that matter. But they're just such an absurdly strong team in the team sense of Counter-Strike. They can apply it to any map in the game, because obviously in theory, this should be the one they're practicing the least.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of add to that, like, how insane of a performance isn't this from Gambit, considering the fact that they go through, well, more or less the entirety of the CIS RMR without actually getting to play their best map.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because everybody vetoes Vertigo, and not necessarily because they are facing Gambit, but simply because a lot of the CIS teams haven't taken a liking to the map.
Yeah.
But again, like, it's we're getting back to the starting point you had at the beginning of the day, Duncan. It's like you have to find a thesaurus to find new words to praise Gambit, really, because they do kind of check all the boxes.
They really do. Now, when we start to look at Dust 2, right, and we start to see the incredible back and forth between NAVI and Gambit on this, just touching on the one we saw yesterday, it was NAVI looking incredibly strong on it on an individual level. But I'm going to look at it in a different way right now, Duncan. I don't know if you agree with me in the sense that maybe actually it was just Gambit not feeling it on that day, because Hobbit mentioned himself in the interview, didn't he? He said, okay, individually we weren't there on this one, and we don't really see that from these guys. So NAVI have got a real tough task at hand. I don't think this is going to be the same style of match.
I do very much doubt you will get a map that plays out that way again, because Gambit just looked so ineffective. Like I was saying to Vendetta when we were watching it live, like the craziest part is they were never even getting trade frags and onto bomb sites. That's the part that doesn't make sense. It's one thing if the other guy just outplays you or does a great clutch or something. The idea they couldn't get into the sites, that's just not Gambit style. And you saw they even managed to sort of like get it going at the end of that map, and then they definitely within the next maps had that issue fixed. But if you're on the Navi side, I would say that's the one bright spot you've got right now. Yeah, you're facing like tournament point. Basically, it's looking like it's going to be a massive uphill challenge. But the next map is the one that maybe was the best map of you in the entire tournament in light of the opposition. One where you basically crushed them flat. So there's like, I wouldn't say it's like a psychological edge, but it helps you kind of shore up your own side and think it's possible to still come back.
And that's what Navi have to keep doing here, right? Because they're, again, backs up against the wall. And Vendetta, this is when we should get the best Navi.
Yeah, we should, and hopefully, obviously, again, fatigue might be starting to become a bit more of a factor as we go further and further. But you'd hope that they have a little bit extra steam in them to give it a good go going into Dust 2. Again, historically, the game yesterday was a bit of an anomaly, but no, I still like their chances. Again, I don't think they're going to be too affected by what happened on Ancient. Still such a new map that you can brush that off. You can give yourself the excuse of being like, well, you know, it kind of plays out randomly every time we play it, and take it from there. And again, there's nothing to say that the quality isn't within Navi to win a map like Dust 2. And again, usually always been close, and when it hasn't, it was Navi running away with it. So at least that's a good thing to feel within yourself as a team for Navi.
The one thing Navi will certainly need, though, and this is where we're not really worried about any of the Gambit players not feeling it in terms of the individual level, we're going to need to see some electronic action in here, because it wasn't like he played anything particularly bad. It was a loss, and you're going to sit and knock the top part of the scoreboard. But both Bid and Simple stayed in, I would say, good form in terms of what they had to offer in the previous map.
I mean, I think that they are an example of a team where it's pretty obvious who the star players are. But I also want to see this. Like, Simple's so good, he will always have okay or good stats. But I want to see like raw impact in the server, like win some clutches, like get a bunch of no-scope kills, because those are the sort of players that like the scoreboard doesn't intimidate people. Play like that intimidates people, because then they have to second guess what they're doing. So even though, listen, it's obviously not Simple's fault if they don't win, but he is the one person who can almost ensure they do win.
Yeah, completely agree. But do we think that Gambit would be intimidated by even a Simple at this point, Ben? Do you think it's still something for them? Because they seem so stone cold when we go on their cameras.
I don't think they're ever going to admit it publicly, but I think every player in Counter-Strike has had that moment where you think you won a round and you kind of don't realize Simple's the one left until he's down 4 of you, and you're like, oh, that guy's just unreal. And yeah, like it does kind of bury into the back of your head the fact that he is capable of pretty much anything in any sort of situation. So even though you're not going to say it out loud, you're not going to manifest the fear in that sense. I think everybody gets a little bit worried, especially because he does things in such a different manner. If you think about how he plays out clutches, we talked about this when we saw them play Overpass the other day. The fact that he kind of puts himself into positions that nobody else who plays at this top level does, and that way you can't necessarily outthink him in the same fashion. You just have to be constantly paranoid and afraid that he's going to come around the corner or jump up somewhere and straight up try to murder you.
Go on YouTube and just type in reverse POV Simple, and you'll realize why.
Yeah.
There are 2 players, Simple and Nico, that the other top pros hold in like special regard, where they just say when these guys are on like their A game, it just feels like it's impossible to play them. You'll see in this clips, basically it's like showing from the POV of the person getting killed by Simple.
Oh, no.
Like it's basically just like someone peeking for a millisecond and instantly headshotting you and your teammate, and then you feel I didn't get a chance to fire a bullet. That's what it's like. So I agree. Listen, you don't. Part of being a team with balls is you don't admit you're intimidated. But like, if you're Gambit, what you think is we're going to win as a team. You don't think individually I'm an outplay Simple, because no one can do that.
Yeah. No, certainly no one can do that. I was just having a look on Dust 2, right? We had the stats up there, but just since May, just to understand this, since May this year, Gambit and Navi have played Dust 2 7 times throughout their series in there. At the beginning, it was very much Navi taking the win. Most recently, it's been coming back into in Gambit's favor, but then this last one obviously just sways it slightly in Navi's advantage. So that just means no matter what, right? I don't think we're going to get a game like you guys already mentioned coming in from like what we saw yesterday, but we certainly should get a banger on our hands, and it is probably Navi's best chance of at least getting a map on the board here, Duncan.
Yeah, I mean, I like I say, if I'm Navi or I'm a Navi fan, I wouldn't be at all worried about this. I'd be worried about the overall chances of winning the series. There's a lot of work to be done there. But this map, if anything, as you say, it's always back and forwards. It's nearly always like a 28, 30 round game. So it's one where you just get your popcorn out, you sit back, you may the best man win.
May the best man win. Yeah, I think I'll get some popcorn after this as well. I'm down. I'll break into that on this Sunday. Why not? Now, then, when we look at this, right, one thing that we have noticed when we've seen this matchup come into position is Shiro, very different style of AWPer for sure, but he doesn't ever seem to really be able to put up a big challenge against Simple. And if Simple's on his A game, that is something that they're going to be able to have to be very careful of when he's able to open up, especially on that CT side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will say, though, that even though Shiro is not going to give you necessarily the same kind of impact that Simple has the potential to, he's still going to be fairly reliable. Again, he did get outplayed in the last Dust 2 bout that they had, but that doesn't really fit the ordinary narrative, really, when these two teams play. So even though he might be outmatched by Simple, he's still going to get his in most of these scenarios. And that, again, you're not playing to beat Simple, you're playing to beat Navi. And the way Gambit are going to do that is obviously from having Shiro, Defani, Inters, Hobbit, and Exile contributing to that. So Shiro, if he can, get his one frag and a leg shot, delay for time or something, already there you're starting to feel comfortable for Gambit. You don't feel like you're in a position where you ever have to get 3 players on the side of Navi to have a shot at a round.
And who would you guys say we're looking at, starting with you, Duncan, in the Navi camp that really need to step it up beyond just what's Simple and Electronic, right? Because Bit's been there, and definitely throughout this whole tournament he's been consistent. But we really got to rely on Perfecto to do it when Boomich hasn't been having these greatest games.
The problem is, I feel like just stylistically, like I think Perfecto is at his best when he plays against like the other teams, because he actually seems like a fairly smart player. I think that basically that's sort of neutralized against Gambit. That's why I would put it on Bit. Assuming the Electronic and Simple are going to play well, the reason why Bit is the one I want to see frag out is because he actually has like raw headshot aim. So tell you what, if you shoot someone in the head, it doesn't matter what clever comm he was just saying, or what he was about to link up with his teammate, or he was about to throw the perfect flag. It doesn't matter, he's dead. So a player like Bit, I don't think he's necessarily a very well-rounded player. He seems very raw, but he does have some good skills, and you've seen every now and then he'll just pull out a couple of kills and turn around in Navi's favour.
I do want to see if he can do some big damage with that green gun once again, as we saw him on the secondary AWP alongside Simple, but you need to have some strong economy for that and a lot of success for sure. Now you guys can see on your screens, it's all of your Twitch avatars, your profile pictures being shown here alongside the team that you have decided to support. If you're supporting one of these teams, whether it's hashtag Navi or hashtag Gambit, you will have a chance of winning some CSGO skins with us here that you'll see after the map ends. And that map end could be the tournament end, or it could be seeing us go a little bit further onto this, and then we potentially hitting Mirage in there. Is this just a true 50-50 bet? Is that where we're looking at it?
Honestly, the next 2 maps even feels like it could go either way, and I'd say that's a good thing for Navi and the scenario they find themselves in. So yeah, it feels like it could be anybody's game.
Well, let's get into that game. We're moving on to our second map of this best of 5. It's time to go to Dust 2 and see if Navi can keep their tournament alive going up against Gambit.
Yes, indeed. Time to figure it out right now, as Gambit could have a quick best of 5 with 2 maps to win, and Shiro's already going to be pushing up onto the catwalk. Quick boost. Bit's going to have to be aware of it. Flash is well-timed, but Inter still gets the shot on Boomich. That's through mid-doors, so that slows them down, and Exile's going to jump in on that party as well, holding out now on top of the catwalk to support the man who was getting aggressive in the form of Shiro, and he's doubled up, as he always does. Exile to find a 3-man advantage already for Gambit in the pistol round.
Yeah, this is it's a nice opening. Everything on catwalk stopped and shut down and obliterated. So just Simple and Perfecto, and at the moment waiting to see where they should head next. P250 on Simple would love to find a long-range duel, would love to just be able to tap away and thin out this defense before committing somewhere. But it looks like Gambit is all going to convene and eventually just crunch into middle, deny Navi any of the space or time to find something. That's Simple hitting the dirt, and Perfecto's got no armor. And this one is firmly for Gambit. They lost both pistols on Ancient, but they've got the first one here on Dust 2.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They've started off in style, and even though they lost both on Ancient, like you said, they actually were able to convert the second round, so it wasn't as much of a detriment as we saw, as you'd expect, I should say, and obviously we saw them win that map, so good start. Exile's really winning me over more and more lately. You've got your bit watch. I've got my Exile animation.
Okay.
But it's not. We'll come up with something.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more time in the oven, but we all understand what you
Exile
got.
observation. Okay, there. How about that?
That's not bad.
There. We got there in the end.
Got there eventually. All right, Deagle armor for Simple, and that's it. That's the lone piece of utility that Navi had to work with. That one pop flash is spent, and they don't get a target in middle. There's no one even close to middle for Gambit. They are content to sit far back everywhere. And that means that means Navi is going to be a little bit scratching their heads and figuring out what the best course of action is. Electronic's already gone. Simple's Deagle has yet to be put into play.
So Hobbit holds on the ramp with Shiro covering above him. Simple's Deagle is the one that wants to come around the corner, but they'll think otherwise and reconvene toward middle. Run boost instead for Boomich. Perfect. Oh no. Don't even think about it. Don't say a word. They've definitely failed the run boost, but Hobbit will get them when they try again. Boomich low HP, easily taken down, as now the nades will go out to mid as well. That'll kill off one. Simple's the one that it goes with it, and therefore the Deagle gone from the round. Nafany comes back around. Perfecto did get one kill, but that'll just be an upgraded gun for Nafany, as it was the M4 that hit the deck. Don't want to leave that behind.
All right. Well, Gambit's looking good today. I don't think it's the biggest factor in the world that Navi got wiped out of this map earlier against Spirit. I think they can rebound on this. The past two matchups that these two teams had on it, one is a win for Gambit, one's a win for Navi. Perfecto gonna drop down mid super quick. Molotov out. He's already to Xbox and into lower dark. Molotov again on Catwalk to force Hobbit away. So the middle of the map a bit exposed, a bit cleared out for the Navi presence.
Shiro with the back angle on the ledge this time. Not going to really come into contention yet because there's already smokes down, but coming into contestation is B, as Inters wants to try and find a better position. Boomich already has Nafany down. Inters catches them out. They go for boost to see the doors. He was waiting in the back of the site. They never came toward him, but Perfecto does get the kill in response, and it will be a B take successfully achieved. However, watch the HP. It's low enough. Simple. 5 HP. Perfecto on 9. Nades would do so much damage if they can get close enough, but they don't have them. They've only got flashes to work with. One, in fact, to work with, trying to take back this B site. And they might have to just consider holding Navi inside of it and letting them go down with the bomb, as Hobbit will start to rotate around and cover off the tunnels. He has the M4 in hand. They might try and find a pick if they can get Shiro up inside of the window. Hobbit making a lot of noise. Electronic is there. Exile's going to go with him, and he's got the first kill. Needs to trade. It does. Electronic goes down. Two inside of the site. Low HP. Shiro doesn't know that they're down below. Perfecto's gone. Hobbit's going to try this anyway, but Perfecto gets both kills. And he will survive because the bomb, not enough time for it to detonate.
Yeah, and even if Hobbit gets that kill on Perfecto, I don't think he would have been able to make it to the bomb in time to get the defuse. So that was a win for Navi, but it is costly. They do lose 4 players in it, so Gambit's going to buy right back into the round. Deagle on Inters and Nafany. There is an AWP in the field of play, though. And yeah, unfortunate that there's not enough no HE grenades for Gambit at the end because the HP was significantly low. Scout shot rings over the head, although what is tagged? Inters is tagged, and Shiro gets a kill, but he's brought down to 54. Still, Electronic with the equalizer. Oh, and he's gonna press the envelope. He's got one more. Shiro's trying desperately to cover the gap. And with the P2K, he might be able to do it.
It's trying desperately. He's done it. He's got Electronic down. That's not ideal. Simple's got Inter's back. That's decent, but it's now down to a 2-on-2. Simple's going to rotate as well. He still has that Galil to work with. And he's going to hold. See if Nafany comes out, Jason.
It's weird. It's no time to panic for Navi because, yeah, it sucks the bombs in T-spawn, and that's probably a little bit stressful for them, but Gambit has no idea. Gambit doesn't know the bomb's all the way back there.
So Shiro silently moves across the map in the other direction, holding on to the AWP. Now he's going to sit down. Oh no, pistol to take him out of the equation. The Galil didn't find the kill at all, and Perfecto at least gets it back 1-on-1. He's got 16 HP, and the bomb's actually way back at T-spawn, but 40 seconds, and this becomes a battle of wit. And certainly a need for knowledge. Perfecto. Is he aware of it? Yeah, I think he's going to go back now and grab that, and we'll rotate it back around, and aware that certainly he can get towards B. That is, obviously, as a T, he knows where the bomb is. It's on his friggin' radar, Jason.
Yeah. He's got it. And, ooh, this is wild. Nathany's so far away. Doesn't have a kit either. This is about the time when someone on your team, you're asking desperately, does anyone have a kit? Because Perfecto's going to get this plant towards the B bomb site, and Nathany's going to have a long way to go. And he's got to do it relatively quickly, again, because it's going to be a full defuse.
Ooh, that timing. He did actually just get a fragment of imagery to suggest he was crossing over, as that smoke, obviously, as you can tell, is not perfectly deployed. He'll put a CT1 down instead and try and fire in, anticipating that perhaps Perfecto would even try and be clever and use it to his advantage, but he just gets a better angle. A better angle. He's just better. He's built different as he gets the headshot on the AK, and it's 2-2.
That's a very nice win for Perfecto to get them out of that situation. For Perfecto is what I meant to say. Nice job picking up that bomb all the way back. That's a tough clutch to win. So, Gambit, out of money. 2K on Exile, Hobbit, and Inters. Not much more on Shiro and Nathany, so they're just going to sit back with USPs, save up for the future rounds. Navi have taken control of the early stages of this map. Already off to a better start than they were against Spirit.
Well, it's the shots out toward the CT spawn, and the pistol's now on the back foot. Gets one kill, but immediately he's removed by the USP as the MAC-10 couldn't collect the kill, and his teammate already pushing out from middle. They have Catwalk to work with on the Gambit side. Don't know that they really want to work with much, though. Knowing the situation well, their teammate Nathany out toward long. They could at least look for an exit here, and Electronic needs to be very careful not to give this AK-47 away into the hands of the CTs as they try and push up and find his position. He's got the headshot already at Nathany, and Shiro's the next in line. It's all fine, Jason. It's all fine. More Exilers. Look at middle. Hello. Enter stage left. They're simple.
Yeah, flashbang let Electronic know what was coming. Spamming the door. Perfecto even at the corner just for an extra measure of safety. Navi's taking the lead 3-2. And we're gonna get finally back to the buys for Gambit. Hurting on nades, but up in the hands of Shiro. No kits again, which came into play in the previous round in the one-on-one clutch. And here we go, round number 6. Shiro wants to peek above the smoke. Oh, and he's found it. He's found it. Simple, a little bit exposed. 5-on-4 early on for Gambit's defense, and Shiro's going to stick that off inside of the B-bomb site.
Couple of shots through the smoke on the AK. Hobbit waits as well on the ramp at A. His Bit will get position on Xbox. Bombs drop behind barrels, won't be spotted from the doors, but is in a position to go either direction as they try and take over some A control, going up against Exile, who has to hold inside of the pits with the M4.
Yeah, he's going to have some pressure put on him. They're creeping out slowly. Now he hears the footsteps. Boomich engaged upon. There's no utility from Hobbit to help him re-peek. This is him alone in pit. Whatever he can get done is all they'll have. And Exile's going to see a chance and take it to escape the pit and get away with safety.
Away with safety, but in on control of the platform. Hobbit needs to peek this perfectly. He'll take down Bit and Electronic gone. So even though they had a good stance and an idea, the slow play, the contact straight up doesn't work as Perfecto tries to salvage something from this round. It takes down Nathany, but there's Shiro with the AWP. And it's 3-3.
That's a strong win as well for Gambit to get back on. 4 players surviving, money building up, and money to reinvest. Nathany's going to be dropped down to a FAMAS just so his teammate can get the nades that they require. Good shooting from Shiro. Op doing some work. 3 kills in the round. That's not who you want to see heat up if you're on the Navi side of things. Boomich is relegated to a Tech 9. It's AKs otherwise. Bit's going to go for an early peek out towards long. There's the flashbangs, and he's out. Gambit's defense wants nothing to do with it. Few counter flashes to cover their retreat. And Hobbit is stuck at car with no smoke.
Yeah, he's stuck there, but he has at least Axe out to try and play off of with a bit of aggression. He's going to use the T-smoke rather, to his advantage and get up toward the long corner. Oh my goodness, this is a bold play because Electronic's inside of the pit, and he knows there's a timer on this. He's expecting him to wrap around the side of it, but instead he's going to go. He knows he's committed at this point. He finds one already, looking for the second, and there's Electronic. Late, but he arrives, and he arrives in style as Axile was pushing up to help Hobbit. I don't mind the aggression. I don't mind the ambition. But it leaves us with suspicion in a 4-on-3, as it's just Shiro that has to rotate back over on the A site, and that's already going to call Nafany toward the CT spawn. Bomb is at long, and the lurk is on for Simple. If he can find Inters now, which he might do, I think the round's pretty much wrapped because Simple has full control of Catwalk, and they'll pinch together. They even, if they can spot out too fast enough, go back with that bomb. I say that, it's the one up the half wall. Be careful, because Shiro's still staring down in that direction. But he misses the first shot, and here comes Simple again, and smartly Shiro knows the situation. He'll throw away the AWP. Electronic gets the kill. Do they get a nade up there? Simple's gonna try, but I don't think he'll get it now. There's actually a hole back there. I thought it was just a roof myself.
Yeah, no, that's deep. You ain't getting an op out of there. That'd be a perfect nade. Hey, Bitwatch isn't going too well. Navi's got a 1-round lead. He's 0-6 at the moment, which is unfortunate. That's a good round from Navi. I like that push too, but I think maybe that's one of those pushes in my mind where I'm like, if Hobbit wants to do it, cool. 2 players making that kind of a push when you know they're out long, when they've had the time to get into pit, where they have the smoke down at the corner. That's you know, that play either works or the result is what you just saw. 2 players dedicated, no chance they were both ever going to get away. So tactical timeout taken from the Gambit side of things to talk things over.
Everyone's like, caster map awareness. First off, it's outside the map, and second off, I already told you I have a room temperature IQ, so calm down, okay? I love you guys, Twitch chat. I don't know where I'd be without you.
Probably a few more IQ points.
Debatable.
Just a couple, nothing crazy. You know.
No, that's true. Yeah, 1 or 2.
All right, here we go. Hobbit pushing up towards the top of the mid. Ooh, that's spicy. Simple knocked out. And they needed it. They needed something special because they don't have a great arsenal in this round. 3 Deagles, an SMG, and an AWP. And Hobbit's delivered them a perfect opening.
Shiro starts to work outside of middle. He's got the shot as well onto Electronic as the Xbox smoke had just gone down. And he can fall back on this as well, so good advantage, good start. With that AWP, they've got 2 kills, although not, I shouldn't say on the AWP, both of them, but the AWP in the round and 2 kills to the advantage against Navi, and Bit will slowly try and take back control of middle, but they aren't aware, now they are, that Hobbit is pushed out. He's trying to bait it in, and as well as because the Deagles are waiting on both sides. Bit's got to be careful. Hobbit's low, tries to crouch under the crosshair, but
Oh my lord.
he'll get a buzz cut. Nafany gets Bit back. This is still problematic. They're still putting pressure on Navi. There's no room to breathe.
Yeah, they're almost more confident right now with these SMGs and Deagles than they were with the rifles. I can't believe Nafany won that duel at the headshot angle on top of the Xbox. Good stuff. Surgical with the SMG, and now he's got an AK, and Boomich has no idea Axile's about to put him to sleep. Another low economy win. Nicely done from Gambit. Opened up by Hobbit. Obviously the op from Shiro, baiting Navi into trying to punish Hobbit in middle, and the op is able to find a pick. All tied up at 4.
Yeah, tied up and good little game. Bit of a conservative pace to it, which we expect when we see, especially Navi on a T side, but between these 2 teams, as Electronic is held out at the, oh dear. On cave position. More and more flames at his feet. And he'll fall back out to A Street as he has to wait and hold and wait and see what his teammates are going to do from down below coming back from B tunnels. And there's no one on Cat just yet, but that's fine. We've got Hobbit rotating back that direction. Now, Shiro's been watching mid as well because they doubled up inside of B, knowing that the economic situation could mean that there's going to be a rush. Simple, just making sure everyone knows in Morse code that he has the scout on the map.
Everyone knows. Everyone also knows Shiro's got the bigger gun. Hobbit looking towards middle. Flashbang comes in with the run boost. I don't know if he spotted the run boost. Did he?
I don't think he did, and like I say, they're both in B looking at tunnels, so this aggression can cost them out. As Boomish comes in through the door, Nafany's gonna realize it. He couldn't get in window, couldn't do enough with it, but Simple at least gets one back on that scout. As you say, though, the bigger gun's still in the picture, but Perfecto has Hobbit down, and the bigger gun might be on the run, as it's gonna be the AK picked up as well for Bit Bomb to be planted, and is ticking away. It's a save call from Gambit. Good win from Na'Vi.
That's crazy. What a good round from Na'Vi. I don't think they saw the run boost. Even if they did, the hit coming out of B tunnels was at a timing where they couldn't even address the mid player. That happened so fast. And Gambit's defense got swarmed. Nafany gets 2 kills in a desperate situation because Inters had gone down for free. I'm not even sure how he died exactly, but either way, again, Na'Vi find a way to make it work.
Does anyone know what the little caption bubble actually says? Oh, look at that little tiny bomb. It's like a little fob for a key. What does that caption actually say beside Goose?
Sorry, say that again?
There's a caption bubble from the Goose on Catwalk. Caption. In a different dialect, and I'm curious as to what it says.
Okay. Quack, maybe?
Might say quack. There it is, see? Quack.
Yeah, that's what I'd put my money on.
You were right the other day with the Russian meaning spilled, so yeah, I'm just gonna believe you this time. If you're right twice, Jason, I'm gonna start to believe that you speak more language and you've actually been acting as a caster as a cover-up, in fact, a secret agent.
Yeah, spy. It's the plot of the next James Bond novel. No big deal.
Esports is all a ruse.
Ooh, 4-on-4. Exile goes down. Trade it long, but that gives Na'Vi access. How much do they want to pressure it? Simple as the AWP and pit, so he can stand there comfortably and deny any information and any vision out towards long A for Gambit this entire time. And ooh, they're just now starting to clear out the lower and upper dark tunnels. There's a player lurking on Catwalk, and Shiro is in a really difficult spot. This is all down to timing. This is going to end so poorly. A missed shot. He's going down for sure. Somehow gets a second chance at it, but that's it. 6-4 for Na'Vi.
Apparently it just says Goose in Arabic, Jason. Not that exciting at all. As Hobbit will hold and wrap back toward the B site. 2 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. 2 rounds on the trot, and money is completely abolished on the Gambit side. Bomb to be planted out as we see now. And Simple going back toward long to check out the matter of the equation. We'll get an upgrade to an AK-47. Flying through the map to see what else is available to them at this point. But that's it. That's all. They'll get the guns that they need. The AWP was found. Okay, that's what I was trying to find and see if it was grabbable, and it certainly is. The M4 they'll leave behind on the A platform, and they'll be happy to take 3 AK-47s and an AWP. 4 guns in total with 2 FAMASs. The CTs aren't exactly in a pretty position.
Those blue X's at the long cross is exactly like where you don't want to die if you're Gambit. You know, if you lose that kind of long control, it's usually you got to make the decision of how you want to play. But usually it's like towards Catwalk. They were kind of stuck in no man's land. During this whole fight, it's like at any moment, Bit could have turned that corner on Catwalk and had a freebie with no one looking. It's just tough to be in that position as a defender. 2-round lead now for Na'Vi. A great look from Na'Vi after what we saw from them on this map against Spirit just earlier today. Bounced back a nice way, showing that's more of an aberration, more of an influence of how Spirit was playing at the time. They were absolute gods.
So 6-4, Na'Vi trying to extend this series. There's Gambit trying to close it now and make short work of the day. Short work of this RMR overall. So the call is going to be to bring out the Deagles around the two FAMASs and see if they can make anything happen. And it's going to be a very aggressive play toward long to try and do that. That early contact, look for trades, maybe knock a few guns their direction. But they actually don't fully commit to a peek. They're going to sit and wait with 4 along the wall. All right. Check out the wide peek angle. Meanwhile, Hobbit middle, smoke down, is able to get Electronic trying to sneak through for free. But as the smoke dissipates, oh my goodness, the FAMAS finding more. I thought they might be able to get that AK, and there is one more on the ground. Bit's gonna wrap back around, gets Shiro down, and they still want these AKs. They see the guns. They've got one of them. NAFI needs to hold it at 2-on-2. They've done such a great job, considering Hobbit's position. Came out on top, and Electronic throwing himself and throwing caution at the wind. As NAFI now possesses the position inside the smoke that might catch off Perfecto. They're going to double it up. Inters takes the aggro, but doesn't shoot back, NAFI. He thought he could sit there and surprise and be concealed by his teammates' aggression, and it's going to cost them dearly as Inters now goes down to 13 and make that 4. Any more through the door? But the bomb is no longer on the floor. They'll run that back over to Yorkie, and I think Inters is about to die a simple bit with the AWP to make it 7-4.
Yeah, I'm not sure what NAFI was thinking. I guess he thought that maybe he wasn't spotted, that maybe he could hide, maybe enough smoke coverage was there, but Perfecto wasn't fooled at all. I can't believe Hobbit gets 2 kills out of this position, almost able to transfer it over as well. Nicely done from Bit. Navi off and running, looking good. 7-4, another timeout from Gambit. That's 3 in this first half, and we're only on round 12. They're desperately trying to string together some CT rounds. They have not won very much.
Simple again, loving that strawed up drink in front of his keyboard. We get a look in game as to exactly what he's up to. Again, if you're just joining us for the finals, he had 42 kills in regulation in the 3rd map of the series this morning, and he's got one through the smoke this time as Inters is caught. And the advantage then to Navi. That's his 10th in this game as Perfecto leads the way on 11. Exile. See if he can find 2 in this situation. Let's see if he can really multi-kill once again as he has the deal. Needs to go forward to the flames. Not aware that Bit's up close at the stairs. And will get the kill in return. So Perfecto adds another, making it a 5 versus 2. And it's just Hobbit and Shiro.
Yeah, quickly just down to Hobbit and Shiro. And Navi's just chilling. They're just waiting for any of the reactions across the map. They're waiting for this exact push towards Upper Dark. Hobbit, if you try and cross that doorway, that's going to spell the end of you. Not a whole lot of other options for him, though. Perfecto does find it with ease, and Shiro's been spotted as well. So 8th round now coming in for Navi. This T-side looking great. Gambit, their goal has got to be, obviously, win the last 3, but at least grab a few right at the end of this half to close the gap a little bit. Give yourselves a chance when you switch sides. You don't want to be facing down the barrel of a 4-11 deficit.
No, absolutely not, as Navi finding the dust too that eluded them yesterday. And this morning as well. Remember how poor they played against Team Spirit on this map just mere hours ago. We were shocked and appalled by that, because now it's looking much better up against Gambit. Remember Mirage and Inferno, the 2 other maps in this series. Neither of them may be required at this point in time, but we will wait and see as the Molotovs go either direction toward Catwalk again. Hobbit and Shiro to cover off those positions, and Shiro obviously naturally on his AWP, the op to hold the position. In fact, he's already dropped down toward long. Hobbit's going to go up, and they're going to play that car swing from CT, but it does give a bit more access toward the site. Certainly a lot further around Cat before that contact is made. And they're doing it because they want to cover off the mid-split, which so far hasn't really been, or at least not in the last few rounds, hasn't been a huge issue. In fact, you go back to that eco round, they nearly won. That's what nearly cost them as Electronic went through the doors.
Here we go, Catwalk execution. Hobbit and Shiro to defend. They're being patient, Navi, though. Not streaming all the way out. Shiro still looking for someone to start turning the corner. Bit's gonna be the first one there, but that one-way smoke can be brutal. Flashbang back over. Hobbit completely blind. Not yet peeked up. The off facing. There it is. Timing on it, and he goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, Boomich with the response. Shiro trying to do what he can from long, and remember, we saw Simple in the distance with his AWP at the boxes. He stayed alive in that exchange. It nearly came to a double spray down, but the damage wasn't there. The bullet's just not able to connect. As Axia will lead the charge back toward the bomb site instead. Obviously planted for Catwalk. That's exactly where Navi will try and position themselves, leaving Boomich in a very open angle on the platform just to catch them off. But they'll certainly check toward Goose. It works because they walk straight up and Boomich catches Axia out, expecting it to be deeper as Simple finds the kill before that. Double it up for Boomich. And enters underneath is going to be pursued at this point, but he'll at least get Electronic down. They know he's still there. Low HP. Boomich can't afford to keep chasing, and Perfecto's going to sneak around, but it's Simple instead that gets the kill, and Bomb will not kill anyone off. They'll all survive, despite that Simple had just single digits of HP. It's 9-4.
Yeah, that retake might have actually been able to go a different way. Nafany throws a Molotov towards Catwalk to block off, which would have forced that boost to go away, but he throws it a little bit too high. Doesn't actually land. Blows up in the air and is ineffective. So Navi going to maintain their positions, and fittingly, Nafany was the first one to die on that retake due to the missed Molotov. Auto sniper for Simple because he's rich. Rich as hell. Doesn't tag anyone on the cross. Inters gives him a stutter step. And Navi lining up for a fast long take. Here come the timing flashbangs. Counter flash in return, and Hobbit's got... Ooh, no. It took him a little bit to kill Boomich, who got a jumping AK kill on Exile.
Hobbit stuck downside the pit, though, tries to smoke himself off and buy some space. That will at least allow Shiro to get a position, but they've got the corner smoke down. From the T perspective, Simple's actually just waiting up above. Hobbit's done super well here to stay alive, you have to say. They're throwing everything at him, but the Molotov's too soon. That smoke's still there, and they're just extinguishing, and Hobbit now will emerge. How about that for using the Ring of Power? It's going to be Perfecto that's caught out as well. He's still here. How are they not facing it? Simple doesn't want to do it with the AWP. Forget it, but look at what this has done. Nafany's in behind them. Electronic's gone. Bomb goes down, and what a hero Hobbit is in this round as Nafany can hold and wait for the AWP. He'll be sprayed down by Bit, but Simple's removed. It's a one-on-one. Still not done in this, and the fact that Hobbit did such a great job, he's now left alone. He's going to try and sneak out and catch off Bit, but Bit, oh, he was considering the possibility. The AK wins the upgrade from the gun, and Hobbit gets the 5th round for Gambit.
I was going to say, the heroics only matter if you win the round, so good on Hobbit for bringing that 1v1 in and salvaging an AWP, passing that over to a teammate. Boy, did they desperately need that. And Hobbit, you're right. Such a good job in the pit. That first kill, obviously, playing anti-flash. That's well done. 3 kills in the round, and Gambit up to 5. Looking for that 6th. Double up setup, I think just for the cross. They won't see anything. Molotov towards Catwalk. Mid control is in the favor of Navi. Boomich is pretty much solo taking control of Xbox, close double doors, and Catwalk.
Electronic. Not wrong. I don't know how that misses. Right beside the ear. And Exile has to run away. Well, he has the chance. The reload coming in on the other side of the door. Nafany, meanwhile, gets that bit, and they're going to push toward Cats. Boomich, good response, good reaction to the fact that Hobbit was pushing up. He does go down to 34 HP, but it gets the kill that evens things out. Back to a 4-on-4 situation as Nafany's forced off middle ever so slightly by utility. Knowing as well the AWP was up above. Flash over, smoke back in, though. Actually, the smoke, that bounced towards CT. Electronic found him, spotted him, and got the kill instead.
Yeah, they wanted a mid-B split as well. That smoke slowed them down and certainly changed their plans, but 1 kill through the smoke helps out. There comes the smoke to CT spawn. This probably puts a lot of pressure onto Inters. He does not have a teammate who can help him in mid, so this is all just basically crossing your fingers and hoping he'll leave the middle part of the map. On top of the box, Inters is going to drop back. All of his teammates are gone. It's all on him. They line up, but the SMG can't do it. A team kill from Electronic and Exile, the only one remaining. What has he got in this final round? Nothing. Boomich ends it from behind.
Yeah, Boomich gets the kill, pleasing himself with that one completely, and even Perfecto's got a little smile on his face after that half. 10-5. You're right, the team kill came in, but doesn't matter at that point in time. Electronic, pretty reasonable half, all things considered as well. Now we'll swap it over. Again, this is this side that was very costly for them against Spirit. Perfecto yesterday against Gambit, however, though, played excellently in the B site. And the fact that he leads the way tied with Simple on 13. Perhaps a positive sign that they can do the same thing again. Well, Perfecto is the one that waits at middle and certainly is going to be obligated to defend his position and himself here in a second because they're going to cross over Simple. Oh my goodness, he was the one on the other side of it, got the call. Took the shot, but Hobbit, good shot in return. That had to be Swift.
That's a great rebuttal. That opens up a lot of avenues now as well. Perfecto has to fall back. He's got the utility. He's got nade and 2 flashes. Now, Navi can have a rotation. They can actually abandon the B bumps in a little bit. Bit can head away because they pushed up. And Boomich here are going to have information. Oh, but he can't handle the jumping pistols. That's tough. And Perfecto already hears one player inside of the A bomb site, so he realizes he can't do anything. He's got to wait for his teammates to arrive. Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, they failed that boost entirely, but nearly gave a shot to the CT down below. As you say, Perfecto had to wait, but his teammates get there in style. Electronic and Bit finding kills. Exile. Ooh, the headshot. He got Electronic. Thankfully, though, the response was swift by Bit because he was the low HP player. They'll get on it. Navi will take the pistol. They'll go now 11-5 up on Dust 2.
That's incredible shooting from Navi on that retake. Coming off catwalk like that, so aggressive and so assertive streaming in, and just one taps all over the place. Beautiful shooting with the USPs. Navi, a commanding lead. That being said, they did win both pistols on Ancient and lose both second rounds. That's something you'd like to avoid here if you can.
That's a good point. We pointed that out earlier as well. They converted for 2 in the first half, did Gambit, by winning their pistol. Navi would like to at least equal that because it was a great half otherwise. Only 3 rounds, gun rounds found by Gambit. Speaking of, Bit will be in the back of the B site this time with an AUG in his hands. Early purchase of the AUG, it has to be said, but let's see if he pops up and sees. Now he does. Goes back up immediately and Axel down. That fast peek that you are able to do along that box as Hobbit has the MAC-10 on the catwalk position. The rotations are coming to join him from the B tunnels. Bomb plant in. This is where you see that aggressive buy. So the AK-47 is that equaling the AUG if you want to look at it that way in terms of stature, but the Galil is the only other long-range gun against 3 FAMASs, so the range advantage certainly exists for Navi. Although Catwalk is the shortest distance to cover off, Jason, and that looks exactly like where Gambit wants to go in this situation as the flashes come out, but a good counter smoke. Nice timing on it. They may go through it.
Oh, yeah. They're going through it. They've got flashbangs for it, at least boosting up over. Nafani gonna peer towards Goose with his AK-47. No one's gonna be there, but Gambit have no presence anywhere else on the map. So surely this is gonna be the end game, and if not, if this takes too long, Simple's already flanking, already up Xbox. Oh, he can backstab. He can backstab massively. He's been spotted, and this will turn and cause them to address the situation, but he's frozen them. They can't move forward. They can't go backwards. And that opens them up to a slaughter as the round timer dwindles. 12-5, and even Young Daddy. What's that about?
Young Daddy, what up,
That's
Perfecto? I think Electronic's a Young Daddy with those 4 kills.
That's like a subliminal messaging.
I'll be your old daddy. You can be my young daddy.
Yeah.
That is, it's like, yeah, what is it? Fight Club, which, by the way, does not hold up. That movie's terrible if you go back and watch it. It's not, shouldn't be as rated as highly as it is anymore. However, the part where they do the stitching of the movies,
Yeah,
you get the subliminal messaging in there.
Yep. That's a controversial take, I feel, Matthew. I think you're gonna get some Twitter heat.
I don't care. I watched it back recently on a plane, and I was like, this is actually terrible.
Okay.
Like, it's just so silly. And The whole thing is that you don't know what's... maybe that's why it doesn't hold up, too. As soon as you know what's going on and the plot of it, you're kind of like, this is dumb and not believable. And a bit far-fetched in the personalities on either side of it. So, there you go.
All right. You should start a film review website. You could be the next Siskel and Ebert.
Yeah, I'm down. Sato and Kist.
All right. Simple taking some pot shots towards top mid with that USP. All, well, 3 Glocks, 2 Deagles for Gambit. No armor, no utility. Simple to chew them up, but that's a huge shot from Inters. Holy hell.
Bit's gonna wait, holding out with the AUG. I think anyone that likes Fight Club just doesn't have the capacity to appreciate properly good movies and well-written directed flicks. They just stick with that one because it was trendy for them in high school. As Electronic will wait on the platform. He's graduating today because another spray of 3 for him, and it's 13, excuse me, now for Navi to the 5 of Gambit. So looking more and more like we will be moving on to Mirage at this point.
Yeah, that seems to be in the cards. Navi coming into this one looking very good. Completely different showing than what we saw from them earlier today. Still, I think there's about 1 to 2 more fights out of Gambit. This is a really solid buy. One of the best buys they've had in quite some time, Gambit. AWP on Shiro. He's at least tagged Perfecto, so early lead in the HP for the Gambit attack. 3 players heading into Upper Dark. And they're going to control mid from lower. Nades to force back Catwalk. And a lot of nades exchanged in mid, but not a whole lot of damage done.
Simple waiting with the AWP for the ledge drop. Molotov thrown out. Let's creep over and get close to him, but he'll withstand the heat to keep the position. The flash, a little bit more detrimental to that, so he has to fall off of it. Pre-firing into it, hoping that they might be peeking quickly behind. But it's Boomich that wants to take long through the cave. Yesterday, we saw this battle a bit between the two teams, at long with Boomich being the one obviously always there. But this time, he's actually going to be a little more aggressive. We didn't see him push through double doors all too often in that particular series. As Simple goes back for more, having already dropped down and rotated on the ramp. Needs to be aware of the high angle, though, not just the stairs, as they are close. Smoke goes down. He'll peek it. Oh, did he hit? He did. He clipped Shiro, but it was through the edge of the wall. He falls to 15, and that allows Bit to at least get Hobbit. Nafany's tagged on 37 as well, so Bit should be in a good position, you'd think, to find more kills, but he's being a little bit timid about doing so at this point as they continue to walk, crawl, in fact, closer, and that allows Simple up. He gets the call, but a little bit too late from Simple that Shiro was directly to his left, and the AWP gets the shot instead. Now they hold. Smoke's coming in, plenty of them, in fact, with the 1-man advantage. They need the conceal to get this bomb down on the 15-second mark, but they've already flanked in behind, and Simple never left as he finds one more boosted up Exile, limited from the sight round, already done on time alone. Ooh. Die or live?
Oh, he's living, baby. He's living. He can buy smoke and 2 flashbangs as well. 14-5. They're going to have to buy up in this round. They're too far back to let Navi get to 15 right now. So it'll be a scrape together what you can, and let's go for it. Scout picked up on Shiro. Nicely done on Navi. Enough utility, enough presence to slow down that Gambit hit, and they never gave him any of the frags that would have allowed Gambit to get into the bomb site and plant the bomb safely. 9-round lead.
Nine-round lead to work with as Exile will get boosted up the cave this time, and Boomich is going to walk right into it. So again, I mentioned it, he didn't go aggressive yesterday. This time they're aware that he wants to, and they'll catch him off for it as Bit goes back out and doesn't see anyone just yet, but needs to be fully aware of the fact that Long is lost. He's sitting on his own. No real cover in that play, and Electronic not able to swing out for support. Will go now, look for another, but can't get the headshot. Inters gets him down instead, and the round cracked open for Gambit has Perfecto shaking and trembling toward the elevator that has no lift. He's alone on that side of the map as Simple's going to rotate back toward middle with his AWP.
Wall of smokes put up. Maybe a lucky shot through the smoke from Simple. There's no flashbang. Actually, excuse me, Simple has 2 flashbangs if they want to send Perfecto through this to see what they can get, but they might decide to just preserve economy. Perfecto's already backing away. Oh, good headshot on an Anthony. Dinked, though, brought down to 9 HP. I don't know if Navi really want to go for this. They're going to back away. So a 6th round found by Gambit.
So Simple waits AWP to look through CT. Gambit doing just enough in the early parts of the round as Perfecto way back toward T-spawn, hoping to hang on to his AK, and Simple just wants to get exits. He will get one. Inter's not able to jump all the way across. Go Gadget legs. Not long enough.
Ooh.
Inspector Gadget's a better movie than Fight Club, Jason.
Okay, calm down. Calm down. I forgot there even was an Inspector Gadget movie.
Yeah, man. McDonald's had like the collector toys at the time. You had to get like each of the body parts and put them all together.
That sounds kind of grim.
It does sound a little weird, but it was kind of cool.
14-6. Navi just need 2 more to force us to Mirage. 4 players for Gambit in upper B. They want to go for a timing hit on this bomb site. They want to get in real quick. Perfecto's jumped up. He could put a stop to everything, but he's the only defender. He's the only one there. First kill is his. Transfers over. Good trade from Gambit. It's going to timing spam the smoke, and he does find one up on top of the box. That's Inter's. Exile holding down mid. He's got 2 Plaper to deal with, and Bit is going to find his second.
Finds his second, but Shiro in the site has an obligation of protecting Nafany at this point in time until the bomb at least hits the ground. They'll easily be able to do so, and they'll put the smoke back inside of the doors. But a 3-man retake from the tunnels. A Molotov for Nafany, the only defensive bits of kit. And I don't think he's going to get the information in time. He's not going to have time to pull that out. He's got to keep the gun at the ready. He's got to hit the headshots perfectly. They're both within 1 move of death, and they need to nail theirs in return. They have not. Shiro hoping that now he'll go overlooked. He looks out. They're all looking away, but Simple's reactions far too quick, and Navi will get themselves onto map point.
Yeah, all kits, no problem. 15-6, 9 chances to close out the map and take us to the next one. That is good stuff. Good retake. I mean, they do just enough. Bit, this kill right here is huge. To find that second kill, Shiro's low. They find the kill in mid as well, but that timing hit was almost extremely effective if Bit doesn't get that second kill. Well done. Navi looking good. Shiro heading out towards long. He's got the AWP, wants the shot at the corner. I don't think Simple's going to give it to him. I think he is. He's going to slide right back into it. I thought surely he would feel it was too risky, especially with no teammates for a counter flash to retake that angle. But he risks it. He rolls the dice.
Rolling the dice. Hobbit hits twice. Won't be a Yahtzee this time, though, Jason, because Shiro's already got 1.
Well, that's a lot of Boomich. They know he's on catwalk,
no.
and I think the reload sound, that might have been the signal to just head through and just grab it. Nicely done. Okay, round over. No huge deal for Navi. Plenty of time, plenty of chances left.
Certainly more than enough. As Perfecto will creep forward. They'll get taken down. Not a lot of money on the CT side. They could buy out some deagles and keep their money level, but they'll have to be patient, at least, before Gambit will face the full opposition and full power of Navi. Where was this morning against Spirit?
Yeah.
Hobbit. Yeah, they were slow on that map.
Yeah, it's
a great Mirage.
Yeah, once you win the series, though, it's like, all right, whatever. We'll address that later. Focus on the grand final. So at least good that they're having it now. Much better they got trounced on D2 earlier and then win it here against Gambit. Still, even in a victory, this is going to be a tough ask for Navi. 3 maps straight against Gambit. not easy to do with that map pool. Bit's gonna press out the double doors. Ooh, he had an advantage. A 1 to 2 shot advantage over NAVI, and he takes his life. Can't salvage the AK-47 though. It's a bit risky in middle. He's gonna go for it anyways.
Electronic with the gap in the smoke. P250 shots. Second smoke will go down because that was enough information that they didn't want to give to Electronic, and there's no sense taking damage on these weapons. The AK for Bit picked up. He's waiting for a chance to get through as well. Boomich has Exile down. That's going to encourage Bit. That's going to excite him, as he knows that he can make a difference now in this round with one less to find, but he needs to be careful of the gun barrel sticking out as Hobbit gets the shot, and Shiro certainly had the warning. He'll take Bit down, and I think the round chances for Navi go with it, so as expected, we will at least see one more. Bomb's only just being planted now, but I take a look at the options here. Okay, Electronic, AK, couldn't make it work. That could have potentially caught Shiro off.
Yeah, if he'd caught him like sleeping or something, or didn't react in time, or just an instant headshot, that would have been the retake on. So, fair play from Shiro. And Inters is not going to let Perfecto get away. Pretty ruthless, hunting him down. All right. Navi still hurting in terms of economy. A lot of investment in that previous round. Only 2 rounds of a loss bonus built up. So they've got some money woes, so we'll have a few more rounds of fluff with just USPs, a P250 on Electronic, before we can get back to the really, really dangerous gun rounds.
The DMs are starting, Jason. The Fight Club fan club. But they're breaking the first rule. They're not even allowed to talk about it, so stop DMing me. NAVI waits behind the smoke. Molotov to keep the CTs at bay, and that at least allows NAVI to jump away. That was his intended goal, and a great shot for Perfecto. Great achievement as well to get an AK-47 on the CT side. NAVI waits, though. Boomich goes down. They won't be able to attack and challenge anything further at long. So instead, they back off of this, and it's all about challenging the single player that was out there, because they know the bomb's down at B. Hey, you got an AK, bro. It's like a zombie apocalypse right now where you've made too much noise and all of the zombies are just coming toward you now.
Yeah, right? You've given away the position, and everyone... It's all coming in.
Zombie movies are overrated too, Jason.
Yeah? What, are you just trying to piss off the entirety of the internet? I saw a cool zombie movie recently. I can't remember which one. 15 to 9. 6 chances left.
Because there's no such thing.
What movie do you like? Let's go there really quick.
Beauty and the Beast was great. Really liked Cinderella.
Nice. Okay, so like you're a Disney man.
Yes. Nah, I've got a few on the list, but we'll save that for another time. Well, Simple's got NAVI. That starts it off well. Let's get caught out, though. He can't get back down. He's on 19 HP. He's got to be careful if he does try and jump. Gets to the boxes. Good little bit of movement. But the man advantage is NAVI's the one that they find, and they're going to try again to get up toward this catwalk position for a clean peek as they send Hobbit that direction. Inters, meanwhile, is also trying to figure out what's going on toward B, but not even looking into the site just yet. Wants to make sure they are held at bay and double up setup. We know Bit often runs that in the backside of B, and he's doing exactly that right now.
Well, this is where they've done good work historically, this mid to B split. We admired it against Gambit the last time they played. Perfecto again, flashbang over. Oh, he baits him into looking at it. Bit's the only one left. AWP in hand. He's got to have 2 coming through the window. Oh, but Electronics at least saved the day for 1. 1 player in mid, 1 player at the window. It's Shiro turning the corner. Electronics slides under the shot, and that's the map. That's just 2 for Navi, and they're going to extend this series.
They are going to extend this series. It goes 2-1, and Mirage will be coming up next. As all of you have done in chat by putting your hashtags and showing support for the respective teams, we got a pretty split crowd. But of course, as this map concludes, we will figure out in just a moment's time who the winners of our respective skins giveaway are. Jason, There it is, our top 4 as it was shown. There's our skins winners as the respective skins are shown. But this was a pretty decent showing, I have to say, overall from Navi. Much better than this morning on Dust 2, certainly, but certainly sends a message that they are here to play in this series.
What the hell is a rat rod? I've never even heard of that one. But congratulations.
Sounds like the KS-23 in Tarkov, the rat stick.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
You know what else is overrated, though, Jason? It's not just movies. It's also Thorin on the analyst desk.
I love throwing on the analyst desk.
Say no, man. We got to talk. First of all, Fight Club, most overrated movie, and then you put Inspector Gadget before it. Like, it's not good enough. I'm being told to talk about these prizes you guys can win. Obviously, there was the rat one in there. You know, we're learning new skins that are coming through. We need Scrawny and Lawns on here to give us the breakdown on it all. But you guys at home can win all these amazing skins by using the hashtag Gambit or Navi in chat and choosing which team you want to support, and you might get a chance of being picked out and grabbing some of these fantastic skins on offer. Duncan, overrated? No?
Well, I'm overrated. I would say, if anything, right now, most people think I'm crap. So, if anything, I've got to be underrated finally for once in my career. I will say I was so good earlier on in my career, I probably was overrated because, you know, nothing's 10 out of 10, really. Unless it's electronic, performing as new artist Young Daddy and making Gambit his absolute children, because he was, yeah. What's mad is it was right after he did that like highlight clip when they showed the screen by accident, and obviously it's applicable. He is indeed a young father and did put Gambit over his knee and spank that little bottom red raw.
We're so far derailed on this at this point. Vendetta, it was a solid performance from the Young Daddy out here for sure. And actually, I'm just going to think that nickname's going to stick now. Why not? The fact that Moses did it so perfectly, just read it out afterwards, it was all meant to be.
Oh, the timing was exactly flawless,
what was supposed to happen. Yeah. Then this map again. Dust 2 now, twice in a row going to Navi, proving it wasn't a fluke last time around, but it wasn't in the same kind of style. Yeah.
You muted in VMix, by the way, Bender.
There we go.
Anyway. keep going.
It happens, you know. I got so entranced by electronic throughout that entire series. But yeah, no, as Duncan mentioned, really, that he didn't want to see only a simple who was high fragging. He wanted to see an impactful simple, and what kind of turned it around for them? Because as you said, James, like this was a different trajectory to the game entirely than what we had in the first bout between these two teams. That scout round, the force buy, the weird kind of eco/force buy from Navi, where simple ends up getting 2 on the B bomb side, that's what turns the tide for Navi. Instead of Gambit getting into the groove of things and actually getting the map into their favor, this happens. And this is pretty much what gets Navi going. They basically follow up this with an excellent T side. And again, a lot thanks to the man who dies on your screen right there, Electronic. But that really was like probably the 2 most impactful rounds of the first half.
Yeah, the ones that certainly turned it around. Now, one thing we definitely got to look at here, right? We touched on this when obviously Gambit took the win on Ancient, and we said that it wasn't the team performance coming out, but maybe a slight bit of extra firepower is going to be needed from the likes of Shiro and Axel if they want to continue to do some damage here and challenge Navi, because them again, they were not there as what was needed, right? Nafani was up there doing his best he can. Hobbit had some great moments, this one in particular, clutching that round out. But we're going to need to see the lights really turn on for all of the Gambit players going forward here for it.
I also think in terms of the maps, like the difference is when it was a map like Ancient or if it's a map like Inferno, they don't have to actually outfrag Navi. They can beat them, as you said, just make less mistakes, clue in on the post plants, etc. Don't let them into the sites. The problem is on maps like Dust 2 and obviously the next map of Mirage, you do have to frag to some degree on these maps. Like they're not maps that you can just win tactically, just win off team play. Eventually gunfights have to happen. That's who's going to win the game. So amazingly, thus far in the server, like actually Navi has yet again had a whole team effort. Yes, they've had the superstars put the big frags, but there's no one really slacking so far. So that's a very, very positive sign for Navi. And on the Gambit side, it's just so rare that they ever have a time when someone outshoots them.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We can talk about how good tactically Gambit are, but they've also been very precise. We've seen this rise of players like Axel and Shiro. We've seen Hobbit come into his own form again, and now it is time to deliver on this, because you're only one map away. But if you can drop Mirage, there's a reality where that can happen, right? It certainly has been a close affair between these two. We could be here for the long haul of it all. But overall, I'd say that this Dust 2 match between them just continues to get more interesting here, Vendetta, right? There's slight adjustments to it. This one wasn't as one-sided. It definitely felt like Gambit had a chance of it, but they couldn't actually pull it back like we talk about them doing so many times, right? We talk about them being able to be comeback kings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, I think it comes back to that one round. You had the game, up for grabs, really, and it comes back to a very traditional thing with the economy just being completely broken for Gambit at that point. And NAVI are able to just continue on with the pressure. And that's definitely a reality we can find ourselves in on Mirage as well. So in terms of the maps coming up, at least the very next one, things are definitely possible for NAVI. But you also have to consider the fact that the further they better their chances of winning or getting back into the series, obviously the longer of a day they've had to grind through, and that's also going to have an impact.
It is a tough old day for the NAVI Nation here, but we're going to take a look at the kill leaders coming out of Dust 2 and see who were topping up the scoreboards there. Now, Hobbit was giving his best effort this time around, but like you already mentioned, Duncan, Electronic, Simple doing what we needed to do here. And we did mention Perfecto coming into this, right? We did touch on him.
Sure.
He needed to be a lot better than what we saw when it came to Ancient, and he was there. He had impact.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, for me, Electronic, it's not just the frags. Like, he's another player where the impact his frags have, especially when he's on T-side, can be enormous. Like, they really can be the difference between NAVI being in, like, a tricky mid-round situation and just having a bomb site that they can enter with numbers and win out. So I think it's very, very positive. And not just this map, but I would say today, generally, the latter part of yesterday, this event in the playoffs, he's really started to pick his level up. Because I was worried for a while that Electronic was like me and Fernando Alonso, really overrated because he used to be so good years ago. But who really cares about him nowadays? They're just, they're just a bunch of names that people keep banging on about. But actually, unlike me and Fernando Alonso, he proved that he's still a truly world-class competitor and his main display choice. Definitely wasn't Crowbard or any targeting involved in that section. Just an analogy I came up with.
I think you saved yourself from a lot of wrath from Matt with the end there.
I'm going to die before the end of this, I'm sure. I've completely lost the channel. Oh, that was good. Going to go about Electronic a little bit further on this, right? Because not only is he just now delivering a bit better overall, but this is what you look at as the two experienced players, right, Vendetta? When it comes to Simple and Electronic, despite still being young, they are the veterans. They are the more experienced ones that you want to see be able to pick up the pieces when it's all falling apart.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, obviously, you expect them to be able to do so more often than not, but I think also they feel a lot more confident in their own capabilities just by seeing their teammates doing well as, any teach of that. I mean, we've seen on previous maps, it's been Bit who's been a primary focus on actually clutching out important rounds for NAVI. And in this map, I think Perfecto probably have the most important clutch coming in from their side as well, the 1v2 where he survives on 9 HP. So again, I think he gets more confident and it feels more comfortable doing what Electronic can do because he sees that, it's not the end of the world anymore if he were to die, etc. It's not all going to be on Simple to save a round from them. They're starting to get more and more contributions from Perfecto, Bit, and Boomich.
We'll take a look at our player comparison for the top players on each team as well. And it is good old Hobbit going up against Electronic in this one. And we got to say this with Hobbit, right? It doesn't matter what's going on with Gambit here. He just has a good game no matter what. It's rare that we do see him just fall off a cliff in games here, Duncan.
Yeah, I even thought on that game there, he had some pretty good entries. Like he did the best he could to give him a chance. And we see there he got 6 entry kills. I think in general, he's just at that sweet spot where he's now had enough years of experience, but he's also, crucially, he doesn't have that much wear and tear on him in terms of playing like a full tier 1 schedule. So I also don't think he's burned out as a player.
Yeah, and that's very key to this, right? Because we know what it's like when they get into being on all the partner teams, having to go to all the events. So it's kind of obviously what Gambit are aiming to do, and they certainly do play enough maps in here, but he hasn't done that across his entire career, and it's now just coming in all together for him with this one. But now we got to literally focus on what could be going down on Mirage, because Mirage last time around went to overtime. It is a map we see quite often between these guys, and it is traded out a little bit. We've seen multiple attempts from both of them. Again, we go into this where it could be a 50-50, surely, then.
Yeah, this feels very much similar to Dust 2 in that fashion. Obviously, now we got, pretty solid, statement coming out of NAVI on Dust 2, but for Mirage, it's always super tight. You can see by the last couple of results, the only kind of anomaly is the 16-7 win they had versus them quite a while ago now, if you want to look at the past matches, right? Like that's the one furthest away. So the closer you get to recent day, it's just gotten closer and closer. So I think that just sets up a nice storyline for what to expect coming into this one as well.
You know what's crazy in this? That you just look down this, you say they played 18 maps, the last 5, 4 of them out of the 5 have been Na'Vi, you know. Definitely got the experience on playing them. That's just wild in general when we talk about how many times these guys match up in the series. But this again is now where we have to see all the Gambit players come through, because I guess we're all very confident, right? If it goes to Inferno, that Gambit have more of an advantage in this. But you can just ignore the win rates when it comes to a matchup like this. It starts to get into the mental side of things and who can be better, who can push the other team around, Duncan.
And also, like, let's be real, like, Gambit has an absurd win rate on this map as well. This is another one of those maps where if you let them play it 20 times, they're going to win it something like 15 or 16 times. They're that outrageously good. So I think, again, this is another map where I don't think in terms of personnel, I would have picked it to be one of their best teams when I saw, like, the team play, etc. But the system just works on every map, because the system basically is good communication. It's people being accountable. It's knowing what move comes next. It's knowing what the correct play is. And so that transitions not just to every map, but on maps like Mirage, where everyone else cries like, oh, it's just stale, it's all played out. It's like, yeah, but if you make the correct decisions in the game, it's not about having something brand new and innovative. The right play works most of the time. That's what makes Counter-Strike a simple but also a beautiful game.
And the one thing we're definitely going to have to see here on the Gambit side is them just being ready, which we saw last time around, for the explosions, right? Because Na'Vi themselves, they'll go very slow on this and it'll all hit. And Gambit always find themselves ready for these kind of moves from Venom. They seem to be in the right place at the right time, and they certainly have a good read, even though we spoke about them not maybe going out for as much information as other teams. They certainly have an understanding when it comes to Na'Vi on this map.
Yeah, they definitely do. And actually, that was one of the things that we felt was a bit of a lost opportunity for Na'Vi on their last matchup on Mirage as well, because Na'Vi actually had them on the back foot for a good while there in the first half. They were getting opening frags, and Gambit were kind of scrambling. The only one who was really able to find anything for them was Nafani, and he held them in the match for long enough to have the other 4 kind of wake up and start helping in, and eventually obviously it goes to overtime and Gambit closes it out there. But if Na'Vi want to win Mirage, they need to take better care of the advantages that they create for themselves. And again, we've seen their T side being, everything from excellent to very lackluster. And I don't think they can afford themselves the luxury of having a slow start and not necessarily doing too well on their CT side. They're going to need to have like a solid foundation to work off of, I think, if they want to beat Gambit here.
One thing I look at that is, I wouldn't say problematic, but it's very different from what we see on the rest of the maps with Na'Vi, is that Simple on T side of Mirage doesn't get to have as much impact this time around, right? CT side is no problem at all for him. The T sides in general for Na'Vi on Mirage, it's very just kind of waiting for the opportunity. Can we get it? Try push in. There's not too much of a plan going forward when I look at this, Duncan, and that's a huge problem.
I also think, though, Gambit does an amazing job on CT side of this map of actually not even needing information. Like, just the way that they understand where you can be. If everyone's ever played in the era when they got rid of Dust 2, this became the POG map. It's the reason why every FPL game seemingly is on this map. One of the nightmare scenarios is if you aren't on a really good team and you're playing the T side, there are no openings. There's nowhere to go. Like, there is no easy kill you can just line up. You're always at threat of some other angle watching you or being flanked. So the problem, in my opinion, is Navi's style works pretty well on some maps that like count the clock all the way down. In my opinion, though, when they play against Gambit, you're just giving Gambit even more time to read what you could be doing, to make correct guesses, to do their classic rotations that they will do with literally no information. Like, that's one of the areas where I do see that as a big strength of Gambit over Na'Vi. Whereas Na'Vi, on the other hand, think of some of the Inferno games they were playing. There wasn't really a rhyme or reason as to when they would rotate a guy back over to the B site on the CT side. They just seemed to do it almost willy-nilly. It didn't even seem like it was based on a comm or anything. So I think that's like one of the big areas that I look at Gambit having a big advantage on. I think you'll be able to see them exploit it on this map.
Yeah, certainly something to look out for here as well. But when it comes to looking at Navi's chances on this one, what do you want to see from them other than what we've touched on already here, Vendetta, in the better economy management?
Well, yeah, better economy management. I don't think we're going to get that with Navi. But again, they do win out these wonky rounds. Happened for them on Dust 2 as well. And that was a very defining factor for the entire game. So, that's just part of their DNA. I want to see it feels wrong calling it a redemption game for Simple because he didn't play poorly yesterday, but he was probably like the one who was missing a little bit from his ordinary level, because we've already seen now Navi can get everybody involved, and if Simple joins in on that to his average level, then dear God, like Navi are just a terrifying team. So I'm looking for Simple. If he can, give us another Spirit or Inferno versus Spirit type of game, I'd love it. I'm absolutely here for it.
Well, I'm loving the animation I'm seeing out on Hanif here from the side. The team talk's obviously happening as we're getting into this one. He knows he wants to close it out here, doesn't he, Duncan?
For sure. I mean, the other thing is as well, the fact that you're one map up also means you don't want to let it go all the way to 5 games and then have them go, if it hadn't been 1-0, like, no, you want to actually just convincingly win.
That's what it's all going to be about as they're sat there ready and prepared. And that's one thing that we come to when it looks at Gambit and then going into games, right? They always seem ready and alert for it. That's why we were so surprised by that Dust 2 yesterday, Vendetta, right? That there was moments where you looked like, wait a second, this is not the Gambit we're used to. They're normally fired up, they're normally completely ready. And the other thing, right? When was the last time we saw Navi on a boot camp? Like, Gambit are always in it, and it's a huge advantage for them. They've always sat in this same system, right? 9 times out of 10, they're together at boot camp. I can only remember one event where they weren't, and that obviously has massive benefits here, Ben.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And again, I mean, Gambit probably do perfectly well in terms of maintaining communication when they're playing a part as well. But I think for a team that might be a little bit more chaotic, boot camp seems like a very nice environment to be able to kind of keep everything clean and consistent. And that might be something that they actually lack a little bit. Obviously now it's going to be difficult to get people gathered. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone from Navi has already traveled to Cologne yet or what their deal is, but it might be a little bit tough to organize the boot camp as it is right now. But yeah, I think Navi could benefit from it, and I think there's no doubt that Gambit actually just thrive in that environment.
Yeah, the true commitment and synergy that they bring that we praise and love from these guys over and over again. In terms of getting the win here for Gambit, what are the key components you're looking at just to play out their game and not be kind of shell-shocked here by anything Navi throw at them? Because I guess the only thing that could get scary is Navi start to get a big lead early on here from it.
I mean, the thing I like the most about Gambit is like they genuinely do embody like the Astralis spirit of just make the correct decisions more often than the opponent. Like if you do, that's what's great. It's one of the reasons I think they don't tend to get rattled in games, because when you have that kind of backdrop, basically you just feel like I just have to return to what I normally do. That's what wins me the game. If you're Navi, you have to list off all this checklist of things like, I need these 3 people to all go crazy, and then the best player has to be twice as good as anyone else, and I'm going to get a good start, we're going to blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, if you Gambit, it's like any moment in the game, even if it's getting away from you, you can always bring it back to center, get to your teammate and say, let's just do the things we practiced that we did every other game in the tournament, and we'll probably win the game. So I think the most interesting thing for me about them is just watching the style of play that they have, and it isn't about just one player. It's one of the things that makes them such a special team.
Because obviously we've got a little bit more time before we jump into this map. When we're talking about Gambit, obviously everyone compares about the Astralis side of things coming in here and like the era that Astralis had, and obviously Gambit, they want their own era. They've been very clear about that. They said they didn't care if it was online, LAN, whatever it is. Do you think at the moment we can't really count their results in the same way here? And I'll start with you, Ben, and then Duncan, you can chime in.
I mean, it's never going to be exactly the same because we've always had it's kind of an unspoken rule that, if you're going to do something that's going to be written in history, it has to be done at LAN. And I don't see any reason for that going away. That's not to obviously discredit what they've been able to do. Again, it's not their fault that we haven't been able to have offline tournaments and so on for the better part of a year and a half, and all they can do about it is stay motivated and bring the performances that they've had online to an offline environment and do it all over again. And yeah, then no one can kind of discount their or discredit their performances and achievements.
They're absolutely welcome to call it an online era. And if they do that, if people are interested, we can go back in history. We can give other people online eras too. I'll just say it this way. Here's the sort of pithy way I would explain it. We can have the conversation about Gambit having a true era from all these online results right after we have the discussion about Xantares being a top 10 player to ever play Counter-Strike. Mic drop.
Fair point. Fair point. I'll take it with that. Okay, we're going to obviously Cologne, right? The LAN will come into effect there. Does it make it more legitimate if they get that, Duncan?
Any LAN wins legit, yeah. Like, listen, even then, obviously, there'd be the asterisk of, yeah, no crowd, blah, blah, blah. But even so, like, you all have to go to the same place. You play essentially in a LAN condition. It's essentially just like having a really bad crowd. So, I don't know, DreamHack Masters Vegas, what, 2017? Anyway, so in that scenario, like, it'd still be more challenging. And the other team all knows they're on LAN. Like, yeah, I think for me, even if it has no crowd, that's like 75% of a normal LAN win.
Okay, I like it. I'm down with it. And I feel like, I don't know, they sit in boot camp a lot, right? They have that side of things, but also in their communication side of what they have there, it's going to be able to do that when all that's going around and when the crowd's there. I think that's going to be maybe the most difficult part from there to keep that same push going then.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a new challenge to handle and kind of tackle. But when you look at how they've done for themselves in terms of dealing with just making the adjustment from tier 3 to tier 2 and then to tier 1, it seems like they're just quick learners. So again, I think both me and Duncan have stated that we're not necessarily convinced that Gambit are going to remain the top 1 team in the world once we get back to business as usual with offline tournaments. But I think we both see them as a top contender regardless, because that's like the level of talent they have, regardless if it's online or not. That's hard to overlook.
Production, we want to press start. It seems like all the players are bored, they're just chilling, waiting. Everyone's definitely at their PC. Maybe we should just go. No one's talking back to us. No, we just keep on spitballing away then, Not that we don't have any breaks during any of these segments. We just keep on rolling 24/7. We go full podcast mode as well.
Sometimes
I love it. I do love it when we just get told, like, yeah, soon, but nothing happens, multiple times as the day gets longer as we go throughout all of this. But at least we get to see the players a bit more.
Yeah. Well, this is where you engage the crowd, right? The Twitch chat, hashtag Navi, hashtag Gambit. Whoever you might support, whoever you might think will win. And
spam out there some more.
Yeah, have a chance at winning some skins if you get lucky.
I like you. Go on, Ben. Just do a little bit of my job for me. Tell them all the plugs.
Well, I'm not really sure what more plugs we actually have, but we can flip the script here a little bit, obviously, because you've been asking me and Duncan about what we think and kind of who we expect to win, and are there any hopes and chances of Navi actually pulling a reverse
I
wave?
always believe in Navi because I'm insane.
Yeah, but I was about to say, so if you put insanity aside, and try to be realistic, let's say Navi take Mirage, what do you think their chances are coming into?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not tossing to the casters now because I'm just about to answer the
No,
question.
you probably have to.
Ancient does to a Mirage. If they'd won them 3-0, I would have said they would have got it 3-0, but probably not if it goes to Inferno. Let's get with Sadicus and Moses. GG.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bit has the first kill already. Nafany taken down inside of middle, so a good start again for Navi, and he'll back off on Catwalk. The position at bench is now taken away and covered off as the bomb is also going to work up from Connector right now. It's Shiro, Hobbit, and Exile that are looking to try and pinch onto the A site, Jason. And the first shot coming back out from Shiro is a successful one. So is Exile. Simple's gone.
Yeah, and Boomich has an impossible task. Look at all the angles he's got to worry about. Even if he gets that kill, peek from Palace surely would have ended him. Bit's going to start trying to claw this back. It's a 2 versus 3. No kit, no armor on Perfecto. And, ooh, the murder hole. He's going to go through it as soon as Bit steps up to the plate and leads the way.
Bit stepping the way back around from jungle. Exposed to Shiro, but knowing that he's in there, he turns around, and Simple, with a supporting act by throwing the nade, gets Bit the kill on the headshot. It's Inters that still waits inside of Palace, however, and he can just wait to peek back out. However, Hobbit's going to peek instead. And Inters, he might just win the round AFK here. I think he's disconnected. I don't know if you noticed he was kind of sliding on my screen.
He's full focus. No, maybe he is.
Sure. Yeah, he is AFK. He I don't know if you saw it, but the player model was actually like doing the ice skating thing when it legs out. So he wins the round being AFK. There you go. Not bad. That's a decent bomb plant. He'll go down with the bomb, but guess what? It's pistol round. It doesn't really matter that much. So I imagine we're going to get a timeout straight away. And that might give me a chance to, I think, well, us a chance, in fact, to speak a little bit more as well about, this whole online era debate that we've had a few times. Careful now, Observer. You don't want to put the password on there. Trust me, not a good idea. As yeah, no, I think the interesting thing is, okay, sure, when we get back to land, you can settle the score, but I don't buy this whole, well, Gambit's the best team in the world right now, but as soon as they're on land, they're not going to be good. Or, oh, Navi's the better land team. Okay, that's partly true. Yes, Navi has more land experience, Jason, but I think that as well, it's been a while, and there's going to be an adjustment period for everyone. And okay, yes, I'll think it levels it back up, and I'll give Navi a better chance. I don't think Gambit's just suddenly going to be terrible either. Like I say, there's going to be an adjustment for everyone. It's been so long now. And in some ways, I think the teams that have been playing in their offices and in gaming environments in that way will have actually a little bit less time to adjust, because typically speaking, as we know with the quote-unquote players union, a lot of the equipment is standardized in that sense.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I would tend to agree. I don't think we're going to see any crazy drop off, but I mean, I don't know. For me, like, the whole conversation is kind of not even worth having until we see the results in this first land.
Yeah,
I'm just
fair.
excited to see which of the teams are able to kind of pick up, or any team's able to pick up where we left off like a year ago. Is Gambit able to keep up what they've done here? But you can say that same question about Heroic. You could say that same question about Virtus Pro. You could say that same question about a lot of teams.
I think as well, a lot of it comes down to, guys like Simple. I'll use him as the example, or even Electronic. Most of the Navi top, Astralis, certainly you can use the argument. They're more motivated to play online, and I think it was.
You mean on land?
On land, sorry, yes. What am I saying? In front of a crowd, and we saw that quote yesterday. I forget who said it now already. Kerrigan, thank you. Yeah, we realized we want to play in front of a crowd. So you could say there's a demotivation online, and maybe Gambit doesn't have that because they're new and up and coming. But again, the adjustment period's there, and they're going to be just as motivated when they do get to land. And I think without the crowd, that adjustment period could be pretty quick. So I'm not as quick to say that. Oh well, as soon as they're on land, a whole different story. Navi's suddenly the favorite. It's still going to be about what happens in the server. And yeah, I don't read the drop off to be as bad as people think.
Well, I think that this stretch of online Counter-Strike that we've had to play after, 5 years of being like purely on land, or 4 years of being purely land tournaments, it obviously really affects the teams going into that online phase who are already at the top. Like, there's nothing good that can come from it for those teams that are already established at the top. And it just introduced a variety of obstacles, I think, in terms of, like you said, motivation, games that feel stale because it's all online and it's all going back to something that we didn't want to mess with anymore. So it'll be interesting to see which teams can overcome those obstacles and which teams just snap back and get focused immediately. And that's all going to be fun to discover starting next week, because I think we're going to have a lot more lands come back soon after Cologne. 1-0 for Gambit after the pistol. 3 deagles for Navi in the second round as we get unpaused. And the scout on Simple, Famas on Bit. Here we go. (3-1-1) out of T-spawn for Gambit. Hobbit in middle, already kind of poking up connector. Exile in the B-holes. 2 players ramp, 1 player palace for the Gambit attack.
Shot out from the AK. Thrown toward the balcony, but they'll back away from that. Players limping and wounded from the exchange. Exile down to 29, Simple on 7, but meanwhile back in middle, Bit and Balcony involved in an exchange that Bit has to avenge his teammate in. Meanwhile, bomb to be planted, and Shiro's already getting aggressive as well towards CT spawn. See if he can make any contribution to hold the CTs off. Again, having won the pistol round, the CTs don't have a lot to work with, so Electronic and Perfecto trying to make this work with the deagles in hand, and exakills might be the benefits at this point, and he has realized that Hobbit's trying to go. Hobbit realizes he's spotted, runs away. Shiro doesn't. He's up. It's a scrappy man, that Shiro. Nice shot, Perfecto. Inter's gone, and now we do have the round over, but does he? No, I was gonna say, does he keep the other 2 players close enough to the bomb? No, they're long gone. It's the high player Hobbit that was left to babysit.
There we go, 2-0. If you're just joining us, obviously you can see the stars up on the screen. Gambit leading the series 2-1. They had the benefit of a 1-map head start in this best-of-5 grand finals. Navi played a grueling series earlier today, a 3-mapper against Team Spirit to book themselves a ticket in these grand finals. And then faced with the daunting task of losing Ancient and having to win 3 in a row if they want to win the CIS RMR hosted by StarLadder. Simple in the window, gonna timing spam. Not connect with anything. And Gambit's got control of top mid.
Simple with Molotov extinguished inside smoke. As he's still had that in the position, so mistiming. They'll put another one up and try and deter his position. Even sees the nade coming through, runs a little bit forward to take less damage from it, so he still exists with 84 inside of the window. Shot toward the box is not gonna land. Flash to go out toward middle, and that'll hopefully help Nafany work his way back up a little more. I say that, and of course Nafany's fully blinded, and we can see him shielding his eyes as the bleach hit the back of his eye sockets, but he's got his vision back now, and he'll take down Electronic and Boomich, and that's a bunch of money, honey, on that Mac 10.
That Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy. Young Daddy. Young Mac Daddy.
Young Mac Daddy. Bomb site's lost. Perfecto rotating over. And Exile's just, you know, not missing any details. Finds one more kill towards mid. Safety of the bomb plant. Nafany's got to find a third kill with the Mac 10. You're right. A lot of bonus cash built up. And Perfecto gives away the game with a footstep and drops immediately afterwards. So money in the hands of Navi means they're going to have an AWP on Simple. Rifles will come out. And Gambit up to a 3-0 start into this first gun round.
Yeah, good start indeed, as now we'll see if Navi can respond. Mirage has been closely contested between the two, 16-11, 16-11 in favor of Navi, and then, or excuse me, in favor of Gambit, and then Navi responded to the final map of the group stage, Hero. Top of middle, but Bit's gonna get boosted inside of the vent and ladder room. That's going to allow him to get up on catwalk, so didn't go for any fancy jump toward the fence. Didn't even try and go for the Cinders jump. They took the safest means possible with that smoke down, not spotted. Exile will walk out from the underpass. Bits, grenades, going to bounce and deflect correctly in the obtuse angle. How does that not do more damage? How does Nafany only get tickled for that? Must have had some sort of other texture that it got stuck behind, because that looked like it was going to be dead on.
Been saying that about nades for 6 years now. Some things never change.
Yep, that's true. It's a lot of things we've been saying. 128 tick matchmaking. You know.
Go through the whole list, Matt. Take it away.
Ah, jeez. I'll be here. No, I'm sorry. I've got to cast a game right now. I don't have 4 hours to spend.
Oh, Electronic is going to be behind the smoke on a ramp. Gambit has come all the way back around. Good kill towards middle. That's the lurk. That's Nafany in underpass. But the smoke clears, and a 2-for-1 trade from the Navi defense. And Electronic going to turn his gaze towards Palace, and I think he's got to know where both of them are at this point.
Winter's waiting to try and look underneath, drops down, makes noise. Electronic forced from firebox by way of flames, but they hadn't even hit the ground yet before his body, cold and dead, did at the hand of Inters. And he will try and elevate himself now at the edge of the deck. Oh, look at this flank, though. They're going back because the smokes were down. They didn't have the information. They even thought about trying to save on that. Perfecto and Bit capitalize on the opportunity to close the claws on Gambit. 3-1, and a good first gun round from Navi.
Pit watch, he's leading the way for Navi, 6-3 for the young man. Looking good early on in the early stages of this game. Round number 5 coming in. Still full investment from both squads. A lot of cash built up. Double up setup for the Navi side of things as well. Bit's going to handle the second AWP duties. Simple has his as well towards the mid window.
Run boost.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not. I take it back. They're going just for the pick on connector right now.
Well, even Bit's given up his angle into B tunnels. Once it was smoked off by Gambit, now he takes it over towards Catwalk. Still mid-control, still plenty of information that Electronic is able to gather, that nobody is in mid. There's no danger quite yet close to connector. And that gives Bit the courage to move into position. Now he can watch top mid while Electronic just has to jiggle towards underpass.
Bit with a good shot will take out Nafany. Perfecto again, Chask with B site with Bit to hold off. AWP can't hit the first shot. Perfecto is already going to reposition. He does follow up though, Bit to find a second. Perfecto hits Hobbit, bomb hits the deck, and the smoke's still in position. Means Perfecto can actually slide up toward the jail position more aggressively, and he'll see the gun barrel and pry it from Shiro's hands with a headshot delivered silently from the M4A1S, and as a result, we now have a 1-round deficit only for Navi, as they want to tie this back up immediately.
Good round from Bit. Not only the 2 kills, one in mid, one in the B tunnels, he legs the 3rd player. That Perfecto is able to clean up. That jumps over towards the van right there and makes it an easy job for Perfecto. That's a 2nd round. 2 back-to-back rounds, Gambit run a 4-1 with the lurker in middle. Both times it was Nathany, and both times he was found before the execute began. And timeout called.
Yeah, the first tactical pause called from Gambit already. We saw them use 4 in the first half. I see, but they're already blurring together. I think that was in the group stages when they played. Or was that yesterday? I think that was in the group stages.
Say it again? Which one?
When Gambit used 4 timeouts in the first half.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't really recall.
Group
They all
stage,
played
I think,
together.
when they played.
Yeah. Well, they played. Oh, yeah. It was just one group stage game and then a playoff game. They played this map twice. Last time was in the playoffs. It was the overtime win for Gambit, 19-15.
Yes.
And then earlier on, it was a 16-13 win for Navi. So this map has been about as close as you can get.
Yeah, well, the crazy thing is, too, that overtime win, I mean, Navi could have been in this upper bracket final just as easily. I mean,
yeah.
And had that map advantage and now been in a situation where they're up 2-1. In terms of map played right now in this actual series, because again, it's a map in hand. It is a 1-1 scoreline between the two today in that sense, but Simple, meanwhile, will hold out toward middle. He does have a player down below him. That's Electronic. And he'll just walk back out toward mid. Meanwhile, B looks to be the point of contact and attack as Perfecto. I like this little angle. I like it indeed. They'll slow down if they don't run by quickly. He can line up shots, but they do. They bypass. They go, and Perfecto gets 1 at least for Bit. It's 2, but Simple's on the case, and Simple shuts it down as well. 3-3, and just like that, Navi back in control. No bomb plants. However, there is cash monies available to Gambit. No bomb plant in any of those 3 rounds, just to note. So good defense now that the guns have come up.
Yeah, some of those early engagements towards the B bomb site going the way of Navi, and that makes it really difficult for Gambit to secure the bomb site quickly before rotations get there, so not really having access. 3-3 going into round 7. Good money on the Navi side of things. And this is going to look like some fast control. Run boost across mid. Electronics got it. Hobbit's going to come out late, but Simple's ready on catwalk. He made the jump, and he's got 2 kills. Oh, this round is all Navi. 4 kills quickly.
That is sick. You love to see Simple make that jump and actually hit it. That mechanic is so important. You get there so quickly rather than boosting up through the vents, rather than running through B to get to catwalk. It puts him on the inside of the smoke. And Bit goes to find Exile and get the kill as well. Exile can't hit a headshot that time. All 5 players go down. 4th round in a row that Navi win. And 4th round in a row with no bomb plant. In those rounds, we've had 4 players. So in the last 2 rounds, more importantly, we've only had 1 kill for Gambit. And before that, there was only 4 combined in the other 2. So 5 total in those rounds, to put it more clearly, Jason, which says a lot about the money.
Yeah, it surely does. Back to pistols we go for Gambit. No utility, no armor either. They're going to try and stream out mid. They want this fight. They want to go to the drive-by. Ooh, Simple shoots at the jump, and he gets it. That's a quick flick up. That's a statement shot.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, it's done again. That's now 5 kills in 5 rounds for Gambit. Another solid shutout, and they are rich.
Real rich, real early. Gambit's got their work cut out for him already. They've got to burn through $10,000 on Simple, $10,000 on Electronic as well. That's not where you want to be in the early stages of this opening half. 5 in a row for Navi. 5 very convincing wins. And Gambit's gone away from trying to take mid against that AWP. 3 players outside of the A bomb site, 2 ramp, 1 palace. Exile going to be the lurker coming through underpass, while Hobbit watches for any mid pushes.
Shots raining out. Bit backs off. Up on the catwalk as he throws the fadeaway jumper. Will not connect with Exile. So ladder instead, that will mean he can cover off the window from that position also, because no one, as you say, inside of middle. Electronic is able to swing from inside of the jungle, but Boomich will back off that CT spawn at ticket booth. Bomb's just waiting. Gambit need to plant this time. Some more of an execution likely about to be called as Hobbit waits as well, way over toward B. See if he can swing back. Exile started to clear mid. We'll make it a 3-1 take with Hobbit on the lurk. Boomich aware now as the Molotovs come in and clear out underneath. Exile, though, does get the entrance. Boomich back through, gets one, but Nafany knows that he has to be behind the box and fires into it to get the kill in return. Where's Hobbit in all of this? Still at B, found by Simple. He was fully aware of the situation. 3-on-3, though. Bomb does go down. Simple has control of the catwalk. He's gone through window, in fact. So he wants to get that AWP ever so closer. As a very contentious battle inside of the smoke has Bit waiting it out, and Nafany's managed to slip in behind him. He's making so much noise. Surely Nafany gets a piece of this kill. And remember, Simple's to the right side. Bit's confused. Where did that possibly come from? Simple's gone to Inters, and all on to Perfecto, who gets erased by Shiro. Good recovery from Gambit.
Yeah, this time some success in middle when they're making those hits happen. Exile gets 1 frag on that lurk from underpass. And then obviously managing in the smoke and keeping control of connector for the retake after the fact in that 3v3. 5-4 lead for NAVI. AWP in the hands of Simple. That round they're not able to deny any map control over the Gambit. That's awkward. No window smoke means Simple's Molotov prevents him from peeking the way he would seemingly like to. Waits for a flashbang from a teammate from the A-bomb site and gets the information necessary there. Look at the push down A ramp already for Boomich. He's got control. He's got deep information as well. That's what's allowed Simple to cheat over to the B-bomb site and leave Electronic in position to watch both TopCon, Palace, and a window jump. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, but he's got catwalk players in support.
Boomich. The smoke very deep toward A main. Now that's all good and well, but he's got to time this to underhand it and block off the arch and then fall back inside of the site, which he'll do now. But also be aware of the fact that Palace is still a possibility, and they're going to try and pinch him from that side with Inters ready to do so. The response for not only Boomich throwing that smoke, but to make sure that they have both angles covered off, is actually not to bring Electronic back through the connector. They've rotated Simple around to CT instead, as Electronic and Bit want to clear middle now. The fact is that Hobbit gets that kill. Blackcloud is still taking this bomb back over toward B, and Bit might be in a position to cover this off, but they have got the rotations. So they're going to go for a full fake, and Exile should know now that he can go. 4-on-2. How committed did the CTs become? Because right now they're still smoked off. They're not going to have a clue. I don't think they're close enough to realize this will be a B plant. And at this point, Inters just has to keep everyone on this side. Perfecto with the first kill. Oh, they're still going. All the utility toward A. They're going to realize it very shortly that there's nothing inside of that site. And I think Gambit has pulled exactly what they're named after, because right now Perfecto has no clue.
Yeah, not just the fake, but look at the positions of the Gambit players after the fact too. When these two Navi players are trying to figure out where they want to rotate to get over to the B bomb site, an AWP and CT spawn, making sure they can't go market, and an aggressive push on catwalk means they can't go that direction either. Even if they wanted to go for that, they would have been absolutely destroyed, and they were indeed just never actually moving towards the B bomb site. That's a very good round from Gambit. Pop flash and Boomich is blind. Nafany able to scale over to the top of the stairs, and we're all tied up, and now they're having some success, and now they're finding ways to grind and take away money. Navi spending a lot of cash deep into their pockets for this final buy before they would be relegated to a save.
So a couple of flashes thrown inside of the B apartments. Bit's going to rotate over. Perfecto wants to get a little more aggressive on this position, so he's pushing up right now with the M4. In fact, all the way up toward Kitchen as we look back at Simple inside of middle with the 8WP and no one in front of him yet. Perfecto's going. He's way up there. I think he's made noise. Now, I think Axile might be ready for this because he took 2 or 3 running steps. So I think Axile, yeah, checks it. Doesn't even matter, though. Perfecto's got the kill. The follow-up is that Nafany's close. That smoke means that he's not going to have a gun in his hands, and Nafany is quick to know that. And at least gets the trade kill back to give them the position. Shiro's actually going to rotate the bomb back over toward B on that kill alone as well, because it looked like they could have done the reverse, right? The last round, Navi gets completely faked. They start to challenge B to get information early instead. They lose that. Bit's rotating back. You could think, okay, let's do this in reverse. Let's go back the other way. But Shiro's actually going to go with Nafany. So Hobbit and Inters at this point really need to convince the CTs otherwise, just as they did last time.
They have all the utility necessary for it. They have, 2 Molotovs, they have a smoke, they have flashbangs. There's one spot by the AWP. Inters is going to jump back. Now the question is, how committed do they want to be? Do they want to move out? Do they want to try and get a kill with this? Either way, they've given their team a 2 versus 1 at the B bomb site. Hobbit is keeping them pinned here. Bit is going to deliver, though. That's the bomb dropped up top. And that means Nafany has to go back for it. Now back out. 10 seconds on the clock. Even though he's got the kill, Navi has arrived and Simple has the shot. That's the round done. But it was close. They almost were able to pull it off.
That was the time for Bit watch, Jason, because he was the only one we needed to watch for that round. That one kill, even though he goes down to the nade, it was just enough to get Simple to rotate back around, and Gambit can't fake twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, screw you.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's a nice nade. Right off the AC unit. Here we go. All 5 players to the bomb site. Oh, what? They might just go through this. Yeah, they might put the Molotov out right at the end. It's going to be a Palace attack. Boomich is up top. He slows it a little bit. Simple's now scoped in on the position. Molotoving him out, and Gambit's going to back away.
Hobbits will back off ever so slightly and join the rest of his team. A bit of a battered and bruised team as Exile's tagged onto 28. They'll swap guns around as a result of that, and Nafany now on the AK will head toward middle. Hobbit's actually going to go back, so no one wants to hang out with him. They're like, dude, look, I get it. We're trying to execute here. You've been lurking. Just get out of here. Go. Back over to Palace. Suggests to me, Jason, that this could be another A take by way of mid this time. Electronic sneaking out there, has not heard them yet, has no idea. Very tradable. Scope though, surely. Not, he had to, but Nafany gets the kill instead. They know Shiro's there because they scoped in middle, but Nafany with the AK gets both. Bit trying to run back out. He has to know the AWP is there, and instead he just runs to his death as he's on fire. He's got bleach in his eyes, and he's absolutely removed. Simple might be as well. He knows he's got a tag, but he can't get the final damage onto Hobbits, who only had 4 HP. And Gambit respond again to make it 6-6.
I would have liked for him to land that second shot and actually get the kill onto Hobbit, so he could have gone for that. I think he gets that second kill, and all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 2, and Simple's turned on and ready to go for it. Good stop from Boomich, and yeah, understandable why Gambit wanted to fall away. That slowed them down just enough to be real dangerous, but everything else from there was just perfect. They don't miss anything. They don't miss any details when they eventually commit to the attack. 1 kill in connector. They're already ready to peer towards catwalk for the guy coming behind. And back to pistols for Navi. Gambit's finally done it. Once they were rich, and Gambit's taken all of that away from him. At one point, it was Simple Electronic with like 11K. Slowly been
They've Robin Hood.
Yeah.
They've stolen from the rich and given to the poor.
I'll take some.
Me too, me too. I'm down. Robin Hood Men in Tights. There's a good movie, Jason.
That is a good movie. Mel Brooks is the man. He only makes gold. It's all that matters.
Molotov inside of kitchen. We can see where the bomb sits. That's back at the stairs at middle, and Simple with the deagle inside of the site has Bit to play off of. He only has a USB. Simple with one. Nearly went back out for more, but he thinks better of it. His toes were a little bit hot, I think. And he'll drop back down in the site with 45 HP left as Shiro gets through the connector already. Smoke it jungle, and he wants to hold off the murder hole, and that's exactly where he'll go. Oh my goodness. Didn't pre-scope it. He tried to wait. That's going to give Simple an AWP, but he actually doesn't go for it just yet. Thinks there might be more there. Remember, there is still another smoke, so now he should be sure that he can get toward the sniper rifle. Exile, however, has gone towards CT. He gets electronic now. Bit getting him back. Now there's a gun on the stairs. 2-on-2?
No, take the op and run. Take the op and just get out.
I get it. Simple doesn't want to switch over. Doesn't want to switch guns because he still has the Deagle. Op's not going to be used full now, and Bit's going to get it. Now they'll run with it. So Simple gave it a try, and Bit thankfully will bail them on the weapon. But hang on, Hobbit rotating around. Good read from Bit.
All right, so they still get the AWP. It all works out in the end. They do sacrifice a rifle for it. Perfecto's going to need a drop. And so will Electronic, actually. That second rifle could have been very useful. Still, Navi fighting pretty hard to stay in this game. It's been a good run from Gambit. 4 of the last 5 rounds in their favor. Bitwatch, he's at 17, leading the way for Navi. Simple is
That's
next at 14.
Foolish. Yeah, that's a good first half from those two. Electronic only with 2, by the way. But, yep, solid work. Nafny's on 12. He had a good series so far today. Bit going more than that, Jason. First half this time. Man, oh man, I'm impressed. You've called it right. This kid is on fire. 18 kills. Has he hit 42?
Nah, yeah. Would have to be one hell of a second half, wouldn't it? We do call him a second half player, for good reason.
Shot back from Nafny. Electronics, the one to go down. So Gambit with a one-man advantage again. To start it off, they'll double that up. Make it a 2-man advantage as Nafny gets Perfecto. And Simple push forward at A main is not in the right spot, unfortunately. Double op setup to hold off a 1 versus 4. My god, it would be amazing to watch an op clutch in this situation, but unfortunately Bit has it all to do as they start to split from both mid and catwalk, and him playing on the quad itself means he's going to have pressure from both sides, but a good early shot. Getting down Nafny, that'll buy some space. Simple still hasn't rotated, he will now, because he's got the call. In fact, I don't think he will at all. Unless Bit finds this next kill, then Simple might consider trying to help him out. Otherwise, that AWP is going to be too valuable. He's bought more time and space with the smoke going down. Palm not yet planted. He's going to peek back out as well. Inters is gone. Simple's on the way. Bit has done a phenomenal job to keep this round close. It's 17 seconds as well. That bomb's on the deck. Hobbit has to get the kill. And immediately they have to go for the plant. Smoke out. Simple's going to jump in. They want to get the kill. They don't want to hold it. Hobbit's not going to allow it. Simple's gone in the window.
Oh man, actually the success of Bit actually baited Simple into coming over and actually working for that. He gets legged on the cross by Mark, and I think that throws off his rhythm. But still, it causes both those AWPs to be taken away, where I think Simple was definitely going to be saving one. Fair play. Bit pulls him back, and it's a good opportunity. It's a good shot at the retake. Just doesn't pan out. And now it's nightmare stuff. Now it's nightmare fuel. SMG on Electronic. FAMAS on Bit. Upgraded pistols on the other 3 as Navi fight for the last round of the half.
Bit waits with the FAMAS. Flames inside of the hallway. Just gonna sit inside of the window with this Deagle, waiting for a bit more information as we do the same. But we do know one thing, Jason. The bomb and 3 teammates all heading toward the B side of the map as Bit gets Nafny down. That'll be the signal to go. 42 seconds. They still want to get inside of the site early, and Bit's trying to elevate himself back up on top of the van as Simple runs from checkers to cat. Tries to give himself an off angle that they think was already cleared, and as he gets there, tries to shoot backwards toward the windows where Exile is on the other side, nearly caught out, does peek in, runs out of ammo on the AK, and somehow Simple survives. And he does still have the Deagle in his hands, which means even though, yes, he's on 19, it can still be punishing if he's able to get the right lineup, as Boomich will take out Interest. It's just Shiro and Exile remaining, and Navi trying to make this an 8-7-half, and they'll do so with lesser weapons. Split straight down the middle.
That's pretty darn good. They're able to grab that last one. Well done from Navi. That's actually a good half from both teams. Both teams had to fight back and forth for some of that control, and Navi able to grab 2 towards the end. Otherwise, it was a great run for Gambit to close out the half. 5 of the last 7 in their favor. But now they get to switch over to the defensive side of things. Keep in mind, if Gambit win this map, they win the entire RMR. They get the lion's share of the RMR points. Up 2-1 in the best of 5 series at the moment. Little bit of a tech pause at halftime. Bit has 23 kills, Matt.
Yeah, that's pretty foolish.
Yeah, throughout the half. And it just kept going up and up, that scoreline. Simple's at 14.
Technical pause as we'll wait for things to get set. So yeah, 23. Simple did have 27 at halftime earlier when he hit 42, Jason. So he's not quite on the same pace, but the game's not on quite the same pace as this one's very even. In fact, Gambit's still in the lead. And having won the first pistol, we'll see if somehow they can replicate that here in the second half. They need more from everyone. Electronic's going to have to show up in this second half as well for Navi. As it is the potential series deciding map, championship deciding match. As much as we say the RMR is the contextual sort of qualifier for the major this time around, then it's still a championship in its own right. $100,000 prize pool, I believe, just for this event. So there's a bit on the line in that regard as well, Jason.
A bit of cash money up in there.
And if they don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is $100,000. You are correct. All right, players are ready. They want to get back into this one. Freeze time gonna start trickling down any second. If they were to force this into a final map in the best of 5 series, that map, it would be on Inferno. It'd be on the best conclusion map that we have, but we're back into it. Observer TV bringing us into T-Spawn for this second half pistol round as Gambit try and salvage this map and force us into a final confrontation.
Hobbit with the pistol. Looking toward the A main position. Bit's the one on the other side of it. Perfecto also working in underneath. Is that ET? ET phone home. Let's see if he gets anyone on the line this time with that Glock as Boomich comes around again as well. Shots from Hobbit. No one on the other side of them, but it's already through the connector, already through the smoke. Perfecto's on the stairs.
Yeah.
So far, Shiro's not moved out to peek that.
I feel like there really hasn't even been a bullet fired at anyone in particular until just now. They just waltz right into the bomb site.
I play that retake, but it's going to be very difficult at this point. They do have the kit still for Nafany. It's looking a little better now as Exile's able to get one. Boomich inside connector catches off Exile. Shiro gets the shot in return, but it's all on him. That kit is down just outside of the sights. Shiro's with a one-on-one. Looks at Sandwich. 3 kills already. Needs a 4th. Bit's got it instead, and Navi will tie things on 8 and take the second pistol.
Yeah, he needed a headshot. He could not settle down that P2K. A close affair, though. That retake almost happens. Navi just barely winning it out. It's Bit again to deliver some good stuff for Navi. That's Bit's only kill of the round, but it's an all-important one. Here we go, round number 17. Navi has struggled to win second rounds after winning the pistol in this series today against Gambit. We'll see if those woes continue to plague them. 4 players for Navi in the B holes. Boomich just in middle, tossing some utility. They're not going to slow down. They're going to go right for it. Molotov in. Inters knows what's coming.
Back towards sights. Trying to get the Deagles in position. Inter's still behind the smoke. Electronic is able to get Exile down. He got one to start it off, so a good defensive effort so far. Bomb's not yet planted, and things are looking a little bit chaotic. In fact, the Bomb's going to battle as Bit runs forward and tries to spray in with the SMG. Bomb's going to go down behind the van, but they've got the time and space, and everything relaxes for the moment as Hobbit tries to get in position with that Deagle. They want to plant it. Oh, they think this is checkers. Okay, Simple's not back. I think Hobbit's about to be found and removed. Navi will go up 9-8.
Yeah, but that was close. That was real close. They almost held him out just long enough to make that work. Maybe not enough kills, and nicely done from Navi to find eventually that van player. Simple is able to grab that one. Yeah, this was taking a lot of time and a lot of resources and a lot of attention. 9-8, Navi with a 1-round lead. They convert the second, and that should give them an easier one of the third. Gambit can't invest in armor.
So Molotov's down inside a connector as Boomich will cross over. Actually tries to see inside of the site. Hobbit way back at CT stairs. This should be double digits for Navi. A great position right now on Mirage. As you say, this map's gone pretty much every round between them this weekend. Bit, my dear, pull your gun back out.
Well, Simple handling things in connector. Yeah, Bit with a couple kills. Nice and easy. All according to plan. It's going to be 10-8 as Hobbit, the last one left with 6 HP. Does have absolutely nothing to play with. And Navi's coming right for him.
It's gonna be
Look
rough.
at that! Look at that cheeky little smile. That's the smile of a man who's going to get one more kill for no reason.
Okay,
right, maybe not.
Yeah, good read. Great people person, Jason.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, immediately then we'll get into the gun rounds, and like I say, Navi in a great position, 10-8 at this point. Steal away Mirage. Pretty impressive. Inferno, the decider, chance to win. I mean, every chance for Navi to still win this, despite that it would be a 3-1 scoreline in playing maps if they do. That's the other odd part about this, is that Navi actually could essentially go 2-1 right now in this series in terms of played maps, but yet it's not a best of 3, and this time they won't win it. They still have to decide it, as Nafany's going to go up toward middle. Down. He didn't want to be in the gap when they came around the corner, but he knows that Molotov's and the utility's thrown, and he's now realized and heard that they've left the top of middle, so this should be more compelling for the A players to ready themselves. In fact, they're going to rotate it off of B already. Exile taken out at mid. It's a tough call. They could go either direction. Nafany needs to be aware they're not, or at least gamble that they're not gone back down the apartment hallway. He didn't hear them go that way, so he'll stick to his nerve, and he's found the bomb. As Simple goes down, but he can't stick around to hold that. Knows there's at least one more toward the B side as well, because it was Bit that found the kill, and he's not sure where he's gone. But a standoff at a good position from Nafany again to hold the position at the top side of the map, and they'll rotate back his direction. He needs to be careful not to get caught out. It will at least buy time. 45 seconds going to be on the clock, and the bomb nowhere near a bomb site as of yet.
Look at Inters, though. Inters has jumped out of window to underpass to actually help his teammate, because you're exactly right. He could be coming back. Ooh, big fight. Nafany can't win it. That might put Inters into play, depending on where they go. Back to the A bomb site. Navi is adjusting. 26 seconds. They're sprinting. This is going to come down to time. Hobbit is here. Shiro is here, and they've got a little bit of utility. Inters can be there fast. They can slow this down.
Slowing it down is what they need to do. 13 seconds now. Need to be on the bomb plant in the next 6. As we hit 10, and they're on it. Shiro going up over top of the stairs. They'll get the bomb down just barely, but a spray back through, and Shiro goes to work and finds all 3 of the remaining players in the site. And we have a 10-9 scoreline. Losing the player in middle, as good a work as Nafany was doing at the top, meant that they had both sides of the map still open.
That's one of those rounds, I don't know, it's hard to be too critical, but it feels like Navi might have outcalled themselves coming back to the A bomb site. If they start getting that plant, like you said, with 9 seconds left, but because they're in such a rush, they have to throw so many people into the bomb site, into the dangerous area, because you know Gambit's going to fight to stop that plant, and it puts you in really exposed positions. Gambit able to pull the rug out from beneath Na'Vi in the round. 10-9 as Gambit start coming back into this game. Close the gap to just 1.
Jiro smoked down inside of middle in the catwalk position, but not in front of him in the window. Boomich, this is typically the play. Okay. That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say he gets to boxes, then throws the smoke, but he throws it at catwalk this time. And that's because it's a fast B hit. Na'Vi flooding in the site already, and Inter's overwhelmed. Exile tries to turn back around, and he is removed. 1-for-1 trade, and that occasion leaves us still 1 better on the Gambit side. And I think they're going to save already, so great response from Na'Vi. They don't want to take the foot off the gas pedal. They don't want to let Gambit build back into this half.
Makes sense, too. Yeah, you certainly don't want them to get any kind of momentum and build up any kind of cash. That's a good win. It's a nice save as well for Gambit, though. Going to be able to buy in the next round around these weapons. Nice clean take of the B bomb site, and Na'Vi is up to 11. Gambit yet to hit double digits. Crazy to think that these two teams have played each other on this map 3 times in the same tournament, all within the span of like 5 days.
No, I wouldn't even say 5 days. I think it was 4. Thursday,
yeah,
Saturday, now, yeah, 4 days.
Right. 4 days. That's tough. I'm not even really sure how you prepare for something like that.
This is why we just need an 11 map pool, Jason.
Yeah. That'd be weird.
You're right, 15.
Yeah, much better. Ooh, Navi's picking up the pace a little bit these past few rounds. Boomich is already at the base of Connector, and it looks like Navi's actually ready to already bust out a Palace as well. Electronic and Perfecto there. Nafany hears that jump up into window room. Surely he knows this. That's the Dark player out in the open. Hobbit wins it, and now they're going to try and crunch his position. They finally take care of him. Electronic with the pre-fire. Oh, and what a battle. Spinning around. No utility in place. This is scrappy, and Electronic's got a triple.
Triple to work with. Electronic make it a quad. Can he get the ace? Inter's the last alive. We said Electronic was going to be a factor for Na'Vi. He's waking up. In fact, he's up to 10 kills, and he's going to swing around. Gets the ace as well. All 5 down, and it's a 3-round lead for Na'Vi. Are we getting closer to Inferno? A deadly hot showdown between the two.
Yeah, we definitely are getting closer to it. We'll see if Navi can complete it. This is...
Nagasaki?
Yeah, I was going somewhere with that. That's a great round from Electronic. They're trying to take advantage of Hobbit out in the open and damaged as well, so a little bit lackluster on utility usage, but the reward outweighed the risk, at least that time. Mid-control for Na'Vi. Again, faster pace. Again, similar kind of thing, except towards the B-bomb site, and they'd spotted Nafany early on. This time, it's going to be a split towards B, and that defender's already gone. So Exile shifts over, but he's really the only one here.
Really is. Hobbit's been quiet in this series. Only 8 kills so far. Shiro getting one back on Electronic, has up to 16, but he's removed by Bit. And Hobbit in a 1-on-3 with just the Deagle. 13-9, looking very likely for Na'Vi again. 15 series in a row that Gambit have not dropped. A map in hand coming into the best of 5, and we're looking to be tied at 2. If this continues, 3 rounds to go for Na'Vi. Imagine it, the one series that you have the advantage in, Jason, by default of winning the upper bracket final, and it's the one that you drop. It's not exactly what I would have expected.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one to swallow, wouldn't it? We'll see if Gambit can bring it back. It's still within striking distance, still within reach. Especially next round when they have all the money to get the guns in their hands. That'll be huge.
So bomb detonates, and we arrive at lucky number 13 for Na'Vi. Which, once again, left in the dark.
The last time Gambit dropped...
Do you think that's like...
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you think his hair's turned blonde just from like all the UV rays from his monitor?
That's very possible. I imagine there's some science behind that.
I was thinking that.
The last time Gambit won, or excuse me, the last time Gambit lost 3 maps in a row was to Navi.
That is true. DreamHack Masters final.
Yeah, the spring final. That's back when Train was still in the map pool. They lost on its replacement today. So not an easy task that Navi was facing coming into this grand final, especially after dropping Ancient. But they're making good work of it now. Bouncing back from a tough loss earlier today against Spirit on Dust 2 to take that map against Gambit. And now having an incredible performance from Bit. This has got to be one of the best performances of his career. 29-14 against the best team in the world in the grand final to keep his team alive. He's got a bit more to do. We're not done yet. Simple. Gonna get run. Oh, no, he's gonna do the run boosting. There's Boomich launched into the open.
Boomich with a couple of quick shots. Back down inside of the smoke. As the Molotov came back that direction, he extinguishes it and holds his nerve, holds the angle, and holds up the prize of Axile's head. Bit gruesome, but bear with me on that one.
I like it. It's imagery. You're painting a picture.
Exactly. It's gladiatorial. We're back in the arena. NAVI will hold inside a connector. Smokes to go down behind him, and Gambit desperately need this round to make a game of this to try and close this out. NAVI very smartly fades back in the smoke and does not overstay his welcome, having already gotten Boomich. Knows they need to stabilize this situation. An exchange, a flurry of kills without information and time to rotate would be as detrimental as not getting the kill at all in the first place. He avoids the flash, stays on the smoke, nearly finds another. NAVI's playing so well, but Hobbit needs to step up now as they come through connector, and he is holding A alone. Wait for the rotation, and look at the lurk. Electronic is the one that's over toward B. Alm could still get there as well. They have access to Catwalk, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. These con players are in such a weird position. This is such a hard spot to just hold and wait for Electronic to do something for you. Oh, Shiro's pinned down by the flames. There's Hobbit, the insurance policy on A-ramp, but he knows Simple's got the op. He doesn't want to peek. 15 seconds as the bomb gets planted, and it's a 2-on-3.
That nade did so much damage. Hobbit's gonna get the assist on the Perfecto, and now they know where Simple is. Hobbit steps up and shines to hold the A. As you say, the insurance policy, he did concede the bomb plant, but at this point, they need the rounds. That's all that matters. So a little bit of experience for Hobbit, as now it'll be 13-10.
And again, 3 players survive, so the money grows. Gambit's got nothing in the bank. They're gonna have to drop some weapons over. It's still not gonna be pretty after this round, but at least they've got something there. Just 3 rounds away. And this is so tough. I'm amazed that Navi was able to just chill. Simple and Perfecto in connector, waiting for Electronic to make his play. Unsure of whether they were going to end up falling back or moving forward, and that could have stalled out the round. AWP in the hands of Simple, AWP in the hands of Shiro as well.
So Simple toward the A cave with the AWP, looking for anyone that's going to cross over toward the stairs. He might get that wish, although no, CT Smoke's down there in that position instead. Meanwhile, you guys have been watching a battle at mid, and it's Bit that comes out on top. Boomich wants to get flashed into the window, and Axile, waiting for that, sprays perfectly to get the kill. Shiro's extremely low, and currently he's trying to watch over toward the Palace position, but he'll get caught out by Bit. Simple's got Hobbit up close, and it's Navi that suddenly want to strike back again. Shot from Axile. He's only able to get one. Enters in a 1-on-3. Navi back just like that. Crack this wide open.
This pace that they've run out, earlier on in this half they had it, and obviously they've come right back to it as well. This fast-paced mid-control is being so effective. Obviously, it helps when Bit is there, getting a double kill. 31 kills and 15 deaths for Bit. But also, Boomich pressuring towards window. You're taking so much attention away from where the main hit is coming. And even Shiro, you could see pinned down, his AWP zoned in on Palace, but he's at top connector with no support, with nothing guarding him. Navi up to 14. Man,
Yeah, 2 to go.
That money that Gambit built up, though, it's not great. Shiro's going to have it up. Again, you have to imagine he's definitely going to go for it. So they've saved just enough in that victory to have a second buy here. But this is it. They're out of cash after this one. If they can't win it, they're pretty much done for. Or at least in a desperate scenario.
Simple. Bottom mid is occupied by Naf. He needs to find this kill for his team. Exile, though, gets one Naf, and he's brought back out. Simple did get the response, but he went down. That's how quick the exchange was, how quick the trigger was pulled on either side, and a fraction of a second means that it's still one man dead on the Gambit side of the map, and Perfecto wants to take advantage of all the chaos inside him. He misses the jump to get over on top of the stairs. Oh, it's gonna pop out from Firebox. Not quite good enough, though. As Electronics left alive, he couldn't hit the shot, and then went down immediately to Boomich, who peeked out afterwards. T's are gonna back off on this. Minute and 10. There's so much time, and at a 2-on-2, they can open up this map.
Yeah, they can. I'm wondering when Gambit is going to realize what is happening. There's nothing at the A bomb site. Just now, Shiro's turned to look towards top mid, but I think he's going to be late for information. And Boomich has already found his way into the bomb site. Bomb is going to trail up behind him, and still Gambit is focused on A and mid. And now Gambit's going to have a decision to make. Do they actually hang their hat on this 2v2? Do they go for the retake and potentially lose these weapons? 2 flashbangs and no kit. I think you've got to at least let Shiro investigate.
Oh, I think you have to. The AWP hits the shot, but not the kill. Knows he's hit him. Goes to the pistol. Electronics stays at the van. This is going to be the call. This is going to be the encouragement as Inters wants to walk back in, but Boomich up close inside checker. He's going to get checked, but not with enough consideration, and the AWP is all that's saved. NAVI are going to take a 2-1 map lead, but a 2-2 series tie, and Inferno the decider in this RMR. This is impressive stuff from NAVI. You're right, the pace is just so different. They don't want to give Gambit any time today.
Yeah, this is nice from NAVI. Really, really good stuff. 15 to 10. NAVI with 5 chances to close this out.
Well, Gambit to try and force this map a little longer as best they can, but it's the AWP and a force around it. No timeout called. We're going to get straight into it. They know the situation. And no kits. Jason, none.
Yep. No money for him. Priorities elsewhere. This time it's a bit slower from NAVI. They boost Simple up to try and get a pick along the wall at A. Mid control for Gambit. They wanted to stop any kind of fast play that Navi's been so successful with, but this time it's not called. It's a way more slow and calculated take of mid. Smoke is going to head towards top con.
Perfecto waiting it out with the AK in hand just to make sure that no one's going to drop down. NAVI will hold it. As he knows Exile's up above. He's made noise. Shiro's got the first shot. That AWP coming back around as well as NAVI now getting Perfecto. He's going to give them a chance in this. Boomich caught on. I'm surprised by that. I thought for sure that information was relayed, as we already saw Perfecto trying to find Exile, but obviously they didn't confirm that he was there. Simple all the way back this time is probably going to just let time expire. There's enough money for another buy on Navi's side, but you don't want to start breaking the economy down if you don't have to. You've got, like you said, Jason, 5 map points.
Yeah.
You can afford to let one go.
Yeah, you'd like to avoid any kind of saves or any kind of, half buys at this juncture, if you can. Obviously, it would be nice. The tantalizing prospect is putting pressure on economically on Gambit, maybe putting them into a situation where they can't afford to fight with an AWP, but you're right. It's not worth the risk of the weapons they have in hand. So 15 to 11, Gambit fight back. This second half has been brutal. 3 rounds won for NAVI, and then a single round won by Gambit. 3 rounds won by NAVI, and then a single round win by Gambit. They haven't been able to get 2 together. They've been able to string them consecutively. So never being able to build any momentum in the second half. 3 individual rounds spread out throughout everything played. Round 27 starting now.
Smoke goes deep and bit. I'm sure no one's going to push in on the backside of it. Have to get back-to-back rounds now, Jason, if they want any chance of this going deeper. It went overtime last time they played on this map just a day ago. Electronic and Simple inside a Palace with Perfecto still waiting at A main, and Bomb is waiting on the catwalk position towards Palace, the cat and T-spawn, that is, not the one in mid. Hobbit's up close as well. He's still above. Needs to be very careful now. He'll get his position set and ready. Meanwhile, Bit in middle. It's the smoke out. One inside of the window as well. Needs to cover off Exile, but he's forward of that indeed. And down goes Bit with a good headshot from the AK. One of the ones carried over from the last round. One of three of them is Boomwitch's flash. Hobbit hits that shot. Simple gets Shiro. And Electronic manages to get in. Hobbit's in panic. Hobbit's in panic and Hobbit's in the grave. Simple's got two and suddenly it's a grave deficit as Simple goes forward to find Exile. And Inters, I think, is about to find that as hot as the flames are in front of him, Inferno is still just around the corner as he works his way around and realizes this is done. Bomb planting.
Yeah.
It's a formality at this point to finish it out, Jason.
It really is. Shout out to Bit. What an incredible map at him. Actually, I'm not even sure what he ended on, 30-something. But it was Simple who closed it out. Bit got them all the way down there. And Simple in that final round pulls them across the finish line. 3 spectacular shots with the AWP. That's fantastic. That is really good stuff from NAVI. Incredible to see them win 2 in a row and now bring us to the final map. This is an intense series.
Yeah, it looks like even Leonardo DiCaprio was impressed with that one in the crowd just there, Jason. But this, I mean, you can't win a best of 3. It's 15 series in a row for Gambit. Navi's lost the last 3 head-to-head, and now technically they've won a best of 3 in the server, but it's a 2-2 scoreline as we look at our winners. Congratulations to each of the people shown down below. Yeah, I think even the Luxar girl's very surprised by that, Jason.
Yeah.
As, you know, she can't believe she's won a Bullet Rain factory, or field tested, I think it was. That said, guys, James, Vendetta, Thorin, this is going the distance.
And I'm muted on VMAX. There we go. We'll get there eventually. Ben,
Everybody gets one.
I did it. You know, I had to be on just before we get to the very end of it all. Duncan's the only smart enough one to not do it at all. But before we talk about this, let's talk about how you guys can win the skins you just saw on your screen, plus some others. There's knives. There's plenty of other stuff going. All you got to do is support your favorite team in chat right now by spamming hashtag Navi or hashtag Gambit. Good luck, have fun with all of that. But what was a lot of fun was Bit's time on the server. That first half from him was, I guess, probably a career best without like directly looking into the stats. I haven't seen that from him, Duncan.
I mean, eye test wise, it absolutely was. In light of like the stage, we're in the final of the tournament. We're playing against the best team in the world. By the way, a very, very good map for one of those teams as well. There's a reason why it's being played now. So yeah, I think this was an example of a game where realistically, even if Simple played the same way he did, this could have been a Gambit win. This would be the end of the series, would be the end of the tournament right now. So I think Bit went above and beyond what you normally expect from him. And as amazing as it is, somehow we've arrived at the final map. And it really is just a best of 1 for the whole thing.
Yeah, this is what it all comes down to, right? The 1 map advantage is completely gone for Gambit. And Gambit's Mirage, we've been crediting them for it and what they've been able to do on it. The system didn't work out, but it was coming back again with a similar conversation we had on Dust 2 Vendetta, right? It's the individual players stepping up.
Oh yeah, and again, Nafani did his damnedest for a long period of time there. This Mirage game looked like a bit of a repeat of what we saw in the first bout. Similar starts, same halftime results, same players really carrying it forward for both sides and Nafani. But this time around, Exile, Hobbit, all of those guys didn't really come alive as the game progressed, and you can definitely say that, you know, Simple, he started to make his presence more and more felt. Not that he necessarily was gone for the first half either, but especially Electronic, who had a really woeful first half, he really came into his own once that T side got going. So, you know, Navi scaled, Gambit didn't, and instead of going to OT like we did in the last matchup they had, that's why we're seeing Navi close it out and bring it to Inferno now.
And I gotta say, right, it feels like we're in the upside down right now, because a lot of things aren't making sense of this. Like, we see Navi make some pretty okay economy decisions across this, you know. We sit there, we look at Gambit struggling and being on the back foot here. We look at Navi not throwing away too many stupid rounds at all either as well. And okay, they were bailed out a few times for sure, but now we've actually seen, I guess, the best form of Navi here, Duncan.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, you add it up. Like at the moment, over the first 3 maps, Bit has the most kills of anyone on both teams. He has 62
wow.
kills. Obviously, half of it came on this one map, but even so, it
Still.
just shows you, like, we're performing over 3 whole maps. No, this is the situation. And I'll set it up like this. In the eventuality that Na'Vi somehow could pull it out and win 3 maps in a row and win the tournament. They've already played 6 maps today. They're playing the #1 team in the world. They're playing a team that has already beaten them twice in this tournament in best of 3s. They started with a 1-map disadvantage. They've already played their strongest maps, and they're now going to the map they couldn't win against Gambit on yesterday. So if somehow Na'Vi can actually complete this comeback, I think in the context that we can only play online, it's going to be one of the most impressive feats I think anyone's done in at least this entire year.
Yeah, and it's very hard to do against the Gambit. And when we look at everything that Gambit has to offer, we talk about the consistency of the players, we talk about the system and setup they have in play here. Well, the fact that Na'Vi seems to be the only kryptonite to that is something magical. Like, it's almost like Gambit have brought out the best Na'Vi here, Vendetta, you know? Like, they needed someone to go above them in their own region for them to actually have the drive to do stuff like this.
Yeah, no, Gambits could potentially be the best thing that has happened for Na'Vi in a weird way. Even though they will have a couple of losses here and there. It does really seem like Na'Vi bring out their best when they go up against these guys, and obviously that's great for Na'Vi. That's great for everybody watching as well. And it kind of gives you hope that, you know, maybe one day they're going to be able to replicate that versus anyone, not just obviously their biggest rival in the region. And I'll be here for it. And it's great to see obviously that Na'Vi, after basically having so many issues getting everybody to get online and kind of get on the board, that it seems to be more of a consistent thing. Bit has been great, I think, throughout the playoffs. Like, doesn't necessarily have to be just by the numbers in the sense of having tons of frags, but again, they're winning important rounds for their team, and it feels weird saying, but it's a great sign, and it's been happening so consistently throughout these playoffs that you might actually start to think that this is actually going to be something that they can continue to do for the future as well.
We'll start to look at the kill leaders and bring these stats up and whiz through these, because one thing I want to look at here, right, we've already touched on the numbers and what we've seen through these guys, so I'll just let this roll, Duncan. But one thing that I would say that's very impressive is we spoke about CT side genuinely being better here for Na'Vi on a map like Mirage. Well, actually, this time around, their T side looked a hell of a lot better, right? They were playing it smart. Even the times when we saw Gambit were closing in on them, flanking them, they were somehow able to just outmatch Gambit, which doesn't normally happen, right? Gambit gets a flank and go, the lurk's coming through, and then it all falls apart for Na'Vi normally.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I do think is, like, at least a map like this streamlines it a little bit more. There's not as many sort of tricky maneuvers that a map like Overpass has. I also think as well, I mean, you saw it in the highlights package there. It actually, like, that's why I said earlier, it's not even about just the raw kills and stats with Electronic. It's just the raw impact he has with an AK on the T side. Like, if you watch that, unless you are someone like Config, Prime Dupree, maybe old school Bialy, like, you're watching that going, how does someone entry like that? How is it even possible? Axile, like, obviously these players, like, the guy is actually, some of these rounds he's doing is just like hard entry. He's like no utility. You're just running with the AK, and no matter what distance, you have to headshot the guy. But if you can pull it off, all of a sudden Na'Vi, instead of becoming a frustrating team, yeah, you don't know how it's going to resolve itself in the late game, but it means you know they're in with a chance for the round. So it's been the game changer for me. It's been his performance, whether his stats were there or not.
Yeah, I'll just add that, like, so you're looking at the KD for Electronic, and you might think like, oh no, he didn't have too great of a game. He went 13-7 on the T side, and that's where Na'Vi really took control of the map, and that again goes to show how vital he is for that team when he gets going.
Yeah, exactly that, right? The scores don't always tell everything. He might be just going in and getting one and being done and completely opening up the whole round that changes the game that's been played, let alone the information he can grab off the back of it. Now,
and I'll even say in light of this graphic, one thing I know, listen, I know for graphics, we've already got so many we can show. They're all conversation starters. But like in Counter-Strike, we've got to stop this obsession that the first kill in a round is like most important. And then after that, we don't need to mention the others. Like, it might tell me here he had 2 entry kills. Well, he might have had like, 10 kills on the second and third guy that basically won the round. So it's an example of how you can't make it too streamlined with these stats.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? An entry killers as such, maybe like, it got 1 killer, went in, and then they backed away and they went in the other side, but Electronic did the damage on pushing them in to even find them the one on B, right? Or something like that, for example. Yeah, completely agree with you, Duncan. The other part I wanted to come on to here, though, is that can Na'Vi now do it on Inferno where they maybe can't exactly rely on a performance like this from Bit, right? Because this, we have to be honest, it's a great performance. You'd love to see more of it, but it is an anomaly out here, Duncan.
It is, but I will say, I actually thought for most of that Inferno game they played yesterday, Na'Vi actually did play very, very well. They did look like they caught like not just a good run of form, but they even looked like at times they had like an idea of how to play against Gambit. The problem was they just gave Gambit a couple too many chances, and Gambit eventually figured out how to crack the puzzle, as it was. So I don't think it's impossible, especially now that finally they've reached the point of the tournament where there is no psychological edge for Gambit anymore. If anything, you've given away all your edges now. Now it is a straight up best of one to decide who wins the whole tournament.
And it is a very important best of one here, right? Because it's the RMR points on the line. We'll start to take a look at the map stats when it comes to Inferno. And again, it is what we saw Na'Vi pick going up against Gambit yesterday. They weren't able to win it, sure, but like you just mentioned, Duncan, there was chances in it. And again, it comes down to these, what was it? It was like 12-12, and then Na'Vi did a couple of weird buys, and we lost our minds a little bit then.
Yeah, and again, consider how the first half in that match actually, transpired as well, because you had Gambit going on a 10-0 run to close out the first half, and the likelihood of that kind of a thing happening and repeating itself over and over again, it's not very likely. Sure, Gambit did an excellent job throughout their CT side to actually switch up how they were playing and make it difficult for Na'Vi to figure out, but you're not always going to find basically a perfect win rate in the attempts that you do. So we've seen that Na'Vi have the capability of just having players go off for a round, and that might be, the all-important swing round that breaks the economy of Gambit on the CT side. And now, instead of it going on a 10-0 run, you're looking at Na'Vi just getting right back into the thick of things and actually picking up 7, 8, potentially 9 T rounds instead, and then it becomes a whole different ballgame.
I can't remember if it was mentioned by the commentators during that last Inferno game that we saw between these guys, or if it was what we discussed here on the Greenwall, the desk afterwards. But I remember this conversation point around there was times where we saw these B hits keep coming in, and you were almost hoping Simple would go a little bit earlier, right? But maybe the call wasn't coming through. He was staying on where he was. He was trying to obviously guess where Gambit is. I think that is going to be crucial, because we heard from Hobbit in the interview, right? At least with Shiro, you can never guess where he is. He could be at any point on the map when it comes to playing CT side Inferno. We maybe need to see some of that fluidity come out here from Simple this time around, Duncan.
The problem is, for understandable reasons, if you're a Gambit player, it's a lot easier to trust whatever comes from your teammate.
Yeah.
Like you understand they know what they're doing, they know what the game plan is. The problem if you're someone like Simple, because he is the rotator man oftentimes here, is first of all, if you rotate off mid and you had the orb and then they just walk up and take mid for free, you feel like an absolute idiot. So you're already like, well, I've got to really know this call is good. And then some of the players that play the other side, that's Boomich and Perfecto, it's going to be hard to know that they necessarily know the right call in that scenario. It's hard to trust in the same way. So I don't feel like everyone's in the same situation in that regard. Like, I also wonder in other tournaments if that's a scenario where Blade could make the call a lot easier if he's allowed to talk. Whereas in this one, if people are playing more strictly with the players in the server, you have to rely on some of your more inexperienced teammates sometimes.
And that's the theme we keep coming back to here with Na'Vi. It's waiting to see what they might be able to do going forward onto Inferno. That is the map that's coming up next. But what we need to do is understand exactly when we'll be coming back. It'll be a few minutes break, I'm assuming. We'll have to wait and see, but just make sure you come back, because this final map is definitely going to be a banger.
All right, Jason, it's time. We've got one map to rule them all. A best of 5 that comes right down to Inferno as Na'Vi look to finally get the monkey off their back to release and relinquish the rivalry between Gambit, because obviously the last ones have gone their way. And this would also end Gambit's 15 series winning streak as the precursor to Cologne.
Yeah, that'd be quite a big defeat to take going into an event like Cologne, especially with the return of LAN. That'd be an interesting thing for Gambit to have to deal with, because they have been so dominant and so good. And also, you can't mess with this win if Na'Vi is going to get it. This will be their 7th map of the day. They just played 3 earlier. Like this is actually a wild testament to how good they're playing at the moment, that they're almost about to take 3 maps in a row off of Gambit. They've been doing this run with Gambit having a 1-0 lead coming into the series, 2-0 lead after winning Ancient, and then it has to be 3 in a row for Na'Vi. So this is a disgusting performance if Navi's able to close it out.
Yeah, if they're able to close it out, full credit to them. This would be one of the best series wins between these two teams, considering all the circumstances. You said 2 early maps this morning. 3 early maps for Na'Vi this morning. And then, of course, the 1 map deficit coming into this, a long day, lots of circumstances to talk about, no question about it. And like I say, it's the precursor to Cologne, because that argument will be, I hope they'll meet out in LAN and certainly give us some indication of where that's going to go. Of course, there's no guarantee they'll end up playing each other, but it also is the RMR, and that means the winner of this map will get the most amount of points for qualification into the next major, as we see the fans are, I would say, a little more yellow than red.
Oh, yeah, that's to be expected as well. Yeah, just so we're all on the same page, first place of this event gets $40,000 and 2,000 RMR points. Second place gets $15,000 and 1,875 RMR points. So a lot on the line here. Obviously, it drops down from there, but those RMR points are the big prize, as nobody wants to miss that first major back after such a long delay. It's been all the way back to Berlin since the last major, so these qualification matches are huge.
Well, I completely agree with that. A lot of history in Berlin, and of course, the last time PGL hosted a major, Gambit were the winners. So interesting that the PGL's hosting the next one at the time in which they actually come in as a team on people's radar compared to then, when they were nowhere to be seen. And no one expected them to be playing, of all teams, Immortals as well in the finals. We get immediately into the action, and already the pistol underway as Hobbit's going to be holding out toward the top side of Banana. Walking toward him is Bit. He's behind the half wall. Don't count on anyone trying to spam through that with pistols, but they certainly could boost up and try and get above it. A defensive utility, and Simple just cleanly executes Hobbit. I was going to say the defensive utility isn't present at this point. It's only Nafany that has a smoke, and he's the only one left inside of the site as well. I take that back. Excuse me. That's a flashbang, and he has a kit to go with it.
Simple's feeling it on this map. Remember, this is the map he dropped, 42 kills on earlier today against Spirit.
Yes.
Now, don't ever expect anything like that to happen twice in the same day.
Okay, don't say that.
But obviously, Simple on this map feeling super comfortable at the moment. All 5 players in Navi and Banana. This is going to be a smoke toss towards spawn, and they're going to enter in. That flashbang is going to do absolutely nothing to hold them back. Counter flash from Navi is perfect. Nafany is as small as possible of a target, but there's just nothing you can do. And Gambit, they know they've been outmaneuvered, and no point in even going to that side of the map.
Not at all. Yeah, I was going to say, don't say that, Jason. Don't anger the beast. Don't let Simple know that you're doubting him, because, yeah, he, of all people, would be someone who could do another ridiculous 42-kill performance. Although doing it against Gambit, you're right, a little bit harder. They've started off well, and armor will be carried over. So Navi, once again, winning the opening pistol. It's been back and forth in this series in terms of pistols, undoubtedly, but conversion rates have been questionable in the CIS minor as a whole. I like how Boomich just makes extra sure that that kit's going to stay in the corner and not get pushed out by the bomb and go into anyone's hands. Not that anyone's even around.
Every little advantage counts. Well, that's a nice and easy pistol run. Gambit just calling for the save straight up. So 1-0 for Navi. And that's going to allow Inters and Exile to get Famas with armor. There's no utility behind it, but that saving that armor is a pretty big... I can't believe that's the way he got the kill. That's pretty stupid.
Better believe it, Jason, because it's simple, okay? I've said it before. He might be simple, but he's not stupid. Ooh, Electronic with the shot. Exile down. Inter's trying to get a bit back. Will at least do that as they go on to FAMAS's relatively early as well, considering they saved. They were able to get the guns out to go around that armor, but aggressive buy considering it's the CTs that lost the pistol.
And Gambit just showed so much presence at brackets. They just showed 3 people fighting there. So, I mean, it's immediate rotation to the B bomb site where they're hoping that Navi is going to adjust. They're going to say, okay, and Gambit's got a big defense at top mid. Let's just go to the B bomb site. But that's not the case. Navi going to continue to march straight up. That nade is going to do some good damage. Chunks him down. Oh, and the scout, shoulder peek. Shiro couldn't land the shot. And that might have been the engagement that pushes Navi, funnels them towards the stack that Gambit has set up at B.
Simple with a smoke out to cover off the right square bracket. Thank goodness we don't have Brian in here with us.
Yo, Shiro's getting all this information, though. Shiro knows nobody's up mid.
He's not really sure about the other side of the A site, though, excuse me, as he gets back inside the library, but they are slowly going back that direction, so it's the 3 and B that might have no company. Shiro wants to sneak his way back toward the quad. It's simple. It's pre-firing, spamming, running, and gunning with the back 10. He's on 12 HP. Good shot from Shiro. Tries to answer it. Can't get the second. Doesn't even hit the body shot, but that time he will. Perfecto found on it, but round should be done. It's still a 3-on-2, and they're on the rotation.
Yeah, it's not done. It's just beginning right now, Matt. They're going to come for this retake. No kit, so it's got to be quick, but they've got good weapons.
Omich with the first one back, so the weapon's depleting, but it's all on Bit now as he has to hold inside from the pit position, and Bit, a couple of shots potentially could win this out with the AK. There's the first headshot on the Nafany, and now he's looking for Inters, knows that he's up above the graveyard. He heard him jumping in, tries to get the headshot, and he follows it up with a great shot to take down Inters as well. 2-0 for Navi.
This is a great series from Bit. This is a good performance from him. Simple hyping about Boomich getting happy. What a big-time clutch. Fantastic shots from Shiro as well. Simple was used as bait coming out of the halls. Shiro's second kill is what made this retake doable, and Bit just holds down the fort. Tough clutch for Inters at the end. 2-0. And Gambit going to be relegated to just pistols.
So Exile coming back down the apartments is going to go all the way out to old mid. Very aggressive. Oh, look, there's a guy. Good thing you have a pistol, and he has head armor, because he'll be patient not to take the shot. That does give information to them, and the information's going to work. They slaughter them for the top mid, so the push pays off. Exile with 2. Boomich has to recover the round. He's got 3. Nafany, the only one left alive, and Nafany over at B. And a P250.
Jesus. Don't scare me like that. I can't believe that round felt like it was going to slip away even for just a second. Perfecto, you have to think that they're going to go up towards the A bomb site. There's an AK-47 dropped in alternate mid, so you're going to want Perfecto to grab that on the way so you don't lose it for the next round. But at the moment, perhaps not even worried about that, not even thinking about picking up that gun, just leaving it. Nafany's going to hear the footsteps, and he's going to be happy they've selected his bomb site. Still yet to be found. And there's the drop. Perfecto with the MAC-10. Boomich as well. They're just not even going to go away. They're just going to make sure they handle business. But weapons are dropped and weapons are lost for Navi.
Weapons dropped and lost, but Gambit needs to get on the scoreboard soon. Don't let Navi get this momentum as it goes 3-0 on their side. MAC-10 will stay up for Perfecto. Boomich. Okay, they're going to actually toss that around. Bit's going to take it instead, but Boomich will have the AK as they pick that up off spawn as well. And let's see what Shiro has to offer. Support role at this point. Not going to get aggressive with the AWP early on in this round, so he'll be in rotation. Watch for him to be at Arch. Once the information's garnered and the utility is deployed, early Molotov, Nafany just peeks out very carefully. I don't think he spotted... Okay. Perfecto. He did. He definitely did. Nades inside of the tree instead. Now he has to back away because the flames are at the feet, and Shiro's ready to fire should they pursue.
Gambit gets away with the small mistake there. They molly deep and smoke at the same time, and it creates a gap in their own smoke. Could have been an area where they got caught off guard, and Shiro's got to run through fire. Takes about half HP away from him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's Bit and Electronic. out of A holes to start using utility to set up a brackets take. Left mid smoked off. Molotov in lane. And to the halls we go.
The halls to the walls, bounce the flash off the chimney, and Exile sits inside on the box. Electronic has already taken possession of the pit. His position as Exile and Hobbit do get one back in return, and Exile's looking for more. He'll get a dink on Boomich, but a dink not good enough as Boomich turns it around. Sits on 10 HP, and AWP from Shiro trying to find something, aware that there's a chance they've even pushed through top middle and are getting inside of the arch. It's going to go 4-0. Great start, Navi. This is a great series from them. What a message to send to steal, as I say, the RMR at the last second before they go to LAN.
Yeah, right? Like everything's coming back to normal. This matchup has been so exciting throughout this era. Yeah, this would be a really cool message to set things up perfectly for a meeting next week in Cologne. Anthony not able to find Perfecto at the end, not able to grab an AK-47, but Shiro's going to have the AWP, and Navi's got a 4-0 lead. It's a long day for Navi. They've got to be getting tired. One last map for all their focus, all the focus they've got left. Here we go.
Big day of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Long, long day of Counter-Strike.
Also good shape up, though, for the LANs in some ways, because we all know LANs sometimes have issues or multiple series or best of fives that go 7.5 hours. So it's at least in the comforts and confines of their own homes at this point. Well, at least in the case of Navi, that said Gambit's in their office, so in some ways, like I said, that could be beneficial going to LAN as well, because they're used to being beside each other, having that environment. Perfecto's tagged down to 55. Nafni on 9, but it's the two-man advantage for Gambit with the lesser weapons. A great start in the round. And those kills, a bit different spots on the map than you'd expect. The one at the bottom of the apartments is, again, some aggression that they were not counting on and that Gambit are willing to throw their way. So much like we saw on Mirage from Navi, Gambit starting to be a bit more aggressive and early in the rounds this time. On the defensive side, as B still seems to be the target. Push down middle, though. They better go quickly or they're going to be pinched off entirely. Electronic knows that that's a possibility, has his back turned. And a Molotov to cover off the bottom side. Banana, or was he waiting for a flash? They're sitting in the open. Pistols. Tap, tap. Goes the 5-7. Simple. Gets one immediately after, but Shiro's there. That's the AWP, and it's a perfect spot to be on the flank with it. And the first round for Gambit.
Yeah, worst time possible for Navi and those three players to set up some kind of a set piece where they just dump all their utility and head in. They were completely exposed from behind, and yeah, they knew it was the possibility, but focused on the nade work. Gambit's on the board, and that's a huge win. They only had the AWP and some upgraded pistols that round, so they get to bring out 2 AK-47s they salvaged previously, and a lot of money built up on 3 different players. Shiro's rich, filthy rich. And that completely swaps the economy situation because Navi's broke.
Yeah, that's incredible that they're broken down that quickly, but goes to show you what a couple of one-on-ones can do, a couple of late-round efforts by Gambit. They'll put a smoke out toward the top middle, and what a play, what a pressured play to catch them off last time. Again, that early kill inside of alt middle, inside of the apartments, and that's where they're going to come this time, Navi. 4 players there. They want to try and take A. And walk up the hallways as silently as possible. Exile's the one that's going to be looking into the doorway to spot them coming with the AK-47. And I think, Jason, it might be a Venus flytrap is the answer we were looking for earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
And it might be a trap set up this time. Exile gets 2. 2 for 1, in fact, as well, because Electronic just kept running forward after his teammate had gone down, and the headshot was an easy follow-up. Bit is to follow as well. 4 kills. Mr. Multi.
Yeah, that's an easy one as well from that position. With that kind of attack coming at him, yeah, you're going to feast on that all day long. Second round for Gambit. Navi's back to investment Only one player falling for Gambit in the past 2 rounds, so it's a huge economic swing. It might be, did he get a drop? Yeah, he did. So AK's on the ground. 4 rifles for NAVI. Aggressive banana take for Gambit. We've seen this a number of times throughout this group stage. NAVI pushing down between the smokes. Big risk. He spots the shadow jumping in, and he's got the first kill in the round.
NAVI jumping away from the flames, though, because he has the first kill. Does not want to overextend and get caught out. Meanwhile, walking in through smoke, Electronic gets punched in the face by an AK-47 held by Hobbit. Simple at least is there to stick up for his teammate, but now he's got to run through CT. 12 HP, and NAVI is well aware that he's on that way. And in that direction, may not be aware, though, that the bomb is also going that way, as Boomich is going to try and work through. NAVI's still just holding just in case, and this is where he starts to doubt himself, because as he pushes up around CT spawn, a left highway open, and Boomich gets wrapped around toward library. What's the call?
It's Inters in the site is going to spot that out and be able to have a defense. Now Bit needs to see if there's any space created by Boomich's presence and this smoke. He's going to come out, risk it that nobody's in pit. He's clearing his angles. One player in the back of the bomb site. It's Inters. He's been spotted. One player in lane as well, and Bit gets the first. If he could grab this one quickly, a bomb plant is in the cards. It's a possibility, but they've closed the gap. They're too close now, and it's a fight the whole way. 3 rounds for Gambit.
3 in a row, and no bomb plants as well. NAVI will have little to work with. And I can almost guarantee this map's going to go right down to the wire as well. Jason back and forth, but right now, Gambit in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Great position. They're loving this. That turnaround and round number 5 has done everything for them. It's just breathed life into them so early in this half, where they would have had to fight to kind of get this momentum. It just happened automatically by benefit of winning a round with mostly pistols and free upgraded rifles. So here we are, 3 rounds straight. And another round that NAVI has to sit back with pistols. So another chance for the money to grow even more for the Gambit defense.
Bomb works up inside of Banana. Boomich Perfecto and Simple. Exile waits inside of the pit right now as well with that crossfire setup. Exile's having an excellent game again. Defensively, you know, you talk about Electronic being so good in that pit position. I think Exile's really someone else who's been standing out on A. Not all of his kills come in the pit either. He tends to play up in that box position where Inters is this round. We've also seen him push down lane a little bit more, so he's not quite that stoic and static defender, but he seems to make it work, and we even saw that graveyard positioning work out against the pistols. In the last occasion that NAVI was forced to save, Shiro getting ready as well to watch the wraparound from the arch, and a smoke down as NAVI is going to be under pressure. He's behind the sandbags. There's no utility, thankfully, but he might have a chance to get a few kills as Shiro covers off the wrap side of the positioning. It's all on to B, only good for one, NAVI. Simple's got the shot back with the Deagle. Bomb drop temporarily, but they'll grab that as well as the AK, and Shiro wants to get back in position. Watch Oranges 2. Where Hobbit hides. Hobbit resides. But they've chased him from his pillar. And Electronics actually caught out Inters. Now they've got a chance to wrap in from CT with a rifle picked up at that range as well. No, Electronics still on the Deagle, but makes it work as Hobbit goes down. Thankfully, Shiro holds it together. It comes to 2 players surviving, and only 2 players surviving. But it will be 4-4, and Gambit tie us up.
Yeah, that got real difficult. That got real scrappy. That's a good lurk in CT spawn to really open things up, and NAVI almost able to break into the bomb site. Still, kills means they take money away. They get 3 of them. This frag, Electronic wreaking havoc in that defense. That extra kill, that one right there is the turning point. All tied up at 4. And for NAVI, 4 in a row to start. 0-4 run over to Gambit. It's Boomich with 7 kills and Electronic with 6. The early leaders for the NAVI attack.
Smoke's going out at both directions in middle as one covers off top mid from the CT side. The T's cover off the cubby. I've actually boosted above that one that I mentioned from the cubby side, so Nafni has vision above. If anyone wants to try and get the wall, his electronic will throw another one in that same direction. It goes a little bit deeper, so they're going to see well and truly above that one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's so perfect. This is going to be huge from Nafni. If he can find the shots. And they have to give it up because he's just sitting target up above, but that still brings Shiro into the equation, and down goes Simple. Shiro wanting more as well as the bomb was dropped temporarily. 51 seconds, but we'll get him back. And a 4-on-4 ensues.
Look at the nades for Navi, though. Electronics. Oh, no. Ooh, he saw the barrel, but maybe he didn't. Still, turns around and is able to grab Electronic. That's great. Excuse me, that was Exile from the other side. Hobbit right on the edge of the smoke, pops up. That's Boomich down, and Nafni falls suit after. Navi has somehow gotten into this with very sparse utility, and it's a 2v2 post plant. One flashbang on Exile.
He's just getting into position with Inters now. No peek yet from Perfecto. The single flash be thrown very early, high in the sky toward Banana. That's not going to do anything at all to the two defenders as Bit still waits on top of Coffins, and he's got his back turned to the position. Okay, temporarily. Could spray through that window. Completely wallable, but they don't have the information. And he has a teammate at Nubox ready to help him out, but Bit may not need the help as soon as he peeks. There's the trade. Well set up from Navi to take back the lead by 1.
That's grimy. 3 kills from Bit, 2 from Perfecto. Those two do it all. There's the full house you were looking for, Matt.
Yes, sir.
Looking good for Navi.
Love the Olsen twins.
Getting back to their winning ways, stopping the run at 4. Still some money to burn through. Still another very strong buy to burn through as Gambit picks up all their utility, the AWP on Shiro as well. Round number 10. Deep nade comes out, not a whole lot of damage dealt, and here's some of that early round aggression just to see if Gambit can find themselves a man advantage. But it's a stalemate both ways as smoke fills up the banana hall. Banana hallway? It's banana.
Whatever you prefer, Jason.
I tried something new. I didn't like it.
Okay. Well, at least you tried something new. That's encouraging.
Yeah.
Didn't just say no right away. Boomich very quickly is going to clear out sandbags as he gets in position with the MAC-10. Oh, and as this round slowly ticks away, it'll be more and more likely that this ends in B. 5 players to take from Navi. This is where they planted the bomb in the last round, and one out round number 5, so same defensive setup this time to try and get across fire. No one toward the coffins, however, and Nafni's able to get 1, but Hobbit's lost. Nafni, good fallback position, gets a second as well, but not a lot left in him as he has the M4 that was low on ammunition, trying to figure out where the remaining 3 players were. As there is 3 players, so too do the CTs have the same numbers. However, they don't have the same position. They've got to wait a little bit longer. Shiro is going to be holding with an AWP, waiting inside of the chapel, and I think this is just going to be exit kills. I think that's all. I'd say it, and Inters gets a little closer, but so far, Exile hasn't worked up Banana at all. If they want to go, they've got kits on 2 players. They've got to go now. Flash in. Good swing, but not good enough. Simple's got down Shiro in response to him killing Bit, and Exile, with it all to do, has the AUG. And the bomb ticking faster and faster. Might just end up being exits after all, despite that was not their early intentions, and Simple makes no mistake on him.
Yeah, not at all. Simple's not going to let him get any exit kills. Another good round from Navi, and they might have just done it. They might have just broken through. Well executed onto the B bomb site. 2-round lead, and Navi can be off to the races. This is great, Matt. I mean, they survive, they sustain a Gambit run in the middle of this half, and now they're back on top, and they're kind of controlling a lot of different aspects of this game. They can build up this lead. Triple nade, gonna come down mid. Ooh, Simple steps on all the nades. He somehow is alive. 5 HP. Perfecto's there for backup. Boomich is there, and Electronic pops up as well.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. They try to go aggressive, doesn't catch them off at all. Navi with a 3-round lead again on the T side. As they build this up, it's a streaky half. 4 rounds for Navi, 4 rounds for Gambit, now 3 in a row for Navi. And they're going to try and build on this once again, as AWPs come out on both teams. Shiro back, wielding the op. As you can tell, they've bought down to 150 in the maximum for NAVI. Everyone else either on $50 or 0 remaining in residual cash after purchase. It has a Galil and a Mac 10 for Boomich, but they had money left over. That's just what they were working with, so that's what they'll keep. Reload. Boomich gonna chase him down. NAVI knew he was in trouble. In fact, completely screwed. As Hobbit tries to come back out and dish the blow in return, but cannot find Boomich in time. As he gets away, and Gambit's fall a man early, enters, slow to react, sees Electronic wrapping around, but a smoke in front of Library, and they'll go into a one-on-one of a small game of cat and mouse, whether it's going to be the Archer or it's going to be Library itself. And it's all uncertainty for Gambit more than anything.
That's an interesting point of pressure that Electronic just did on Rap side. He was spotted moving all the way up and drops that smoke towards Small Pit, and yeah,
it works too.
Yeah, Inters is clearing out all the different angles. He's trying to make sure he's got his teammates covered, but that's a freebie for Electronic. Really smart, clever play. Final smoke at the B bomb site is dropped, and Navi have complete control of the map, and you can see they're starting. Electronic this time is actually committed to wrapping around, but he has Shiro's AWP to go up against. If only they can pull his attention away.
Oh, Shiro's not sure where to look right now. Electronic wants his answer. Shiro knows now. They know in the back of the site. Knows exactly where the player was coming from in the form of Boonich. Smoke down in front of Electronic, though, is problematic because Shiro was sitting as a target in the site. And I thought for sure Electronic would go, but as soon as the smoke landed, he couldn't see the pit. They didn't have an answer for it, and now it's all on Bit versus Axile in the pit. But he's going to get aggressive and try and catch him out as soon as the bomb goes down. Watch the rotation as well from Hobbit. Won't even need it. As Axile gets the kill through the edge of the smoke. It's going to be Gambit on 5. That was a lovely shot up close by Shiro.
Yeah, I think Navi is going to be real frustrated. They just gave that one away. That'll be one in review as well. They look at it and they just say, "Ooh, we had it. We had everything we wanted. We had the entire hit lined up. We had huge advantages, and we just missed the mark." I can't believe Gambit's gotten away with that one. What a hold from Exile, Mr. Multi-kill in the pit. And you're right. I think Electronic believed he was spotted. He might have actually been spotted right when that smoke plumed, and that caused him to hesitate coming through during that hit. That allowed Shiro, I believe, to get the second kill. The timing was tight. But Gambit steal one away. Again, 7-5.
We said this one would be tight. Gambit giving it everything to keep themselves close and in contention on the CT side. Guns out again, both sides. As Perfecto holds on barrels. Which will flash in, wants to try and put him around the corner, and Hobbit's waiting on the other side, getting one. NAVI's there as well, backs away. So it was Hobbit from CT that found the kill, not NAVI that we were watching, but they don't care. It's not about stats, it's about cause and effect, and the effect is that this time they've got one kill, but they've lost Exile, so we're sitting at a 4-on-4.
Again, it looked like Bit and Electronic wanted to really pick up the pace and actually come out of those halls at the A bomb site, but that nade, the smoke, stopped them just before they were able to do it. But still, 3 players from Navi are going to line up for this hit. The AWP is passed over to the low HP player so that he can support from up top on the balcony. It's this guy, Inters, who can be a real problem, real menace. Flashbangs are out, tough off angle to deal with, but Simple's there for the response.
A shot indeed by Hobbit. He's got 2 to close it out. Finally coming alive is Hobbit, getting a few extras on the board. He goes up to 9 kills in this map. Again, was slow in the last one. Not characteristic. We've seen him be such a revitalized talent so far this year, and so many MVPs starting to stack up for him, and this time shows us exactly why, as now they bring it to within 1 round, and Electronic and Co. with very little to work with. I say Electronic's name first because he was the first to buy a Tech 9, but now he'll be joined in that effort by Boomich and Perfecto, and Simple will, of course, have the Deagle.
To the B-bomb site we go. Standard early utility up mid. Molotov in the halls. Smoke left mid from alt mid. Here we go, into the B bomb site. Hobbit's got the first. NAVI's blind, but he's found safety. The utility is gonna spell the death of Hobbit. Now Boomich has a gun as well. He's got the AK-47. It's all on NAVI. He gets nothing. Navi have busted in.
Simple, perfect position, holding at the tree. He'll wrap back in and hug the corner after Inters goes down. Shiro's burned Electronic, however, And Simple's gonna go. They know he's there, so the Molotov forced him out, but yet he still almost got a shot off that was successful. Exile making sure that it's not gonna get any worse for them as Boomich is the next to fall to his hands. Again, another double as Bit 18 HP and the Tech 9. He better use it to perfection. Bomb's not exactly planted for him in this situation, and they put the smoke down already. They haven't checked it. When they do, he's already got the headshot lined up. He knows Exile's on it, spraying as much as he can, but he's running by. He's missed it, and he's too late for the knife. He can get the money all he wants, but Gambit's going to get the round.
Oh, so close. Almost a great clutch from Bit. And Navi, it got really crazy and hectic as they came into the bomb site, and they could never kind of pull it back and rein it back into better positions. What a great retake from Gambit. That's tough, especially with the Tech 9s pushed all the way through construction. Another round where Navi seemingly had the advantages, and it just gets pulled out of their hands at the last second. 15 kills on Exile, 13 on Shiro, 10 on Hobbit. It's 11 on Bit, 10 on Boomich and Electronic each for the Navi side, and we're at the last round of the first half.
Enters. Backing away, we'll get in front of the library. He's gonna hold this as well, so desperately to get this last round as Electronic waits to wrap around the corner. The smoke will go directly in front of the doorway at library. They won't have vision. They will not be able to see out. Unless they have a book on X-ray vision in that library, I don't think they'll be able to do anything with it. So instead, it's Inters that now has to cover off from the Arch side. Another smoke thrown in front of the library. They're really trying to contain the CTs. Boomich able to spot Inters first, jumps around. Good bait, good movement. Then it allows Electronic to slide out behind him. And in conjunction, they take down the man that holds the wrap, and just like that, so much trouble. Shiro needs to hit these shots. He can't yet. He can't yet. Nafany's gone. The round is Navi's, surely. As all of a sudden, Hobbit finds himself in a 2 versus 5, making a 1 versus 5 for Exile. And he'll have to go for it because it is round 15. But the chances, Jason, I'm going to give it, I don't know, 3%?
That's generous. That's real generous. 8-7.
I'm a nice guy. What can I say?
Navi takes the lead into the second half in this deciding map. That's crazy. That's a great last round. Fantastic shooting there. Found ways to put themselves in good positions. I thought that off angle in CT spawn was going to be real tough, but I'm assuming Boomich just spotted an elbow. That's a... Yeah. Young Daddy into house.
Young Daddy into house. I think that's the highlight of these finals so far. Who is Young Daddy? It yet to be determined, but at this point, it's Exile who's got 15 kills.
Who is Young Daddy and what does he do?
What's his name? Who's Young Daddy? Is he rich like me? Oh, too good, too good. Didn't that actually used to play on like a... I think it's a KZ map has that as well. There's literally a secret room with a radio playing that has that song. So there you go. There's some CS connection there.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not much of a KZer.
I know. We've been over this. It's fine.
It's okay. Here we go. Second half pistol round underway. Bit and Perfecto with nades. Last time we saw this, it was Simple dueling down Banana and a double nade when he got into an engagement at the choke point. It's there again. They need to unleash them. The nades don't do a whole lot of damage. Last time it got a kill. Perfecto still got 1 remaining, but Simple immediately obliterated. I think reduces the effectiveness of where those nades can be thrown. You no longer have information. You no longer have any guidance.
Perfecto waits at CT with smokes in hand. He's just going to put that out as defensively as possible. Back away. That's the shots they need, but they're not getting. Electronic had the information when that smoke went down. They committed to it. Now he'll finally get the headshot. NAVI, the one to fall, but Inters wraps the corner. And just like that, one turns into three. They were flying under the radar, Jason, and all of a sudden they fan out in every direction. It's all on Boomich, but look at the HP. He has a chance. CZ 75, and this time he's got all the ammo, 24 bullets to work with. It won't take that many if he's able to land them. Sneaking all the way up toward water. Silently, he'll elevate himself on the site. First shot, not even going to happen. Exile's got the headshot instead, and we're back tied up at 8.
There's been a bunch of rounds in this game that Navi seemingly had the advantage in that have slipped out of their control, that Gambit have just ripped away from them. This is another one. And if you're Navi, you can't even be mad at anyone but yourselves, because you had the stack at the right place. You had 3 players there. You had all the fights you could have possibly wanted, and you missed. There are too many misses as Gambit tries to enter that bomb site. The setup there was there. The call was there. Just the execution a little bit off. 8-8. SMG on electronic utility on 3 players from Navi.
Again, defensive smoke thrown out. It's Eagles to try and hold the position. We've seen a Deagle once upon a time, way back in the day, do a wonderful, in fact, almost villainous and evil thing from that position. Omich trying to do what he can with the P250. Doesn't have quite the same effects of intimidation as the loud Deagle does. Inters is tagged up, though, to 20 HP, but another smoke down. And they've got a third player in position. They could go for the boost up on the flower pots. So far, they aren't going to. In fact, they just want to flash Perfecto in, but NAFI's ready, and Shiro's already gotten Boomich down, so...
Save.
Yeah, I think that's the call.
That's all we got. Keep those weapons in hand. Nothing crazy there. Gambit just marching their way into the B bomb site, disregarding any opposition that Navi had placed. Disregarding the smokes even. So 1-round lead now for Gambit. Navi really have to stop letting rounds where they're set up perfectly slide away from them. No more mistakes. They can't afford them.
Detonates and Gambit take back the lead and the momentum. I have absolutely no surmisation of exactly where this will go, Jason. This could end up in either direction still, but Gambit certainly putting their best foot forward will force Navi to have to wait one more round before guns get brought back out. 18 kills for Exile leads the way. Shiro's in second on 15. Bit is... actually, I take that back. Bit's on top of the scoreboard, but it's Electronic on 15 for Navi. Simple, not certainly anywhere near 42 this time. We'll see if he can come to life and get activated in this second half as Bit goes toward middle. Boomich already putting a smoke out in Banana, so a different stance this time defensively, and they do have the boost already on flower pots and a 3-man triangular setup. In fact, they've got the 4th still waiting back towards CT on B. And NAFI wants to make contact. He's going to have to be very careful about this.
It's all about these flashbangs on Perfecto. They need to be perfect. They need to be called in right now. Oh, and Simple. Oh, they're holding on. There's the flashbang as well, and Gambit's forced back. Perfecto's used both. Now it's all about booking to the other side of the map. Do Gambit realize the numbers? Did they actually gather how many people were actually there?
Not sure if they're aware of it or not. Another smoke down. More time bot. 59 seconds. 2 kills for Navi. What an incredible start for them. As immediately Gambit has to get back into this. Hobbit's going to throw away some guns. They're already aware that they've lost in the economic situation. And do they even consider this? Are they going to save? Are they going to go all the way back down to alt middle? I can't imagine already that has to be the call,
No,
but
they're going for it, for sure. I don't think you can give up on a round like this early. At least go see what you're going to find at the A-bomb site. Exile just taking the long route to make sure that he could clear out anyone pushed down alt mid who might be a nuisance.
Hobbit. Wrapping it around. Exile. Waiting from the boiler door. It's bit the edge of the smoke. Oh, he's looked away exactly when he peeked out. He's got to be so careful going around because they aren't going to have the information that he's this close. But Simple has done absolutely unspeakable things before. 6 seconds, bomb down. That's it. They can't win this. Navi has stolen the round away, and they aren't even going to lose a player as Simple gets Exile as well. Hobbit trying to hold. He needs to stay alive. He needs to stay alive after the round. The AK in his hand. He just barely will.
Ooh. Yeah, Gambit just trying to sneak into that bomb site, I guess. Not actually take any engagements. They had Exile with low HP hanging back far deep in lane, looking for someone to peek from pit. Another player on Rap side, but neither of them committing except for Inters with the bomb. And if he didn't just get in and get a free plant, they lost the round. That's exactly what happened. 9-9, we're all tied up. Utility exchanged at Banana. It's Exile at the base of it for Gambit. Boomich maintaining presence with that SMG at the half wall, just spamming through their own smokes, trying to cause a little bit of chip damage. As Gambit have bought all the way to the bottom of their pockets for this.
Daphne coming around again is Simple. Cubby not checked. No trigger discipline. He wants the kill immediately, but now he's in trouble. Now he has pressure, and it is still going to leave his teammate in front of Library. Bit, that is, in a position to help him out. He'll swap over to the AK now that the smokes have been placed there, and Simple's tagged down. 55, nade landing on his feet. Hobbit, smoke still on the balcony, wants to do everything he can to open this back up. Smoke going down. He knows Electronic's home. It is his house. And maybe they don't want to knock on his door just yet because they're going to back away. The flash gets bounced out toward the quad side as well. Shots coming back. If the first, Simple's able to get back onto Inters. He only manages one, and Navi hold down the fort. They have the lead, 10-9.
This is looking good for Navi now. All of a sudden, they're right back into it. Those early hiccups, they've got him behind him, retaking the lead. What a great defense as well. Gambit just didn't have a whole lot of resources. You could see how comfortable it is to just be in pit at that broken wall and just chilling, and Boomich is getting hyped up. Navi's getting hyped up. They're ready to go. Finally take a series away from Gambit. Electronic. Looking for information, just jumping. Sees nothing in alt mid, although there is one player there who just narrowly missed his vision. It's unarmored pistols for Gambit, but they've got this weird knack of making these rounds strangely close somehow. I don't really know how they do it, but they always seems to be an opportunity in each of these rounds for Gambit to steal it away.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I mean, they play each other so closely. But I don't care who has guns right now. It's really about stabilizing the trades and not letting the cascade happen, because so far the defensive setups from Navi getting away with the kills early enough, even though Gambit was able to win out this pistol round and pick the two. They can't string any more than that together, as Boomich will take out Exile. MP9 again, lesser weapons. Although in this case, the MP9 is certainly favorable over top of the pistols. The Deagle has the range for Hobbit, wants to try and do something. Electronic will back it off, and they'll gather on the Gambit side toward the top a bit. A bomb plant would do them a huge amount of good right now, Jason, because this will only be a third round bonus at the end of this round.
Well, Electronic could be in trouble. He's the one peeking back in. Dalpin hears it. They're going to swarm in. That's a great shot. They're going to get the plant, Matt. They might get more. Electronic is... Ooh, good tap. Good tap away. Electronic is just keeping them from crossing, but Hobbit keeps hitting 1-digs, and that's an issue. 3-on-3. Still just 2 Glocks in hand for Gambit, but that Deagle is singing.
Wow, yeah, is it ever. Singing a tune on the xylophone. But inside of the site, Boomage, my goodness, as he jumps up, they're not going to check Hobbit over Not gonna check Abed. He's gonna go to work for the first, but behind the pillar, Boomic's head was not ready. He thought he could get the second. He thought the discipline would have given him 2 targets, but little did he know his opportunity slipped away, and the defuse comes through. Navi 11-9.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Like one Deagle and 4 Glocks, they get 3 kills in a plant. That's crazy production for the amount of investment that Gambit just had, even in a losing effort. Now, there's still a lot of money built up for Navi, so it's not the most damaging loss, but man, those are the rounds that can turn an entire match on its head. And it's happening in the deciding map of a grand final. So deep breath for Navi.
Simple AWP fast this time toward middle, but Shiro's holding the angle at the other side, and I don't know what you want to do here. It's a battle of who dares first, who goes farther. Simple over top of his shoulder of his teammate. Electronic would have felt that whiz past his neck as Exile goes down, and they'll fall back happy to get the first pick, but look who's able to strike. NAVI, the brains behind the brawn, is already using it to his advantage, realizing that if they've gone that aggressive, he has time and space to take away. He does exactly that, and now the utility will be deployed. Simple's locked out toward Library, and there's no one in the pit.
They have to make a decision if they want to go for this. It's 4-on-4. They've got plenty of weapons and plenty of utility. It's going to be tough to get back into this, though. Gambit found an open bomb site just by virtue. Navi had nobody in the pit this round. It was Electronic and Simple doing the mid setup. And here's the retake.
Simple wanting back desperately inside of that smoke as another one deployed, and he's not sure which way to go. I think that's it. I think they have to. I think this is the right call.
Yeah, I do too. I agree. But they're sticking around. They want the exits. Yeah.
I was gonna say there's no way they go any further forward than this, but yes, they definitely want the exits. The 2 players running back toward B1 out. They've got AKs to carry over. Bit and Perfecto. One of them Simple, excuse me, but Perfecto does have the AK, and Simple, I suppose, has the AWP, so worth it in his regard as well. But that's how it's going to end. 5 players stay alive, and as we know in Inferno, you don't actually even have to exit the A site. You can stay inside of that pit.
Yeah, depending on where you plant as well. Deeper into the bomb site, the easier it is.
Oh, trust me, Hobbit will know. He was there.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Doji's nade.
He witnessed it firsthand. Chicken slaughtered to start out round 22. Gambit 1 round back, 10-11. Shiro with the AWP going to start flexing just a little bit over towards logs, getting an angle up to the half wall.
Simple's just hoping that he'll be able to get a shot in this position. We haven't seen an op in this position all week, and that is the problem with it. The utility thwarts the angle so quickly as they'll leave Boomich close. Simple's still going to be aggressive, tries to go through half wall for another kill. He wants to wait it out, but smartly, I think you'll realize with so much utility already put in that position and so much gained ground that they'll have to concede. Meanwhile, NAVI back over toward the apartments. He's done most of his work on the T side in that position. As we're on round 22, Jason, of map 5 in a best of 5 between the 2 best teams in the current era. And I have no clue who has the advantage right now. Not an absolute clue.
A lot of utility just spent by Gambit to get up towards mid. Smoke in the spawn archers, smoke in library. Looks like they want to wrap. Double pit setup with Bit and Electronic. Nade into his position, doesn't do too much damage.
And Bit has dual duties here because he has to watch front library for the wraparound, but he also needs to know that if Electronic gets in trouble, he's got to cover the drop down above. NAVI's going to sneak out. Electronic so far does not need the hand to hold, but he will realize inside of the site that there's 2 as he scurries over, and now they're both looking from a similar angle. Excuse me, there's only 1. The X-ray confusing me. It's actually back toward the top of mid, but Shiro's going to catch out Boomich, and with the bomb, he tries to run to the site, but he's surrounded, blinded, and with 7 seconds, he's going to go down, and Navi will extend the lead to 2.
That's a godlike defense from Electronic and Bit inside of the pit. That's fantastic work. Bit gets 1 on the wrap side. Electronic gets 1 as well. Electronic even pausing inside the flames so Bit can just chuck a flashbang straight up, which gave some space, blinded a Gambit player so that Electronic could get out to safety. It's so well handled. There's the kill from Electronic. And Exile was forced into a really aggressive play that's shut down. Tech 9s and Deagle's out for the Gambit attack. Towards the B bomb site we go. Molotov is down. They're going to run through it. They're softened up. Boomich. He can only get the one. They almost lined up for him, but utility dump from Perfecto. He's got a big job to do to hold on for the retake to come in. Nafany's now pushed forward to tree. Simple's not going to be able to clear it in time, and Nafany's disappeared.
He has disappeared. Disappeared from the map because Electronics has removed him from it, but still a 3-on-3 ensues again. The HP, though, favoring Navi. Bomb is the advantage that Gambit has. We'll see how they can work that to their advantage as they have to stay perfectly inside of the site, set to trade, set to be ready, but not ready. Hobbit oversteps the mark, overextends the angle. Nearly a team kill, but Bit fires through the corpse that was falling to the ground of Inters, and it's going to be Navi again. 13-10, and 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds to the championship.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. Navi's been running a triple B setup quite a bit during this half. They've started a few rounds, multiple rounds with only 2 defenders at the A bomb site. This is one of the rounds where they actually switched it up. They only left 2 people at B, and it's a B rush from Gambit. Almost that call gets exposed. Good hold, and yeah, look what it means. Just 3 more rounds for Navi and a timeout called by Gambit. Just their first to talk things over. Desperate times, Matthew. We're getting to the end of it.
Super close to the end, but yet could still be miles away as Gambit feeling the pressure for the first time in a while. Again, 15 series straight they've won, and they've had Navi's number. This is unfamiliar territory for them, and Hobbit is going to try and talk them through with all the experience that he has. Calming them down is certainly one thing, as next door to him, hands on head, I believe that's Nafany.
Trying to rack his brain, but remember, they've played each other so many times, 3 times alone in this tournament. It's hard to come up with those new ideas, especially on the fly, when you've played that many games, when you've met this opponent this many times.
Well, Navi's playing with a pace right now. I know it's CT side, but the pace, especially on Mirage, they came in with a different game plan because they knew they were the ones that had to change. They're the ones that are forced to have to come up with something different to try and get the win.
Do a hull setup now from Navi. I like this. Deny some of the map. Simple's got the up. Hobbit. Gonna walk into it. Surely. Ooh, that's a fast crouch past the crosshair. Faust.
Good shot. Shiro taking out Boomich. Still have our tactical pause, apparently. I don't know how tactical this pause is becoming, though, because it's still 4-on-4. As Perfecto goes to work, tries to do what he can inside of the Coffin's position, but he's lost his ammunition. 25 bullets rather than 30 inside of that M4A1S. And Bit gets only 1 before Inters finds the response, but look out, because Simple still has position toward the chapel. And you better pray to your God, Hobbit, because it's a 1-on-2 that you desperately need. And the bomb down in the back of the site, he will have to confront the man with the sniper rifle. And that man, getting out of the inside, is not able to hit the shot. Hobbit gets it through the wall instead. Same angle. Hobbit can't land the same angle this time inside A. And the bomb, inside B, and the bomb will not get planted. It's 14 for Navi.
Oh, this is good. It's some of the younger players for Navi really stepping up. That's a huge performance from Perfecto. I know it's only 1 kill, but that smoke, the Molotov, the position on Coffins, Gambit had to address it. Delays enough for rotations to come in. That's where the reverse boost comes into play. That's where the nade back towards Emo comes into play. All that due to time bought by Perfecto. 4-round lead.
This is big from Navi. This is massive. Came into this series a map down by default.
Yeah.
They drop Ancient, but they're going to win the 3 maps that they've been having trouble with in the other best of 3s against Gambit. The 3 maps they play the most frequently against each other.
The reverse sweep.
That's incredible, as well as Boomich will get put up on New Box.
And remember, too, in the other series that we watched between these 2 teams, Navi looked at times like they were going to be able to take a series or take a map that would have allowed them to win the series, and they always kind of dropped the ball. It's fitting now that it almost feels like they're getting stronger as this match goes later. This time they're up to the task, it seems.
Every defeat brings strength. Perfecto. Playing up close, will I try and help out Boomich as they throw the flash into water. Oh no, he's fallen off that. I think they're going to change this. Surely he meant to do that as they're trying to swing out and get more information because there's a massive gap inside of the smoke, and I think Boomich identified that, so he wants to play it instead. Flashes, smokes, they go high. He's gotten danked. Axile with the entry. And Perfecto sits in wait for Hobbit, in wait for Inters, in wait for all of Gambit, and they're inside of the site. Smoke down CT, Simple's backing off. The money is still extremely tight, despite that there's now the 3 rounds in a row for Na'Vi, because the last 2 rounds, 1 player in the last round survived and 2 before that, so it's been extremely tight.
That's a filthy little jiggle peek from Hobbit. Ooh, I don't think they saw him. I don't think they know Nathany's here. He might just be able to get a freebie. Any economic damage at this stage is going to be huge. Na'Vi not exactly rolling in cash. And look at the hunt that Gambit is bringing in. They don't have any money behind this, but they want all the weapons. They know this is a huge golden ticket to close the gap on the scoreline. If they can just take some of these weapons away, if they can force an awkward economic situation, there it is. 2 kills. It surely, oh, good swing, but he's going to go down. It doesn't even matter. That's a big-time championship play from Gambit.
Big time championship play, and there is 1 still to play for as a result. It's still only 14 rounds for Na'Vi, and they are absolutely strapped for cash. Gambit have just given themselves a lifeline, and there's no timeout called. They're going to get straight back into it. Na'Vi going to want to brush that one off as fast as possible. Electronic will go down toward middle with the deagle in hand. And I still say it, Jason, even with these guns, we've seen it happen so many times. There's a chance Na'Vi still win this round if everything goes their way.
Yeah, there really is. Oh, boy. And you know what? You can kind of understand why we've seen Gambit just rinse and repeat going back to that B bomb site just really simplistically, because even in some of those losses, they're getting into the bomb site. They're finding the opening kill. That's twice they've gone to B, and twice they've been able to pick off Boomich. And finally, it delivers them a victory. Nobody has eyes on Rap side from Na'Vi. I don't think Gambit's committed to it quite yet, but once this smoke clears, inevitably, the march forward is going to begin. Another stack at the bomb site that Gambit is dedicated to.
Oh, has he looked away at the wrong time? Yes, he has. Not that I'm sure the P250 at that position would have been amazing, but Simple's going to get the information from it, and that brings Boomich out to the party. And he's arrived in style with the CZ75. As Axile gets Simple down, Axile will double it up and make it a triple. Got a 3-course meal. Perfecto might be the dessert as he gets pushed back inside library. 1 on 3. Molotov bounced all the way around to the arch, and I think Gambit's done just enough to get the round. But man, again, the pistols for a moment, Jason, look like they might make that extremely awkward. Fortunately, there was no guns that got dropped near enough to the CTs to pick them up and use them and sustain that position in the round.
Yeah, actually, Bit getting caught looking the wrong direction might have been the best thing that could ever happen to that stack, because it was the signal for Gambit to move forward and commit to the A bomb site, and it ensured that the real power of that trap got sprung. It ensured that Gambit was actually going to be making their way into the site along that wall. The graveyard player gets the first kill, everyone focuses on him, turn their attention, and the site player pops. Unfortunately, Exile's there. Quad kill in the round to save the day for Gambit, get them out of a sticky situation. 14-12, 2-round lead for Na'Vi. Guns back in their hands, but no AWP on Simple.
Shiro at bottom of banana with Axile in front. This needs a crowd. This needs emotion. This needs everything behind it. This is Counter-Strike. As Boomich jumps in spots above the half wall, the MP9 will be what he holds on to. Axile wants to try and get that direction, but for now he's going to hold and be patient because the bomb and the rest of his teammates are looking over toward A, and we've seen Simple go for this boost so many times. As he'll play on the windowsill. Spotted, drops steps already. Can't get the shots. Does as they try and pursue, though, as he's already on the ground. Gets a dink on the second. Inters will get the kill, but this certainly gives a chance. A chance indeed as Bit comes out to take down Inters, and he follows by getting Exile. And now Electronic inside of the site. Not the pit this time. They're so used to finding him in the pit that they pre-committed to checking the back corner. That gave him a chance, and thankfully Shiro's AWP was as fast as always because now he's left in a 1-on-3. And it would have been round over then there, and it would have been map and championship point for Na'Vi. Shiro has everything on his shoulders now as he tries to beat them back over toward the B site. But guess what? Perfecto's already sitting inside Chapel. This is a position in which they can wrap through CT. He'll spot them, and if he stays where he is, he'll hear him, and that's exactly the case. 20 seconds, bomb plant going in. Perfecto waits to confirm that it's absolutely true, and it's now going to be 1 to go for Na'Vi.
Oh, no. It wasn't even a clean fight from Electronic in the back of that bomb site, but good double kill from Bit at the top of mid. I love that play from Perfecto. Just let him into the site. Gambit's got to win 3 in a row. Shiro has the AWP. Simple has the AWP. Money not good for Na'Vi. That could be the great equalizer for Gambit. If they can get this round, that'd be an opportunity to close the gap even more. Round 28.
Oh, that nade stack. Okay, Shiro's not that. The X-ray's misleading me today, Jason. I will say, I thought he was about to get absolutely smacked.
It's just blown out of the map. Not quite yet. Boomich keeping an eye on the smoke at Banana. It's just going to clear. And he backs away. Good timing as well. And Gambit, this is what they've wanted to do. Remember, they've had success here. Even in rounds they've lost at the B bomb site, they've been able to get in and get the bomb planted. And if you're Gambit desperate for a round right now, that's not the worst thing in the world to be able to say, you know what? We can at least get a plant. Let's see how successful we are and play the post plant.
So, oh my goodness, I was going to say they're going to wait for that. Again, defensive utility to drop it fast. What an explosive take. Shiro hit a millimeter on a shoulder peak. And this round, call it done.
Yeah.
Stalemate. Simple's going to have to hold on to the AWP, and we are far from over yet.
And obviously the priority is winning the round, but the fact that there's no fight in this round from Na'Vi means they can drop guns over, and it's still going to be a very good buy for them in the next round. It's Perfecto who needs the weapons the most, but as long as Na'Vi can hold on to these weapons, next round's going to be another strong investment. Now, the question is, remember, Gambit went for that chase down earlier. They went for that hunt where they had no money to clear all of Navi's weapons. It looks like they're doing it again. This could be a big risk.
This is risky. Yeah, the fact that Simple as well as the AWP staring at a doorway with Nafany suddenly occupying the frame within it, that's an easy shot, and he makes no mistake on it, hard-scoped as he was.
But they're coming right for him. They're coming right for him now. In these past, this last like 10 seconds or so, there goes Hobbit. Simple still inside library. They're on the wrap side, and he never exposed himself again. They keep all 3 guns alive. Good on Na'Vi.
Timeout called. Undoubtedly, this one is tactical. Hobbit will drink the last of his comforting tea because things are stressful otherwise as we get into it. And still beside him, Nafany looks like he's pulling hair out a bit. A little more calm as we see Boomich getting vocal this time. We haven't seen him talking too much in these timeouts. Looks pretty relaxed overall. But still, they are the ones in the driver's seat right now in command.
It's fitting, too. This day for Na'Vi, we talked about it when it began. We talked about it yesterday. They've played every single map possible. 3 against Spirit earlier today. All 4 in this best of 5 that started with a 1-0 lead to Gambit. It all comes down to these last 2 rounds. 2 more chances for Na'Vi to close the map and close the grand finals and take the lion's share of the prize money, the lion's share of the RMR points.
AWP and apartments, somehow this late in the game, we're seeing things that we've not yet seen so far. And it's simple. The unorthodox. The impetuous that takes down Nafany. And they are inside of the balcony. They are inside a boiler and electronic bypasses. Somehow, Hobbit not spotted will stay on the ledge, on the sill. But the bomb has other plans, and it's back over toward B. And they've got a 2-man setup with a crossfire. Boomich and Perfecto Exile gonna make the straight contact first, but another CT smoke. Just in time to slow them down, and Boomich has an inclination somehow that they're there. Has to fire into it, and guess who's rotated back over?
Yeah, you have to read a B hit here. It's where Gambit's had most of their success. I love this from Simple.
He's got the lineup. Oh, Shiro's got the shot. The AWP was ready for Coffins. Down goes Simple. They know now that rotation has occurred, but here comes the CTs back this direction. 36 seconds. And what's the call? Because if they're going to go, they need to go now. They need to go right now on the Gambit side. The smoke at CT is in position. They have an MP9 in front. Boomich is the one that's trying to buy space time. Create the obtuse angle. Bit's got the kill. Boomich is going to follow it up, and it's on to Shiro on the AWP. Hobbit's beside him, and Hobbit's gone. Shiro hits one. He hits it. He hits it through the box, but it's not good enough. And NAVI, they finally get Gambit. They finally beat them after 15 straight series. Gambit will go down, and NAVI will win the RMR.
Yeah, that's huge for NAVI. What a long day, and they get to end it with a win. Congratulations to NAVI. That's a massive showing. That is one of the most difficult wins I think we've had in a long, long time. Best of 3 earlier, best of 5 against the best team in the world, and 3rd time's the charm in this RMR.
Yeah, and 3-1 technically in maps played, which is worthy of pointing out. Yes, Gambit earned that other map yesterday, and they played each other to get that map, so it wasn't like NAVI came in and was picking up someone else's pieces. That was a head-to-head. And it's ancient that they dropped. They win the 3 maps that they've played over and over. So it's not like the best of 3s of the past where it was out of order or they stole each other's maps. NAVI just straight up beat them on the maps they play the most, all 3 of them, which is incredible. And you can see Simple's emotion as they did win that. Good effort from Shiro at the end. Awesome game of Counter-Strike overall. But yeah, Gambit, time to pull up the socks. That's not the hit to the confidence they would have wanted right before we head to Cologne. But
I'm not
that's
worried
it from
about
us.
Gambit.
I'm not worried either, but you know, it's gonna play inside of their mind. I'm not gonna jump on that either. Look, it's been a ton of fun being back casting. It's been great working with you, Jason. I've enjoyed every minute of it. We're gonna send it to the panel because the regional major ranking is done in the CIS region. And James Banks, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Been an absolute pleasure hearing Sadakist and Moses back on the mic. And what an incredible series. What an incredible day for NAVI, right? The first thing we need to touch on here is not only did they end this insane win streak that's been happening with Gambit, they actually beat Gambit this time around, not just took some maps from them, and did it off the back of playing 7 maps. First a best of 3 that went the distance with Spirit. Then they came into this series with a very little break coming in overall. Huge win out there, but there's also some winners that we have coming from Twitch chat. It'll be our last time doing this, so we've got skins to give away, and all those people have been typing in their hashtag NAVI, hashtag Gambit. We should bring those people up as well. That's what's coming next. Maybe not. There they are. There they are. There's our winners. There's one Gambit fan at least that can be happy with it. He gets the rat rod coming in. But you're our final winners for the day. And all the good skins coming your way just for spamming it all out in Twitch chat. But this series, again, it just always delivers, Duncan. Gambit versus NAVI has it all.
Yes, and actually this one I think was probably the most bizarre of all the other ones. It didn't seem to follow a lot of the patterns. I mean, for example, at the end of the series, 4 maps played, the highest fragger in the entire server is Bit with 85 kills and a plus 21 kill differential. So already not something you expect to see, especially against Gambit. Then you look on the Gambit side, actually reasonably quiet series from Exile and Hobbit, even though obviously they had their maps where they were good. I even think the way that their last map ended there was very unusual for Gambit. Like NAVI were, as usual, giving people chances, messing up certain scenarios, but they put themselves in the winning position they're normally in. And normally, the thing that Gambit also usually does, like his Shrouds, is they'll never give you the game. They'll make you sort of clear the bar that they set, and then you can win the game. This time around, I actually thought Gambit really did do some very questionable T-side decisions. Like, all those decisions to constantly go slow A when they didn't seem like they were getting the entries. I mean, I think they'll look back. I wonder if they sort of second-guessed themselves from how they won the game yesterday and didn't want to do anything too similar, because we were talking about this a lot, Vendetta. The obvious move there really was a lot of B hits.
Yeah, just continue to punish Boomich and Perfecto, and we can see time and time again. We saw it yesterday as well. We've seen it every single time NAVI plays Inferno. It's the same kind of step-by-step process that Boomich and Perfecto go through. You'll have Perfecto kind of sitting at the corner, ready to just pop down the smoke. You know that they go to that boost at the entrance of the pool and so often, to the point where you should be able to punish it. At least force them to use their utility early, force Simple to hang out more over at the B-bomb side, because that's going to create space for you when you already have a tough time dealing with Electronic and Bit.
Now, we're going to go into our interview, and we're getting to talk to Blade, who sadly has to sit out a lot of this, which must be a pretty stressful situation. Blade, how is it not being able to be involved in this? You must be pulling your hair out at times, mate.
Yeah, it's really tough not having any chance to help our guys, and sometimes to change direction of something, and when we doing a lot of mistakes. Yeah, it's pretty nervous.
Yeah, I can imagine. And one thing I want to touch on here, right? How impressed are you with the guys, the fact that you played so many maps today, you actually come away with a big win over Gambit, because today was ridiculously long for you guys.
Yeah, it's tough. I think it's not a good idea to play best of 3 and best of 4 the same day. But we managed, and it's really happy. I'm really happy about it.
Duncan.
I've got a quick question for you actually about the man who ended up with the most frags in this final, which is Bit, obviously the guy who got promoted from the NAVI junior team. Right, on the one hand, we saw even in this last map of Inferno, examples of inexperience, like when he lost the 1v1 to the guy defusing, but we also saw he's fragging out against the best team in the world, a team that many stars actually aren't having good performances against. So what would you say about this player, the newest addition to the team? Like, how has he changed since he first joined NAVI?
Actually, nothing surprising. I mean, everything's the same. We know that he's like a really good aimer. He has a lack of experience, and because of that, he's doing a lot of mistakes. But when he is like concentrated enough, he can out-aim any opponent. He just need, you know what? When you want to out-aim somebody, it's not about aim. It's also about positioning and timing. So that's what he's like in right now, and I think he has a lot of potential, because at this age, with this experience, he's so good online, yes, but I think that he can be much better when he will explore everything about, I mean, the knowledge that he can gain, and how he can operate with the players on the map.
So over to another player of yours who definitely has more experience and who's already been tried and tested, Electronic. He's had a bit of a form dip as of late, but throughout this playoffs, he has just gotten better and better and better. And even when he had a rough first half on Mirage, he came back on the T side and basically started what was basically the good form that managed that let you guys close out the map. So what has changed for Electronic, or is it just the fact that he's finding his groove again?
I think he's finding his groove again, but still he's a star player who already has been, I think, 2 times like in top 5 or top 6 as a player, and it's a huge achievement. I think he's in a period of his evolution process when he is kind of changing. I mean, in future he can become like Hobbit, for example, like a very experienced player with a lot of how to say it, when he feels what is the proper thing to play, like a gut feeling. And I think in future, for example, Beat can be like, or Perfecto can be like Electronic, like our star player, and Electronic can be, for example, the guy who will be very experienced, and he will lurk like perfectly, make like second calls and so on and so on. I think that's his path, because you can't be always like stable and like amazing player and always be like at the same perfect level. You know, he knows his strengths, but sometimes you start to play a little bit worse. But when the team is doing well, the atmosphere is great, then you're finding your groove, like you said.
I've got a quick question for you, Blade,
go.
which is it's a historical one here. a long, long time ago. If we go back in time, the year was, I think it was 2015, if I'm thinking back correctly. And you guys played that infamous tournament where you had Hiko stand in Flipside, and that's where, you know, he became friends with Simple. Obviously, it's part of the reason he left. A lot of people might not know the story. That was right after that was when Simple famously left Flipside in the circumstances where people weren't happy with him. People thought he was very rude with how he behaved, etc., etc. It seemed like at the time he didn't agree with the way that you were playing the game. Right, all these years later, you're now his coach. He's having all these incredible performances. You're winning big tier 1 tournaments. Like, it must be very satisfying to see like the evolution of this story and where you've come after half a decade, and obviously Electronic as well. Another player you brought up over the years, like to specifically win these tournaments with players like this must be extra special, right?
Yeah, it's very special, and at the same time, you know that it's not like the end, and a lot of bright future ahead of us if we will do properly a lot of things. And I think that when someday I will sit like I don't know, on terrace and will remember all these memories, like I will analyze them like one whole pass. But at the moment, I think it's more like I'm focusing. So it's not like I am trying and feeling this greatness of this moment when Simple was toxic, when he was not so like great player, and then he became a great player. I am a coach. At the moment, I'm just more like feeling everything this, and but in future, I think it will be much more special when I realize all this stuff more deeply.
I think we're due for, whenever retirement hits you, Blade, a book of Blade with all the stories in, so we can all join you on these memories with it. Now, one thing I did want to ask you as well is, when it comes to playing Gambit, it always seems to bring out the best in you guys, but also many other teams in the world just can't challenge them in the same way. What do you think it is that makes this matchup so exciting and always deliver?
You know, when we play versus Gambit, I think we're doing a lot of mistakes at the moment. And I think we lost a lot of like advantageous situations, and we spoke about it a lot of time. And I think that their strength is discipline, and our strength is experience, tactical mind, everything like this. And I think we just lack discipline, and they actually doing really great. And I think they will be much better in the future, because I think when we play versus them, we see like they are evolving with every match. Like they gain something, they become better. We overplay them here, and then they make some conclusions, analyze mistakes, and they come to the match with another approach, and they're not doing the same mistakes than before. And I think we will have much more matchups with them, and it will be even more exciting.
I completely agree. Now, when you talk about those mistakes, right, and the fact that like Gambit is a very disciplined team, we say stylistically you guys and them are completely different. Is there in your mind a way that you want to try and get NAVI into the mix of what you guys have and a bit of what they have?
Only discipline. I think it's not like I'm satisfied with the game approach they have, because for example, we analyzed it today again, and I showed that like it's really easy to read and it's really easy to counter. You just need to more communicate, and some big brain inside the game who will show like this is like they're doing this, like you're reading them, and so on and so on. I mean, like I see them when I see that when I'm in a coach and like in spectator mode, but I don't think that Boomage can see all these little details of how to counter them and so on and so on. But I think I will teach him, and it will be much more better.
Certainly. And there's another thing for my final question. I know I'm keeping you for some time, but it comes to sometimes in these rounds, like last time when you played the series in the upper bracket final against Gambit, you guys were ahead at times, and you guys would make like a force, and we'd look at it and we'd be thinking, why on earth would you force on a round like this where you'd have a better chance maybe taking an eco? Where do these decisions come from? Why do you guys stick to your guns on like, okay, we're just going to force into this, we believe we can do it? Is it just mad amounts of confidence?
It depends always on a lot of factors. When I don't know if it was the match when I was in coach in TeamSpeak.
No, it was during this event.
Because sometimes No, in that case, it was about Boomich only. And sometimes I think when we speak with him, there are some situations when he knows that even with force or with guns on T side, you can, I mean, low guns like SMGs, you can just do like great entries, fast entries, and take the guns and just win with the post plant. It just always depends on what is the situation, the map at the moment, economy, and what is the map and everything, like what is the game plan. So I can't say like specifically, but we need to analyze it like individually, every situation.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, mate. Well, Blade, thank you so much for all of your time and your answers. Go off and enjoy the rest of your evening. Congratulations on a big win over Gambit and taking first place in the StarLadder CIS RMR.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Some really solid answers coming out from Blade there. We're going to take a look at the updated RMR points, and we will probably see Navi just on top now, if I believe all my numbers are correct with this. Yes, they sit in first place. Gambit not grabbing the first place, though. We'll still see them just below Spirit here, Duncan.
It does seem like that shouldn't really be possible. Like, is that really up there? I don't know if that's right. I guess it could be. It doesn't seem like it should be possible, though. Bear in mind they were in the final.
But there was only 125 point difference between third and second. And if I remember correctly, Gambit were quite far behind because they never had any of the RMR points from previous.
That could be true. Yes, that would make sense. Okay.
It's 600
I will say
points.
as well, by the way, what I love about Blade that a lot of people don't understand, because obviously I actually had him like on one of my podcasts right in the mood when everyone was like getting really upset with like us criticizing Navi. What people don't know is Blade isn't a guy who has like any emotion about the game in that sense. He's a very rational guy, and in doing so, though, I do actually think sometimes he like sort of slips up a little bit. Like, even though I appreciate knowing the info that it's Boomich who made all those mad force buy calls, the way he says it's just so matter of fact. Like, what is it doing this tournament? Yeah, then it's fucking Boomich. It's just him. It's like, all right then. So, normally, you know, you'd say it's a team decision. You know, there's a lot, like you said, there are a lot of factors going into it. It's like I just like the honesty.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather this, right? That all the terrible answers we get, all the PR stuff, like, yes, like it was just we were not playing up to standard. You know, how many times do we just hear the blatant lies and we just got to sit there and be like, yes, this is fine. That's why I always love interviewing Blade, because I know I'm going to get the truth. And you know, one thing is he is going to try and fix it, but he's got a task on his hand, right? Because we've questioned a lot of these decisions, and Navi still get the win, Vendetta, which I guess plays into what you were saying, Ven, earlier about like, well, if they keep winning with it, they're probably going to keep doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, they had instances in this finals as well where we kind of raise our eyebrow, but they come out ahead. And in some of the instances where they don't actually straight up win the round, you know, in a weird fashion, they've managed to do significant economic damage, and it ends up being a happy fairy tale in the end. It's a bit of a wild ride, and I wouldn't suggest any other team start picking up the same kind of methodology as Navi, but you know, it works for them, at least until now.
Yeah, it does work for them up until now, but it's only so far that kind of craziness will take you, for sure. But we're done, guys. It has been an incredible day. It has been an amazing final that we get to witness here. I end up being the guy that wins on the prediction as well. I'll just take this one as the only person remember Navi. Insanity pays off every now and again. I'm just going to take that win while I can. Byron, anything you want to say to close this one out? Because we are finished, mate.
I think just like what I said on Twitter, essentially, which is just the context of all the things that basically Navi was against. Like, obviously, they've literally lost this match twice in this tournament already, and that was without a scenario where the other team had the winner's bracket advantage. Then they have to play the best of three first before they even get there, and as usual, they don't close it out in two. They have to go all the way to 3 maps. Like, you don't have that much long of a break. Then you lose the opener, Ancient, which actually we were all speculating. Like, that's probably something you need to try and win if you want to get one over on Gambit. Agreed. And then in the end, you end up winning on the map that you sort of threw it away on last night on Inferno, but this time it all comes through and you have Young Bit be the guy who steps up. So I think there's a lot of like unexpected storylines, considering everyone was mourning like, they played each other a million times. Like, every time it's a different game though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, the scores might be similarly close, the maps might be one each turn through a third one, but how it's going to happen you never know. And in my opinion, that's why this is still the best matchup in Counter-Strike to watch. Yeah,
it's so enjoyable. It always delivers in every way. Vendetta, any closing thoughts, man?
No, I again just kind of want to echo what Duncan was saying and leave it at that, really. Fantastic finals, and obviously tip of the hat to Navi for pulling through. It just makes it all the more exciting with the thought of us going back to Lands as well.
Oh yes, Cologne coming up, and both those teams will be there in Gambit and Navi. Also Spirit playing through the play-in, so a lot of action to be had, a lot of Counter-Strike to enjoy, and that's what we've done today For everyone at home watching, thank you very much for kicking it to us. We will see you guys whenever the next StarLadder event is, but make sure you're tuning in to everything else that's going on in the Counter-Strike world because the major is not too far away.